Traversing the continent of Dou Qi, Yi Yun has become a merchant of jars. Within these jars lie treasures from countless realms, and for each jar sold, Yi Yun is rewarded with a unique jar capable of delivering critical hits. The more jars he sells, the more abundant his rewards become. Consequently, the entire Dou Qi continent has undergone a remarkable transformation. Yun Yun has unveiled the grass character sword technique from the perfect world, ascending to the rank of the supreme Sword Emperor. Nalan Yanran has revealed the Devouring Ancestral Talisman from Martial Universe, gaining mastery over the power of devouring, her strength surging, solidifying the outcome of their 3-year pact. Yafei has activated the Light Giant Transformation device from Kingdom of Light, transforming into Dijia, the protector of the Dou Qi continent. Xiao Suner has revealed the Supreme Bone from Perfect World, already possessing the potential of a Dou Emperor. Little Medical Sage has unleashed the great toxic art from Eternal Life, becoming the unparalleled Poison Immortal. Queen Medusa has activated the sky-swallowing Devil art from Covering the Heavens, rising as the mightiest Empress. Xiao Yan has revealed the Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Soul from Soul Land, declaring, "Take this, you shall be ensnared by my blue-silver grass." Years later, as Yi Yun continues to sell jars, countless supreme beings emerge on the Dou Qi continent, shattering the void and advancing toward the vast worlds beyond. Chapter 1. The Celestial Jar Merchant. Outside the gates of Yunlan Zone, by the heavens, this wretched system has finally refreshed to a populated area. Upon awakening, Yi Yun eagerly opened his door, and upon gazing at the colossal mountain gate in the distance, his face lit up with immense joy. Indeed, Yi Yun is a traveler from another realm. He has been in this world for a month now. In his previous life, he was merely a corporate worker, burdened by a mundane existence. For reasons unknown, he awoke to find himself in this unfamiliar world. Moreover, he has bound himself to a celestial store system, which comes with what appears to be an ordinary shop. The system's task is to compel the host to sell jars, each containing items from myriad realms. The ultimate contents of these jars depend solely on one's luck as the host. For each jar sold, he is rewarded with a special jar. The more jars he sells, the more substantial the rewards become. Should Yi Yun uncover some extraordinary treasure, he might one day become an unparalleled powerhouse. Initially, Yi Yun was filled with anticipation. However, upon witnessing the location of the system's shop, he was left utterly dumbfounded. It was situated in a desolate wilderness, devoid of any signs of life, a veritable wasteland. In such a place, Yi Yun knew he could not sell a single jar. Fortunately, the shop's location refreshes every 3 days, thus he remained hopeful. Yet, 3 days later, he found himself in a primitive forest. Yi Yun was exasperated and waited another 3 days. But the next refresh brought him to a graveyard, in the scorching desert. At one point, he even found himself before the den of a massive tiger. Had it not been for the invincible domain provided by the shop, Yi Yun would have surely met a grim fate. Recalling the painful experiences of the past month, he felt tears welling up but stifled them. Now, gazing at the imposing mountain gate, he felt invigorated once more. Let bygones be bygones. Point 1. Must learn to look ahead. Yi Yun's gaze was fixated on the grand gate when suddenly, his attention was drawn to the 3 ornate characters inscribed upon it. Yunlan Zone. Could it be that this is the world of battle through the heavens? Yi Yun's heart raced, astonished by the revelation. Hey, what is that? How did a building suddenly appear? It wasn't here yesterday. At the gates of Yunlan Zone, several disciples on guard noticed the unexpected appearance of the shop and expressed their astonishment. You too, go check this out and see what's going on. At the behest of senior brother, 2 disciples approached Yun. As the 2 disciples drew closer, they discerned the true nature of the newly emerged structure. It appeared rather unremarkable, yet the words Celestial Merchant Store were boldly inscribed upon it. This is actually a shop? A Celestial Merchant Store? What a peculiar name. Standing at the entrance of the shop, as they puzzled over its existence, a figure emerged, smiling at them. Welcome to my humble shop. This figure was none other than Yi Yun, whose dismal sales record over the past month had made him particularly eager to engage with customers. Who are you? How dare you establish a shop at the gates of Yunlan Zone? Be gone at once. However, Yi Yun's warm greeting was met with cold disdain. The 2 guards, seeing Yi Yun's youthful appearance, quickly dropped their guard and began to berate him. Taken aback by such treatment, Yi Yun's demeanor grew cool as he responded, "What if I choose not to leave?" In response, the 2 gatekeepers sneered, "If you do not leave, we shall dismantle your shop and cast you down the mountain." Yi Yun remained unfazed, replying calmly, "Then by all means, feel free to try." What an arrogant brat. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Seeing Yi Yun's audacity, The two guards were infuriated, drawing their swords and charging at him. Yet, just as they closed in within 3 meters of the shop, Yi Yun bellowed, "Begone!" In the next moment, an invisible force struck them, sending them crashing back several meters, rendering them unconscious. This scene did not escape the attention of the remaining disciples on guard, as a senior disciple exclaimed in terror, "Quick, go summon Elder Yi from the outer gates." At the entrance of the shop, Yi Yun observed the commotion and smiled faintly. He had not anticipated making a sale with these guards. After all, each jar cost a staggering 100,000 gold coins. Such a luxury was far beyond the means of mere laborers. Now, creating such a stir might attract the attention of significant figures within Yunlanzong. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope for selling jars at this moment. In the outer plaza of Yunlanzong, 3 figures were engaged in conversation. Yin, during this visit to the Xiao family to annul the engagement, we must not employ excessively aggressive tactics. This act of dissolution is inherently unjustifiable on our part. Should we appear too domineering, it will tarnish the reputation of our Yunlan sect. The speaker was a woman clad in a flowing white gown. Her elegant attire enveloped her voluptuous figure, while her lustrous hair was fashioned into an exquisite phoenix hairstyle. Her captivating countenance radiated tranquility, yet beneath her simple garb lay an undeniable air of grandeur and nobility. Opposite this white-clad woman stood a young maiden. The girl was adorned in a billowing, fitted moon-white robe, its wide sleeves trailing gracefully to the ground. The delicate silver sash encircled her slender waist, perfectly accentuating her exquisite silhouette. At times, her graceful curves were subtly revealed, her hands were delicate, her skin reminiscent of polished jade, and her arched brows complemented by a charming smile that exuded a hint of ethereal elegance and aloofness. The maiden was stunningly beautiful, her tender earlobes adorned with green jade pendants that chimed softly with her movements, adding an unexpected touch of refinement. "Master, I understand," she replied respectfully, nodding in acknowledgement of the white-clad woman's words. The white-clad woman nodded slightly in response before directing her gaze towards an elderly man standing nearby. With her lips parting, she spoke earnestly. "Elder Ge, I entrust you with the care of Yin during our visit to the Xiao family. Please ensure she remains unharmed." The elder solemnly assured, "Rest assured, sect leader, I shall safely escort the young sect master back to Yunlan's sect." It was revealed that the white-clad woman was none other than Yunlan's sect's leader, Yin, while the young maiden was her cherished disciple, the young sect master, Nalan Yanran. The elder, Ge, served as the outer sect steward of Yunlan's sect. At this moment, Nalan Yanran was preparing to depart for the Xiao family in Wutan City to annul her engagement. Disaster strikes. "Steward, something terrible has happened." Just as Ge was about to lead Nalan Yanran away, a frantic mountain guard disciple rushed in, his face etched with panic. Chapter 2. Yin takes action. A swift resolution. What could have caused such alarm? Observing the flustered demeanor of the mountain guard disciple, Ge expressed his displeasure. "Esteemed steward, a situation has arisen. There are disturbances outside the mountain gate, and 2 of our junior disciples have been injured." Upon noticing the presence of the sect leader, the disciple felt a wave of relief and gradually recounted the events that transpired at the entrance of the Yunlan sect. Suddenly, a shop appeared before the mountain gate, a shop of the Myriad Realms, operated by a young man. After listening to the disciple's account, Yun furrowed her delicate brows, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. Who would dare act so audaciously against the Yunlan sect, given its esteemed status? How dare they open a shop right before our gates? This is nothing short of an affront to the Yunlan sect. Dou Qi snorted coldly, his expression darkening, and turned to Yun, saying, "Allow me to handle this matter." However, Yun replied coolly, "I wish to see for myself." She was eager to discover what manner of young man possessed the audacity to not only establish a shop before the Yunlan sect, but also to injure its disciples. With that, her azure wings unfurled behind her, and with a gentle flap, she soared into the sky, heading towards the mountain gate. Nalan Yanran's eyes also sparkled with curiosity as she remarked, "Steward Ge, let us go and see as well." Ge nodded in agreement. Yun's speed was remarkable. In no time, she arrived at the entrance of the Yunlan sect, her gaze immediately drawn to the newly erected building. Upon noticing the 2 unconscious mountain guard disciples lying on the ground, Yun's expression darkened as she slowly descended at the entrance of the shop. "You possess great audacity to harm the disciples of the Yunlan sect." Her voice was laced with fury as she addressed the establishment, which had not only opened before the gates of the Yunlan sect, but had also brutally injured its disciples. It had been years since the Yunlan sect had faced such provocation. Just then, the shop's door swung open, revealing a handsome young man. "Welcome to the shop of the Myriad Realms," he greeted warmly. This young man was, of course, Yin. Upon seeing the beautiful figure before him, he greeted her with enthusiasm. Realizing that the individual before her was indeed a young man, surprise flickered in Yun-Yun's enchanting eyes. But her expression quickly turned cold as she questioned, "Are you the owner of this shop? Why have you assaulted my disciples?" Unfazed by her anger, Yi-Yun replied nonchalantly, "They dared to strike at me, so they deserve punishment. Do you not understand that this is the territory of the Yunlan sect?" Yun-Yun retorted coldly. "And if it is?" Yi-Yun responded. Observing the imposing presence of the enchanting lady before him, Yi-Yun understood that if he did not demonstrate some skill today, this captivating woman would not settle down for a proper conversation. His tone shifted to one of firmness as he declared, "If you wish to engage in combat, feel free to try." Seeing her audacity in claiming the territory of the Yunlan sect, Yun-Yun, filled with indignation, retorted with a sardonic smile, "Very well. I shall experience your prowess." Without further ado, she summoned a cerulean longsword, directing it towards the Myriad Realms shop with a swift stroke. Noticing Yi-Yun's youthful appearance, Yun-Yun ultimately chose to show restraint. She did not aim her strike at him, but rather at the shop behind him. As the sword arc surged forth, a massive blue sword light sliced through the air with fierce momentum towards the establishment. However, just 3 meters from its target, the sword light abruptly halted, then shattered into nothingness. It was as if an invisible force had seized the cerulean blade and crushed it to oblivion. How could this be possible? Witnessing this spectacle, Yun-Yun's expression shifted, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. Although she had not exerted her full strength in that strike, even those at the great fighter level would find it impossible to withstand it. Yet, this youth had seemingly done so with effortless ease. What truly astonished Yun-Yun was not merely that her strike had been countered, but rather the method by which Yi-Yun had accomplished it. She had sensed not a trace of battle aura emanating from him. How had he managed to withstand her attack? Furrowing her brows with concern, she regarded Yi-Yun with caution. "Who exactly are you?" As her spiritual force swept over him once more, Yun-Yun was certain that this young man bore no trace of battle cultivation. Yet, the earlier scene had undeniably attested to his strength. Could he be a venerable elder adept at maintaining youthful vigor? This thought flickered through her mind. However, upon observing the vitality in Yi-Yun's expressive eyes and the exuberance radiating from him, she quickly dismissed her previous conjecture. Regardless, the display he had just manifested had irrevocably altered her perception of him. After all, an ordinary shopkeeper could not possibly execute such bizarre feats. Noticing that the striking beauty was finally capable of normal conversation, Yi-Yun allowed a smile to grace his lips as he said softly, "I am Yi-Yun, the proprietor of this Myriad Realms shop. Rest assured, I shall remain here for only 3 days. After that, I will take my shop and depart." "Yi-Yun?" Yun-Yun furrowed her brow, ruminating carefully, but found that she had never encountered this name before, let alone heard of the Myriad Realms shop. Upon hearing Yi-Yun's words, Yun-Yun's hostility softened slightly as she inquired, "Will you truly depart in 3 days?" Yi-Yun nodded, explaining that the shop relocates every 3 days, and thus he would no longer be present after that time. "If you are interested, my dear, do visit the shop. With a stroke of luck, perhaps it could alter the course of your destiny." Noticing that the stunning beauty before him had quelled her animosity, Yi-Yun seized the moment and warmly extended the invitation. "Alter my destiny?" At this, Yun-Yun paused, momentarily taken aback, before a smile crept across her lips. Such audacity from this youth. Yet, Yi-Yun's boldness had undeniably piqued her curiosity. She was eager to discover what marvels lay within this young man's shop, capable of such grand claims. With that thought, she sheathed her sword and strode purposefully toward the store, declaring, "I shall see what is so extraordinary about your establishment, my esteemed leader." Yi-Yun's heart raced at her words, and he scrutinized the captivating beauty before him more closely. Could it be that this enchanting figure was indeed Yun-Yun? After the initial shock, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. As the leader of the Yunlan sect, she was indeed a significant catch. It appeared that he was finally set to make his debut today. Chapter 3, The Fortunate Yun-Yun. Premium Experience Elixirs. Yi-Yun, filled with excitement, guided Yun-Yun into the interior of the shop. Following closely behind, Yun-Yun surveyed her surroundings, quickly grasping the layout of the modest space. Within, there was but a single counter, a table and chair, and an exquisite wooden shelf adorned with 5 peculiar jars of varying colors, presenting an unusual sight. Just then, soft footsteps echoed from outside, and 2 figures entered, none other than Nalan Yanran and Dou Qi, who had hurried to catch up. "Teacher," Nalan Yanran called gently upon spotting Yun-Yun. Yun-Yun glanced back without speaking, continuing her examination of the shop's environment. Upon hearing the newcomer address Yun-Yun as teacher, Yi-Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The beautiful girl must be Nalan Yanran. He wondered if, at this moment, she had indeed severed her engagement with Xiao Yan. "It seems there is nothing to purchase here," Yun-Yun remarked, casting a puzzled look at Yi Yun after scanning the room. Yi Yun smiled faintly and gestured toward the 5 jars on the shelf. These are the items I have for sale, the all-heaven jars. All-heaven jars? Yun Yun inquired. Her expression, one of confusion. What do they contain? Everything you can imagine. Yi Yun replied with a grin. Martial arts techniques, combat skills, divine weapons, elixirs, spiritual herbs. There is nothing that these jars cannot produce, provided you can conceive of it. Such a marvel? Upon hearing this, Yun Yun seemed to display a hint of interest, turning to Yi Yun and inquired, how much for this jar? Not expensive, Yi Yun replied, crossing 2 fingers. Only 100,000 gold coins for a single jar. What? 100,000 gold coins for a jar? Upon hearing this, Yun Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, are you joking? At that moment, she could not help but think Yi Yun must have lost his mind. 100,000 gold coins for a mere jar? Did he truly believe himself to be a fool? Behind Yun Yun, Nalan Yanran and Dou Qi exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions suggesting they were regarding Yi Yun as a simpleton. In the face of their skeptical gazes, Yi Yun maintained his serious demeanor, stating, 100,000 gold coins for a jar is certainly not exorbitant. I will only remain here for 3 days. After that, I shall depart. I advise you to give it a try. Perhaps you might stumble upon an extraordinary opportunity. Observing Yi Yun's earnest expression, Yun Yun furrowed her brows. Feeling a twinge of hesitation, this fellow spoke as if he were utterly sincere. It appeared he was not merely attempting to deceive them. The sudden appearance of this shop outside the gates of Yunlan's sect, coupled with the mysterious aura emanating from this youth, lent a certain credibility to his words. However, as she gazed at the ordinary jars on the wooden rack, she found it hard to believe they contained anything of value. That said, 100,000 gold coins was not a significant sum for Yun Yun. As the leader of Yunlan's sect, she certainly did not lack such coinage. After a moment's contemplation, she glanced at the composed Yi Yun and resolved to give it a try. I shall take 1 jar, she declared. Fixing her gaze upon him and producing 100,000 gold coins to hand over, her tone calm and measured. Behind her, Nalan Yanran could hardly contain herself, exclaiming, Teacher, do not let him deceive you. Having not witnessed Yi Yun's earlier display of skill, she was naturally skeptical of his claims. Dou Qi, standing nearby, appeared hesitant to voice his thoughts. Yet, with her decision made, Yun Yun was not one to waver easily. She cast a cool glance at Yi Yun and remarked, It matters not. It is merely 100,000 gold coins. I am curious to see what this jar truly holds. Best of luck, Yi Yun replied, a smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand, causing a jar to soar from the rack and land upon the counter. Yun Yun regarded the jar on the counter with curiosity, asking, How does one open this jar? Yi Yun replied, Simply shatter it. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun shot him a quizzical glance, then extended her delicate hand to gently strike the jar. Crack! With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, transforming into a multitude of fragments. Subsequently, under Yun Yun's astonished gaze, the shards transformed into a radiant glow, vanishing into thin air, leaving behind only a pill emanating a golden light upon the counter. Observing this extraordinary scene, Yun Yun was taken aback, and her eyes were soon drawn to the golden pill on the counter, exclaiming in surprise, Could it truly be a pill? Yun Yun raised her head to look at Yi Yun, inquiring with curiosity, What kind of pill is this? Yi Yun cast a glance at the golden pill and instantly discerned its specific attributes. Advanced Experience Pill, a miraculous elixir from a certain gaming realm. Consuming it can augment one's cultivation by 30 years. Yi Yun gazed at the golden pill before him, feeling a twinge of astonishment as he pondered how fortunate Yun Yun was. On her very first attempt, she had unveiled such a treasure. Though surprised internally, Yi Yun maintained an inscrutable demeanor. Upon hearing Yun Yun's question, he looked at her, offering a faint smile. My dear, you possess remarkable luck. This pill enhances cultivation by 30 years upon consumption, he explained nonchalantly. 30 years of cultivation? Upon hearing this, Yun Yun's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Could this single pill truly elevate her cultivation by 3 decades? In the Dou Qi continent, only a 7th grade pill could possess such efficacy, and 7th grade pills were worth their weight in gold. The fact that she had acquired it for a mere 100,000 gold coins felt surreal, leaving her in doubt. Master, do not believe him. This must be a deception. Behind her, Nalan Yanran, having overheard Yi Yun's words, scoffed in disbelief. To think that a mere 100,000 gold coins could procure a pill capable of enhancing cultivation by 30 years was utterly preposterous. Beside her, Dou Qi wore a similarly skeptical expression. Observing Yun Yun's countenance, Yi Yun understood her thoughts and smiled gently. If you doubt my words, a trial will affirm the truth. Should the effects prove untrue, I shall refund the 100,000 gold coins in full. With an air of confidence, Yi Yun reassured her. Gazing at Yi Yun's composed demeanor, Yun Yun hesitated for a moment before slowly reaching for the golden pill on the counter, bringing it to her lips. At that moment, the golden pill transformed into a beam of golden light, diving into Yun Yun's mouth. Witnessing this spectacle, Yun Yun was momentarily startled. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, her expression shifted dramatically. She suddenly felt an immense surge of energy erupting within her being. Chapter 4. Yun Yun breaks through to Dou Zone, shocking Yunlan sect. What is this? Feeling the sudden outpouring of energy within her, Yun Yun's expression changed. She could sense that this energy was vast and formidable. Moreover, she felt remarkably gentle, as she did not experience the excruciating pain associated with the eruption of energy within her. However, what perplexed her was her inability to absorb this energy. It seemed that some force was suppressing the energy within her, preventing her from breaking through. At this moment, Yi Yun advised, if you wish to transcend, you must step outside. Within the confines of this shop, all energy is restrained. Here, apart from me, no one can harness the energy within themselves. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun cast a deep glance at Yi Yun before promptly exiting the shop, closely followed by Nalan Yanran and Dou Qi. As Yun Yun stepped 3 meters outside the shop, her delicate features abruptly transformed, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. She distinctly sensed that the previously unabsorbed energy within her began to surge proactively through her limbs and bones. Boom. At that moment, a muffled sound resonated from within Yun Yun. Subsequently, her aura surged dramatically. Stunned, Yun Yun realized she had achieved a breakthrough. She had ascended from a 3-star Dou Huang to a 4-star Dou Huang. She had been stagnating at the 3-star Dou Huang level for a full 2 years. Who could have anticipated such an effortless breakthrough today? As she reveled in the fierce aura emanating from her, her expression shifted once more. She perceived that the energy within her remained as formidable as ever, and her cultivation was escalating at a visible pace. Boom. Not long after, another muffled sound echoed from within Yun Yun. At this moment, her gaze became somewhat vacant. She had unexpectedly broken through again, now a 5-star Dou Huang. This was simply unbelievable. Regaining her composure, Yun Yun delved into her inner self, only to be astounded by the revelation that the energy within her had consumed less than 1/10 of its total. This was terrifying. She had elevated 2-star levels while expending less than 1/10 of the energy. Suddenly, a thought from Yi Yun's earlier words crossed her mind. The pill she had just ingested was said to enhance 30 years of cultivation. Could it truly be so? In that instant, Yun Yun began to believe Yi Yun's words. Soon, as the energy within her continued to surge, her complexion flushed, reaching an apex in an instant. Boom. A muffled sound announced that Yun Yun's cultivation had attained the 6-star Dou Huang level. Meanwhile, behind her, Nalan Yanran and Dou Qi gazed at Yun Yun in utter astonishment. A formidable aura swept through the air, indiscriminately suppressing all in its path, rendering the faces of the two individuals pallid. Teacher, what has happened to you? Nalan Yanran gazed at Yun Yun with deep concern, bewildered by the sudden ferocity and terror emanating from her. Upon hearing Nalan Yanran's voice, Yun Yun regained her composure, noticing their ashen faces, and quickly restrained her overwhelming presence. I am fine, merely experiencing a breakthrough in strength. Please, step back, she instructed, suppressing her excitement slightly. A breakthrough in strength? Both Nalan Yanran and Dou Qi were momentarily taken aback, immediately recalling what Yi Yun had mentioned earlier in the store. A thought bubbling forth in disbelief. Could it be that the pill truly had efficacy? Could it genuinely enhance one's cultivation by 30 years? Just then, an even more potent aura suddenly radiated from Yun Yun, causing both to alter their expressions and hastily retreat from her. At that moment, Yun Yun had surged through the ranks to attain the realm of 7-star Dou Emperor. The aura surrounding her grew increasingly terrifying and awe-inspiring. Clearly unaccustomed to the sudden surge of power, Yun Yun struggled to control her own presence. Soon, some high-ranking members and elders of the Yunlan sect sensed the overwhelming energy permeating the air, initially believing a formidable figure had descended upon the Yunlan sect. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hurried towards the sect's entrance. However, before they could reach the gates, an even greater force swept through the realm. As they sensed this formidable presence, the elders and high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect wore expressions of sheer horror, their hearts racing. Could it be that multiple powerful beings were assaulting the Yunlan sect? With this thought weighing heavily upon them, they quickened their pace towards the entrance. Outside the gates, Nalan Yanran and Dou Qi continued to distance themselves. They had now retreated over a kilometer from Yun Yun. Yet the oppressive pressure in the atmosphere still rendered them breathless. Particularly for Nalan Yanran, her face was ashen, as though she were on the verge of suffocation. Observing this, Dou Qi could only lead her further away until he felt a slight reprieve. Yet, before he could fully relax, his expression drastically changed. The pressure had intensified once more. With a wry smile, Dou Qi continued to guide Nalan Yanran away. Meanwhile, The disciples guarding the mountain gates had already succumbed, collapsing in a state of unconsciousness. In front of the store, Yun felt a sense of numbness wash over her. 9-star Dou Emperor. In a mere span of time, she had leapt from a 3-star Dou Emperor to a 9-star Dou Emperor. Moreover, she could distinctly sense that her cultivation was experiencing an unprecedented surge, soon to reach the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Emperor realm. This astonishing increase in strength left Yun in a state of bewilderment. Surely, this cannot be a dream? Look, is that not the esteemed sect leader? The powerful aura emanating from him is truly remarkable. At that moment, a group of high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect arrived at the mountain gate, their expressions grim as they beheld the fallen disciple guarding the mountain, fearing that a formidable enemy had indeed attacked the Yunlan sect. However, upon seeing Yun and feeling the overwhelming energy radiating from her, they were struck with astonishment. Could this formidable adversary be none other than our own sect leader? When did she become so powerful? Such an imposing presence I have only felt from the former sect leader. The Grand Elder, Yunling, gazed at Yun from a distance, his expression one of doubt and shock. Behind him, the elders and stewards of the Yunlan sect shared similar looks of disbelief. Could it be that the sect leader's strength has reached the level of the former sect leader? One elder voiced his uncertainty. This is impossible. I am well aware of the sect leader's strength, which has remained at the 3-star Dou Emperor level for ages. Yunling immediately countered. Yet, before he could elaborate, an overwhelming pressure surged towards them, rendering his words unspoken. Chapter 5. The Fiery Gaze. The Ethereal Boots. The terrifying aura swept through the air, and even the Grand Elder, at the Dou Wang level, displayed a look of horror, his complexion paling slightly. What has transpired with the sect leader? Yunling stared in disbelief at the direction of Yun, feeling an unsettling tremor within his very soul. Such an immense pressure he had never encountered even from the former sect leader. This is utterly terrifying. At this moment, Yun's body had already lifted off the ground, suspended in midair. A colossal aura, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, slowly permeated the space around her. The heavens trembled, the very fabric of space contorted, as if the entire Yunlan mountain itself shuddered slightly. Astonished gazes were fixed upon Yun in the void, their shock palpable, as though their souls quivered in response. This is too terrifying. This energy is immensely powerful. Could it be that the sect leader has broken through to the Douzong realm? A flicker of dread flashed through Yunling's eyes as he exclaimed in disbelief. The Douzong realm. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect were collectively jolted. Their first reaction was one of incredulity. A Douzong expert. That is the realm the former sect leader tirelessly pursued for years without achieving a breakthrough. The young leader's sudden breakthrough into the Douzong realm seemed utterly implausible. However, as they beheld the solitary figure suspended in the void, emanating an overwhelming force, the senior members of the Yunlan sect fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, Yun stood poised in the air, exuding an aura of terrifying might, resembling a sword that cleaves through the endless heavens above. Had she truly ascended to the Douzong realm? In the emptiness, feeling the boundless power coursing through her veins, Yun murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief. This moment felt surreal, as if she were ensconced in a dream. Yet, as she acutely sensed the immense strength within her, even the typically composed Yun could not help but tremble. After a while, her thoughts gradually settled, and her gaze swept over the assembled high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect. Subsequently, she descended gracefully from the void, landing softly upon the ground. Concurrently, the terrifying pressure that had pervaded the air dissipated entirely. The leader has descended. As they observed Yun's return to solid ground and noted the absence of the oppressive atmosphere, Yunling and the others felt a surge of curiosity, eager for an explanation from her. Especially the remarkable surge in Yun's power left them in awe. Leader, has your strength truly reached the Douzong? Yunling inquired eagerly as he approached her. Yun met his gaze and nodded lightly, but before he could pose further questions, she made her way towards a nearby shop. Her eyes sparkled with fervor at the sight before her. A single elixir purchased for a mere 100,000 gold coins had propelled her from a 3-star Dou Huang to the Douzong realm. What treasures might she uncover if she were to acquire all the remaining jars? The thought ignited a flicker of excitement within the typically calm and composed Yun. Behind her, Yunling and the others remained silent, following her gaze to the newly appeared shop. How did this building suddenly come into existence? Yunling pondered, a hint of confusion evident in his eyes as he surveyed the ordinary shop. Just then, Dou Qi arrived, supporting the visibly weakened Nalan Yanran. Upon seeing her, Yunling felt a rush of concern and approached her, asking, Yanran, what on earth is happening? Yet, Nalan Yanran did not spare him a glance. She merely continued toward the shop, calling out, Teacher, save a jar for me too. Yunling was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. It seemed this young lady was rather oblivious to the nuances of etiquette. Reluctantly, he directed his gaze toward Dou Qi, who lingered behind, and with a tone imbued with authority, he inquired, "Dou Qi, what was that about?" However, before he could finish his statement, Dou Qi hastened toward the shop, exclaiming, "Young master, do save a jar for me." Seeing that none of the three acknowledged him, Yunling's expression grew dark, his eyes flickering with indignation. As a revered elder of the Yunlan sect, he was accustomed to respect, and such blatant disregard incited his wrath. He fixed his gaze on the unassuming shop before him, and after a moment's pause, he coldly declared, "I shall uncover who dares to engage in such trickery here." With that, he dramatically waved his sleeve and strode toward the shop. The senior members of the Yunlan sect exchanged glances, perplexed, before following suit. "Boss, bring me 2 more jars." Upon entering the shop, Yun eagerly produced 200,000 gold coins and called out to Yi Yun. "Certainly." Yi Yun responded with a smile, waving his hand, causing the 2 jars on the shelf to float gracefully to the counter. As Yun beheld the jars, a flicker of excitement sparked in her eyes, and she promptly shattered one. As the shards transformed into radiant light, a pair of silver boots materialized on the counter. Just a pair of boots? Yun was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of confusion. The silver boots were adorned with intricate, arcane runes, and on either side, several azure gemstones were embedded, exuding an air of magnificence. However, the boots were no larger than the palm of her hand. How could one wear them? "Boss, what purpose do these boots serve?" Unable to decipher their significance, Yun turned to Yi Yun for clarification. Upon hearing her question, Yi Yun cast a casual glance at the silver boots and immediately accessed all relevant information. Lightfoot boots, a wondrous item from the Valoran realm, adaptable to the user's physique. Automatically adjusting size, it also allows for a virtual appearance, concealing its form while bestowing the effects of the equipment. Effect: automatic cleansing of the foot, speed enhancement of 10. After reviewing the attributes of the silver boots, a glimmer of surprise crossed Yi Yun's eyes. A pair of speed boots? I can't believe they can be unearthed here. Yun's luck is truly extraordinary. Indeed, the boots she had obtained were akin to an item from a game called League of Legends, which Yi Yun had played in his previous life. Chapter 6. The Return of 1,000 Swords. The Devouring Ancestor Symbol. On the surface, the Lightfoot boots merely offered a speed increase of 10, which seemed rather modest. Yet, one must not forget that this artifact provided such enhancement to anyone who wielded it. Perhaps, for a fighter at the level of a duelist, a mere enhancement of 10 in speed may hold little practical significance. After all, even techniques of the yellow rank possess such capabilities. However, when it comes to formidable beings like the Dou Zun or Dou Shang, any increment in strength becomes monumental. The lightness boots, being devoid of rank restrictions, bestow the same 10-speed enhancement even upon a Dou Shang. Under equivalent circumstances, this 10-speed boost could very well be the pivotal factor in determining the victor among the powerful. Congratulations, you have uncovered a treasure. Yi Yun gazed at Yun, a flicker of intrigue illuminating his eyes. The quality of the treasures unearthed from the celestial jar is entirely dictated by fortune. Clearly, Yun's luck is exceptional. First, she procured a high-grade experience elixir, and now, the lightness boots. The worth of these 2 items undoubtedly far exceeds 100,000 gold coins. In this instance, Yun has indeed struck gold. Yi Yun felt a twinge of envy, wishing he too possessed such fortuitous luck. Curiosity piqued, Yun inquired, "What treasure is this?" Subsequently, Yi Yun began to elucidate the functions of the lightness boots. Upon hearing this, Yun's face transformed with astonishment. A permanent enhancement of 10 in speed. Moreover, the ability to alter form at will and even become invisible? Does such a treasure truly exist in this world? As she gazed at the silver boots upon the counter, a hint of skepticism flickered in her beautiful eyes. Could such a modest pair of boots possess such extraordinary effects? Yi Yun replied nonchalantly, "If you doubt it, you may verify it for yourself." Yun asked, "How shall I verify it?" Yi Yun responded, "Simply hold the lightness boots and silently invoke their use in your mind." Upon hearing this, Yun complied, delicately lifting the silver boots from the counter and mentally whispering, "Use." In the next moment, the silver boots transformed into 2 streaks of radiant light, soaring towards her feet. As a cascade of light enveloped her, Yun looked down to find her feet adorned with the exquisite silver boots, adorned with intricate runes and gemstones, radiating beauty. Astonishment graced Yun's features as she tentatively took a few steps. Her expression shifted. She distinctly felt as if an ethereal buoyancy had been added to her feet, rendering her movements even more graceful. "Ah, what beautiful boots!" At that moment, an exclamation of surprise echoed through the room. It was Nalan Yanran, who, upon entering, immediately marveled at the silver boots adorning Yun Yun's feet. "Teacher, have you uncovered yet another new treasure?" Upon hearing this, a radiant joy illuminated Yun Yun's stunning visage, and she could not resist sharing the remarkable capabilities of the lightness boots with Nalan Yanran. Upon hearing about the effects of the light spirit boots, Nalan Yanran's delicate face instantly illuminated with joy and envy. Glancing at the 2 jars on the wooden rack, she produced 100,000 gold coins and addressed Yi Yun. "Boss, I would like 1 jar as well." Having witnessed the 2 treasures revealed by Yun Yun, Nalan Yanran no longer harbored any doubts about Yi Yun and was filled with anticipation for the treasures contained within the jar. "Very well, as you wish," Yi Yun replied, accepting the gold coins. With a casual wave of his hand, a jar soared from the rack and gently landed on the counter. Nalan Yanran gazed at the jar before her, her beautiful eyes shining with expectation. What kind of treasure would she unveil? At that moment, Yun Yun had regained her composure after the excitement of the light spirit boots and gently tapped the remaining jar on the counter. In an instant, radiant light erupted, capturing Nalan Yanran's attention. Eventually, as the light dissipated, a black scroll emerged. Yi Yun cast a glance at it, and information about the black scroll instantly appeared before his eyes. 10,000 swords returned to one of the premier sword techniques from the Fingyun world, comparable in power to high-grade Earth-level combat skills in this realm. The revelation of the 10,000 swords returned to one astonished Yi Yun. In his previous life, he had watched Fengyun and was well aware of this technique. The 10,000 swords returned to one represented the pinnacle of swordsmanship. When unleashed, it was akin to a servant bowing before a master. As if in reverence to a divine being, the sword strikes would emit an unparalleled ferocity, transforming the user into a wisp of smoke, with the force radiating outward, unleashing a tempest of countless blades. The spectacle was breathtaking, a web of swords soaring through the air, fierce and unmatched. It could be said that this technique was not only immensely powerful but also grand in its display, a true tool for ostentation. In his previous life, when he saw the character Nameless execute the 10,000 swords return to one, he was filled with envy. Yet now, the object of that envy had shifted to Yun Yun before him. This woman truly possessed extraordinary fortune. She had opened 3 jars, each containing a rare treasure. She was undoubtedly a paragon of luck. Yun Yun picked up the black scroll from the counter and began to examine it with delight in her eyes. The 10,000 swords returned to one is actually a sword technique. A sword technique, indeed, which referred to the art of swordsmanship in combat. Yun Yun was particularly thrilled, for her expertise lay in sword techniques. "Boss, what level does the 10,000 swords return to one belong to?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on Yi Yun. It appeared to be quite profound, and she speculated that its level must be considerable. Yi Yun replied, "It is an advanced Earth-level sword technique." Advanced Earth level. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun felt a jolt within her heart. An advanced Earth-level sword technique. It was likely that selling the entire Yunlan sect would not suffice to acquire it. With merely 100,000 gold coins, she managed to acquire it. At that moment, Yun Yun felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, nearly fainting from delight. Dou Qi had also reached the shop by this time, and upon hearing her words, a look of astonishment crept onto his aged face. To obtain a high-level Earth stage fighting technique for 100,000 gold coins seemed utterly absurd. A high-level Earth stage fighting technique? Nearby, Nalan Yanran, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief on her exquisite face. Soon after, her gaze fell upon the jar she had purchased, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. With a soft clap, the jar on the counter shattered into pieces, accompanied by a dazzling radiance. Only a black rune remained on the counter. Nalan Yanran fixed her gaze intently on the black rune, her brows furrowing. What could this be? The black rune appeared profoundly mysterious and somewhat eerie, resembling a living entity, constantly shifting its shape, with the strange symbols upon it writhing incessantly. "Boss, what is this?" Nalan Yanran stared at it for quite some time, unable to discern its nature, and ultimately turned her gaze towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun glanced at it, his eyes narrowing slightly. This master and disciple pair had indeed struck an astonishing stroke of luck. The Devouring Ancestral Rune, one of the 8 ancestral runes from the martial movement world, upon merging with the soul, grants the ability to master devouring power, allowing one to consume and refine all things. Chapter 7. High-level mysterious stage fighting technique. The cloud-pushing palm. In his past life, Yi Yun had read martial movement. Thus he was well aware of what the Devouring Ancestral Rune entailed. The Devouring Ancestral Rune is one of the 8 ancestral runes within the world of martial movement. The significance of these 8 ancestral runes is nearly equivalent to that of the Strange Fire in the Fighting Breaks the Sky world. Lin Dong achieved the status of martial ancestor through the collection of ancestral runes, while Xiao Yan became the Flame Emperor by devouring Both characters originate from the same author, and this golden finger concept bears striking similarities. However, despite their equal standing, Yiyun felt that the utility of these 8 ancestral runes far surpassed that of the. After all, there are only 8 ancestral runes, whereas there are no less than 24 types of. Yiyun's gaze lingered on the black rune on the counter, his mind racing with thoughts of the various applications of the Devouring Ancestral Rune. The Devouring Ancestral Rune obtained from the jar differed from that in the martial movement world, and could not be entirely equated. The original Devouring Ancestral Rune possessed a rune spirit, rendering it immensely powerful. In contrast, the Devouring Ancestral Rune procured from the jar appeared to have undergone systematic processing. While it retained most of its abilities, all else had been erased. Once fused with the soul, it could unleash the capabilities of the Devouring Ancestral Rune. It could be said to be extraordinarily convenient. In terms of power, while it may not be the most formidable among the 8 ancestral runes, its abilities are undoubtedly the most enigmatic. Lin Dong possesses the remarkable ability to assimilate all ancestral symbols within his being, relying on the devouring force of these symbols to encompass others. Furthermore, the consumption of ancestral symbols can unlock numerous formidable techniques, such as the Devouring Fist and the Devouring Realm. As visions of the various capabilities of the ancestral symbols flashed through his mind, he turned to the eagerly awaiting Nalan Yanran, suppressing feelings of envy and jealousy, and spoke calmly. This artifact is known as the ancestral symbol of devouring. Its function is difficult to articulate succinctly. Once you integrate it into your soul, you shall comprehend its entirety. The ancestral symbol of devouring? Integrated into my soul. Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes reflected a look of perplexity. Can this black rune truly merge with the soul? Beside her, Yun could not help but direct her gaze towards the enigmatic black rune on the counter, scrutinizing it for a considerable time before confirming that she had never encountered such a thing before. However, esteemed merchant, how am I to integrate it into my soul? Nalan Yanran inquired. Yun replied, simply grasp it in your hand and silently invoke its use in your heart. Oh, upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran nodded and took the black rune from the counter. A faint chill coursed through her heart, causing her to shiver slightly. Reflecting on Yun's words, she silently intoned, use. In the next moment, the black rune in Nalan Yanran's hand suddenly emanated a bizarre and shadowy radiance, as if it sought to absorb the very essence of the soul. Yun, catching a glimpse, felt a sudden chill run down her spine, her heart racing, and she quickly averted her gaze. The onlooker Dou Qi was even more affected. His complexion turned ashen, and fear filled his eyes. Merely glancing at it had made him feel as though his soul were being drawn away, leaving him in a state of trepidation. At that moment, the black rune transformed into a streak of dark light, piercing directly into Nalan Yanran's third eye, vanishing without a trace. Ah! Nalan Yanran gasped in shock, letting out a cry before succumbing to unconsciousness. Yanran! Yun exclaimed, promptly catching Nalan Yanran in her arms, her expression fraught with anxiety as she called out to her several times. Yun, observing the scene, remarked nonchalantly, there is no need for alarm. Once she awakens, she will have fully mastered the power of the ancestral symbol of devouring. Were it not for the system simplifying the ancestral symbol, how could someone with Nalan Yanran's modest strength ever grasp its power? Upon hearing this, Yun felt a wave of relief wash over her, though concern still lingered in her gaze. Yun glanced at her and then pointed behind her, causing a bed to materialize in thin air. He addressed Yun, assist her in resting for a while. Thank you. Surprised by the sudden appearance of the bed, Yun expressed her gratitude to Yun as she helped Nalan Yanran lie down, her mind reeling with astonishment at Yun's abilities. Creating objects out of thin air? What kind of power is this? Even a formidable Dou Saint would not possess such a capability, would they? In a moment, Yun gazed at Yun, feeling an increasing sense of mystery surrounding the individual. At that instant, a group of senior members from the Yunlan sect, led by Yunling, had already entered the shop. Master, what has happened to Yanran? Yunling inquired, his brow furrowed as he beheld the unconscious Nalan Yanran. Yun, lost in her thoughts, offered a dismissive shake of her head and replied softly, it is of no concern. She is merely in a temporary slumber. Upon hearing this, Yunling nodded and proceeded to survey the shop, scrutinizing every detail. Meanwhile, Dou Qi was eagerly anticipating the treasures that his purchased jar might yield. Feeling a surge of anxiety at the arrival of Yunling and the others, he hastily placed a palm upon the jar. In an instant, radiant light burst forth, captivating the attention of everyone in the shop, including the newly arrived Yunling and his companions, who exhibited expressions of astonishment. As the brilliance faded, a gray scroll remained upon the counter. Yun cast a glance over it, immediately comprehending all the information contained within. The Piloan palm, a sophisticated technique from the world of wind and cloud, characterized by unpredictable movements and formidable power, comparable to high-level Xian-tier combat skills in this realm. Yi Yun's eyes flickered with surprise. It was yet another artifact from the world of wind and cloud. Although the Piloan palm possessed considerable strength, it paled in comparison to the extraordinary martial arts, such as the return of 10,000 swords. Nevertheless, it was still commendable. A high-level Xian-tier combat skill was worth at least several 100,000 gold coins. Dou Qi had indeed struck a lucrative deal with this acquisition. Yi Yun found himself puzzled. Why did every member of the Yunlan sect appear to possess such remarkable luck? The items they unveiled were valued far beyond 100,000 gold coins. What profit could the system possibly yield from such generosity? Or was it that, on this inaugural day of business, the system had intentionally been lavish to establish a reputation? At this moment, Dou Qi had already unfurled the scroll and was meticulously examining its contents. After a brief while, he looked expectantly at Yi Yun and inquired, "Boss, what level of combat skill does this Piloan palm represent?" Having perused the scroll, he felt it to be extraordinary and harbored hopes that it might even be a ground-tier combat skill. If so, he would have truly struck gold. Yi Yun regarded him with a calm expression and replied, "It is a high-level Xian-tier skill." Upon hearing this, Dou Qi was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of disappointment crossing his mind. However, reflecting on the fact that he had acquired a high-level Xian-tier combat skill for 100,000 gold coins, he felt a surge of joy. Yet, with Yun Yun's earlier example in mind, he managed to temper his expression. After all, for the same sum of 100,000 gold coins, someone else had drawn a divine elixir capable of enhancing cultivation for 30 years, alongside a high-level ground-tier combat skill. In comparison to Yun Yun, my advanced Xian-level fighting technique pales in insignificance. However, while Dou Qi harbored such thoughts, the individuals behind him, including Yun Ling, perceived the situation quite differently. Chapter 8. I apologize, but we are closed. Yun Ling's gaze fixated on the scroll in Dou Yi's hand, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. The elders of the Yunlan sect behind him displayed expressions of astonishment as well. They had all witnessed the extraordinary moment when Dou Qi shattered the jar and overheard the dialogue between Yi Yun and Dou Qi. Could an advanced Xian-level fighting technique truly be concealed within this seemingly ordinary jar? Furthermore, it appeared to be intimately connected to the young man before them. With a flicker of unusual brilliance in his eyes, Yun Ling approached Dou Qi and inquired gravely, "Dou Qi, what is the meaning of this? Is this scroll in your possession genuinely an advanced Xian-level fighting technique?" His intense focus remained fixed on the scroll. Feeling the weight of Yun Ling's gaze, Dou Yi's heart tightened. Could the Grand Elder truly be coveting the scroll I hold? As the Grand Elder of the Yunlan sect, Yun Ling's status and strength far surpassed that of a mere outer sect steward like himself. Should he harbor any ulterior motives, preserving this scroll would undoubtedly become a daunting challenge. With this thought in mind, Dou Qi hastily recounted the events that had transpired. He reasoned that if the Grand Elder had acquired something of great value, he would likely not covet the scroll in his possession. Thus, Dou Qi narrated the entire incident in detail to Yun Ling. Upon hearing Dou Yi's account, Yun Ling and the other high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect were momentarily taken aback. A jar worth 100,000 gold coins? Treasures hidden within? The sect leader had just unveiled an elixir capable of enhancing cultivation by 30 years? They recalled the astonishing sight of Yun Yun's sudden surge in strength, breaking through to the Douzong realm. A tremor of realization coursed through Yun Ling and his companions, and they were quick to accept Dou Yi's seemingly implausible words. Subsequently, Yun Ling, his eyes ablaze with fervor, turned to Yi Yun and boldly declared, "Young brother, I wish to purchase 3 jars. With excitement surging within him, Yun Ling thought, if Yun Yun could unveil such a miraculous elixir, surely I could as well. Observing Yun Ling's eagerness, the other elders of the Yunlan sect quickly followed suit, eagerly producing their gold coins and addressing Yi Yun. Young brother, I would like 1 jar. I would like 2. I also desire 1. A flurry of demands erupted from the high-ranking elders of the Yunlan sect, who impatiently placed their gold coins on the counter, their faces alight with anticipation as they looked towards Yi Yun. Unfortunately, Yi Yun could only shake his head in regret, declining this wave of eager transactions. I am sorry, but we are closed for the day. You may all return. In truth, Yi Yun desired to continue trading, yet he found himself devoid of stock. The system provided only 5 jars each day, and today's quota had been entirely sold out. Are you closed? Upon hearing this, Yun Ling was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, No, young brother, we have come all this way. How can you turn away customers? Indeed, young brother, we have already prepared our funds. Please sell us a few jars. The principle of exchanging money for goods should be clear to you, young brother. The elders of the Yunlan sect behind him echoed this sentiment. Learning that Yun Yun and Gu Yi had procured fine items from the jars, the high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect became exceedingly curious about the jars sold by Yi Yun. At this moment, Yi Yun suddenly declared that he was closed for business and would not sell anymore. Naturally, they felt displeased and found it unacceptable. Faced with their enthusiasm, Yi Yun could only shake his head in resignation, then pointed to a nearby wooden rack, saying, "I apologize, my goods have already been sold out. There is nothing I can do." Sold out? How could this be? Hearing this, Yun Ling and the others were stunned. They recalled the divine elixir that Yun Yun had just opened, as well as Gu Ye's advanced martial techniques, and suddenly felt as though they had lost billions in an instant. At this moment, Yun Yun rose, cradling Nalan Yanran, and addressed the elders. "Since the proprietor has stated there is no stock left, esteemed elders, it would be best to take your leave." As she spoke, Yun Yun cast a glance at Yi Yun, harboring a deep sense of wariness. During their earlier confrontation, she had not gauged his strength, dismissing it due to his youth. After all, even if he were powerful, how formidable could he truly be? However, after she had opened high-level experience elixirs, agile boots, and other treasures from the jars, she no longer dared to underestimate Yi Yun. In fact, she had begun to regard him as an exceedingly formidable presence. After all, who but an unparalleled powerhouse could produce so many extraordinary treasures? At this moment, seeing Yi Yun announcing the closure while the elders of the Yunlan sect continued their incessant chatter, Yun Yun feared they might provoke him, compelling her to rise and urge them to depart. Hearing this, Yun Ling and the other elders felt a sense of reluctance. Had they arrived a bit earlier, perhaps that extraordinary divine elixir would now belong to them. Contemplating this, the elders of the Yunlan sect felt an immense sense of regret. "Young brother, is there truly nothing left?" Yun Ling unwillingly persisted, harboring a glimmer of hope that Yi Yun might still possess private stock. "Yes, young brother, price is not an issue. I am willing to offer 150,000 gold coins per jar. The old man is willing to offer 250,000 gold coins for one. The old man is willing to offer 300,000 gold coins for one." In just a few exchanged words, the price soared to 300,000 gold coins. Yun Lung let out a cold snort, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd, and with an air of grandeur declared, "I am willing to offer 400,000 gold coins for one." These elders are the high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect, who have amassed considerable wealth over time, so money is of little concern to them. Naturally, they believe that if they could procure treasures akin to those of Yun Yun, spending any amount would be inconsequential. After all, such divine elixirs cannot merely be bought with gold coins. At the very least, acquiring a high-level martial skill like Gu Yi's would not be a loss. In their eyes, this transaction is undoubtedly profitable. Observing the frenzied behavior of these individuals, Yi Yun couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Goodness, it has escalated. Shaking his head, Yi Yun could only helplessly remark, "If you are interested, please arrive early tomorrow. There are only 5 spots available." "Tomorrow, you say?" Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect were immediately taken aback, their faces lighting up with joy. Yi Yun nodded, stating, "This establishment will remain here for 3 days. I hope you all seize the opportunity." 3 days? The boss. That is rather brief. Yun Long, wearing a warm smile, suggested, "Young brother, why not stay a bit longer? Since you have come to our Yunlan sect, it would be a pleasure for us to extend our hospitality. Indeed, young brother, since you have made the rare visit to our Yunlan sect, you should stay for a few more days. I speak on behalf of the Yunlan sect in welcoming you to remain for an extended stay." Seeing Yun Lung speak, the other elders were equally unwilling to be outdone, urging Yi Yun to prolong his visit. Amused by the enthusiasm of the Yunlan sect elders, Yi Yun found it quite humorous. All right, this establishment is closing, please return." With that, Yi Yun waved his hand, and the gold coins on the counter flew forth, transforming into a cascade of golden light that directly entered the storage rings of the Yunlan sect elders. Witnessing Yi Yun's display of skill, Yun Lung's spirit entered his storage ring to take a look, and his face instantly revealed a look of astonishment. The other elders displayed varied expressions, their hearts filled with relief. Had some less discerning individuals, seeing Yi Yun's youth, attempted to employ forceful means to compel him into submission, it would have been a grave mistake. Yet, the elders of the Yunlan sect, each seasoned and astute, deduced that since the divine elixir Yun Yun had procured came from Yi Yun, this young man was far from ordinary. Thus, even when Yi Yun declined to sell them the jars, the elders remained unperturbed. At this moment, having witnessed Yi Yun's astonishing abilities, they felt an immense sense of gratitude. Had they chosen to act immediately, the outcome might have been rather grim. Filled with uncertainty and having been momentarily subdued by Yi Yun's prowess, Yin Ling could not help but inquire, "Boss, when will you open tomorrow?" Perhaps feeling a tinge of trepidation, Yunling addressed Yi Yun not as brother, but as boss. Akin to Yun Yun's address. When will you open? Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback by the question. To be candid, he himself was unsure. Over the past few days, he had cultivated a habit of waking naturally before opening the shop. After all, with merely 5 jars, what was the need to rise so early? It bore no real necessity and would not augment sales. With this thought, a smile graced Yi Yun's face as he cryptically responded, "Everything is left to fate." Everything left to fate? What does that mean? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Yunling and the others were left in a state of bewilderment, further deepening the aura of mystery surrounding Yi Yun. Suddenly, in the midst of their confusion, they found themselves startled. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Yun had vanished, and they were now outside the shop. Gazing at the now closed doors, the higher-ups of Yunlan's sect exchanged glances, a chill running down their spines. Such a method was truly unfathomable. They were fortunate that they had not offended this young proprietor. The technique of spatial displacement. Yun Yun's face displayed a look of astonishment. As a formidable fighter, she had garnered some understanding of spatial powers. Yi Yun's ability to transport them from within the shop was evidently a manifestation of some potent spatial technique, yet she had felt not a trace of it. This was utterly terrifying. It signified that the opponent's mastery over spatial forces had reached an exceedingly daunting level. The realization that she had been moved outside without a whisper or any indication filled Yun Yun with dread. The strength of this young proprietor likely exceeded her wildest imagination. He was someone she could not afford to offend. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to the elder by her side, her face etched with seriousness. "Elder, issue a decree that no one is to disturb this place. Those who defy the order shall face the sect's regulations." Yunling understood the gravity of the situation and solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, sect leader, I shall personally oversee this matter." Pleased with his response, Yun Yun nodded in satisfaction. After instructing the elders to depart swiftly, she cradled Nalan Yanran and made her way into the depths of Yunlan's sect. Meanwhile, inside the shop, after dismissing the crowd, Yi Yun directly opened the back door and stepped inside, vanishing from sight. It was evident that the back door led to a realm of wonders. When Yi Yun's figure reappeared, he found himself in a charming estate. Although the manor was modest in size, it exuded an air of elegance. Encircled by white walls, adorned with drooping green willows, it featured 3 arching flower-laden gates and a corridor that gracefully embraced the courtyard on all sides, where pathways converged and rocks were artfully placed. The entire garden was a vibrant tapestry of blossoms, exquisite and delicate, with the rear courtyard brimming with roses and even a serene pond. This was indeed Yi Yun's home, a gift bestowed upon him after binding with the system, a novice package of sorts. Upon arriving at the estate, Yi Yun made his way directly to a gazebo nestled in the heart of the grounds, where anticipation flickered across his face. "System, commence the settlement of today's task rewards," he silently urged. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing today's tasks." "Ding. Commencing reward calculation. Settlement complete." "Ding. Detection indicates the host has sold 5 jars today. Congratulations on receiving 5 exclusive jars." As the melodious sound echoed in his mind, a radiant smile illuminated Yi Yun's face. After spending considerable time in this world, he was finally making his debut. "Ding. Detection confirms the host possesses 5 exclusive jars. Would you like to extract them?" Naturally, Yi Yun could hardly contain his excitement. "Extract immediately." "Ding. Extraction successful." At the moment Yi Yun's words faded, 5 jars materialized before him, arranged neatly upon the stone table in the gazebo. These were the exclusive jars rewarded by the system, yet they appeared indistinguishable from those sold in the shop. What constituted their exclusivity? Yi Yun furrowed his brows, intrigued by the apparent similarity. He pondered aloud, "I must discover what sets them apart." With a determined expression, he extended his hand and struck one of the jars. In an eruption of radiant light, a fragment of a golden page materialized upon the stone table. "What is this?" Gazing at the incomplete golden page, Yi Yun's eyes reflected a flicker of confusion, but in the next moment, all the information regarding the fragment unfolded before him. Godly Elephant Suppression Technique Fragment, an unparalleled skill created by the Supreme Sovereign, asserting that the human body is composed of endless particles. Should each particle cultivate the power of the godly elephant, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth, and even bringing down stars, would be well within reach. The Godly Elephant Suppression Technique. This extraordinary cultivation method. After absorbing the details of the incomplete golden page, Yi Yun felt a profound shock resonate within him. In his previous life, he had traversed the world of web literature, and he knew that this technique originated from the Holy King world. It was essential to note that the Godly Elephant Suppression Technique was the exclusive cultivation method of Yang Daxiang from the Holy King world. Should one reach its pinnacle, they could potentially ascend to the status of an unparalleled Holy King. their power rivaling that of a great Luo golden immortal in the vast primordial realms. Why was Yang the elephant able to sing triumphantly, suppressing the heavens from a state of near demise to become an unparalleled powerhouse? Aside from his extraordinary courage and ruthless demeanor, the fundamental reason lies in the possession of this supreme king-level technique. Now that he has acquired this unparalleled skill, it is not an exaggeration to say that, while he may not ascend to the heights of a celestial overlord like Yang, he can certainly dominate the world of Dou Qi. Chapter 10, A Hundredfold Critical Hit. Opting for the complete edition of the Divine Elephant's Prison Suppression Technique. Alas, what a pity. Gazing at the incomplete golden page before him, after a fleeting moment of exhilaration, Yi Yun was engulfed by profound disappointment. The might of the Divine Elephant's Prison Suppression Technique was indisputable. However, the predicament was that the technique he held was but a fragment. Although even this incomplete version could allow Yi Yun to roam the Dou Qi continent unchallenged if he could cultivate it successfully, who would wish for a mere remnant of such a transcendent art? Yi Yun felt an undeniable sense of regret. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the incomplete version of the Divine Elephant's Prison Suppression Technique and triggering a hundredfold critical hit, resulting in a hundredfold reward. The options for the hundredfold reward were as follows. Option 1. 100 incomplete golden pages of the Divine Elephant's Prison Suppression Technique. Option 2. Complete edition of the Divine Elephant's Prison Suppression Technique. In the midst of Yi Yun's overwhelming despondency, a sudden notification rang in his mind, presenting him with two choices: a hundredfold critical hit, a selection of quantity versus quality. Upon hearing this unexpected announcement, Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, but soon a glimmer of joy illuminated his face. With just a cursory glance, he immediately made his choice. I choose option 2. What use was 100 incomplete golden pages? Even a fool could discern the superior choice. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the complete edition of the Divine Elephant's Prison Suppression Technique. Haha, I knew it. Since this is my exclusive treasure, it could never be ordinary. To discover that these special treasures could trigger critical hits filled Yi Yun with excitement. This revelation granted him a significant advantage over those who merely purchased treasures. His rate of growth would surely surpass all others. Despite Yi Yun's imposing demeanor in the shop, where he often flaunted his prowess, in reality, he was merely a weakling with little combat ability. Within the confines of the store, he relied on the system's invincible domain, ensuring his safety. However, once he stepped outside, he was nothing. A mere fighter could easily pin him to the ground. Unless Yi Yun chose to remain hidden within the shop for eternity, with his current strength, he would be at risk of being swiftly eliminated the moment he crossed the threshold. Having traversed to this new realm, Yi Yun naturally did not wish to spend his entire life hidden within the confines of a shop. Such a fate would be unbecoming of a time traveler. What true man does not harbor dreams of greatness? Who does not yearn to roam the world with sword in hand, seeking vengeance and justice? As the saying goes, drunk, I rest upon the beauty's knee. Sober, I grasp the power of the world. In 10 steps, I slay a man. 1,000 miles, I leave no trace. It would be disingenuous to claim he did not desire the exhilarating sensation of invincibility, accompanied by a beautiful companion. As a passionate young man, Yi Yun had undoubtedly dreamt of such splendid fantasies countless times in his previous life. However, upon arriving in this world, which he recognized as that of Dou Qi, he found that safety had become his foremost concern. Until he possessed absolute strength, he dared not venture beyond the realm of invincibility. Just as Yi Yun's thoughts began to drift, a prompt from the system snapped him back to reality. Ding! Host, do you wish to extract the complete version of the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique? Why dwell on such matters? He decided to open the jars first. Shaking his head, Yi Yun promptly replied, extract. As his words fell, the incomplete golden page on the stone platform suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light, nearly blinding him. When Yi Yun directed his gaze back to the golden page, he was astonished to find that it had transformed from its fragmented state into a complete form, exuding a magnificent golden brilliance. Holding the complete version of the technique in his hands, a satisfied smile spread across Yi Yun's face, filled with anticipation. With this complete Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, he was certain he would become an unparalleled force in the future. Subsequently, Yi Yun placed the golden page back on the stone platform and turned his eyes toward the next jar. With a sharp crack, the jar shattered into pieces, dissolving into a cascade of radiant light in the air. Yi Yun gazed expectantly, but his expression quickly turned to one of disbelief upon seeing the item that appeared on the stone table. He was all too familiar with this object. It was a staple from his late-night online indulgences, none other than a bucket of Master Kong braised beef noodles. Spotting the recognizable label, particularly his favorite spicy flavor, Yi Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness it wasn't he the one from the old jar. Otherwise, his composure would have shattered. Though this time he had not extracted anything particularly remarkable, Yi Yun felt a twinge of disappointment. However, looking at the familiar Master Kong braised beef noodles before him, he concluded that it was not entirely unacceptable. To be honest, he hadn't had a decent meal since his arrival in this world. Although the system had granted him a grand manner, it was devoid of any food. Had it not been for a recent shop refresh in a primordial forest, Yi Yun, having become a bait, attracted a formidable beast, then utilized the invincible domain of the system to vanquish it, resulting in a much-needed replenishment. For he had likely been on the brink of starvation. The plight of a time traveler reduced to such desperation filled him with profound indignation. Over the past month, this wretched system had not offered him a single normal refresh point. Fortunately, he had managed to endure. Gazing at the bowl of Master Kong's braised beef noodles before him, tears of joy welled up in Yi Yun's eyes. At that moment, the familiar sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a bucket of Master Kong's braised beef noodles, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. The options for the critical hit materialized before him. Option 1. A bowl of dragon tendon and phoenix marrow noodles. Option 2. 10,000 buckets of Master Kong's braised beef noodles. Yi Yun found himself momentarily dumbfounded by the two choices. The dragon tendon and phoenix marrow noodles appeared to be quite extraordinary. Just the name suggested they were a premium delicacy, and consuming them would undoubtedly provide significant nourishment. Perhaps it would even enhance his physique. The mere thought of it made this food lover salivate. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that there was only one bowl. Once consumed, it would be gone. Yi Yun furrowed his brow, uncertain of what to choose. After a brief moment, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes, indicating he had made up his mind. I choose option 2. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10,000 buckets of Master Kong's braised beef noodles. After a prolonged hesitation, Yi Yun ultimately opted for the latter. A feast now and sustenance for all future meals were clear to him. While the dragon tendon and phoenix marrow noodles would certainly provide substantial benefits, Yi Yun was confident that as he sold more jars and acquired exclusive jars with the potential for random critical hits, he would never lack for nourishment. Besides, given his current stature, he didn't require an excess of supplements. Taking all of this into account, Yi Yun, the glutton, ultimately chose option 2. From now on, he could finally attain the freedom of instant noodles. Yi Yun felt elated. Having traversed to another realm, he could still savor the flavors of his homeland. And that brought him immense satisfaction. Ding! Would the host like to extract 10,000 buckets of Master Kong's braised beef noodles? The system's notification sounded once more. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun was about to respond, but upon examining the limited space in the pavilion, he realized it could not accommodate 10,000 buckets of noodles. With that thought, he rose and moved to a spacious area outside the pavilion. Extract. As Yi Yun's words faded, a dense array of neatly stacked instant noodles suddenly materialized in the clearing. 10,000 buckets of noodles stood together like a small mountain, an awe-inspiring sight. Gazing upon this mountain of noodles, Yi Yun's heart swelled with immense joy. No matter where the system might transport him next, he would no longer have to worry about sustenance. This bounty of 10,000 buckets of noodles would suffice for quite some time. With a swift motion, Yi Yun seized a bucket of noodles, tore open the packaging, and grabbed a noodle cake, taking a hearty bite. The crisp sound echoed from his mouth, a delightful crunch. Indeed, this was the flavor he craved. As he munched on the noodle cake, he relished it as though it were a gourmet delicacy, his face alight with happiness. In his previous life, he often indulged in such simple pleasures, treating them as snacks when his craving struck, and they held a unique charm. For the past month, his meals had consisted solely of the flesh from a ferocious tiger beast he had slain in the primal forest. Eating tiger meat day after day had nearly made him nauseous. The beast's formidable size meant that even after a month, he had yet to finish it all. Fortunately, the invincible domain of the system ensured that the items within this estate remained unspoiled. Otherwise, Yi Yun would have struggled to endure for so long. Crunch, crunch. As he continued to savor the noodle cake, he made his way toward the pavilion. His immediate priority was to open the remaining 3 jars. With a decisive motion, he bit into the noodle cake and, eyeing one of the jars, delivered a firm slap upon it. In a flash of radiant light, Yi Yun instantly beheld the contents within the jar. Upon the stone table lay a singular, glossy black pill. What sort of elixir is this? It appears somewhat off. Curiously, Yi Yun pinched the black pill, his expression peculiar, and gently inhaled its aroma, which wafted pleasantly into his nostrils. Surprisingly, it was quite fragrant. He then examined the information regarding this enigmatic black pill. Great Return Pill, a treasure from the Shaolin Temple in the martial arts world, capable of significantly enhancing one's martial prowess. To discover it was a Great Return Pill left Yi Yun feeling somewhat underwhelmed. Although this pill bore a notable reputation in his previous life, it stemmed from a martial arts realm and paled in comparison to the elixirs found in the realm of fantasy. Yi Yun could only pin his hopes on the forthcoming critical reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a great return pill and triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. The options for your critical hit are: Option 1, 10,000 great return pills. Option 2, 1 creation pill. Soon, 2 choices appeared before Yi Yun's eyes. With a cursory glance, Yi Yun, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "I choose option 2. Although he remained unaware of the true nature of the creation pill, it was undoubtedly preferable to a myriad of great recovery pills. After all, this represented a qualitative enhancement of 1,000-fold. Chapter 11, The Great Teleportation Technique. The Divine Sword's Thunder Command. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1 creation pill. As Yi Yun made his choice, the notification from the system followed suit. Ding! Would the host like to extract the creation pill? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun promptly responded, "Extract." In an instant, the dark and unassuming great recovery pill in his hand radiated a brilliant golden light. As the golden glow dissipated, a pill, entirely pure and crystal clear, emanating a fragrant aroma, materialized in Yi Yun's grasp. Gazing at the rejuvenated pill in his hand, Yi Yun felt a surge of joy, and his eyes swept over it. Examining the information it contained. Creation pill, a spiritual elixir from the mortal cultivation world, imbued with profound energy, capable of enhancing cultivation by 20 years. To think it was a spiritual elixir from the realm of cultivation. After reading the details about the creation pill, a look of exhilaration spread across Yi Yun's face. The cultivation of the divine elephant suppression technique required abundant energy, and this creation pill arrived at a most opportune moment. He wondered how much his strength could be elevated by consuming it. Filled with anticipation, Yi Yun refrained from taking the pill just yet. He decided to open the last 2 jars first. With this thought, he placed the creation pill directly upon the stone table. Within the invincible domain, he harbored no concerns regarding the leakage of the pill's potency. With a decisive motion, Yi Yun shattered one of the jars. In an instant, radiant light enveloped the area. Once the brilliance faded, Yi Yun's gaze fell upon the stone table, where an azure scroll lay quietly. A brief scan of the scroll revealed information before his eyes. Dimension compression, a supreme technique from the cultivation world, when perfected, can compress 1,000 miles into a mere inch, allowing instantaneous arrival. What an extraordinary technique. The content of the scroll sent a tremor through Yi Yun's heart. This was indeed a remarkable find, whether for escape, travel, or to impress others. This dimension compression technique proved to be exceedingly practical. As Yi Yun reveled in his good fortune, the system's notification abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a scroll of the dimension compression technique, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit. 1,000-fold critical hit options. Option 1, 10,000 scrolls of dimension compression. Option 2, 1 scroll of the great teleportation technique. Yi Yun stared, momentarily stunned, at the 2 choices that had suddenly appeared before him. What use are 10,000 scrolls of inheritance, if not for one's own convenience? Yi Yun silently scoffed at the thought, yet without any hesitation, he declared, "I choose option 2. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the scroll of the great teleportation technique." As soon as Yi Yun's words fell, the system's notification chimed in. Ding! Would the host like to extract the scroll of the great teleportation technique? Yi Yun replied, "Extract." In the next instant, the azure scroll upon the stone table exploded with dazzling golden light. As the brilliance emerged, Yi Yun focused his gaze to discern the information regarding the great teleportation technique. Great teleportation technique, one of the 3,000 paths from the world of eternal life, the fastest among them. When cultivated to perfection, it allows one to traverse freely across the myriad realms. To think it is one of the 3,000 paths. Upon reading the details of the great teleportation technique, Yi Yun's heart surged with astonishment, quickly giving way to unrestrained joy. The might of this technique far surpassed the previous earth-shrinking technique. One was a divine ability, the other a path technique. The 2 were hardly comparable. What a treasure! Yi Yun praised internally. With this great teleportation technique, he could go wherever he wished. Yet, considering his current meager strength, reaching such prowess was still a distant dream. Once the excitement subsided, Yi Yun turned his attention to the final jar. With a swift motion, he shattered the jar with a single strike of his palm. As a radiant glow enveloped the space, a paper-bound manual materialized on the stone table. Upon seeing the manual, disappointment washed over Yi Yun. Such a flimsy material could hardly be of value. Nevertheless, he took a quick glance at its contents. Thunderblade technique, a top-tier sword technique from the Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit animation world. Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit animation world. Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback. The contents of this jar were indeed eclectic, even yielding something from a childhood cartoon. He felt somewhat speechless. However, having previously unlocked instant noodles, discovering something from an animated series didn't seem entirely unreasonable. Yi Yun quickly reconciled with the idea. Yet, he held no regard for the Thunderblade technique. For now, he could only pin his hopes on the impending critical reward. Soon, as Yi Yun awaited eagerly, the system's notification gradually resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a manual for the Thunderblade technique, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. 10,000-fold critical hit options. Option 1. 10,000 Thunderblade manuals. Choice 2. A scroll of the divine sword of thunderous might. In the void, two options materialized before Yi Yun's eyes. Drawing from prior experiences, Yi Yun instantly disregarded the first choice. Casting his gaze upon the second option, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he declared, I choose the second. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a scroll of the divine sword of thunderous might. As Yi Yun's voice faded, the system's notification resonated within his mind. Ding! May I inquire if the host wishes to extract the scroll of the divine sword of thunderous might? Yi Yun decisively responded, extract. In the next moment, the paper manuscript upon the stone table shimmered with a golden light, swiftly transforming into a silver scroll. A brief glance at the silver scroll imparted a wealth of information to Yi Yun. The divine sword of thunderous might, one of the paramount sword techniques from the Zhuxian world, possessing formidable power. Indeed, it hails from the Zhuxian world. Upon hearing this name, Yi Yun's heart had already begun to speculate. He had read the novel Zhuxian 3 or 4 times, and thus was thoroughly familiar with its myriad techniques. The divine sword of thunderous might is an unparalleled art of Taoist sorcery within the Zhuxian world, capable of harnessing the might of 1,000 bolts of thunder for its wielder's use. When invoked, it naturally surrounds the practitioner with an invisible shield, summoning the formidable forces of heaven and earth through the mortal vessel, wielding divine blades to invoke the celestial thunder, unleashing a magnificent display of divine power. The very earth trembles and the skies shift with each strike, rendering adversaries utterly vanquished and exhibiting unmatched might. Reflecting upon the original text descriptions of the divine sword of thunderous might, Yi Yun could not suppress a surge of excitement. This sword technique not only boasts incredible power, but also exudes an imposing presence, elevating the practitioner's stature to lofty heights. Such a blend of aesthetic prowess and formidable might had always captivated Yi Yun. Chapter 12. Cultivating the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. Consolidating the seed of the Great Elephant. Within the pavilion, Yi Yun had just opened all 5 exclusive jars. Next, he intended to wholly transform these rewards into his own strength. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Yun reached for the golden page on the table. This page bore the essence of supreme skills, the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. Yi Yun softly intoned, System, read the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique. As his words echoed, a beam of golden light erupted from the golden page, swiftly penetrating his mind before he could fully comprehend. Yi Yun felt a sharp pang within his consciousness, followed by the sensation of a vast tome being inscribed deep within his mind. With breath drawn from the essence, the spirit manifests the form. With each gesture, the might of the divine elephant is summoned, composed of 800 million particles. An ancient voice resonated in Yi Yun's mind, akin to the harmonious chants of countless deities. Yi Yun was immersed in the thoughts that appeared within his mind, wholly concentrated. After an indeterminate period, he slowly opened his eyes, and a glimmer of enlightenment flickered in his dark gaze. Truly, this supreme skill was astonishingly formidable. Reflecting on the insights that had just surfaced in his mind, an expression of excitement involuntarily graced Yi Yun's face. Having thoroughly comprehended the extraordinary nature of the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, he now recognized its unparalleled capabilities. Each realm of this technique could manifest myriad celestial powers, comparable to the 3,000 paths of the eternal world, each exceedingly extraordinary in its own right. The cultivation of the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique was predicated upon the condensation of colossal elephant cells within one's body. 84,000 colossal elephant cells constituted the first major completion stage. 840,000 cells marked the second major stage of completion. 8,400,000 cells represented the third major stage of completion. 84 million cells denoted the fourth major stage of completion. 840 million cells signified the fifth major stage of completion. Thereafter, one would undergo a transcendental transformation into the dragon elephant, the primordial elephant, and ultimately, the divine elephant. Including the final 2 supreme realms, the technique was divided into a total of 22 stages. With each attainment of a major completion stage, one would automatically acquire a celestial divine ability, such as the Spear of the Nether God, the wings of freedom, the heavenly furnace, and the gates of hell, each exceedingly formidable. Moreover, each time Yi Yun awakened a colossal elephant seed, he not only gained the strength of a colossal elephant, but the awakened seed could also serve as a substitute for his dantian, aiding him in meditation and the absorption of celestial energy. In essence, awakening a single colossal elephant seed was tantamount to acquiring an additional reservoir of energy. Should he continue to awaken more colossal elephant seeds, his cultivation speed would accelerate exponentially. Once he perfected the divine elephant suppression technique and awakened 480 million units of divine elephant power, he could transcend into the supreme sovereign, subduing the heavens and earth and sweeping through all realms. As visions of the divine elephant suppression technique's formidable powers flashed through his mind, excitement illuminated Yi Yun's eyes. With this unparalleled skill, he would undoubtedly become an unrivaled powerhouse in this world. After a brief moment, Yi Yun resolved to commence his cultivation of the divine elephant suppression technique immediately. His gaze fell upon the exquisite, translucent creation pill on the table, imbued with a rich fragrance. This elixir from the mortal realm of immortal cultivation contained immense energy and should assist him in directly condensing a colossal elephant seed within his body. Resolving this, Yi Yun hesitated no longer. He grasped the creation pill and placed it into his mouth. As the creation pill descended into his belly, a vast surge of energy swiftly permeated his being. Pain suddenly etched across Yi Yun's face. The energy contained within the creation pill was beyond his current capabilities to endure. With a single thought, Yi Yun commenced the cultivation of the divine elephant suppression technique, channeling all the energy within him into the 480 million giant elephant embryos. Boom! As the immense medicinal power of the creation pill flowed into every limb and bone of Yi Yun, the 480 million giant elephant embryos within him radiated an infinite brilliance. In that moment, Yi Yun felt as though his physical body had undergone a transformative metamorphosis. In the next instant, one of the giant elephant embryos, having absorbed sufficient energy, detonated within him. Boom! A giant elephant seed successfully awakened. In an instant, an ancient aura, vast and ethereal, enveloped every corner of Yi Yun's being. Simultaneously, an unprecedented surge of energy coursed through his limbs and bones. The previously unremarkable presence of cultivation energy that Yi Yun possessed now skyrocketed. 1-star fighter, 2-star fighter, 3-star fighter, 9-star fighter peak. Bang! His cultivation continued to ascend. A layer of Dou Qi garment manifested upon Yi Yun's body. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation surged into the Dou Master realm. 1-star Dou Master, 2-star Dou Master, 3-star Dou Master, 9-star Dou Master. Mere breaths later, a layer of Dou Qi armor suddenly appeared on him. At this moment, his cultivation reached the Great Dou Master realm. 1-star Great Dou Master, 2-star Great Dou Master, 3-star Great Dou Master, 9-star Great Dou Master. Moments later, Yi Yun's cultivation explosively advanced to the Dou Spirit realm. Merely awakening one giant elephant seed propelled his cultivation directly into the Dou Spirit realm. Just when Yi Yun thought it had come to an end, the giant elephant seed within him once again emanated a dazzling radiance. An unparalleled immense energy swept through every corner of his being once more. At that moment, Yi Yun felt a jolt, as if every pore of his body had been profoundly elevated. An unprecedented force surged into him like a raging river breaching its dam. In the next instant, his cultivation, which had seemingly stabilized, began to fluctuate again. 1-star Dou Spirit, 2-star Dou Spirit, 3-star Dou Spirit. Yi Yun's cultivation finally ceased its ascent upon reaching the 7-star Dou Spirit realm. A rich aura radiated from Yi Yun. A colossal energy surged within him, and beams of light enveloped his form. At this moment, every pore of Yi Yun's body shimmered with resplendent brilliance, especially the immense fighting spirit continuously condensing within, surging forth relentlessly, is truly astonishing. A single creation pill has awakened within Yi Yun a colossal elephant seed. Within a mere half hour, his cultivation has ascended to the realm of 7-star douling. The might of the divine elephant suppression technique is indeed terrifying. Truly, it is an unparalleled divine skill. Feeling the overwhelming power within him, Yi Yun cannot help but laugh wildly towards the heavens. From an ordinary mortal, he has leapt into the existence of a 7-star douling. This transformation fills Yi Yun, who has long yearned for strength, with uncontainable joy. Chapter 13, Sword Intent. The ability to devour ancestral talismans. From this day forth, I am no longer an insignificant warrior without any cultivation. As he senses the surging energy within him, Yi Yun stands in the pavilion. Unable to restrain his laughter towards the sky, clenching his fists, he can perceive the formidable strength of his physical form. Cultivating the divine elephant suppression technique not only elevates his cultivation, but also significantly enhances his physical prowess. Although he has merely awakened a colossal elephant seed, Yi Yun feels that his physical strength has at least increased tenfold. Such is the extraordinary divine skill created by the Supreme Ruler. Its power is immensely impressive. After a considerable time, Yi Yun finally calms down from the exhilaration of his sudden rise in cultivation. He then turns his gaze towards a blue scroll resting upon the stone platform. This azure scroll bears the great teleportation technique, one of the 3,000 paths within the world of eternal life. While the great teleportation technique is classified as medium among the 3,000 paths in terms of speed, it can be regarded as the foremost. If mastered to its utmost, it could traverse the myriad realms. A glimmer of anticipation flashes in his eyes as Yi Yun silently intones, "System, read the great teleportation technique." Instantly, the blue scroll in Yi Yun's hand radiates a brilliant light, and he feels a wave of dizziness as countless pieces of information penetrate his mind. Ancient chants suddenly resonate in Yi Yun's consciousness, causing his powerful body to tremble slightly. A torrent of information, sharp as icy blades, slices through his head and floods into the depths of his mind, accompanied by a strong sensation of dizziness. Yi Yun feels a wave of fatigue from the depths of his soul. Both the divine elephant suppression technique and the great teleportation technique are exceedingly formidable legacies. Even with his greatly enhanced strength at this moment, receiving such high-level inheritances consecutively leaves him feeling utterly drained. After a while, as Yi Yun's body grows weary and his legs tremble, the dizziness finally dissipates. With his eyes tightly shut, he immerses himself in the flood of information swirling within his mind. A few beads of cold sweat clung to his eyelashes, and a flicker of joy suddenly blossomed at the corners of Yi Yun's mouth. By the end, his chest rose and fell rapidly, clearly indicating that his emotions were exceedingly heightened at that moment. He had successfully deciphered the grand teleportation technique contained within the scroll and etched it indelibly into his mind. Truly, the grand teleportation technique, one of the 3,000 great paths, was indeed enigmatic. With a silent commendation in his heart, Yi Yun chose to sit cross-legged and began to contemplate the grand teleportation technique in his mind. Meanwhile, at the summit of Yunlan's sect, in a tranquil and elegant courtyard, a figure clad in white stood poised in the center, holding a gray scroll in hand. This figure was Yun Yun, and the scroll she possessed bore the weight of a high-level combat technique comparable to the Earth tier, derived from the supreme swordsmanship of the Wind and Cloud world, known as 10,000 Swords Returning to Origin. At this moment, the gray scroll radiated a resplendent glow, as a vast influx of information penetrated Yun Yun's consciousness. With her eyes tightly shut, she immersed herself in the profound insights swirling within her mind, her expression grave. As Yun Yun continued to absorb the knowledge, astonishing transformations began to emanate from her being. A fierce aura suddenly erupted from her, instilling awe in all who sensed it. In that moment, Yun Yun resembled a transcendent divine sword, seemingly poised to cleave through the void. Had any swordsman from the Wind and Cloud world been present, they would undoubtedly have gasped in astonishment. Sword intent. Indeed, the fierce aura emanating from Yun Yun was the lifelong pursuit of any swordsman. Sword intent. Sword intent, a concept absent in the continent of fighting Qi, had now descended into this world following Yun Yun's acquisition of this supreme swordsmanship scroll from the Wind and Cloud world. The combat techniques of the fighting Qi continent were characterized by grand, sweeping motions, relying on the accumulation of energy for their strikes, completely devoid of the notion of sword intent. It could be said that Yun Yun was the first person on the entire continent of fighting Qi to comprehend sword intent. While Yun Yun was lost in her newfound understanding, within a room of the courtyard, Nalan Yanran lay quietly upon a soft couch. Deep within her soul, a peculiar black rune was slowly merging. Soon after, a series of bizarre, inky black streams of energy began to seep from her forehead. These dark currents continuously flowed from Nalan Yanran's brow, meandering over her delicate body. As time passed, the dense and eerie black streams completely enveloped Nalan Yanran, creating a somewhat terrifying sight. After an indeterminate amount of time, the flow of black energy finally ceased, and Nalan Yanran's eyelids fluttered slightly before she gradually opened her eyes. A strange, shadowy light flickered momentarily in her gaze, and the black currents surrounding her instantly surged into her body, vanishing without a trace. In Nalan Yanran's eyes, a flicker of confusion crossed her features, soon giving way to clarity, her delicate face radiating a hint of excitement. The Devouring Ancestral Talisman, a treasure capable of mastering the power of consumption and devouring all things. What an awe-inspiring artifact existed in this world. At this moment, the talisman had begun to meld with Nalan Yanran's very soul, offering her a preliminary understanding of its abilities. Images of the talisman's various powers flashed through her mind, igniting a spark of exhilaration within her. It felt as though she had just unlocked the door to a new realm, discovering for the first time the existence of such a miraculous and extraordinary treasure. A glimmer of eagerness danced in Nalan Yanran's eyes as she slowly closed them. The power of consumption, to absorb all things. She murmured softly, and in an instant, an immense surge of enigmatic black gas erupted from within her being. This dense black vapor coalesced behind her, gradually forming a black hole. Suddenly, a formidable force of absorption erupted from this black void. As the power within the black hole surged forth, the energies of heaven and earth that permeated the void seemed to respond to a call, rushing toward Nalan Yanran in a torrent. Such a display would surely leave even a Dou Emperor in awe, witnessing the surrounding energies converging upon her. A broader smile spread across Nalan Yanran's enchanting face. The primary ability of the Devouring Ancestral Talisman was to consume all, replenishing itself and significantly enhancing her cultivation speed. As Nalan Yanran harnessed the power of the talisman, the commotion within the room grew increasingly grand. In the courtyard, Yun, who had been immersed in her sword intent, suddenly furrowed her brows, sensing the surge of energy in the world, and abruptly opened her eyes. This disturbance originated from Yanran's room. Chapter 14. My disciple Yanran possesses the qualities of a Dou Emperor. The courtyard was filled with dense energies of heaven and earth, all converging toward a single room. Inside, a figure clad in a moon-white robe sat cross-legged upon the bed. Behind her, an extraordinarily strange black hole slowly expanded. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force of absorption emanated from the void. Nalan Yanran, her expression brimming with excitement, gazed at the gathering energies, and with a flicker of thought, the black hole swirling behind her began to rotate with increasing speed. With a thunderous roar, the violent spinning of the black hole unleashed a frenzied wave of absorption, akin to a myriad of dragons pulling everything in, drawing all the surrounding energies of heaven and earth into its embrace. Countless energies from heaven and earth surged into the writhing black hole, and as these energies entered, they were immediately consumed by the abyss. However, these energies did not simply vanish into oblivion. Instead, upon being devoured by the black hole, a deep rumble resonated within the form of Nalan Yanran, who sat cross-legged upon her bed. Subsequently, the aura surrounding her began to shift. Nalan Yanran's body trembled, as if her very bones were being reinforced. The energies that had been absorbed by the black hole were now transforming within her. Boom! The profound energies of heaven and earth surged wildly within Nalan Yanran. After being filtered through the Devouring Ancestral Talisman, the energies that entered her body became exceedingly pure. The majestic energy coursed through her limbs and bones, rapidly satisfying the swirling force of her. Suddenly, a muffled explosion erupted from within her, followed by a dramatic surge in her aura. She ascended to the rank of 4-star fighter. In mere moments, under the infusion of this immense energy, Nalan Yanran's cultivation had soared from a 3-star fighter to a 4-star fighter. The power of the Devouring Ancestral Talisman was indeed formidable. Feeling the surge of her newfound strength, a look of exhilaration spread across Nalan Yanran's delicate features. In such a short span, she had achieved a breakthrough. Under the influence of the talisman, her cultivation speed had increased manifold. Relishing this newfound advantage, Nalan Yanran was unwilling to relent. She continued to activate the talisman within her, intensifying her absorption of the surrounding energies. Time passed swiftly, and half an hour slipped by unnoticed. Then, another deep rumble resonated from within her, accompanied by a further escalation of her aura. She had now reached the rank of 5-star fighter. In just half an hour, Nalan Yanran had once again broken through from 4-star fighter to 5-star fighter. Achieving 2 small realms in a single night left her overjoyed. As Nalan Yanran's cultivation advanced, the black hole swirling behind her expanded significantly, radiating an even more terrifying force of absorption. The black hole spun, appearing as the most fearsome entity in existence, causing the very air within the courtyard to tremble violently. Countless energies from heaven and earth surged from all directions, ultimately being consumed by the black hole, which filtered out an extraordinarily pure essence, further enhancing Nalan Yanran's cultivation. Outside the chamber of Nalan Yanran, a figure clad in white stood silently, her spiritual energy extending to observe all that transpired within. What kind of power is this? Yun stared, entranced, at the peculiar black hole behind Nalan Yanran. Witnessing the gathering of celestial energy around them, her heart stirred with tumultuous waves. This bizarre phenomenon was a sight she had never encountered before. As she sensed the steadily ascending aura emanating from Nalan Yanran, a mix of astonishment and joy surged within her. Could it be related to the mysterious rune she had obtained during the day? A sudden realization struck her as she recalled the black rune that had penetrated Nalan Yanran's mind earlier. Despite her myriad of questions, Yun refrained from disturbing Nalan Yanran, choosing instead to remain outside the door, quietly observing the unfolding events. Inside the room, the black hole continued to hover, an insatiable force relentlessly drawing in the surrounding celestial energy. At that moment, the black hole resembled an ever-hungry beast, greedily consuming the abundant energy, yet remaining unsatisfied. However, this voracious absorption of celestial energy yielded remarkably impressive results. The aura surrounding Nalan Yanran was continuously elevating. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from Nalan Yanran's being. She had ascended to the rank of a 6-star fighter. After absorbing a substantial amount of pure energy, her strength had surged again. In a mere instant, Nalan Yanran transformed from a 3-star fighter to a 6-star fighter. As she felt the changes within her body, her delicate face radiated excitement. This was the formidable nature of the power contained within the Devouring Ancestor rune, capable of consuming all within the vast world. Before long, as Nalan Yanran actively fueled the Devouring Ancestor rune to absorb the celestial energy, she suddenly felt her body weaken, a wave of fatigue washing over her soul. It seemed she had reached her limit. Aware of this, Nalan Yanran was not foolish. She understood her current state was merely a preliminary fusion with the Devouring Ancestor rune. Having grasped only a fraction of its devouring power, and could not excessively stimulate the rune. Nonetheless, Nalan Yanran was confident that as her strength continued to rise, the possibility of further merging with the Devouring Ancestor rune would become attainable. At that juncture, with just a breath, she would be able to fully unleash the rune's power, dominating the heavens and earth. Just as Nalan Yanran envisioned her future as a formidable warrior, the door suddenly creaked open, and the figure clad in white stepped slowly into the room. It was Yun, who had been waiting outside. "Ah, teacher, you have arrived," Nalan Yanran exclaimed in surprise. And upon recognizing Yun, her heart lightened, her delicate face immediately brightening with excitement as she declared, "Teacher, I have broken through to become a 6-star fighter." Having witnessed the event, Yun nodded, a hint of a smile gracing her exquisite features. Was the strange phenomenon earlier caused by the enigmatic rune acquired during the day? Yun inquired. Indeed, Nalan Yanran eagerly affirmed, her small face alight with excitement as she elaborated, "Teacher, that is the Devouring Ancestral rune, truly remarkable." She then animatedly began to elucidate the abilities of the Devouring Ancestral rune, showing no intention of withholding information from her esteemed mentor. The Devouring Ancestral rune has the power to consume all things. Upon absorbing Nalan Yanran's explanation of the rune's capabilities, Yun's expression shifted, astonished by the existence of such a treasure. "Teacher, this is not even the entirety of the Devouring Ancestral rune's power. Currently, I can only harness a mere 1% of its strength. Once I grow stronger, I will be able to unleash even greater capabilities. I could even consume the attacks of my enemies and turn them to my advantage." In the presence of Yun, Nalan Yanran resembled a child, proudly showcasing her newfound treasure. The notion of being able to devour even the assaults of adversaries left Yun astounded. Could this not place one in an invincible position? It seemed that her precious disciple had indeed acquired an extraordinary artifact. Reflecting on the earlier scene of Nalan Yanran voraciously absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, Yun felt a stirring within her. To think that merely 1% of the rune's power could yield such phenomena. How terrifying would it be to unleash its full potential? The mere thought of such a scenario sent shivers down her spine. The Devouring Ancestral rune was, without a doubt, a remarkable treasure. Yun also recalled her own acquisitions, the elixir, the ethereal boots, and the sword technique of 10,000 swords returning to their origin. While these items were undoubtedly precious, they paled in comparison to the Devouring Ancestral rune held by Nalan Yanran. Yun had already witnessed a glimpse of the rune's power. In less than half a night, it had enabled Nalan Yanran to ascend 3 minor realms, an extraordinarily terrifying feat. And this was merely a fraction of the rune's potential. Once the Devouring Ancestral rune unleashed its true might, Nalan Yanran's cultivation would surely experience a meteoric rise. A sudden joy welled up in Yun's heart as she gazed at the chattering Nalan Yanran before her, reflecting, "My disciple, Yanran possesses the potential of a battle emperor." Chapter 15, Yinshan exits seclusion. The shock of the ancient river. "Teacher, will that proprietor still be around tomorrow?" Nalan Yanran suddenly asked with eager anticipation. Upon acquiring the Devouring Ancestor Talisman, she succumbed into a deep slumber, thus remaining oblivious to the subsequent events, including the fact that Yun would linger for 3 days at the Yunlan sect. Her initial foray had yielded such an extraordinary artifact, igniting within Nalan Yanran a fervent anticipation. If only she could procure another treasure akin to the Devouring Ancestor Talisman. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yun nodded affirmatively. The proprietor had mentioned a 3-day stay at the Yunlan sect. Truly, Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Then, Master, let us endeavor again tomorrow. She clenched her fists, resolutely vowing to uncover an even more magnificent treasure the following day. Observing Nalan Yanran's exhilaration, Yun couldn't help but smile and nod in agreement. They would undoubtedly go. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Yun too had her share of delights. Whether it be the advanced experience elixir, the ethereal boots, or the myriad swords returning to their origin, each of these treasures was worth its weight in gold. Remarkably, she had acquired them all for merely 300,000 gold coins. Such a lucrative deal was not something Yun would relinquish easily. In truth, even if Yun were to raise the price the next day, she would not hesitate to pay. The only regret that lingered was the revelation that the vendor had only 5 jars available for the day. How she wished there were more. Nonetheless, a flicker of doubt crossed Yun's mind. Who exactly was this young proprietor of the multiverse merchant shop? How could he possibly possess such incredible treasures to sell? And what motivated him to sell them? Reflecting upon the formidable prowess Yun had exhibited earlier, Yun was engulfed in uncertainty. Such a terrifyingly powerful individual had no reason to engage in commerce, especially at such modest prices. 10,000 gold coins per jar seemed exorbitant. However, in comparison to the treasures within, it was astoundingly undervalued. One could say it was practically a gift. What, then, was the young proprietor's true intent? This question perplexed Yun profoundly. Master, have you perhaps ascended to the Douzone level? Suddenly, Nalan Yanran recalled the events of the day, remembering the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yun, and couldn't restrain her inquiry. As Nalan Yanran's words reached her, Yun snapped back to reality, a brilliant smile gracing her lips as she slightly nodded. Indeed, I have now attained the Douzone realm. Wow, Master, you are truly remarkable. Nalan Yanran gazed at Yun with unabashed admiration, her heart brimming with exhilaration. As one's mentor grows stronger, it signifies that one's own support becomes more formidable, and naturally, Nalan Yanran feels a sense of pride in this. Is it not true that you have become the mightiest individual in the Gamma Empire? Even Master is not as formidable as you. The Master referred to by Nalan Yanran is none other than Yunshan, the former leader of the Yunlan sect and the teacher of Yun. Upon hearing this, Yun's heart stirred, and she suddenly thought of Yunshan, who was currently in seclusion. Should she inform her master about this matter? Over the years, her mentor had remained in seclusion, striving to break through to the Douzone realm. Yet, after such a long time, there had been no word. What if her master were as fortunate as herself and discovered a miraculous elixir, thus achieving the breakthrough to the Douzone realm and fulfilling his aspirations? With this thought, Yun turned to Nalan Yanran and said, Yanran, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, she swiftly departed from the courtyard, hastening towards the back mountain of the Yunlan sect, where Yunshan was secluded. Meanwhile, on a peak within the Yunlan sect, a young man was also rushing towards his mentor's place of seclusion. Master, Master! The youth arrived at a courtyard and entered directly, shouting urgently outside a concealed chamber. His expression one of great anxiety. Creak. Following the youth's cries, the door to the chamber suddenly swung open. Linger, what is the commotion? Did I not instruct you that unless there is something of utmost importance, you should not disturb me? A male voice echoed from within, tinged with irritation due to the interruption. Upon hearing this, the youth hurriedly explained, Master, I apologize for the intrusion, but I have monumental news to convey. After a brief silence, a figure clad in white emerged from the chamber. As he stepped out, he brushed off some powder from his attire, exuding a distinctive fragrance of medicinal herbs, evidently a result of prolonged association with elixirs, which had left him somewhat odorous. Speak, what is it? If it is trivial, I shall certainly impose a fitting punishment upon you, the white-clad man stated with a grave tone as he approached the youth. Master, what I have to say is indeed of great significance. The youth's voice was filled with excitement. Do you know? Just today, our esteemed sect leader has broken through to the Douzone realm. What? The white-clad man paused in surprise, then quickly regained his composure. You mean the former sect leader, right? He had long since reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Douluo. After so many years in seclusion, it was about time for him to achieve a breakthrough. The white-clad man remained remarkably calm in response to the youth's revelation. It has been over a decade since I last saw the elder sect master. This time, with his recent breakthrough, it is only fitting that I pay him a visit and extend my congratulations, the man in white mused nostalgically. Not so, the youth interjected. I am not referring to the elder sect master, but rather to the current master of Yunlan's sect, Master Yun. She has achieved a breakthrough to the Douzone realm today. Upon realizing his misunderstanding, the boy hastily clarified, but the man in white was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. What are you uttering? He exclaimed incredulously. Yun Yun has only reached the 3-star Douluo. How could she possibly ascend to the Dozong realm? His countenance darkened, and he glared at the youth, irritation lacing his words. You rascal. Are you attempting to deceive your master? The man in white prided himself on his familiarity with Yun Yun, and he found it utterly implausible that the boy's outrageous claims could hold any truth. It seems I have indulged you too much in the past, to the point where you dare to speak such nonsense, he declared sternly, his demeanor decidedly grim. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson. Master, what I say is the absolute truth. The disciple implored, his agitation evident. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with the Grand Elder and the others. They witnessed it firsthand. Seeing his master's skepticism, the youth became increasingly anxious, his expression conveying a sense of grievance. If my words prove to be false, you may punish me then. Are you truly not lying? The man in white's uncertainty began to surface as he observed the distressed countenance of his disciple. He struggled to comprehend how the woman could achieve such a leap. A transition from the 3-star Douluo to the Dozong realm in the span of a single day seemed utterly impossible. Even a 7th-grade elixir could not yield such results. Yet, confronted with the pained expression of his pupil, the man found himself in a state of confusion. After a moment of silence, the youth quietly suggested, Master, I have heard that the sect master acquired a miraculous elixir that elevated her cultivation by 30 years, allowing her to break through to the Dozong realm. Absurd. The man in white retorted vehemently, unable to accept the notion. No elixir exists that can enhance one's cultivation by 30 years. As a 6th-grade alchemist, he could not bring himself to believe the boy's assertions. In his eyes, such an unreasonable elixir could not exist in this world. An elixir capable of bestowing 30 years of cultivation would undoubtedly harbor immense energy. For someone like Yun Yun, a 3-star Douluo, consuming such a potion would lead to a singular outcome. Her body would explode. Indeed, the man in white was Dou Qi, a 6th-grade alchemist of Yunlan's sect, while the youth before him was Lu Ling, Dou Qi's cherished disciple. Master, every word spoken by your disciple is the truth. If you do not believe me, you may visit the mountain gate and see for yourself. The shop mentioned by the Grand Elder is still there, and the divine pill purchased by the sect master is indeed from that very establishment. With a sense of helplessness, Lu Ling explained as the master remained unconvinced. The shop at the mountain gate. Humph, such trickery. Tomorrow, I shall personally investigate, Dou Qi retorted coldly, sweeping away as he departed. Lu Ling sighed, watching Dou Qi's retreating figure. Why is it that when one speaks the truth, the master refuses to believe? In the secluded rear mountains of Yunlan's sect, there lay a serene and remote valley, shrouded in mist. Suddenly, a figure clad in white descended, shattering the valley's tranquility. Master, your disciple Yun Yun seeks an audience. A light and ethereal voice echoed through the valley as Yun Yun called out to a specific direction. At that moment, within a secluded cave, luminous pearls embedded in the walls illuminated the previously dark environment. In the center of the cave, an elderly man dressed in a white robe sat cross-legged, emanating a profound aura. Upon hearing the voice from outside, the old man abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of clarity piercing through their murky depths. Yunner, what brings you here? Could it be that something has occurred in the Yunlan sect? His expression darkened as he rose and made his way toward the cave's exit. With a resounding crash, the stones that sealed the cave burst apart, and a figure in white swiftly approached Yun Yun. Disciple Yun Yun pays her respects to master. Upon seeing the old man, Yun Yun hurriedly bowed, her demeanor exceedingly respectful. Yunner, you seek me? The old man regarded Yun Yun with a slight nod. But before he could utter another word, his expression shifted dramatically as disbelief washed over him. Yunner, what is your cultivation level? Chapter 16. The Astonishment of Yun Shan. Yunner, what is your cultivation level? Yun Shan gazed at Yun Yun in shock. Perhaps due to her recent breakthrough, Yun Yun had yet to fully harness her aura. The energy of the Dozong realm emanated from her, instantly alerting Yun Shan. Master, I apologize for interrupting your seclusion, but it is for this matter. Yun Yun spoke softly. In the next moment, a tremendous force suddenly erupted from her. This. Yunner, have you possibly? Feeling this overwhelming aura, Yun Shan's astonishment deepened, his face reflecting incredulity. Yun Yun nodded. Master, I have indeed broken through to the Dozong realm. Truly at the Dozong realm. How can this be possible? With Yun Yun's affirmative response, Yun Shan was left in a state of bewilderment. For over 20 years, I have been trapped at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Emperor realm, unable to make any progress. Yet now, my own disciple, whom I have nurtured with my own hands, has unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough. This revelation has completely shattered Yun Shan's worldview. No matter how he tries, he cannot accept the reality before him. Observing the astonishment etched on Yun Shan's face, Yun Yun instinctively comprehended his thoughts. Master, My ability to transcend to the Dozong realm is due to a fortuitous encounter, she spoke softly. Fortuitous encounter? At her words, Yunshan was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a wave of excitement. What kind of encounter? Yuner, please tell me at once. His gaze burned fervently as he looked at Yunyun. For so many years, he had been ensnared in the 9-star Dou Emperor realm, unable to break free. Witnessing his own impending demise, Yunshan was truly anxious. He had even contemplated a final course of action, collaborating with that enigmatic figure. Though he understood that this mysterious individual was undoubtedly not benign and had ulterior motives for approaching him, Yunshan felt he had no other options. To break through to the Dozong realm, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Of course, had he not been driven to desperation, he would never have considered such a perilous alliance. Master, please allow me to explain in detail. Yun smiled gently and proceeded to recount the events that transpired earlier at the entrance of the Yunlan sect. Moments later, after absorbing everything she had shared, Yunshan appeared even more bewildered. Yuner, are you certain you are not deceiving me? He stared wide-eyed, suspicion evident in his gaze as he scrutinized the eloquent Yunyun. A mysterious young man opened a shop at the mountain gate? You acquired an unparalleled divine pill that allowed you to directly elevate your cultivation by 30 years, thus breaking through to the Dozong realm? This tale sounds even more fantastical than obtaining a powerful inheritance by leaping off a cliff. Master, my Dozong cultivation is not a fabrication. Sensing Yunshan's doubtful expression, Yunyun realized that he would struggle to accept this revelation in a mere moment. In truth, had she not experienced it firsthand, she too would find the story utterly absurd. As he listened, Yunshan felt the formidable aura radiating from Yunyun, and his demeanor gradually turned serious. He began to embrace this seemingly extravagant narrative. Having watched Yunyun grow, he was intimately familiar with her character. Thus, he trusted that she would not mislead him. Yuner, you mentioned that the proprietor of that shop will continue selling the jars tomorrow? With newfound belief, Yunshan's thoughts began to race, and excitement flickered across his aged visage. If he too could procure a divine pill, might he not also achieve an immediate breakthrough to the Dozong realm? Master, I have come to request your emergence from seclusion. Perhaps this is a fortuitous opportunity for you, Yunyun said with a smile. Very well, I shall venture forth tomorrow to behold this so-called miraculous shop you speak of. Yunshan replied with a hearty laugh. In the realm of the myriad worlds, within a quaint garden, Yiyun sat in tranquil meditation, resembling a sage in deep contemplation. At this moment, he was immersed in the profound understanding of the great teleportation technique. Yiyun's countenance exuded an air of solemn grandeur, remaining utterly still, as if suffused with an enigmatic radiance. He had entered an extraordinary state, seemingly detached from the external world. Runes circulated within him, shimmering with brilliance. As if he were a divine being gracing the earth, he was enveloped in resplendent light, each glimmer akin to a myriad of deities chanting and reciting sacred texts. Illuminating the azure sky, time became irrelevant as Yiyun suddenly opened his eyes, his dark orbs alive with swirling runes that captivated the soul. Great teleportation technique, he exclaimed with a sudden fervor. As his voice reverberated, the arcane runes flickered around him, and a celestial radiance emerged. In the next instant, Yiyun, who had been seated in the pavilion, vanished without a trace, as if he had been swallowed by the very fabric of existence. When Yiyun's figure reemerged, he found himself in a garden 100 meters away. This spatial displacement represented the zenith of his current abilities. The great teleportation technique was unfathomably intricate, and with his present strength as a Douling, he could only manifest its superficial aspects. Nonetheless, Yiyun felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It was known that only those who attained the high rank of Dozun could wield such spatial manipulation on the Dou Qi continent. Yet Yiyun, through the great teleportation technique, had achieved this feat within the mere confines of the Douling realm. This alone attested to the terrifying power of the technique. Great teleportation technique. Yiyun called out once more, and as the runes danced, his form vanished again. Upon reappearing, he found himself back in the pavilion. He exhaled sharply, feeling the weight of exhaustion as he gasped for breath. The might of the great teleportation technique was indeed formidable, but its toll was equally great. After merely 2 uses, Yiyun sensed the strain on his body. Utilizing the great teleportation technique not only drained his Dou Qi, but also posed a significant trial for his physical resilience. After all, traversing the void with insufficient bodily strength could lead to an instantaneous disintegration under such intense speeds. Yiyun felt an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloping him, a twinge of regret swelling within his heart. Had he known earlier, he would have chosen the bowl of dragon tendon and phoenix essence noodles, which would undoubtedly have fortified him immensely, perhaps even 7-fold. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. With a sigh, Yi Yun's gaze shifted toward the final scroll resting upon the stone table. He picked it up and softly uttered, "System, extract the divine sword thunder control technique." In the next moment, the scroll erupted with a brilliant radiance of lightning, and a torrent of information surged into Yi Yun's mind. 9 heavens mystical abyss, transformed into divine thunder. The resplendent might of heaven, guided by the sword. The resonant echoes of thunderous incantations gradually reverberated within his consciousness. Yi Yun became increasingly immersed in this deluge of knowledge. As time passed, a fierce sword intent began to manifest around him. Chapter 17, Gathering at the Mountain Gate. A night swiftly slipped away, and a glimmer of dawn illuminated the horizon. At that moment, a figure clad in moonlight soared forth from the gates of the Yunlan sect, heading straight for the celestial marketplace beyond. This ethereal figure was none other than the Grand Elder of Yunlan sect, Yunlong. At this juncture, evident dark circles graced his eyes, and his demeanor appeared rather unwell. Yet, an unusual excitement danced across his face, tinged with a hint of pride. Last night, he had remained awake, solely for this very moment. Today, he was resolute in being the first to reach the shop. The thought of this filled him with a sense of accomplishment for his sagacious decision. Upon learning that the shop offered only 5 jars for sale each day, he had taken it to heart. With so many individuals in Yunlan's sect, how could 5 jars suffice? Naturally, the early bird would catch the worm, he mused. After leaving the shop yesterday, he had made a special trip to the imperial capital, trading everything he could into gold coins. Now, he bore a staggering sum of 500,000 gold coins. If the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to acquire all 5 jars in one go. The memory of Yun Yun unearthing a peerless divine elixir upon opening her first jar sent waves of exhilaration through him. Even if her luck was exceptional, yielding a great treasure from a single jar, surely it would not be unreasonable for him to uncover a divine elixir by opening 5 at once. With such delightful thoughts swirling in his mind, he hastened towards the shop, recalling the old adage, "The early bird catches the worm." Today, he would embody this saying perfectly. Yunlong's pace was swift, and in mere moments, he had exited the mountain gate, soaring above the shop. Just as he prepared to descend, his expression altered dramatically. As he gazed below in astonishment, the joy on his face abruptly frozen in place. Beneath, a queue had formed outside the shop, comprising over 20 individuals. Yunling's face bore an expression of disbelief mixed with frustration as his gaze swept over the congregation. It was evident that the majority were elders and stewards of the Yunlan sect. At present, these individuals were mostly seated on the ground, some, like Yunling, appearing to have spent the night awake, now dozing off in their meditative postures. The one at the front had even laid out a mat on the ground and was soundly asleep. Had he perhaps spent the night here? Witnessing this scene, Yunling felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. These individuals were indeed overly committed. A sense of discontent brewed within him after a long night of vigil. He had arrived before dawn, only to discover that these people had outdone him in their tenacity. With a sigh, Yunling descended to the ground, his arrival immediately stirring the crowd waiting in line. "Ah, the Grand Elder has arrived," exclaimed one. "Good morning, Grand Elder." Another chimed in. "You two are here to queue?" The high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect greeted him with enthusiasm. In response to their warm reception, Yunling smiled back, his eyes eagerly scanning the crowd, hoping someone would graciously offer him a spot in line. Alas, after a brief moment of waiting, not a single person stepped forward. To add to his dismay, as they noticed his presence, they all squeezed closer together, seemingly guarding against any attempt he might make to cut in line. Yunling felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. These individuals truly exhibited a lack of respect for their elders. The world had changed indeed. Under the watchful eyes of the senior members of the Yunlan sect, the Grand Elder Yunling could only begrudgingly take his place at the back of the line. Not long after sitting down, a heavy wave of drowsiness washed over him. Age had taken its toll. In his youth, he could have battled through the night with vigor. Reflecting upon this, he noticed the day was still early and, unable to resist like the others, began to doze off. As time passed, the sun ascended gradually, casting a rosy hue across the sky, as if someone had brushed a layer of pink across the pale blue, beneath which lay countless golden rays. "Why hasn't the shop opened yet? Is this how one conducts business?" sighed the high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect, their dissatisfaction growing as the daylight fully emerged without the shop's doors swinging open. Sitting at the back, Yunling roused himself, continuously scanning the scene, anticipating the moment someone might yield and leave, so he could seize the opportunity to take their place. He gazed at the bustling crowd, unable to suppress a shake of his head. The hearts of people today are far too restless. Yet, what disheartened Yunling was that these individuals merely spoke of their discontent. No one truly desired to leave. Alas, the sincerity of the present generation is sorely lacking. Just as Yunling lamented internally, a formidable pressure suddenly descended. The expressions of the crowd shifted, and they soon beheld two figures swiftly approaching from within the Yunlan sect. One figure cradled a young girl in her arms. It was none other than Yun and her disciple. As for the other figure, it was naturally the venerable patriarch of the Yunlan sect, Yunshan, who had just emerged from seclusion the previous night. Upon their arrival above the bustling marketplace, Yun and Yunshan were momentarily taken aback by the long queue below. "Oh no, master, it seems we have arrived too late. We have missed our share of jars for today," lamented Nalan Yanran, who was being held by Yun, her face a picture of despair as she cast a glance downward. Yun's expression mirrored her concern. Upon noticing individuals sprawled on mats on the ground, her lips twitched slightly. Had these people truly gone without sleep, waiting here all night? "What shall we do now, master?" Yun inquired, feeling quite troubled. Most of these elders were esteemed veterans of her mentor's sect, some having watched her grow up. Thus, it was difficult for her to consider expelling them. "Leave it to me," replied Yunshan, a hint of coldness gracing his aged visage as his eyes narrowed while surveying the crowd below. These individuals are indeed quite impatient. However, witnessing such a scene further solidified Yunshan's belief in Yun's words from the night prior. As he scrutinized the enigmatic structure beneath, a flicker of wariness crossed Yunshan's eyes. What manner of existence is the proprietor of this establishment? And why has he suddenly appeared at the gates of the Yunlan sect? Contemplating these questions, Yunshan unfurled his wings and descended toward the ground. Simultaneously, a powerful pressure bore down upon the high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect, forming a palpable weight in the air. Feeling the oppressive force from above, the elite members of the Yunlan sect could not help but turn their gazes upward. Upon recognizing the suddenly appearing elder in white, their pupils constricted in astonishment. The old patriarch has emerged from seclusion. A chorus of exclamations erupted among them. Chapter 18. Awaiting the arrival of Dou Qi. The appearance of Yunshan. The old patriarch left the high-ranking members of the Yunlan sect in a state of shock. However, once the initial surprise subsided, excitement lit up the faces of the elders and stewards, who eagerly approached Yunshan with warm greetings, displaying an exuberant enthusiasm. The current leadership of the Yunlan sect primarily comprises the trusted confidants who once surrounded Yunshan. Upon his unexpected return after many years, they instinctively sought to rekindle their camaraderie. Regrettably, Yunshan met their enthusiasm with a demeanor that was anything but welcoming, his expression tinged with a hint of cold indifference. With a disdainful snort, he made it evident that he was displeased, prompting silence among the assembly. "How inappropriate it is for you all to gather here so early." Yunshan's gaze was icy, his authoritative presence sweeping over the crowd. "What were my instructions before I entered seclusion? I placed my trust in you, assigning each of you significant responsibilities. And now, what do I find? What have you done?" His countenance darkened, brimming with ire, as if these individuals had committed acts of treachery against the Yunlan sect. The senior members of the sect, including Yunling, were left bewildered by the sudden outburst. What had they done to warrant such fury from the venerable patriarch? They instinctively pondered whether they had erred in their duties during his absence. Observing their obliviousness to their faults, Yunshan's expression grew even more somber. "Yunling, as the Grand Elder overseeing the Law Enforcement Hall, what brings you here at this hour?" "Yunha, as the Second Elder, are you not tasked with guarding the Scripture Pavilion? Have you forgotten your duties?" "Yin Tao, as the Third Elder, should you not be supervising the disciples' training?" "Dou Qi, as the Outer Sect Steward, why are you neglecting your responsibility to maintain order within the Outer Sect?" Yunshan pointedly addressed each high-ranking member present, delivering stern admonishments that left the elders and stewards thoroughly chastised. As Yunshan's rebuke resonated through the air, the assembled leaders of the Yunlan sect finally began to grasp the gravity of their missteps. Faced with the patriarch's stern reprimand, they bowed their heads in shame. In the void above, Yun observed her master's commanding display with wide-eyed astonishment. "Incredible! He truly commands respect," she exclaimed, her admiration for the authoritative Yunshan palpable. Typically, Yunling and his fellow elders had wielded their past associations with Yunshan to exert influence, often adopting a condescending demeanor even before the current sect leader, Yun. Despite her gentle nature and underlying frustrations, she refrained from publicly confronting them. Consequently, Nalan Yanran harbored a lingering discontent towards those elders who relied on their seniority to impose their will. At this moment, witnessing their reprimand from Yunshan, a wave of satisfaction washed over Nalan Yanran. She turned to Yun and remarked, "Master, you ought to take a leaf out of Shigong's book, be a bit more formidable and authoritative." Upon hearing this, Yun shook her head, a hint of helplessness crossing her features. Most of these elders had watched her grow up, given her disposition. It was simply impossible for her to be as domineering as Yunshan. Below, the senior members of Yunlan's sect, chastised by Yunshan, found themselves unable to lift their heads. Esteemed sect leader, we acknowledge our faults. We were wrong. One by one, the high-ranking members began to admit their mistakes, realizing their errors. They should have promptly returned to their duties. Observing their newfound awareness, Yunshan's expression softened slightly, and he admonished, should any of you dare to neglect your responsibilities again, I shall revoke your positions. At his words, the faces of the Yunlan sect's upper echelons changed dramatically. They were now facing the imminent threat of unemployment. Yes, we shall return immediately, Yunling replied, swiftly making his way towards the sect's entrance. The other elders and stewards followed suit. However, before departing, they cast a lingering glance at the shop's entrance, their hearts heavy with regret. Alas, with this departure, they felt they had missed a monumental opportunity. Had Yi Yun witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly have lamented the tragic plight of becoming a cog in the machine. After all the senior members of Yunlan's sect had left, Yunshan gazed at the now deserted shop in trance, a smile gracing his lips. At last, there is no one to contend with me for the jar. Master, it is indeed your presence that proves effective, Yun Yun remarked softly as she descended with Nalan Yanran. Yunshan turned to look at Yun Yun and said with a sigh, Yunner, your nature is still too gentle. Having watched Yun Yun grow, he understood her character intimately. Had he not emerged from seclusion today, she would have been overwhelmed in such a scenario, and the situation would have devolved into chaos, perhaps even leading to a brawl among the elders over the jar. Yunshan advised, as the leader of a sect and a formidable contender in the Dozong realm. You must be resolute when the time calls for it. Do not concern yourself with preserving my dignity. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yun Yun replied, disciple shall heed the master's teachings. Yunshan nodded, and the three awaited at the shop entrance. Yunner, when will the owner of this shop open for business? Yunshan inquired, furrowing his brow at the unremarkable establishment before him. This, I do not know, Yun Yun replied, shaking her head. The small boss once remarked that everything is left to fate. Nalan Yanran inquired, is he still sleeping in? Should I wake him? Yanran, such behavior is unbecoming. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun was startled and immediately halted Nalan Yanran's reckless actions. If they were to anger this small boss, it could spell great disaster for the Yunlan sect. Recalling the methods displayed by Yi Yun yesterday, Yun Yun felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Subsequently, the three of them quietly awaited at the entrance. Half an hour later, a figure in white gracefully descended. It was none other than the Pill King Dou Qi. Chapter 19. I am not of this world. Dou Qi had met the old sect master. Dressed in white, Dou Qi approached the shop and promptly bowed to Yunshan. Dou Qi, I never expected that after all these years, you would have advanced to a 6th grade alchemist. Quite impressive. I did not misjudge you in the past. Observing Dou Qi before him, a look of gratification spread across Yunshan's face. The young man who once shone brilliantly at the alchemist conference had finally risen to become the esteemed Pill King of the Jaimar Empire. It was not in vain that he had painstakingly drawn Dou Qi to the Yunlan sect. Had the royal family managed to recruit him, it could have significantly threatened the position of the Yunlan sect within the Jaimar Empire. Dou Qi's accomplishments were undoubtedly a result of the old sect master's guidance. Despite his usual arrogance towards outsiders, Dou Qi maintained the appropriate respect in front of Yunshan. Haha, you are too modest. Yunshan felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Becoming a 6th grade alchemist is not something that can merely be achieved through resources. It ultimately comes down to your exceptional talent. After a brief exchange, Dou Qi finally turned his gaze towards Yun Yun. Sectmaster, I have heard that you have broken through to the Dozong realm. Is there truth to this? Reflecting on the information reported by Lu Ling the previous night, Dou Qi sought confirmation from Yun Yun. Yun Yun remained silent, her thoughts coalescing as an aura of immense pressure, characteristic of the Dozong realm, radiated from her. Feeling the overwhelming force emanating from Yun Yun, Dou Qi's pupils constricted, and a hint of astonishment appeared on his otherwise calm face. It seemed that what Lu Ling had said last night was indeed true. Yun Yun had genuinely reached the Dozong realm. Dou Qi pondered in confusion how this was possible. Could it truly be that Yun Yun acquired a miraculous pill? Such a notion seemed almost absurd. Sectmaster, is there truly a pill in this world capable of instantly elevating one's cultivation by 30 years? At this moment, Yun Yun had already retracted her imposing presence. Dou Qi felt a sense of relief and continued to inquire. If you do not believe me, I can personally open a jar later. Yun Yun understood that. In matters such as these, no amount of explanation would suffice unless one experienced it firsthand. Open a jar? Furukawa furrowed his brow, casting his gaze upon the unremarkable shop before him. What kind of jar could possibly yield such divine elixirs? Today, he resolved to personally put it to the test. With Furukawa's arrival, 4 figures stood at the entrance of the shop, quietly awaiting the doors to open. Inside the shop's estate, Yi Yun remained seated in the gazebo, exuding an intense sword aura that rose from him. Time passed, though how long he did not know, until Yi Yun finally opened his eyes, a flicker of sword light shimmering in his pitch-black irises. At that moment, he had successfully engraved the profound legacy of the divine sword thunder control technique into his mind. 9 heavens, the mystic abyss, transformed into divine thunder, the magnificent celestial might, guided by the sword. The powerful incantation of the divine sword thunder control technique flashed through his thoughts, causing a spark of eagerness to emerge on Yi Yun's face. Yet, in the next instant, an expression of embarrassment crossed his features. He possessed not a single sword in hand. How could he possibly execute a sword technique? Very well. I shall wait for the day a fine sword is produced before showcasing my skills. Shaking his head, Yi Yun remembered he had tasks to complete. Grabbing a bucket of instant noodles, he made his way toward the shop. At this moment, the sun had risen high in the sky. Outside the shop, Nalan Yanran wiped the sweat from her forehead and couldn't help but complain. Who conducts business like this? It's so late, and still no one has opened the door. She felt quite dissatisfied. The scorching sun had tanned her delicate, fair skin. Beside her, Yin Yun nodded in agreement with Nalan Yanran's words, though she admonished her, saying, Yanran, do not be disrespectful. Although Yi Yun had demonstrated considerable strength, Yun Yun remained wary. Despite Yi Yun not appearing to be the type to bully the weak, she was still reluctant to test his limits. Just as the group was becoming increasingly impatient, the shop's door creaked open. Finally, it's open. Nalan Yanran's expression brightened, her beautiful face breaking into a joyful smile. The 4 of them promptly entered the shop. Upon their arrival, Yi Yun was in the midst of unwrapping the packaging of his instant noodles. Good morning. He greeted the newcomers with a smile. Hearing this, the corners of the 4's mouths twitched. It was nearly noon, and he still called it morning? Yun Yun, however, managed to muster a pleasing smile, replying, Good morning. Boss, could I trouble you for a jar? Buying a jar, are we? No need to rush. Please have a seat while I finish my breakfast. Yi Yun grinned, waving his hand, causing a chair to materialize behind the 4. Nalan Yanran plopped down onto it, inwardly grumbling. It's already midday. And he's still having breakfast while we've been waiting outside, without even a meal. After Yi Yun unwrapped the packaging, he tore open several condiment packets and added them to the bucket. With a flourish, he snapped his fingers, and a steaming torrent of hot water materialized, pouring into the bucket. Skillfully, Yi Yun pierced a hole in the lid with a fork, perfectly sealing in the heat within. Yun Yun and her 3 companions gazed at Yi Yun's actions in bewilderment, uncertain of what this instant noodle concoction was. Breakfast? What kind of breakfast was this? Why had they never encountered it before? A scene flashed through Yun Shan's mind. The moment Yi Yun conjured hot water from thin air, leaving him unsettled. How could such a feat be accomplished? Who exactly was this young man? I am Yun Shan. May I inquire your esteemed name? Hesitating briefly, Yun Shan rose to question Yi Yun. The enigma surrounding the young man was too compelling. He felt an irresistible urge to uncover his background. Was this elder truly Yun Shan? Yi Yun's gaze swept over him, pondering how this individual could be the formidable antagonist from the earlier stages of the story, yet appears so unassuming. Yi Yun replied, I am Yi Yun. Yun Shan furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, but could not find any clues in his mind. Noticing Yi Yun's amiable demeanor, he couldn't help but inquire further, Are you perhaps from the Gamma Empire? Yi Yun shook his head. Then are you from the Central Continent? In Yun Shan's view, only the Central Continent could produce a mysterious powerhouse like Yi Yun. Yi Yun paused, realizing that Yun Shan was probing for information about him. However, he did not mind and smiled, saying, You needn't guess. I am not of this world. Indeed, he hailed from Earth, not belonging to this realm. The revelation that he was not of this world left the 4 seated individuals in stunned silence. What could this possibly mean? Yun Shan frowned, and then, as if struck by a sudden insight, he looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. Could it be that you hail from the upper realm? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Yun Shan was immensely shocked, having ventured a bold hypothesis. The upper realm? At this, Yi Yun sensed a shift in Yun Shan's assumptions, understanding he had misinterpreted the situation. However, he chose not to clarify. Instead, he decided to play along, intending to project an air of superiority to intimidate those present. With this thought, Yi Yun posed a question to Yun Shan. What do you think of the strength of a Dou Emperor on the Dou Qi continent? The mention of a Dou Emperor sent a jolt through the hearts of the 4 present. Could it be that this youthful Yi Yun was, in fact, a Dou Emperor himself? Yun Shan gazed deeply at Yi Yun before speaking. It is said that upon reaching the realm of the Dou Emperor, one can shatter the void and depart. Unfortunately, the Dou Emperor realm exists only in ancient texts, and it seems no one in the present world has yet stepped into this domain. Shatter the void and depart? Do you know where these Dou Emperor powerhouses have gone? Yi Yun queried, a smile gracing his lips. At this, Yun Shan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening as he focused intently on Yi Yun. He understood that the forthcoming words from this enigmatic figure might unveil a new door for him, one capable of igniting a sensation across the entire Dou Qi continent. What do you think lies above us? Yi Yun indicated the distant heights, tantalizingly piquing Yun Yu's curiosity. Yinshan, eager to learn, urged, Boss Yi, please, just tell me. I truly wish to know. Observing the hopeful expressions of the four, Yi Yun decided to reveal the truth. Drawing from the fantastical novels of his previous life, he began to weave a tale. When a Dou emperor shatters the void, the destination is known as the Great Thousand World. To be precise, the Dou Qi continent is merely a part of this Great Thousand World. Beneath the Great Thousand World lie 3,000 smaller worlds. And the Dou Qi continent is but a small world within this vast expanse. The Great Thousand World? The Dou Qi continent is merely a small world? The four were visibly astonished and bewildered by Yi Yun's revelations. It was the first time they had encountered such notions, leaving them utterly astonished. Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she asked, Then, Boss Yi, you must hail from the Great Thousand World above the Dou Qi continent? No. Yi Yun shook his head, continuing his earnest fabrications. In truth, above the Great Thousand World lies a vast and boundless universe. We all reside within the same universe, which harbors countless Great Thousand Worlds. I, myself, come from one of these Great Thousand Worlds. As Yi Yun spoke with increasing fervor, by the time he concluded his tale, the jaws of Yinshan and the others nearly dropped to the ground. A universe filled with innumerable Great Thousand Worlds. Each Great Thousand World contains 3,000 smaller worlds, and the Dou Qi continent is merely a small world. After hearing Yi Yun's account, Yinshan and the others were utterly astounded. They had never comprehended that what they perceived as an expansive Dou Qi continent could be so insignificant. Boss Yi, you must have traversed many Great Thousand Worlds, haven't you? Yun Yu asked with curiosity, convinced that someone with such knowledge must have experienced the wonders of other Great Thousand Worlds. Yi Yun nodded and remarked, In truth, I am a merchant traversing the vast cosmos, seldom lingering in one place for long. The jars I sell contain treasures sourced from various grand and minor worlds. For instance, the divine elixirs produced by Yun Yun originate from a small realm that is my homeland. The Lightfoot boots also hail from there. The technique known as 10,000 Swords Return to Origin comes from a world called Fingyun. Meanwhile, the Devouring Ancestral Talisman wielded by Nalan Yanran is from a realm known as Wu Dongqian Kuo. Interestingly, this world appears to be adjacent to your Dou Qi continent. Perhaps one day, when you transcend to the Dou Di realm and break through the void into the vast expanse of the Grand Thousand Worlds, you may encounter a fellow named Lin Dong, who possesses 8 ancestral talismans. 8 ancestral talismans. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran's fair visage displayed a look of astonishment. Having merged with the Devouring Ancestral Talisman, she understood the immense power these talismans held. The fact that a person named Lin Dong could command 8 of them hinted at his formidable strength. The other 3, listening intently as Yi Yun recounted the names of these worlds as if sharing treasured anecdotes, were equally captivated and astonished. They had not anticipated that this esteemed Yi merchant had traversed so many realms. The treasures within the jars he sold were undoubtedly collected from these worlds. The ability to navigate such diverse realms suggested that Yi Yun's prowess must be truly formidable. In that moment, the four felt a deep respect for him. Focus on your training diligently. Perhaps one day, you too will shatter the void and enter the boundless Grand Thousand Worlds. With that, Yi Yun concluded his discourse. Eager to indulge in his noodles as they had finished cooking, with a swift motion, he extracted his fork, and a rich aroma wafted through the air. He scooped up a mouthful of noodles, savoring each bite with great satisfaction. Indeed, this is the flavor I longed for. The enticing scent immediately stirred the appetites of the four present. Although they could absorb the energy of the heavens and earth to replenish themselves after advancing to the Douwang realm, the aroma was simply too alluring. They had never encountered such delectable, fragrant food. In the Dou Qi continent, where martial prowess was revered, little attention was given to the study of culinary arts. Thus, in many respects, these individuals had not truly experienced exquisite cuisine. Nalan Yanran, unable to resist, fixated on the instant noodles in Yi Yun's hand and swallowed hard. As a fighter still in the stage of needing daily sustenance, she yearned for the taste. This morning, before she had the chance to partake in breakfast, she was brought here by Yun Yun. At this moment, she was already famished, and the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, combined with the sight of Yi Yun savoring his meal, made Nalan Yanran's mouth water profusely. With a slurp, Yi Yun continued to enjoy his instant noodles, and upon noticing the four of them fixated on his bowl, particularly the drool nearly dripping from Nalan Yanran's lips, he was momentarily taken aback. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, "Are you all hungry as well?" Startled by his question, The four glanced at the enticing noodles in Yi Yun's possession and, as if compelled by an unseen force, nodded in agreement. Observing their reaction, Yi Yun said, "Very well, I shall share my noodles with you." Chapter 21. The Smoke Fruit. With that, he waved his hand, and 4 cups of instant noodles materialized, landing in the hands of the four. Follow the method I demonstrated earlier, and place the seasoning atop the noodles, Yi Yun instructed. The sudden appearance of the noodles left Yun Shan, Yun, and Gu He momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. However, Nalan Yanran, who had been attentively watching Yi Yun's earlier preparation, swiftly tore open the packaging. Under her guidance, the four quickly poured the seasonings into their cups. Yi Yun gestured, and hot water poured into each of the 4 bowls. Nalan Yanran mimicked Yi Yun's earlier technique, inserting her fork into the noodles to preserve the heat. This display of ingenuity caused Yi Yun to blink in surprise. The clever girl was quick to learn. "This is instant noodles, a specialty from my hometown. You should all give it a try," Yi Yun explained as he introduced the dish. The four looked at their bowls with eager anticipation, their eyes gleaming with excitement. To them, Yi Yun was a being from a higher realm, and the prospect of tasting something from such a world filled them with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Yi Yun continued to enjoy the noodles he had yet to finish. Once he had concluded his meal, he glanced at the four and declared, "You may begin." At his words, the four swiftly lifted their lids, and in an instant, a rich aroma enveloped the air, igniting their appetites and making it impossible to resist. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Unable to withstand the enticing scent any longer, Yun Shan and the others dove into their meals. With the first bite, they experienced a symphony of flavors, leaving a lingering taste that was utterly delightful. "It's exquisite," Nalan Yanran exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight and a blissful smile gracing her face. She was certain that this instant noodle was the most delectable dish she had ever tasted in her lifetime. The bowls, though modest in size, were quickly emptied by the group. Subsequently, they even consumed the broth, leaving nothing behind. Yi Yun gazed at this scene in astonishment, pondering how long these individuals had been famished. It felt as though they were fleeing from disaster. Was it truly necessary to devour instant noodles with such fervor? Ahem. Yi boss, this instant noodle is indeed extraordinarily delectable, simply exquisite, remarkably delicious. Noticing Yi Yun's peculiar gaze, Yun Shan and the others quickly realized their eating habits had been rather unrefined. "Would you like another bowl?" Yi Yun inquired, observing their expressions of lingering satisfaction. In truth, he himself had not eaten enough and yearned for another bowl. Upon hearing his words, Yun Shan hesitated for a moment, reluctantly shaking his head. "No, we are already full." He truly did not wish to embarrass himself again. "All right, Yi boss, I wish to indulge in your noodles once more." Nalan Yanran's response was in stark contrast to that of Yun Shan and the others. When a young lady encounters something she adores, she naturally desires to indulge to her heart's content. "Very well, I shall prepare another for you." Yi Yun nodded, and soon 2 more bowls of instant noodles appeared. He deftly opened the seasoning packets and poured in boiling water, a remarkably simple endeavor. The shop once again resonated with the sounds of Yi Yun and Nalan Yanran enjoying their noodles. Moments later, Nalan Yanran narrowed her eyes, caressing her slightly protruding belly, and remarked with satisfaction, "Yi boss, your noodles are simply divine. If only I could savor them every time." Yi Yun remained unfazed. While the instant noodles were indeed astonishing upon the first taste, one would soon grow weary of them after several servings. He wiped his mouth, tidied up the remnants on the counter, and finally turned his gaze to the others, stating solemnly, "Gentlemen, you may begin." As the eldest among them, Yun Shan was naturally the first to take action, placing 100,000 gold coins on the counter. "Yi boss, please prepare a jar for me." "Very well." Yi Yun nodded slightly, and with a casual wave, a jar flew from the wooden rack, landing on the counter. "Teacher, you can simply smash it," Yun quickly reminded Yun Shan, who seemed uncertain of how to proceed. Upon hearing this, Yun Shan nodded and promptly struck the jar with his palm. With a crisp crack, the jar shattered into countless pieces, emanating a dazzling radiance as the fragments vanished from sight. Looking at the counter, Yun Shan saw only an exceptionally peculiar fruit left behind. "Yi boss, what is this?" he inquired, picking up the fruit and scrutinizing it. Yet it bore no resemblance to anything he recognized. Yi Yun cast a casual glance, and the information regarding the fruit materialized before his eyes. The smoke fruit, a type of devil fruit from the world of One Piece, which, upon consumption, allows the body to transform into smoke at will. The smoke can manifest physically, ensnaring others, and when in a smoky state, one becomes immune to physical attacks. The revelation of this peculiar fruit ignited a flicker of intrigue in Yi Yun's eyes. The fruit in your possession is known as the smoke fruit. By consuming it, you will acquire the ability to transform into smoke, Yi Yun elucidated to the bewildered Yun Shan. "What does it mean to turn into smoke?" Yun Shan exclaimed, astonished. When transformed, one becomes akin to genuine smoke, impervious to the blade's might. However, should one encounter an unparalleled swordsman who has comprehended the essence of swordsmanship, they could still inflict harm upon you, Yi Yun explained nonchalantly. At the mention of swordsmanship, a slight flutter stirred within Yun Yun's heart. Could it be that Yi Yun is also a swordsman? In truth, the smoke fruit held little significance for Yunshan, while it does grant immunity to physical attacks. The Dou Qi continent is a realm governed by energy, where battles among the powerful erupt in explosive displays of energy, colliding attributes, and elemental forces. Against such elemental energy attacks, the transformation into smoke offers no immunity. Thus, for Yunshan, the smoke fruit proved to be rather superfluous. After absorbing Yi Yun's explanation, Yunshan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Such an ability is indeed wondrous. Yi boss, can I simply consume this fruit to gain its powers? He inquired. Yi Yun nodded affirmatively. Without hesitation, Yunshan devoured the smoke fruit in a few bites. As the fruit settled within him, Yunshan felt a rapid transformation coursing through his entire being, accompanied by a surge of information flooding his mind. In the next instant, his form abruptly vanished from the shop. Master, seeing this, Yun Yun's face filled with concern. Yun Air, I am here, came Yunshan's voice from the ether. A gray cloud of smoke now hovered in the air. Chapter 22, The Unparalleled Sword. The Desert Eagle. Master, is that truly you? Gazing at the gray smoke suspended in the void, Yun Yun was overwhelmed with astonishment. Can a person truly become a mere wisp of smoke? Dou Qi and Nalan Yanran also widened their eyes in disbelief. The transformation of flesh into smoke. What sorcery is this? Haha. I never anticipated that becoming smoke would feel like this, came Yunshan's voice, tinged with amusement from within the smoky veil. Yunner, draw your sword and thrust it towards me, commanded Yunshan, eager to test the capabilities of the smoke fruit. Upon hearing this, Yunner nodded and retrieved a long sword from her storage ring, slowly advancing it towards the ethereal smoke. Her movements were delicate and measured, as she feared inadvertently striking Yunshan. Yunner, there is no need for concern. Simply proceed, came Yunshan's voice from within the smoke, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction with Yunner's gentleness. Encouraged, she no longer hesitated and swung her sword towards the smoke. Ah, indeed, it is harmless. This smoke transformation ability truly defies the might of swords. Yunshan's delighted voice resonated from within the mist. Subsequently, the smoke dissipated, morphing into a figure that gradually solidified into Yunshan's likeness. This peculiar ability left the onlookers utterly astonished. Bossy, could you fetch me a jar? Moments later, Yunner presented a sum of 100,000 gold coins to Yi Yun. Certainly. Yi Yun replied with a slight nod, and with a casual gesture, a jar materialized upon the counter. Having prior experience with 3 jars, Yunner adeptly struck it with her palm. Crack! The jar shattered with a resounding noise. As a burst of radiant light flickered, the assembled crowd turned their gaze to the counter, where a black long sword had suddenly appeared. This sword measured 2 feet and 1 inch, forged from dark iron. Its blade slender, yet radiating a faint chill. The hilt was adorned with a black dragon carving, exuding an air of majesty, while the blade was extraordinarily sharp, akin to autumn frost. What a splendid sword! Yunner exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she admired the weapon on the counter. Yi Yun, equally impressed, swiftly scanned the sword's information. A legendary sword, one of the 10 divine weapons from the wind and cloud world, unmatched in sharpness, capable of absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, as well as harnessing the fighting spirit of others for its wielder's use. To think it is a legendary sword. As the information about the black long sword flooded Yi Yun's mind, he recalled additional tales regarding the legendary sword. It was said to have been crafted from one of the 4 miraculous stones remaining after Nuwa mended the heavens, known as Black Cold. A stone of iron that embodies the coldest essence in the world. As his gaze swept over the legendary sword, Yi Yun could distinctly sense a fierce sword intent emanating from it. Truly, it is a legendary sword, possessing its own sword intent. He could not help but marvel within himself. At that moment, Yunner, holding the legendary sword, felt a similar resonance with Yi Yun. Bossy, what is the name of this sword, and from which world does it originate? Yunner inquired, her grip on the legendary sword unwavering. Gazing upon the enchanting goddess of Chinese animation before him, Yi Yun naturally could not refuse. He responded directly, this sword is known as the Peerless Sword, originating from the world of wind and cloud. The Peerless Sword shares a significant connection with your own 10,000 swords returning to one. If you diligently cultivate, you shall undoubtedly achieve great success in the path of the sword. The name Peerless Sword carries an impressive aura. A hint of intrigue flickered in Yun Yun's eyes. Could it be that both the 10,000 swords returning to one and the Peerless Sword hail from the same realm? It seems that this world of wind and cloud must be home to numerous swordsmen. As she sensed the sword intent emanating from the peerless sword, a sudden warmth blossomed in Yun-Yun's heart. Master, I wish to test the power of this peerless sword. Grasping the sword firmly, her gaze shifted towards the side where Yun-Shan stood. She pondered whether this peerless sword could inflict harm upon her master's smoky form. Upon hearing her words, Yun-Shan cast a glance at the peerless sword in Yun-Yun's hand, his eyes revealing a flicker of curiosity. In the next moment, with a thought, his body transformed into a wisp of smoke. Yun-Er, unleash your strike. Yun-Yun nodded, tightening her grip on the peerless sword, radiating an aura of sharp sword intent. In the blink of an eye, a chilling light flashed through the void, and with a fierce swing, she aimed directly at the smoky figure. Ah! A cry of anguish echoed from within the smoke. Master, are you all right? Alarmed by the cry, Yun-Yun's expression shifted to one of concern. I am unscathed. From within the smoke came Yun-Shan's reassuring response, followed by a swirling motion as he reformed into his original shape. Though no blood was drawn, a pallor crossed Yun-Shan's face, indicating that the previous strike had indeed inflicted injury upon him. This sword is extraordinary. Yun-Shan regarded the peerless sword in Yun-Yun's hand, a look of wariness surfacing in his murky eyes. The fact that this sword could harm his smoky form without the aid of battle energy was truly formidable. Once Yun-Yun confirmed that her master was indeed unharmed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. A smile graced her delicate features as she admired the peerless sword. Boss, please prepare a jar for me as well. At that moment, Dou Qi approached with 100,000 gold coins, addressing Yi-Yun. Certainly. After accepting the gold coins, Yi-Yun waved his hand, causing a jar to soar from the wooden rack and land upon the counter. Without a moment's hesitation, Dou Qi struck the jar with his palm. As a dazzling light flickered, the contents of the jar revealed themselves upon the counter. What is this? Dou Qi queried, gazing at the unfamiliar object displayed before him. His eyes filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, upon seeing what lay on the counter, Yi-Yun's expression turned to one of astonishment. The desert eagle. Indeed, what lies upon the counter at this moment is none other than a desert eagle. Adorned entirely in a resplendent gold, it presents an exceedingly striking appearance. Boss, can you enlighten me on the treasure I have unearthed? Dou Qi inquired, lifting the desert eagle and casting an expectant glance towards Yi-Yun. In response, Yi-Yun's expression turned somewhat peculiar. While the desert eagle indeed boasted an impressive aesthetic and formidable power among handguns, in the realm of Dou Qi, it appeared rather superfluous. Yi-Yun estimated that, given the firearm's potency, it could at most eliminate an individual at the Dou Qi level. However, when confronted with a formidable Dou Qi clad in Dou Qi armor, the desert eagle's efficacy would likely falter, unless the opponent was caught off guard and had yet to manifest their protective Dou Qi. What compounded the issue was the absence of additional ammunition. The desert eagle would ultimately serve as nothing more than a disposable tool, rendered useless once its bullets were expended. Chapter 23, Captain America's Shield. Mirror Soul Bone. Boss, you have yet to disclose what treasure this truly is. Observing Yi-Yun's silence and peculiar demeanor, Dou Qi felt a tremor of anticipation within. His excitement intensified, and he could not suppress his eagerness. Could it be that he had unearthed an extraordinary artifact, one so remarkable that even the esteemed boss Yi was taken aback? As this thought crossed his mind, Dou Qi felt a surge of exhilaration and urged Yi-Yun to elaborate on his newfound treasure. However, noticing Dou Qi's fervent enthusiasm, Yi-Yun's expression grew increasingly odd. Though he was aware that his forthcoming words might deflate the other's excitement, he nonetheless felt compelled to elucidate the desert eagle's limitations, as it was his duty. What? This item can only harm Dou Qi level individuals? Upon hearing Yi-Yun's explanation, Dou Qi's excitement immediately withered. With a thud, he dejectedly tossed the desert eagle onto the counter. For someone of his caliber, a Dou Wang, the desert eagle was utterly trivial. Akin to a child's toy, visually appealing yet devoid of practical value. Dou Qi, if you no longer want it, might I have it? At that moment, Nalan Yanran, unable to contain herself, interjected from behind Dou Qi. Although the desert eagle could only eliminate Dou Qi entities, it was more than sufficient for someone of her Dou Qi standing. Moreover, the firearm's striking appearance aligned perfectly with Nalan Yanran's aesthetic sensibilities. Take it if you desire. Dou Qi nonchalantly waved his hand. To him, it was merely a toy gun, hardly worthy of his attention. Thank you, Elder Dou Qi. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran picked up the desert eagle from the counter, delightfully toying with it. Shopkeeper, please fetch me a jar, she requested. Following this, Nalan Yanran stored the desert eagle within her spatial ring, then placed 100,000 gold coins on the counter, addressing Yi-Yun. All right. Yi-Yun nodded and retrieved a jar from the wooden shelf, placing it upon the counter. With a swift motion, Nalan Yanran shattered the jar effortlessly. As a burst of radiant light flickered, the contents of the jar were revealed. "Oh, what a peculiar little shield," she exclaimed, observing its unusual design. The item displayed on the counter was a round, disc-shaped shield, adorned in alternating hues of red and white, with a white pentagram at its center. "Shopkeeper, is this shield truly a treasure? What is its purpose?" Nalan Yanran inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she lifted the disc-shaped shield. Upon seeing the shield, Yi Yun instantly recognized its significance. Captain America's shield. Hailing from the Marvel Universe, it is the weapon of Captain America from the Avengers. Indeed, the very shield that Nalan Yanran had unveiled was none other than that wielded by Captain America himself. Crafted from the rare material known as vibranium. Combined with iron and a unique chemical composition, this shield was nearly indestructible, capable of withstanding extreme pressure, temperatures, radiation, and electromagnetic waves. Observing the shield in Nalan Yanran's hands, Yi Yun's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Its defensive capabilities were unparalleled, virtually unbreakable. Even the mightiest warriors in this realm would likely find it challenging to shatter this round shield. Nalan Yanran's fortune in uncovering such a remarkable shield was nothing short of extraordinary. As Nalan Yanran gazed at him with eager anticipation, Yi Yun smiled and proposed that Yun test the shield's resilience with her extraordinary sword. Upon hearing this, Yun's expression shifted to one of hesitation. Her exceptional sword was renowned for its ability to slice through anything, and she feared that this seemingly ordinary round shield would be cleaved in two with a single strike. "Shopkeeper, is this truly without risk?" she asked, uncertainty lacing her voice. Yi Yun merely smiled and shook his head. Sensing his confidence, Yun steadied herself, lifting her extraordinary sword with determination. Nalan Yanran, feeling a twinge of apprehension, placed the round shield back on the counter and stepped back 3 meters, wary of the formidable sword in Yun's grasp. With a resounding clang, Yun wielded her exceptional sword, descending upon the shield on the counter without a moment's hesitation. As sparks erupted, the blade made contact with the round shield. After delivering the strike, Yun swiftly retracted her sword. Subsequently, all eyes turned curiously towards the round shield. Upon inspection, the surface of the shield remained impeccably smooth, devoid of even the faintest scratch from a blade. Witnessing this, astonishment illuminated the faces of the onlookers, particularly for Yun Shan, who had personally experienced the unparalleled sharpness of the exceptional sword. The fact that this seemingly unremarkable round shield could withstand the blade's edge left him in disbelief. After the initial shock, a look of excitement quickly graced Nalan Yanran's face. Clearly, the round shield she had crafted was yet another rare treasure, which filled her heart with joy and a sense of pride. In her eyes, both the Devouring Ancestral Talisman and the current round shield surpassed the treasures produced by others. Reluctantly parting with the exquisite round shield after a moment of admiration, Nalan Yanran carefully stored it within her spatial ring. "There's one last jar remaining. Who wishes to claim it?" Yi Yun inquired, casting a glance at the final jar on the wooden rack. The sale of this jar would mark the conclusion of his workday. With this thought, anticipation welled up within him, curious about the treasures he might unveil from the exclusive jar today. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Nalan Yanran and her companions shifted their gazes towards Yun Shan. Although they all harbored a desire for the jar, Yun Shan, being the most senior among them, rightfully deserved the opportunity to open it. Yun Shan, without hesitation, produced 100,000 gold coins and addressed Yi Yun. "I shall open the final jar." Yi Yun nodded and placed the last jar from the wooden rack onto the counter. "May the ancestors of the Yunlan sect bestow upon me a divine elixir." Yun Shan took a deep breath, silently praying, before firmly striking the jar with his palm. As the familiar radiant glow flickered, an item materialized upon the counter. "Is this a bone?" Yun Shan furrowed his brow, examining the object that had appeared. It was a small, silver bone, merely the size of a palm. Yi Yun's gaze swept over the silver bone, instantly absorbing all pertinent information. Mirror soul bone, originating from Douluo continent. This soul bone allows the user to create a doppelganger upon fusion, which possesses 80% of the original strength, lasting for half an hour. Astounded by the information regarding the silver bone, Yi Yun's eyes widened in surprise. This silver bone, astonishingly, hailed from the esteemed soul bones of Douluo continent, a remarkably unique entity within that realm. The probability of a soul bone's appearance is merely 1 in 1,000, or even lower. Generally, only soul beasts of extraordinary strength that experience unique circumstances at the moment of their demise may yield a soul bone upon death, unlike the more common occurrence of soul rings. Consequently, soul bones are rendered exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. Chapter 24, Double Happiness. Although the power system in Dalu may be deemed a fantastical labyrinth, it must be acknowledged that some of its elements possess remarkable strength. For instance, certain soul bones come equipped with innate skills, At the very least, Yiyun finds the mirror skill associated with the mirror soul bone to be quite impressive. The ability to conjure a doppelganger with 80% of the original strength is undoubtedly a formidable technique. In the realm of Dou Qi, this would be classified as a mid-tier or even high-tier combat skill, while the duration of this doppelganger's existence is limited to half an hour. Encounters between powerful beings seldom last that long. Half an hour is ample time for several fierce battles. Boss Yi, what purpose does this bone serve? Yunshan inquired, curiously regarding the silver soul bone in his hand. Could it be that a mere bone qualifies as a treasure? However, this bone indeed possesses a certain uniqueness. After all, he had never encountered a silver bone from any magical beast before. Upon hearing Yunshan's question, Yiyun was momentarily taken aback. He found it quite challenging to elucidate the nature of this soul bone, especially since its inherent skills were unheard of on the Dou Qi continent. Even if he attempted to explain, it was likely that the other party would not comprehend its significance. With this in mind, Yiyun feigned an air of mystery. Smiling as he said, "This bone has an extraordinary origin. You need only integrate it into your being to acquire a rather wondrous ability." Integrated into my being? Yunshan was somewhat bewildered. The bone clearly did not resemble a human bone. Would such integration not pose a problem? Moreover, what kind of miraculous ability could a mere bone bestow? Yunshan's confusion was apparent. Meanwhile, Nalan Yanran, who was listening nearby, suddenly displayed a glimmer of intrigue in her beautiful eyes. Could this silver bone be akin to her devouring ancestor symbol? If integrated into one's body, it might bestow an extraordinarily transcendent power, just as her soul merged with the devouring ancestor symbol, granting her the formidable ability to consume all things. Contemplating this, Nalan Yanran cast a somewhat envious glance at Yunshan. Master is truly fortunate to have come across such a remarkable treasure. Master, you need only silently chant the words integrate in your heart, and the bone will automatically merge with you, Nalan Yanran eagerly advised Yunshan, drawing upon her own experience of merging with the devouring ancestor symbol. Upon hearing the words, Yunshan displayed a hint of skepticism in his eyes. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to trust the words of his apprentice. Firmly clutching the silver soul bone in his hand, he silently intoned, "Fusion." As soon as Yunshan's voice fell, the silver soul bone in his grasp erupted with a dazzling radiance, transforming into a brilliant beam of silver light that swiftly penetrated his body before he could fully comprehend the moment. Startled, Yunshan quickly directed his consciousness inward to investigate. He soon perceived that the silver light had halted at the ribcage area of his chest. A surge of warmth emanated from the ribs, and under the guidance of his spirit, the silver soul bone gradually morphed into a luminous orb of silver light, merging seamlessly with one of his ribs. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Yunshan was left utterly astounded. The fusion of his bone with that of a magical beast was nothing short of bizarre in his eyes. Before long, Yunshan observed that the silver bone had completely integrated with one of his ribs, which now bore a shimmering silver sheen, radiating a captivating brilliance. He was enveloped in a profound sense of astonishment. Suddenly, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Alarmed, Yunshan swiftly assimilated this influx of knowledge. To his astonishment, this information pertained to the innate abilities of the silver bone, mirror clone. This remarkable power was inherent to the bone itself. Now, having fused with it, this ability was wholly his. Could such an extraordinary bone truly exist in this world? In that moment, Yunshan felt as if he had unlocked the gateway to a new realm, completely reshaping his worldview. He was awash with astonishment, intently focusing on the newfound ability. In the next instant, with a mere thought, he instinctively activated this capability. Before the gazes of Yun and the others, a resplendent silver light suddenly emanated from Yunshan. The brilliance was breathtaking, evoking sheer disbelief. As the silver light flickered, a figure gradually emerged from within. Heavens! How could there be two masters? Yun and the others widened their eyes in shock, their hearts stirred by the extraordinary sight of two Yunshans standing before them. "This is my clone." One of the Yunshans, the original Yunshan, declared, pointing towards the other. Following the fusion of the soul bone, the power of the mirror clone had now irrevocably belonged to Yunshan, manifesting as if it were an innate ability he wielded with effortless grace. "Teacher, is this the ability you acquired after merging with that silver bone?" Yun gazed in astonishment at the doppelganger of Yunshan. With a slight nod, Yunshan, too, wore an expression of excitement as he remarked, "Indeed, after merging with that bone, I acquired a remarkable ability known as the mirror doppelganger, allowing me to manifest a replica that is an exact likeness of myself." Nalan Yanran, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Master, does this doppelganger possess strength equivalent to your true self?" Upon hearing this, Yunshan shook his head, replying, "Not quite. The doppelganger possesses only about 80% of my true strength, and it can only be sustained for half an hour. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran felt a surge of delight. While the ability of the mirror doppelganger was formidable, it paled in comparison to her own devouring ancestral symbol. As she scrutinized Yunshan's doppelganger, she sensed it was merely an energy entity. Should a confrontation arise, she could potentially utilize her devouring ancestral symbol to absorb it directly as energy. With this thought, she felt a sense of pride, affirming that her devouring ancestral symbol was indeed the strongest. In stark contrast to Nalan Yanran's self-satisfaction, Dou Qi observed the doppelganger created by Yunshan with a facade of stoicism, yet internally he was filled with envy. Such a treasure. Why had it not manifested for him? Reminded of the toy pistol he had previously opened, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. At the counter, Yi Yun examined Yunshan's doppelganger with keen interest. He mused that if a beautiful woman were to merge with this mirror soul bone and display it on their wedding night, the groom would surely be overwhelmed with joy, experiencing a double dose of pleasure. However, upon realizing that Yunshan's creation was merely an energy entity, Yi Yun lost interest. What utility does an energy entity possess? What can it accomplish? After a moment of astonishment and contemplation, Yunshan finally retracted his doppelganger. Observing this, Yi Yun felt an urge to open his own exclusive jar. He promptly addressed the 4 individuals, stating, "All right, today's jars have all been sold. The shop is closing now. Please make your way home." Yi Yun's dismissal was rather abrupt. The group was momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning peculiar. Goodness, it had scarcely been half an hour since opening, and he was already closing the shop. Was this how one conducted business? They had barely begun to indulge, and he was shutting down already. Yunshan, having just savored the sweetness of his discovery, felt reluctant as he pleaded, "Boss Yi, the day is still young. Could you not close so soon?" Dou Qi, feeling discontented that while others had opened treasures, he had only unearthed a toy pistol, chimed in, "Boss, at least let us have a little more fun. Let us explore a few more jars. I can afford it." Yun Yun spoke softly, "Indeed, Boss Yi, could you not allow us to open a few more jars?" Nalan Yanran nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at grains, and added, "I feel the same way." Yi Yun, with a resigned gesture of his hands, pointed to the now empty wooden rack and remarked, "You see, the jars have all been sold out. Even if I wish to accommodate your requests, I find myself utterly powerless." "Boss, can't you bring out a few more jars?" Nalan Yanran inquired with curiosity. Yi Yun shook his head, replying, "I cannot." When Nalan Yanran pressed for a reason, Yi Yun simply stated, "Because I am lazy." Little did they know, Yi Yun himself longed to sell a few more jars, as that would grant him several exclusive ones. Alas, the system was exceedingly stringent, allowing only 5 jars per day. Truly a situation where even the most skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. "Then, Boss Yi, are there any other items available for sale in your shop?" Yun Yun asked with intrigue. Yi Yun gestured towards the clearly visible interior of the shop. Meeting Yun Yun's gaze as he queried, "What do you think?" Yun Yun cast a glance around and shook her head in exasperation, silently lamenting, "This young Boss Yi is truly ill-suited for the business world. Who conducts commerce in such a manner?" Yi Yun himself felt equally helpless, pondering when he might finally meet the demands of these customers. It was indeed a source of distress. Then, with a flicker of thought, he opened his attribute panel. Host, Yi Yun. Strength, 7-star doling. Skill, Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. Abilities, Grand Teleportation Technique. Divine Sword Thunder Control True Decision. Items, 9,992 buckets of instant noodles. Experience, 10,100. Yi Yun's gaze lingered on the experience section. 10,100. At this moment, it was his only glimmer of hope. According to the usual workings of such systems, once this experience value reached 100, there should be some form of upgrade or change. After all, there would inevitably be some transformation. What changes might occur? Yi Yun could not ascertain. Perhaps after the upgrade, he could sell more jars each day, or maybe other items would become available. Nevertheless, Yi Yun still harbored the desire to sell a few more jars daily. If that were the case, he could acquire several more exclusive jars. Seeing that Yi Yun was impervious to persuasion, Yun Yun and the others could only sigh in resignation. In any other shop, had the owner displayed such an attitude, they would have long since taken matters into their own hands. Yet, this enigmatic Boss Yi, with unfathomable strength and origins from the upper realm, instilled a sense of caution in these rural folk, who dared not offend him. "Master Yi, your arrival from the upper realm to our Yunlan sect is indeed a great honor for us. This evening, I, Yunshan, have prepared a banquet within the sect, and I wonder if Master Yi would be gracious enough to grace us with your presence?" After a moment of hesitation, Yunshan addressed Yi Yun. Last night, he held some skepticism regarding the shop mentioned by Yun Yun, and was particularly dismissive of the so-called Master Yi. However, after witnessing the emergence of two extraordinary treasures today, his faith in Yi Yun's identity was profoundly solidified. Considering that this enigmatic Master Yi would only remain here for 3 days, Yunshan began to contemplate the merits of fostering a connection. After all, establishing rapport with someone of such remarkable origin and extraordinary abilities could only yield benefits. Upon hearing this, Yun immediately grasped the situation and softly added, "Master Yi, a guest is always welcome. If you do not mind, please join us for a modest drink at our Yunlan sect." Observing their warm hospitality, Yi Yun felt a stirring in his heart. Yet, contemplating his current strength, he decisively dismissed the thought. Once he stepped outside the invincible domain of the shop, his cultivation would be laid bare before Yunshan and the others. At that moment, the esteemed image he had cultivated would likely shatter into oblivion. He could almost envision their thoughts. What a pretentious expert. Yet he merely possesses the cultivation of a spirit fighter. Is this the caliber of those from the upper realm? A mere spirit fighter, how audacious. With such thoughts in mind, Yi Yun promptly extinguished his desire and shook his head at Yun. Perhaps another time. Today, I am pressed for time. After all, having traversed realms, he yearned to revel in the world. Yet, alas, his current strength would not permit such indulgence. Hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered in Yun's eyes. Then, should you find the time in the future, Master Yi, you must certainly visit our Yunlan sect. I shall be sure to extend a warm welcome. A warm welcome? How playful. Yet, it is indeed a possibility. Gazing at the stunningly enchanting Yi Yun felt a surge of affection. With this in mind, he nodded and replied, "Very well, since Sect Master Yun is so inviting, I shall certainly pay a visit in due time." Observing this exchange, Yunshan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Was his earlier warmth insufficient? He scrutinized Yi Yun for a moment and noted that the young master's gaze repeatedly lingered on his beloved disciple. A glimmer of realization crossed his eyes. So, this young master is indeed taken by my disciple. Casting a glance at Yi Yun and then back at his cherished pupil, a smile unexpectedly blossomed upon his wrinkled face. Akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, Yi Yun was blissfully unaware that some of his innermost thoughts had been discerned by an elderly gentleman nearby. This gentleman, in turn, harbored some peculiar notions in his mind. Should Yi Yun become aware of these thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff at the audacity of such an elderly figure. However, deep down, he felt a surge of elation. After enthusiastically making plans with Yi Yun coldly issued his farewell decree. "Esteemed guests, the hour grows late, and this establishment must close. I kindly ask you to depart swiftly." Once everyone had vacated the premises, Yi Yun decisively closed the door with a wave of his hand and hurried back to his estate. In the garden, amidst the pavilion, 5 ordinary jars had been arranged upon the stone table. These were the exclusive jars summoned by Yi Yun. As he gazed upon the 5 vessels, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. He silently prayed that his fortune today would not pale in comparison to yesterday's. With that thought, he struck his palm down upon one of the jars. Crack! One jar shattered at his touch, and with the familiar flicker of radiant light, something revealed itself upon the stone table. A jar? Yi Yun stared in bewilderment at the jar before him, then glanced back at his palm, utterly perplexed. What was happening? Had he not just shattered it? Surely not. After all, he was a formidable spirit warrior. How could he possibly fail to break a mere jar? Confused, Yi Yun pondered the situation. Even a novice like Nalan Yanran, at the fighter level, could accomplish such a feat. It made no sense that he could not. However, Yi Yun soon noticed something amiss. This jar possessed a lid. His exclusive jars were sealed and lacked covers. Could it be that this jar was indeed a treasure he had summoned? Upon this realization, a flash of insight illuminated Yi Yun's mind. In the vast realms, what jar could be deemed the most extraordinary? Undoubtedly, it was the devouring demon jar wielded by the fearsome emperor from the unending sky. Could it be that the jar he had summoned was a version of the devouring demon jar? The thought sent a wave of excitement across Yi Yun's face. That was the devouring demon jar, one of the pinnacle weapons of the ultimate path. If he were to obtain it, his strength would surely soar. With eager anticipation, Yi Yun began to scan the information regarding this jar. A jar of 100 beasts' milk, originating from the perfect world. This concoction was crafted by the young emperor of the wilderness, simmering the milk of 100 ferocious beasts. Consuming it would fortify one's physique and refine the body. Upon reading this revelation, Yi Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly spluttering in disbelief. A jar of 100 beasts' milk? Where's the much-anticipated version of the devouring demon jar? After all this time, I am presented with merely a jar of beast milk? Oh, this wretched system. Is this truly the esteemed devouring demon jar of mine? Yi Yun felt a surge of frustration, as if he were being toyed with. Just as he wallowed in his vexation, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a jar of beast milk, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike. The options for the critical strike materialized. Option 1, 10,000 jars of beast milk. Option 2, 1 jar of beast king milk. As the choices appeared before him, Yi Yun found himself at a loss for words. He was not the archaic emperor, still dependent on milk at the age of 3.5. Yet, in this moment, he had no alternative. After a brief moment of hesitation, he silently resolved. I choose option 2. While beast milk certainly had its merits for strengthening the body, its effects were rather limited. After cultivating the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique, Yi Yun's physique had undergone significant enhancement. The mere beast milk could no longer refine his body. Even if it had some effect, it would be minimal. Thus, after careful contemplation, he opted for the second choice. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a jar of beast king milk. With Yi Yun's decision, the system's notification followed suit. Ding. Would you like to extract the beast king milk? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun promptly replied, extract. In the next moment, the black jar upon the stone pedestal erupted in a dazzling radiance, and when the light dissipated, a jar was revealed upon the stone table. Indeed, it was the very same jar, identical in every way. Yi Yun was left speechless. This system was exceedingly adept at conserving resources. Truly, he was astounded by this cunning trickster. Subsequently, Yi Yun scanned the information. Beast king milk, sourced from the perfect world. This milk was secretly brewed by the young archaic emperor. Derived from pure-blood ancient species, containing immense medicinal properties, capable of refining the body and improving one's constitution, with numerous effects. After perusing the information, Yi Yun was once again dumbfounded. This concoction was brewed by the archaic emperor? System, do not jest with me. I have read the original text. The little one clearly weaned at the age of 3.5. The archaic emperor did not drink milk during his youth. Could it be that the original text omitted his secret consumption? Upon reflection, this possibility was not entirely implausible. After all, 3 years without weaning, chasing after the little sparrow. Most fond of drinking beast milk. Such nicknames were not bestowed lightly. I am eager to discover what extraordinary qualities the beast milk, which even the esteemed emperor of the desolate sky covets, possesses. A glimmer of anticipation danced in Yi Yun's eyes as he slowly lifted the lid. Upon his unsealing of the container, an explosive sound resonated, and a cascade of radiant light erupted forth, revealing the beast milk within, astonishingly tinted a pale gold, with the liquid boiling vigorously. In an instant, the entire pavilion was enveloped in a mystical haze, vibrant clouds swirling around, creating a scene of resplendent beauty. The fragrant aroma wafting gently and intoxicatingly, as if inviting one to ascend to the ethereal realms. Witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, Yi Yun's eyes widened in awe. This beast milk, indeed, hailed from pure-blooded primordial species, its medicinal properties so potent that it had already taken on a faint golden hue. The ambience was saturated with an exceptionally rich and creamy scent. How delightful! Yi Yun swallowed audibly, his nostrils flaring with anticipation. Unable to resist, he took the initiative and raised the container to drink heartily. As he savored the golden beast milk, he felt a surge of warmth ignite within him, illuminating his entire being, followed by a profuse sweat. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to emerge from water, a mist rising from his form, radiant light cascading around him, his skin becoming translucent, and his bones crackling with energy. The potency of this milk was truly overwhelming. In no time, Yi Yun began to feel a distinct transformation, as if his limbs and bones were being meticulously honed. His skeletal structure shone with a pearlescent glow. With each generous gulp of the beast milk, ethereal rays emanated from him, coalescing into luminous clouds that enveloped him entirely, forming a magnificent sphere of light, dazzling to behold. Before long, the entire jar of beast milk was consumed, and Yi Yun, savoring the remnants clinging to his lips, felt an exhilarating rush. How refreshing! As he spoke, a radiant glow escaped his mouth, the medicinal essence spilling forth. He then settled onto the ground, beginning to circulate the divine elephant suppression technique. Crack, crack. After an indeterminate time, the skin enveloping Yi Yun began to shed, revealing a visage reborn, pristine and flawless. Hissing sounds echoed as beams of light surged forth from within him, followed by successive waves of brilliance. Yi Yun's entire being was shrouded in celestial light, as the remnants of his old skin continued to fall away, unveiling an immaculate physique. Each pore on his skin pulsated with vitality, radiant and captivating. Boom! An inexplicable aura erupted within him, his entire form exuding a kaleidoscope of colors. Chapter 27. The 9-Star Battle King. The Great Concealment Technique. Within the pavilion, after consuming the entire jar of Beast King milk, Yi Yun's body was enveloped in resplendent radiance. The energy contained within the Beast King's milk continues to refine Yi Yun's physical form. As time progresses, Yi Yun's body will grow ever stronger and more formidable. At that moment, a distant and ancient voice, imbued with a primordial essence, suddenly reverberated within Yi Yun. It was the roar of a colossal ancient elephant. Following the refinement by the Beast King's milk, Yi Yun's physique had become exceptionally powerful. Every cell in his body underwent an unprecedented transformation. Under such circumstances, Yi Yun finally managed to awaken a second seed of the colossal elephant within him. A surge of terrifying power coursed through Yi Yun, instantly flowing to his limbs and bones. The sound within him resonated like thunderous roars. Could it be that more than one colossal seed was awakening? Feeling the commotion within, a look of astonishment crossed Yi Yun's face. Soon, he realized that a third colossal seed was awakening within him. The potency of the Beast King's milk was truly astounding. It deserved its reputation as a product of pure-blood ancient relics. It was no wonder that even the Emperor of the Wild would covet this beast's milk. In that moment, Yi Yun fervently praised the Beast King's milk and the Emperor of the Wild. A vast and overwhelming force surged towards Yi Yun's body. 2 seeds, 3 seeds, 4 seeds. The colossal seeds within Yi Yun continued to awaken one after another. Moments later, he had astonishingly awakened 4 colossal seeds. Simultaneously, his cultivation level was also skyrocketing. From the initial 7-star Dou Spirit realm, he rapidly ascended. 8-star Dou Spirit, 9-star Dou Spirit. At the peak of 9-star Dou Spirit, he paused for a brief moment before shattering that barrier with unstoppable momentum. Thus, Yi Yun ascended to the rank of Dou Wang. However, this was not the end. Following his breakthrough to the Dou Wang realm, Yi Yun's cultivation continued to surge, showing no signs of abating. 1-star Dou Wang, 2-star Dou Wang, 3-star Dou Wang. Before long, Yi Yun's cultivation reached the level of 7-star Dou Wang. In a mere instant, he transitioned from 7-star Dou Spirit to 7-star Dou Wang, crossing an entire major realm. Yet, this was still not the conclusion. After breaking through to 7-star Dou Wang, Yi Yun's cultivation continued to rise. However, the rate of increase had slightly diminished. Ultimately, he advanced through 2 minor realms, settling at the level of 9-star Dou Wang. In a mere span of 2 days, Yi Yun transformed from an utterly unremarkable warrior into a formidable 9-star Dou Wang. For an ordinary person, such an achievement might remain unattainable throughout their lifetime. Yet, Yi Yun accomplished this remarkable feat in just 2 short days, a testament to his extraordinary talent and relentless dedication to cultivation. Of course, the divine elephant suppressing prison technique also lent a small hand in his ascent. Feeling the immense and terrifying power coursing through his body, Yi Yun abruptly opened his eyes, excitement glimmering in his dark orbs. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the Dou Qi within him surged, and a resplendent pair of wings made of Dou Qi suddenly manifested behind him. This ability, known as Dou Qi transformation, is only accessible to those who have reached the Dou Wang realm. Now, having attained the 9-star Dou Wang stage, Yi Yun wielded this power with ease. From this day forth, he could soar freely through the skies. With a gentle leap, Yi Yun ascended directly from the pavilion, soaring gracefully above the estate. After a brief moment of flight, he returned to the pavilion, a hint of longing etched on his face. Clenching his fist, he could feel the terrifying strength contained within his physical form. With a mere gesture, he could unleash a force akin to that of 10,000 pounds, an almost monstrous power resembling that of a humanoid beast. After indulging in his exhilaration for a moment, Yi Yun shifted his gaze back to the 4 jars atop the stone platform. In the vastness of the world, opening jars was paramount. Selecting one with precision, Yi Yun exerted a slight force and struck it with his palm. Crack! One jar shattered into countless pieces. Had the stone table not been situated within an invincible domain, that single strike would have obliterated it entirely. Amidst a swirl of radiant light, a gray scroll revealed itself upon the stone table. Yi Yun's eyes scanned the scroll, and he immediately discerned its significance. The concealment technique, originating from a mortal's journey to immortality, it is Han Li's secret method for stealth, capable of masking one's aura and concealing one's cultivation level. Remarkably, it was the very technique that Han Li had mastered to deceive and ambush his adversaries. A smile graced Yi Yun's face upon reading the scroll's details. Han Li had often feigned ignorance to outsmart his opponents, leaving them in despair. It was indeed thanks to this secret technique that he had achieved success. When it comes to concealing one's aura, this technique is undoubtedly top-notch. Truly, what one seeks often manifests. With this newfound ability to mask his presence, Yi Yun would be able to venture forth without others discerning his true cultivation level. At the very least, he could maintain an air of profoundness. Just then, an alert from the system resonated in Yi Yun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a scroll of the concealment technique, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. The options for the 10,000-fold critical hit are as follows. Option 1. 10,000 scrolls of the concealment technique. Option 2. A golden page of the great concealment technique. Subsequently, two choices suddenly appeared before Yi Yun. Was this a multiple-choice question? Yi Yun's gaze was solely fixated on the second option, and without hesitation, he declared, I choose 2. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden page of the great concealment technique. As Yi Yun made his selection, the system's prompt resonated. Ding. Would the host like to extract the golden page of the great concealment technique? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun promptly responded, extract. In the next moment, the scroll on the stone platform emitted a dazzling radiance, and when the light dissipated, a resplendent golden page was revealed upon the stone table. Yi Yun's eyes swiftly scanned the golden page. The great concealment technique, originating from one of the 3,000 paths within eternal life after cultivation. It allows one to completely obscure their presence and silently conceal themselves. Observing the information regarding the great concealment technique, Yi Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement. His fortune was indeed remarkable. He had unexpectedly acquired another of the 3,000 path techniques. Compared to Han Peopeo's stealth technique, this great concealment technique was undoubtedly far more formidable. After cultivation, one could effortlessly hide their aura, free from the fear of detection. Moreover, when cultivated to its pinnacle, it could even allow one to become imperceptible, as if vanished from this world, an enigmatic marvel indeed. With the great concealment technique, Yi Yun could finally stride out of the invincible realm of the shop without apprehension of revealing his true nature. Contemplating this, a flicker of exhilaration crossed Yi Yun's face, and he eagerly called out within his heart, System, read the great concealment technique. Chapter 28. A wave of joyful beverages. Spring Brother A has also arrived. As soon as Yi Yun's words fell, the golden page in his hand radiated a dazzling light, and a beam of golden brilliance swiftly entered Yi Yun's brow. In an instant, he felt a massive and surging torrent of information, offering him no chance to react, forcefully invading his mind and flowing rapidly within. Focusing intently, Yi Yun remained vigilant, his spirit immersed in this torrent of information. A series of profound, thunderous sounds echoed in his mind, resounding like the great bell of a mountain, causing a slight dizziness. After an indeterminate period, the cacophony in his mind finally subsided. Slowly, Yi Yun opened his eyes, which sparkled with enigmatic runes, radiating a brilliant light, presenting an extraordinary appearance. At this moment, Yi Yun had entirely comprehended all the information and insights contained within the great concealment technique. Revisiting the information from the golden page in his mind, Yi Yun closed his eyes once more. After a brief moment, a series of runes suddenly manifested upon Yi Yun's body, flickering intermittently. As these runes shimmered, the radiant aura emanating from Yi Yun vanished without a trace. Even the aura surrounding Yi Yun had completely concealed itself. At this moment, Yi Yun sat upon the ground, resembling a meditative elder, devoid of any trace of vitality or breath. All these signs indicated that Yi Yun had successfully mastered the profound art of great concealment, one of the 3,000 paths. Simultaneously, Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as tranquil as a deep well, emanating an air of an extraordinary individual. After carefully sensing his new form, a faint smile graced Yi Yun's lips, revealing his satisfaction. Indeed, devoid of any aura, this was the true demeanor of a master. Yi Yun was confident that if he were to step outside now, any formidable warrior who beheld him would instinctively narrow their pupils, filled with astonishment, and exclaim in horror at the sight. This was the so-called entrance of a high being, accompanied by an inherent shock. After admiring his current state, Yi Yun's gaze turned to the remaining 3 jars. Subsequently, the Master Yi, with a rather unceremonious motion, struck one of the jars with a heavy palm. As radiant light erupted, Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback by the object that appeared upon the stone platform. Before him lay a bottle of slightly dark liquid, its packaging exuding a modern essence. To his astonishment, it was none other than the fabled happy water of the couch potato. Yi Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, quickly transforming into exhilaration. When he first acquired the divine elephant suppression technique, he had never felt such excitement. Indeed, what rested upon the stone platform was a bottle of cola, specifically his favorite, Pepsi, dubbed the happy water of the couch potato. It was a beloved beverage among those who cherished leisure. Though Yi Yun was not a true couch potato, he certainly identified as a homebody. His favorite pastime was to purchase a chilled bottle of cola, reclining on the sofa, engrossed in his cherished novels. Life in such a manner was undeniably delightful. Even after traversing into this world, Yi Yun continued to spend his days in the shop. However, as a homebody, it would be a significant regret to be without a bottle of happy water by his side. Yet now, as Yi Yun gazed upon the bottle of cola before him, a glimmer of bright light flickered in his eyes. His regret had vanished. Soon, the prompt sound of the system resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a bottle of Pepsi, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. 10,000-fold critical hit options are as follows. Option 1. 10,000 bottles of Pepsi. Option 2. 1 bottle of Divine Happy Water. Then, 2 choices appeared before Yi Yun. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared to the system, I choose option 1. To hell with that so-called Divine Happy Water. It is evident that it is not a legitimate item. Where can I find my delightful soda? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Yun opted for 10,000 bottles of Pepsi. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 10,000 bottles of Pepsi. Would you like to retrieve them? Upon glancing at the spatial pavilion, Yi Yun surmised that it might not accommodate such a vast quantity. Thus he replied, let us store them for now. The system's space was indeed ample. Even the instant noodles from before were safely stored within. Whenever desired, he could extract them, and they would remain perpetually fresh, proving to be exceedingly convenient. Next, Yi Yun's gaze fell upon the large bottle of soda on the stone platform, a glimmer of desire igniting within him. He grasped the hefty bottle, and with a swift thought, a chilling aura erupted from his palm. In an instant, the Pepsi transformed into an ice-cold beverage, refreshingly cool to the touch. Soda must be enjoyed chilled, otherwise, it lacks soul. With a resounding pop, Yi Yun eagerly unscrewed the cap, and a familiar rush of aroma wafted forth. He lifted the large bottle to his lips, indulging in hearty gulps. Gulp. Before long, the entire bottle was consumed in one breath. Burp. He could not help but let out a belch, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. One word encapsulated his feelings, exhilarating. Having relished an entire bottle of Pepsi, Yi Yun felt an overwhelming sense of comfort envelop him, more euphoric than wielding a colossal sword. Content. He then turned his attention to the next canister. With a swift clap, accompanied by a crisp shattering sound, he smashed the can into fragments. In that instant, a dazzling light erupted. Soon, Yi Yun beheld the item that materialized upon the stone table. It was a miniature, entirely green suit of armor. So small, how could it possibly be worn? Staring at the armor, scarcely a few inches in size, Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback. It was hardly fit even for a younger sibling. Subsequently, Yi Yun's gaze began to scan the information regarding this diminutive armor. Guardian Angel Armor, a premier piece of equipment hailing from the realm of League of Legends, allowing the wearer to resurrect at the sight of death, restoring half of their strength and vitality. Activation is limited to once per day. Upon absorbing this information, Yi Yun's pupils dilated in astonishment, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. Could it be? Had he truly unearthed a resurrection armor? The sheer magnitude of such an extraordinary item was beyond comprehension. His excitement surged as he contemplated the implications of this divine artifact. In a fantastical world, it would be regarded as an unparalleled treasure. Moreover, with the ability to activate it daily, it was undoubtedly an invaluable safeguard. Yi Yun grasped the emerald armor atop the stone table, feeling as though he had discovered a priceless treasure. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Guardian Angel Armor, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. 2 choices appeared before Yi Yun. Choice 1. 10,000 pieces of Guardian Angel Armor. Choice 2. Immortality. Upon glancing at these options, Yi Yun was momentarily rendered speechless. The prospect of 10,000 pieces of armor seemed utterly extraordinary. Did this not imply that he possessed 10,000 lives? Who could possibly defeat him? A surge of exhilaration coursed through Yi Yun's heart. In an instant, he felt an impulsive urge to select the first option. However, he soon furrowed his brow in contemplation. That was not right. While 10,000 pieces of armor were indeed plentiful, he could only don one at a time, rendering the rest useless. He was not so naive as to believe that, should he be vanquished and subsequently resurrected, his adversaries would grant him the time to equip another piece of armor. Such a notion was unrealistic. With these thoughts in mind, Yi Yun's gaze shifted to the second choice, immortality. This appeared remarkably powerful, yet he also felt a twinge of skepticism. Having perused numerous fantasy novels, he had encountered many so-called immortals, whose names were grandiose but who bore various limitations, such as the ability to resurrect only once a day or succumbing entirely if their head were severed. With such constraints, the notion of immortality became comically trivial. Yi Yun feared that this version of immortality might be similarly inadequate. Perhaps opting for the first choice would be wiser? With this dilemma weighing on his mind, he found himself unable to make a decision. After a moment of reflection, he ultimately resolved to trust the system. Based on his previous experiences with the system, it did not seem like a deceitful entity. Even if this immortality fell short of his expectations, it likely would not be entirely lacking. Having made his choice, Yi Yun declared inwardly, "System, I choose option 2. As his words resonated in his mind, the system's notification sounded once more. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired immortality. In the next moment, Yi Yun watched as the guardian angel armor in his hands emitted a brilliant green light, transforming into a luminous green orb. Clutching a green orb of light, Yi Yun gazed upon it in bewilderment as a message materialized before his eyes. Immortal body, derived from invincible, true solitude. The protagonist acquires this ability at the outset. In a realm where all is eternal, should you remain unvanquished, you shall resurrect within 10 seconds. Upon reading this information, Yi Yun's heart jolted, displaying profound shock and exhilaration. An eternal existence, I shall not perish. This is the true essence of immortality, not some trivial imitation. The system is truly magnificent. Yi Yun silently commended the system in his mind. As he held the green orb, the system continued to emit prompts within his consciousness. May I inquire if the host wishes to extract the immortal body? Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Yun replied, extract. As soon as the words left his lips, the green orb transformed into a brilliant beam of emerald light, enveloping Yi Yun and turning him into a figure of green. Yi Yun mused. Though love may be a radiant light, I must confess, I am not fond of this green luminescence. Sensing his current appearance, Yi Yun could not help but internally rant. Fortunately, he did not remain green for long. The light soon dissipated, seemingly absorbed entirely into his being. Simultaneously, Yi Yun felt an inexplicable change within his body. Yet, as he attuned his senses, he could detect nothing amiss. Was that all there was to it? Could it be that I am now immortal? A spark of excitement ignited within Yi Yun as he suddenly felt an urge to test this newfound immortality. He scanned his surroundings for an object to facilitate his self-experimentation, but found nothing suitable. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if I self-destruct? However, he quickly dismissed this notion, fearing the pain it may entail. After a brief period of contemplation, Yi Yun abandoned the suicidal impulse. What if this immortality were unreliable, or perhaps not fully integrated yet? If I were to end my life prematurely, would that not be tantamount to annihilation? Never mind, there will be opportunities to test it later. Next, Yi Yun turned his attention to the last jar upon the stone table. With a decisive motion, he struck it with his palm. As familiar rays of light surged forth, a sword materialized upon the stone surface. Instantly, Yi Yun recognized it as a treasured blade, for inscribed upon it were 8 prominent characters. When the Heaven Sword is unsheathed, who can compete? The Heaven Sword. Having watched at least 4 adaptations of the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber since childhood, Yi Yun comprehended in an instant that this sword was none other than the illustrious Heaven Sword. The Heaven Sword, featured in the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber. It is capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud, severing hair with a breath, and contains the pinnacle of martial arts, the 9 manual and the 18 dragon-subduing palms. After perusing the information on the heaven-reaching sword, Yi Yun felt a surge of excitement. This system truly proved to be remarkably pragmatic, even encompassing the martial arts contained within the heaven-reaching sword itself. It was akin to a delightful offer of buy 1, get 3 free. Once again, Yi Yun silently commended the system in his heart. At that moment, the system's prompt resonated gently within Yi Yun's mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a heaven-reaching sword, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike. Options for the critical strike are as follows. Option 1, 10,000 heaven-reaching swords. Option 2, 1 dragon-slaying sword. Subsequently, both choices materialized before Yi Yun's eyes. A mere glance was sufficient for him to make a swift decision. I choose option 2. As soon as Yi Yun's words fell, the heaven-reaching sword on the stone pedestal suddenly radiated a golden light. When the golden glow faded, the sword had transformed entirely. A delicate sword, shimmering with a pale golden hue, lay quietly on the stone table, its blade adorned with a dragon motif, exuding an aura of fierce and dominating sword intent. Was this the dragon-slaying sword? While astonishment coursed through Yi Yun, his gaze quickly scanned the information of the dragon-slaying sword. Dragon-slaying sword, originating from Zhu, it is one of the premier divine weapons of the Qingyun sect. Upon refinement, it grants the ability to inherit the true arts of slaying gods and the 10,000 swords technique. Chapter 30, True Arts of Slaying Gods, 10,000 Swords Technique. The Scheme of Yinshan. Yi Yun was taken aback by the information regarding the dragon-slaying sword. This sword was indeed one of the formidable divine weapons of the Qingyun sect in Zhu, renowned for its astonishing power. The original text mentions that the dragon-slaying sword was forged from millennium-old golden crystals from the southern frontiers, taking 6 years to complete, on the day it was forged. Thunder roared and rain fell like dragon-s blood, hence its name, dragon-slaying. What delighted Yi Yun even more was the inclusion of the true arts of slaying gods and the 10,000 swords technique alongside the dragon-slaying sword. Evidently, the system had also incorporated the 9 true scripture and the 18 dragon-subduing palms from the heaven-reaching sword, thus triggering the 10,000-fold critical strike. Yi Yun could not help but commend the system once more. In these times, with numerous traversers around, it was rare to encounter such an honest system. Yi Yun resolved in his heart to refrain from cursing this dog system any longer. The grudge he held for being transported to the desolate wilderness and the mass grave was henceforth erased. The dragon-slaying sword technique, akin to the divine sword's thunder command technique, was also among the 4 great foundational sword techniques of the Qingyun sect. Gazing at the imposing dragon-slaying sword before him, Yi Yun felt a wave of elation. With the dragon-slaying sword paired with the true arts of slaying gods, its might was unparalleled, rivaling even the prestige of the divine sword's thunder command technique. After all, the true arts of slaying gods was a unique, singular sword technique exclusive to the dragon-slaying sword, renowned for its tremendous power. In the original text, Wang Jian wielded the dragon-slaying sword, employing an offensive strategy to sweep through the demon realm and gaze down upon the world. Similarly, the 10,000 sword technique is remarkable, for it is a powerful sword art conceived by Wang Jian himself, as a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Qingyun sect, endowed with unparalleled talent. His self-created 10,000 sword technique possesses a might that rivals the 4 esteemed sword arts that guard the sect. As these thoughts flickered through Yi Yun's mind, an expression of anticipation graced his face, and he commanded the system, refine the dragon-slaying sword. No sooner had Yi Yun's words fallen than a surge of blood essence erupted from within him, ultimately coalescing into a drop of vivid crimson blood. This drop, as if beckoned by an unseen force, descended directly onto the dragon-slaying sword in Yi Yun's grasp. In an instant, a crimson light radiated from the sword, mesmerizing and soul-stirring. Under Yi Yun's watchful gaze, the drop of blood transformed into a blood-red mark, slowly merging into the body of the dragon-slaying sword. Suddenly, the sword emitted a dazzling golden light, trembling as if it were singing like a dragon, stirring the depths of one's spirit. After a brief moment, once the blood mark had completely vanished, the sword ceased its trembling and returned to stillness. Yet, Yi Yun felt an unusual sensation arise within him. As if a connection had formed between him and the dragon-slaying sword, their thoughts intertwined. Had the refinement succeeded? Curiosity sparkled in Yi Yun's eyes. While his complexion paled slightly, that drop of blood was drawn from his own essence, inevitably resulting in some loss for him. He caressed the dragon-slaying sword with fondness, unable to part with it. In the hearts of many reclusive individuals, there often exists a dream of heroism. Yi Yun was no exception. In moments of intense emotion, while reading exhilarating fantasy novels, he often yearned to embody the protagonist, wielding a 3-foot blade to quell any injustices. He recalled the time he read Perfect World and felt an overwhelming rage when witnessing the adorable little one being robbed of their supreme bone by a villainous woman, nearly throwing his phone in frustration. In a fit of anger, he penned a fan fiction, inserting himself into the narrative, and annihilated the entire Yu clan, seeking vengeance for the little one. As Yi Yun continued to caress the dragon-slaying sword, the sword suddenly emitted a sound akin to a dragon's roar. And in an instant, a beam of sword light surged into his mind before he could comprehend it. Astounded, Yi Yun was inundated with a torrent of immense information, interlaced with a piercing sword intent. Having absorbed considerable legacies over the past few days, he quickly regained his composure, immersing himself in the knowledge flooding his consciousness. In the vastness of heaven and earth, righteousness endures, not for slaying immortals, but for vanquishing deities and demons. Life begets duality, duality births trinity, and trinity engenders all things. In Yi Yun's mind, a man's voice reverberated, deeply etched within the recesses of his soul. Within the grand hall of the Yunlan sect, at the main peak, Dou Qi parted ways with Yun Yun and the others at the mountain gate. At this moment, the hall housed only Yun Shan, Yun Yun, and Nalan Yanran. Yun Yun sat gracefully upon a chair, the exquisite sword resting upon her slender thigh, scrutinizing it intently. Nalan Yanran held the shield of the valiant Captain America in her left hand, while her right grasped the golden desert eagle. A glimmer of eagerness gracing her features, seemingly eager to test which was superior, the shield's defense or the might of the desert eagle. Yun Shan occupied the principal seat, his gaze occasionally drifting toward his beloved disciple, a flicker of intrigue illuminating his eyes, as if he were concocting some scheme. After a considerable pause, Yun Shan turned his attention to Yun Yun, finally speaking. Yunner, what are your thoughts on this esteemed Yi? Upon hearing this, Yun Yun diverted her gaze from the sword on her lap, lifting her head with a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes, then replied earnestly, This young Yi is quite enigmatic, profoundly unfathomable. Yunshan nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. Such a formidable individual appearing within our Yunlan sect must be approached with utmost care. Should we succeed, it may elevate our sect to unprecedented heights. He regarded Yun with solemnity. Yun, in agreement, nodded thoughtfully, yet her brow furrowed. However, how are we to entice such a powerful being? To her, Yi Yun's immense strength and abundant treasures rendered him potentially indifferent to their sect's modest standing, making the prospect of winning him over seem daunting. Yunshan recalled the way Yi Yun had looked at Yun earlier that day, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he gazed meaningfully at her. Yuner, as the leader of the Yunlan sect, it is your duty to forge a connection with this esteemed Yi. The revival of our sect's former glory rests upon your shoulders. Upon hearing this, Yun's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Having grown up among the elders of the Yunlan sect, she held deep affection for it and vowed to enhance its stature. At this moment, her teacher's words filled her with a profound sense of responsibility. Yet, how was she to win over this esteemed Yi? Yun furrowed her brow in contemplation, yet found no solution. In her frustration, she turned to Yunshan and softly implored, I beseech you for guidance. Chapter 31. Yun delivers chicken soup in the dead of night. How could this foolish disciple be so oblivious? Upon hearing Yun's words, Yunshan's brow furrowed. Such matters could not be broached openly. To do so would render him a most unprincipled teacher, perhaps even inciting his beloved disciple to chastise him for his lack of decorum. Cloud Mountain was well aware of his disciple's character. If asked to take the initiative in such matters, she would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation. This endeavor required a gradual approach, a gentle progression, to ultimately yield the desired results. After a moment of contemplation, Cloud Mountain finally spoke. Yun, for an individual of Master Ye's caliber, conventional methods of persuasion will be futile. One must employ extraordinary measures to be effective. Extraordinary measures? Upon hearing this, a look of confusion flickered in Yun's beautiful eyes. What kind of extraordinary measures? A person of Master Ye's stature possesses immense power and countless treasures. In my view, his establishment of this so-called shop is merely a means to indulge in the mortal realm. Cloud Mountain slowly articulated his perspective. Thus, material possessions, wealth, and martial techniques will surely fail to impress him. Pointing directly at Yun, Cloud Mountain asserted, for someone like him, there is but one way to win his favor. Curiosity glimmered in Yun's eyes. What method? Gazing intently at her, Cloud Mountain slowly uttered two words, sincerity. Sincerity? Yun remained perplexed. A hint of helplessness flashed in Cloud Mountain's eyes as he explained, very well, follow my instructions. Shortly, you shall send someone to the back mountain to catch a cloud chicken, prepare a chicken soup, and deliver it to Master Yi this evening, stating that it is a specialty of our Yunlan sect, specifically for him to sample. Make chicken soup? Yun was taken aback, her countenance quickly revealing embarrassment. But master, I do not know how to cook. She had never stepped into a kitchen. How could she possibly prepare chicken soup? If you cannot make it, then have someone else do it. Just tell him you made it yourself. After all, Master Yi will never know. Cloud Mountain replied matter-of-factly. Master, this might be somewhat inappropriate. No? Yun's face displayed hesitation, her mind puzzled. The master had just emphasized the importance of demonstrating sincerity, yet now he seemed to suggest deceiving Master Yi. Was this truly sincerity? What is inappropriate about it? Cloud Mountain shot her a glare, internally lamenting that his disciple, though commendable in many respects, was simply too earnest. Throughout history, the art of persuasion has won hearts, and Cloud Mountain prided himself on being well-versed in this craft. It was through various stratagems that he had garnered his mentor's favor, ultimately securing the position of sect leader of Yunlan. In these times, human hearts are exceedingly complex. Without employing a few tricks, one would find it nearly impossible to progress. Take this morning's events as an example. Had he not outmaneuvered the elder, would he have been relegated to standing in line? Regrettably, his disciple seemed forever incapable of mastering such tactics. And even though she had ascended to the role of sect leader, she remained tightly bound by the whims of her subordinates. The method I have taught you is undoubtedly correct. Simply follow it, Cloud Mountain thought, casting a somewhat exasperated glance at Yun. Seeing her teacher's insistence, Yun could only nod helplessly. Yes, master. Remember, to convey our sincerity, it would be best for you to freshen up and dress elegantly before delivering the chicken soup. This will better demonstrate our earnestness, Yunshan advised. Yun frowned, feeling somewhat reluctant. She had never been fond of adornment and usually ventured out with a natural face. However, upon witnessing Yunshan's serious demeanor, she dared not defy his command and obediently agreed. Satisfied with Yun's compliance, Yunshan nodded approvingly, a hint of a smile gracing his face. He held a firm belief in his disciple's beauty, confident that even without makeup, she could captivate others. After all, wasn't that rascal, Dou Qi, secretly infatuated with his precious disciple? Even the enigmatic boss, he couldn't resist gazing at her intently. If she were to beautify herself, her allure would undoubtedly be magnified. Feeling a sense of pride, Yinshan thought to himself that he doubted boss, he could maintain his composure in her presence. At that moment, Nalan Yanran's eyes sparkled with excitement as she interjected, "Master, I will accompany you tonight." Reminiscing about the instant noodles she had tasted earlier, she felt a lingering desire. Perhaps by attending, she could sneak another bowl of noodles? Furthermore, she contemplated the importance of establishing a good rapport with Boss Yi, ideally acquiring his contact information. After all, he had mentioned he would only stay for 3 days. This meant that after tomorrow, he would depart. Without a means to reach him, how could she ever seek his assistance in the future? What do you, a mere child, intend to do? Yinshan frowned, disapproving. He believed that Boss Yi clearly favored the type of girl his disciple represented and had no interest in someone as young as Nalan Yanran. He had painstakingly created an opportunity for a private moment, and Yanran's presence would surely dampen the atmosphere. Disappointed and somewhat aggrieved, Nalan Yanran thought to herself that her age should not matter. However, glancing at Yunshan's stern expression made her apprehensive, and she reluctantly nodded, feeling regretful that she would miss the chance to enjoy Boss Yi's noodles that evening. "Yuner, you may go about your tasks. Remember to bring a fine wine. Please fetch the treasured Bai Ling medicinal wine from the sect's treasury, which I had preserved years ago. Boss Yi will surely appreciate it," Yunshan instructed Yun. The Bai Ling medicinal wine had been stored away for over a decade, steeped with numerous rare herbs and possessing potent properties. Today, in pursuit of his planned success, he reluctantly decided to part with it. Yun nodded and slowly departed from the grand hall. In the pavilion, Yun sat quietly in meditation, resembling an elder monk in deep contemplation. Upon Yun, there emanates a fierce and domineering sword intent. Time seems to have slipped away unnoticed. Finally, Yun slowly opens his eyes, and a faint glimmer of sword light flickers within his obsidian gaze. The true arts of slaying gods and the 10,000 swords technique, indeed, stand as the pinnacle of sword techniques in the realm of exterminating deities, their power truly exceptional. Reflecting on the knowledge that courses through his mind, Yun's lips curve into a subtle smile, a spark of excitement illuminating his heart as he silently praises himself. Presently, he has mastered 3 sword techniques: the Divine Elephant Suppression Technique, the Slaying Gods Sword Technique, and the 10,000 Swords Technique, all of which he can wield through the Dragon-Slaying Sword. This is currently his most formidable means of attack. After exhausting all his resources, Yun retrieves a bucket of instant noodles from the system space, preparing for a simple midnight snack before resuming his training. "Yi boss, are you asleep? I've brought some chicken soup. May I have the honor to share it with you?" At that moment, Yun suddenly hears a voice from outside. "Yun?" Chapter 32. This chicken soup is truly delicious. Yun? Yun immediately recognizes the voice of the woman outside. What brings her here at such a late hour? Delivering chicken soup? A twitch of discomfort crosses his lips. Such words should not be spoken lightly, lest one misunderstand the implications. With a swift motion, Yun exits the estate, opening the door to the shop. Outside stands Yun, holding a food container, poised in silence. Yun's eyes brighten with astonishment. Before him, Yun is adorned in a delicate, pale blue gown, the fabric draping gracefully and revealing her slender, snow-white legs. Her lustrous black hair cascades down her back and over her gently rounded chest, suggesting she has just emerged from a bath. Her flawless visage and graceful demeanor render her utterly enchanting. A gentle smile graces her exquisite features as she speaks with a light, airy voice. "Yi boss, I hope my late visit does not disturb you." "Not at all. I was just about to have a midnight snack myself," Yin replies, shaking his head and gesturing to the instant noodles in his hand. "Perfect timing," she responds, glancing at the noodles with a beaming smile. "I've prepared some chicken soup for you to try." As she says this, she lifts the food container slightly. "Certainly, enjoying chicken soup is always a pleasure. It is one of my favorites." Yun smiles, stepping back to allow Yun to enter. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he gazes at her with astonishment. "Wait, you mean to say this chicken soup is made by you?" Having read the original work, he distinctly recalls that Yun lacks culinary skills. How then does this chicken soup come to be? Could he have discovered her secret? Upon hearing Yun's words, Yun's delicate hand holding the food container trembles slightly, though she maintains a composed facade, smiling as she replies, "Indeed, it is made by my own hands." She gazed at Yun, her face adorned with a subtle, elegant smile. "Boss Yi, this is a chicken soup brewed from the specialty of my Yunlan sect, the cloud chicken. Its flavor is sublime. You must savor it thoroughly later." Yun held a deep confidence in the taste of the soup, having selected it from amongst her disciples. crafted meticulously by a particularly skilled female disciple in the culinary arts. Before it was presented, Yun had personally inspected it, and indeed, the flavor was exquisite. Upon observing the confident smile on Yun's face, Yun found himself momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be made by her? Might the original text have been mistaken? Was Yun truly adept in the kitchen? However, Yun did not dwell on such thoughts. Regardless of whether it was made by Yun herself, the mere presence of food was enough. Moreover, it was chicken soup delivered personally by Yun, a delightful treat indeed. The sect master of the Yun sect was truly thoughtful. Yun then extended his hand to receive the food box from Yun, placing it upon the counter. Contemplating the task that had brought her here today, Yun hesitated briefly before speaking softly. Boss Yi, please simply call me by my name. The title of sect master feels overly formal. At her words, Yun was momentarily stunned, his gaze shifting to Yun. She seemed unusually warm today. Had he been too overt in his demeanor? Meeting Yun's gaze, Yun's heart skipped a beat, and feeling slightly flustered, she feigned calmness, looking back at him and asking quietly, "Is something amiss, Boss Yi?" "Not at all," Yun replied with a shake of his head, a smile gracing his lips. "In that case, you may call me Yun as well. Referring to me as boss feels too distant." With a beautiful woman expressing closeness, Yun would never decline such a fortune. Yun, taken aback, realized that Boss Yi was quite amicable. She then smiled charmingly and softly said, "Very well, I shall call you Yun from now on." Subsequently, Yun opened the food box, and an enticing aroma wafted forth, stirring appetites. Yun's eyes widened in surprise. This chicken soup was indeed crafted by Yun, showcasing her remarkable culinary skills, an unexpected revelation. He readily praised, "This chicken soup possesses a captivating fragrance. It must be delicious. I did not anticipate that you, in such a high position, would also possess such extraordinary culinary talent." Yun felt a blush creeping to her cheeks at the compliment, responding shyly, "I'm glad you enjoy it." Yun, unreserved, picked up the utensils from the food box and poured himself a bowl of chicken soup, savoring a taste. Delightful, well-balanced in seasoning, fresh and flavorful. "This chicken soup is truly exquisite," he remarked slowly. "Here, let us share a drink together." Yun extended his finger, and a chair materialized out of thin air behind Yun. He then served her a bowl of chicken soup. Without hesitation, Yun took a seat and elegantly sipped the soup. Turning her gaze towards Yun, she inquired, "Yun, after tomorrow, will you be departing from the Yunlan sect?" Yun finished the soup in a few hearty gulps and nodded. "Yes, shortly after midnight tomorrow, I shall take my leave from the Yunlan sect." He continued, "This is your first visit to the Yunlan sect, and I have yet to properly host you. Why not extend your stay for a little while? As a sacred site of the Gamma Empire, the scenery here is quite splendid." Yun proposed, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Yun. Observing the hopeful expression on the enchanting lady's face, Yun could not deny the stirrings of his heart, yet he was acutely aware of his circumstances. Thus, he shook his head and replied, "I apologize, but I can only remain at the Yunlan sect for 3 days. It is the rule of my shop." Upon receiving Yun's outright refusal, disappointment washed over Yun. Indeed, this enigmatic proprietor was not easily swayed. She had been rather naive to think that a mere bowl of chicken soup could retain him. After a brief silence, she persisted, "Then where do you plan to go after those 3 days? If I wish to open cans in the future, where shall I find you?" Yun was momentarily taken aback, pondering that he himself was uncertain. The system would refresh his location, and he could find himself in a primeval forest or a forgotten graveyard next time. Thus, he could not provide Yun with a definitive answer. Shaking his head as he said, "I have always gone with the flow, never deliberately choosing a place. Wherever I awaken, that is where my shop will appear." "Are you implying that your shop can move on its own?" Yun gazed at Yun in astonishment, subsequently surveying the interior of the shop. She suddenly recalled how this mysterious establishment had appeared unexpectedly at the gates of the Yunlan sect. Yun nodded in affirmation. After a moment of astonishment, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yun's eyes. If that were the case, it seemed unlikely she would encounter this proprietor again. After all, the world is vast. And how could she possibly know where he might appear next? Chapter 33, The VIP Card. Does this mean that once you leave, we may never have the chance to meet again? The experiences of opening cans over the past few days had brought Yun immense joy, and she had become enamored with the thrill of it. The thought of never having such opportunities again cast a shadow over her charming face. Was she truly reluctant to see him go? Hearing Yun's words, Yun was momentarily taken aback. He looked at her and noticed the sadness etched on her face, and a thought blossomed in his mind. Could it be that Yun has developed feelings for me? However, it was not long before Yun gently shook his head, awakening from his reverie. "Oh, Yun, it is already dark. What daydreams are you indulging in? Just moments ago, He had clearly succumbed to one of life's 4 great illusions. She holds affection for me. Upon realization, Yi Yun pondered deeply and understood that Yun Yun was merely concerned about her future ability to access her jars. It turned out that her overtures of goodwill were solely for the purpose of acquiring jars. A slight disappointment settled in Yi Yun's heart. Yet it was nothing more than that. In his view, having become the proprietor of this multiverse store, it was inevitable that he would roam far and wide, even venturing into other distinct worlds. After all, his establishment was named the Multiverse Jar Store and could hardly remain confined to this Dou Qi continent. Of course, these were merely Yi Yun's speculations. The ultimate outcome would only be revealed after the system underwent an upgrade. Regaining his composure, Yi Yun lifted his gaze to Yun Yun and suddenly smiled, saying, "In fact, if you wish to access jars here in the future, there exists a solution." Upon hearing this, Yun Yun immediately perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she inquired, "What solution?" Yi Yun continued, "There is a store policy that grants a complimentary level 1 VIP card to anyone who spends 50,000 gold coins here." As he spoke, a golden card materialized in his hand with a mere thought. Holders of a level 1 VIP card are entitled to activate their card once each month. Upon activation, a void passageway will appear, allowing the cardholder to directly access the store. With the golden card in hand, Yi Yun slowly elaborated to Yun Yun. "A VIP card. Such a wondrous privilege exists?" After absorbing Yi Yun's explanation, Yun Yun's beautiful eyes gleamed with delight. She quickly calculated in her mind that within 2 days, she had purchased 4 jars, expending 400,000 gold coins. Only 100,000 gold coins remained until she reached the threshold of 500,000. Just one more jar would grant her the coveted VIP card. With this thought, her eyes sparkled even brighter, and a smile unconsciously graced her lovely face. Suddenly, another thought struck her, and she asked, "Is there a level 2 or level 3 VIP card? Do higher level cards confer even greater privileges?" Demonstrating her astuteness, Yun Yun quickly connected the dots. Indeed, Yi Yun praised her response, nodding in affirmation. "A level 1 VIP card is merely the most basic tier of our establishment's offerings. The first tier VIP card can only be activated once a month, and each activation allows the creation of a void passage that lasts for merely 1 hour. Once that hour elapses, one will be forcibly returned to their original location." Yi Yun continued to elucidate to Yun Yun. "On the first tier VIP card, there exists also a second tier and a third tier VIP card. Naturally, the higher the tier, the more privileges it bestows. For instance, the holder of a second-tier VIP card is permitted to activate it twice a month, with each duration extending to 2 hours. Understanding this, Yun Yun inquired, "How many gold coins must one spend to acquire a second-tier VIP card?" Yi Yun raised a single finger, stating nonchalantly, 1 million gold coins. 1 million gold coins. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun felt a jolt within her. It was not that she found it exorbitant. Rather, she perceived it to be exceedingly reasonable. For a prominent figure such as the leader of the Yunlan sect, 1 million gold coins was merely a trifling sum. The only aspect that posed a challenge was that this sum must be accumulated through the purchase of jars, which was indeed a slow process. With a glimmer of anticipation in her enchanting eyes, Yun Yun turned to Yi Yun and asked, "Yi Yun, would you allow me to directly hand you 1 million gold coins in exchange for a second-tier VIP card?" At her words, Yi Yun's expression shifted slightly. Casting a surprised glance at Yun Yun, he could not help but marvel internally, almost forgetting that the person before him was a wealthy individual. The Yunlan sect was certainly among the most formidable forces in the Jaimar Empire. Thus, 1 million gold coins was inconsequential for Yun Yun. In light of this, Yi Yun found himself suddenly wishing to be supported by Yun Yun. Beautiful, affluent, and powerful, who would not be enamored by such a wealthy patroness? Regardless of others' opinions, Yi Yun felt he had indeed fallen for her. Alas, he was bound by circumstances. Ahem. This does not align with the regulations of our establishment. Clearing his throat, Yi Yun promptly curtailed Yun Yun's display of wealth. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment passed through Yun Yun's heart. She had anticipated this outcome. In her view, an extraordinary figure like Yi Yun would hardly regard a mere 1 million gold coins as significant. However, contemplating her plan to purchase another jar tomorrow to obtain a first-tier VIP card brought her a sense of contentment. At the very least, she would have an opportunity to open a jar each month. Accumulating over time, she would eventually secure a second-tier VIP card, or even a third-tier card. With this thought, Yun Yun's eyes sparkled, and her face radiated with a breathtaking smile. Meanwhile, Yi Yun was busy opening a packet of instant noodles, preparing to indulge in a meal. While chicken soup was indeed delightful and drinking it a pleasure, it was regrettably insufficient to satiate one's hunger. Gazing at the instant noodles in Yi Yun's hands, Yun Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. After a moment's hesitation, she softly inquired, Yi Yun, Could you possibly spare me a cup as well? The flavor of the noodles, which she had tasted for the first time, left her wanting more. Now, as she beheld Yi Yun's noodles, her appetite was further piqued. Observing the gluttonous expression on Yun Yun's face, Yi Yun smiled gently and, without hesitation, handed her a cup of noodles. After receiving it, Yun Yun mimicked Yi Yun, eagerly unwrapping the packaging and adding the seasoning sachets. With a flick of his hand, Yi Yun conjured 2 streams of boiling water that accurately poured into the cup. Remembering the fine wine she had brought from her treasure vault, Yun Yun took it out from her spatial ring. Yi Yun, I also have a bottle of Spirit Bird medicinal wine. Would you care to try some? Yi Yun's eyes brightened with surprise as he glanced at Yun Yun, nodding in agreement. Moments later, both of them lifted the lids simultaneously. Instantly, a rich aroma wafted through the air. How delightful! Yun Yun inhaled deeply, a look of rapture gracing her features. Such delicacies had never graced the Dou Qi continent. After tasting them for the first time during the day, she found herself yearning for more. Now, being able to indulge once again filled her heart with joy. Soon after, Yi Yun and Yun Yun began to savor the noodles before them. Just then, Yi Yun's expression shifted as he sensed someone intruding into his invincible domain. A golden light flickered in his eyes, and he swiftly perceived the situation outside the shop. There, Nalan Yanran was stealthily pressed against the outer wall, straining to eavesdrop on the happenings within. What's that delicious aroma? Suddenly, Nalan Yanran caught a whiff of the enticing scent emanating from the shop. Recognizing it as the aroma of instant noodles, her eyes brightened with intrigue. At that moment, a mysterious force enveloped her, startling her. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself inexplicably transported from outside the shop to its interior. Before her, Yun Yun was relishing her noodles while Yi Yun's gaze was fixed upon her. Nalan Yanran quickly realized that she had been discovered by the proprietor, Yi Yun, who had forcibly brought her inside. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she glanced at Yi Yun, only to be captivated by the instant noodles on the counter. Yun Yun, too, noticed Nalan Yanran's sudden appearance in the shop, her eyes flashing with surprise. Yanran, what brings you here? She exclaimed. Did not the teacher say that this girl was not permitted to come? It seems that this girl must have sneaked out. That teacher. Nalan Yanran paused, her eyes darting around, and then explained, Teacher, I am certainly here to accompany Boss Yi as well. Boss Yi is all alone, and it is hardly sufficient for you to keep him company. Nalan Yanran glanced at the instant noodles in front of Yun Yun, feeling somewhat displeased. Teacher, how could you indulge in such a feast alone without inviting me? She huffed, her mood dampening. Then, her eyes glimmered as she leaned toward the counter, addressing Yi Yun. Boss Yi, I am rather hungry too. Could you possibly spare me a cup of instant noodles to taste? As she spoke, Nalan Yanran fixated her gaze intently on the noodles in Yi Yun's hand, embodying the essence of a true foodie. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yun's lips twitched slightly. How had the original narrative overlooked Nalan Yanran's hidden penchant for food? A mere cup of noodles was nothing to Yi Yun, who had no qualms about sharing. Especially considering that Nalan Yanran was a customer who had spent 200,000 gold coins at his establishment. Nodding, he summoned a cup of instant noodles from the system space and handed it to Nalan Yanran. If you find that insufficient, I have plenty more. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran's eyes sparkled with delight as she boldly inquired, Could you possibly send a few more cups my way, Boss Yi? Yi Yun was taken aback, his expression reflecting surprise at her earnestness. He had only been making a polite gesture, never expecting her to take it seriously. Yanran, do not be so rude. Yun Yun could no longer contain herself, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Nalan Yanran's behavior was utterly disgraceful. As a teacher, she found it difficult to watch. How could one shamelessly mooch off someone's noodles and even request takeout? Although Yun Yun had harbored similar thoughts of wanting Yi Yun to gift her a few cups, her modesty prevented her from uttering such brazen words. As Nalan Yanran spoke, she too realized her audacity. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Nalan family. Typically proud and dignified, it was indeed her first time expressing such shameless desires. A hint of crimson graced her cheeks as she pondered how to amend her words. But Yi Yun had already retrieved 10 cups of instant noodles from the system and placed them on the counter. Miss Nalan, since you enjoy them, do take some more. Although Yi Yun was somewhat astonished by Nalan Yanran's unabashedness, he was not a stingy person. It was rare to encounter someone who shared his love for instant noodles, and he was more than happy to share. After all, he had plenty stocked in his system space. As the 10 cups of instant noodles appeared on the counter, Nalan Yanran's eyes lit up with excitement. Thank you, Boss Yi. As she spoke, Nalan Yanran eagerly gathered the 10 containers of instant noodles from the counter. Boss Yi was indeed magnanimous. The typically proud young lady, Nalan, rarely displayed such a charming smile in an attempt to win favor. Yun Yun observed this scene, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Watching Nalan Yanran collect all 10 containers, a flicker of envy crossed her eyes, and she silently regretted not having spoken up earlier. She had not anticipated Boss Ye's generosity and amiability. Glancing at Yi Yun, she contemplated requesting some noodles as well, but as the words lingered on her lips, she hesitated once more, ultimately deciding against it due to her modesty. Never mind. I shall simply ask Yanran to share 5 containers with me later. After all, she has plenty, and it would be unjust for her to indulge alone. Subsequently, Nalan Yanran swiftly unwrapped a container of noodles, added the seasoning packets, and quickly prepared a delectable serving. Yi Yun, observing the two enjoying their meal, suddenly recalled the bottle of Pepsi in his system space. Since others could deliver delicious chicken soup and fine wine in the dead of night, he felt compelled to share as well. Thus, with a thought, he summoned a bottle of Pepsi from his system, and with a flick of his hand, a chill emanated from his fingertips, instantaneously freezing it. Here, this is a beverage from my hometown. Do give it a try. With a wave of his hand, 3 crystalline ice cups materialized upon the counter. Being in the realm of invincibility allowed Yi Yun to manipulate various elemental forces from the void. His abilities were a manifestation of elemental convergence. Upon hearing his words, Nalan Yanran's eyes brightened. To her, anything from Boss Ye's homeland was bound to be as delightful as the noodles. What is a beverage? Yin Yun inquired, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. The term beverage was foreign to the Dou Qi continent, and this was her first encounter with such a concept. Gazing at the black liquid in Yi Yun's hand, both Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran exhibited expressions of curiosity and anticipation. A beverage, akin to wine, is a drinkable liquid from my hometown, available in many varieties. The one I hold is called Pepsi. Yi Yun patiently elaborated on the drink he held. Chapter 35, The Plan of Yinshan. Bossy, could I please have another cup? After finishing one, Nalan Yanran clearly desired more. Lifting her empty cup and casting a longing glance at Yi Yun. Certainly, Yi Yun promptly obliged, refilling their cups. Soon, a large cup of Pepsi was consumed entirely by the 3 of them. Is that all? Nalan Yanran inquired, having drained the last remnants of soda from her cup. Upon noticing the bottle was nearly empty, she was momentarily taken aback, disappointment evident in her eyes, as she clearly had not yet satisfied her craving. How could it be otherwise? Today, I shall ensure you indulge to your heart's content. A faint smile graced Yi Yun's face as he conjured a large bottle of Pepsi from the depths of his system space. Upon witnessing this, Nalan Yanran's expression brightened with surprise. She shamelessly extended her icy crystal cup towards Yi Yun, eagerly requesting, Bossy, could you please fill it up again? Of course. After chilling the Pepsi, Yi Yun promptly refilled both cups. It must be said, finding companionship in this strange world while enjoying instant noodles and sipping cola brought Yi Yun immense joy. It evoked a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of his past life, as if he had never truly traversed realms. This sensation was profoundly comforting. Ultimately, after the 3 of them had polished off 2 large bottles of Pepsi, Nalan Yanran and Yun Yun returned to Yunlan Zone, their slightly protruding bellies accompanied by audible burps. Upon arriving at the main peak of Yunlan Zone, they discovered that Yinshan was still awaiting them in the Grand Hall. Sensing Yun Yun's return, he immediately beckoned her over. Yunner, how did it go? Yinshan inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Yun Yun with palpable anticipation. What do you mean? Yun Yun, caught off guard, instinctively questioned. Yun Shan's lips twitched slightly as he shot her a glare. I mean, how is your relationship with Bossy progressing? What is his attitude towards you? Any developments? Reflecting on the evening's events, wherein Yi Yun treated her to instant noodles and cola, Yun Yun felt they had indeed established a friendship. With this in mind, she smiled at Yun Shan, replying, the progress is quite good. Bossy is genuinely a wonderful person. Yun Shan's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing Yun Yun's assessment of Yi Yun. Oh? What did you do at Bossy's place tonight? Would you mind sharing the details with your master? Yun Yun nodded and recounted the events of the evening, deliberately omitting any mention of Nalan Yanran, as she wished to protect her disciple's dignity. So you merely ate instant noodles and drank that beverage called Pepsi, and did nothing else? Yun Shan's brows furrowed at this revelation, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. He scrutinized Yun Yun, who was elegantly dressed for the occasion, pondering whether he had misjudged the situation. Did Boss Yi harbor no intentions towards Yuna? Was that not sufficient? Master, Boss Yi went to great lengths to provide me with delicacies from his homeland. That alone signifies he considers me a friend. You urged me to befriend him, did you not? Yun Yun expressed her confusion. Yun Shan couldn't help but experience a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, wondering if he truly conveyed that sentiment. He gazed at his innocent disciple and let out a silent sigh. It seemed that this foolish apprentice was not one to rely upon. Shortly thereafter, Yun Shan recalled the VIP card that Yun Yun had mentioned earlier. Yunner, you said that by accumulating a spending of 500,000 gold coins, one could obtain a first-tier VIP card from Boss Yi. The thought of the VIP card's benefits sparked something within Yun Shan. Since the path with Yun Yun had become unattainable, he could only place his hopes on this VIP card. Upon hearing this, Yun nodded and replied, "Indeed, master. Boss Yi personally informed me that anyone who spends 500,000 gold coins at his establishment will receive a first-tier VIP card. I have already spent 400,000 gold coins there, and now, by purchasing just one more jar, I will be able to acquire a first-tier VIP card." A radiant smile illuminated Yun's face. At that point, even if Boss Yi were to depart from our Yunlan sect, I would still have the opportunity to visit him each month to purchase jars. 500,000 gold coins for a VIP card. In that case, we must make the most of the 5 jars tomorrow and strive to obtain as many first-tier VIP cards as possible, Yinshan remarked, his expression contemplative and his tone earnest. Obtain an additional first-tier VIP card? Yun was momentarily taken aback, but her eyes soon sparkled with realization. Yes, there are still 5 jars to be opened tomorrow. If we execute our strategy well, we could indeed acquire another first-tier VIP card. After a moment's deliberation, Yun turned her gaze towards Yinshan and suggested, "Master, why don't you open 3 jars tomorrow? I will speak to Yanran about it." The implication of Yun's words was clear. She intended for Yinshan to open Yanran's jar, combining it with the 2 jars he would open today to precisely meet the requirement of 500,000 gold coins, thus securing a first-tier VIP card. Yinshan, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and remained silent for a while before he finally spoke. "Tomorrow, let Yanran continue to open jars, and have her open 3 jars. Master, what about you?" Yun asked in surprise at Yinshan's words. "That girl, Yanran, has better luck than I do. Allowing her to open the jars might yield even more valuable items. Moreover, as you mentioned, she has merged with that devouring ancestral talisman, and her future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary. We must not let the pursuit of a VIP card dampen her spirits," Yinshan said, wisdom glimmering in his murky eyes. "Furthermore, if you two happen to uncover something remarkable, would it not be beneficial for me as well?" he added with a light-hearted smile. "I understand, master. I will not let you down," Yun replied earnestly after a moment of silence. Indeed, a look of satisfaction spread across Yunshan's face. "What I seek now is to break through to the Douluo realm. I hope that both of you, as master and disciple, can fulfill this wish of mine sooner rather than later," Yinshan remarked with a hint of melancholy. "After all, time is of the essence for me," Yunshuan resolutely replied. "I will ensure that you successfully break through to the Douluo realm, master." Yinshan nodded slightly, then suddenly added, "As for the jar belonging to Dou Qi, it is best left undisturbed. Moreover, let us refrain from disclosing matters regarding the VIP card to him." Indeed, Yinshan held Dou Qi in high regard. Yet a trace of wariness lingered in his heart. After all, Dou Qi had been lured to the Yunlan sect with generous incentives years ago. Although Dou Qi had joined the Yunlan sect, their relationship was more akin to collaboration. With Dou Qi's recent ascension to a 6th-grade alchemist, his reputation as a pill king resonated throughout the entire Jiama Empire, further solidifying this dynamic. In light of Dou Qi's status as a 6th-grade alchemist, the Yunlan sect could no longer impose constraints upon him. It was not improbable that one day, he might sever ties with the Yunlan sect for various reasons. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Yunshuan's beautiful eyes, but she quickly comprehended the situation and nodded, saying, "I understand, master." Chapter 36. The Excitement of Nalan Yanran. "Master, you Haven team mentioned me to the Grandmaster, have you?" As Yunshuan exited the Grand Hall, Nalan Yanran sprang forth from the shadows, casting a cautious glance in the direction of the hall as she inquired. Yunshuan smiled gently. "You are my treasured disciple. How could I possibly betray you? Master, you are so kind to me," Nalan Yanran expressed with a touched countenance, though internally she scoffed, recalling how someone had previously extorted 5 buckets of instant noodles from her. Now, that same person shamelessly referred to herself as her beloved disciple. Nalan Yanran harbored feelings of indignation, pondering why her master exhibited such generosity towards others while being so scheming with her. The thought of the 5 buckets of instant noodles she had been extorted for made her heart ache. After all, she had humbly set aside the dignity of the esteemed Nalan family to procure 10 buckets from Boss Yi. Now, she was left with only 5. "All right, do not be upset. I have good news to share with you," Yunshuan said with a smile, gently ruffling Nalan Yanran's hair, her tone warm and soothing. Yunshuan understood her disciple's temperament intimately and was fully aware of her thoughts. "Master, how could I be angry? I am in splendid spirits now," Nalan Yanran replied with a compliant smile, though she was internally skeptical. She could not help but ask, "Master, what is the good news?" "Yanran, after tomorrow, Boss Yi will be leaving the Yunlan sect," Yunshuan announced. Upon hearing this, the brightness on Nalan Yanran's face instantly dimmed, and she complained. "What sort of good news is that? Do you still wish to continue opening cans, enjoying instant noodles, and sipping cola in the future?" Yun inquired with a smile. "Teacher, do you perhaps have a way?" Nalan Yanran, Invigorated by the mirth on Yun-Yun's face, eagerly asked. Yun-Yun nodded slightly, smiling without uttering a word. My dear teacher, please do not keep me in suspense. Pray, tell your disciple. Nalan Yanran implored, her eagerness palpable. I shall massage your shoulders. She added with a charming grin. Yun-Yun, feeling gratified, acknowledged her obedience with a nod. How rare it was for this girl to be so compliant. Then, with a gentle parting of her lips, she said, I shall reveal it for a bucket of instant noodles. At her words, the sweet smile on Nalan Yanran's face faltered slightly. Teacher, isn't that a bit excessive? Did I not already gift you 5 buckets of instant noodles? Well then, let it be, Yun-Yun said nonchalantly, preparing to depart. Wait, Nalan Yanran interjected just in time, gritting her teeth as she retrieved a bucket of noodles from her spatial ring, handing it to Yun-Yun with a pained expression. Her face then brightened once more with a charming smile as she said, Teacher, this is a humble offering from your disciple. Such a good child. Truly deserving of being my treasured pupil, Yun-Yun replied without hesitation, accepting the noodles from Nalan Yanran. Teacher, Bossy has mentioned that one should not consume too much instant noodles in a day, or one might develop blemishes. Please take care, Nalan Yanran gently cautioned. Her tone laced with concern, though her heart simmered with dissatisfaction. However, realizing that Yun-Yun held the key to contacting Bossy in the future, Nalan Yanran could only swallow her grievances. She understood the importance of balance in her meals. Very well, in light of your exceptional obedience, I shall disclose this to you. Yun-Yun decided to share the matter of the VIP card with Nalan Yanran. Since the teacher had already resolved to allow Yanran to take charge of a level 1 VIP card, it was inevitable that she would discover the details. Revealing it a day early while securing an extra bucket of noodles was indeed a wise move. A VIP card? Is there such a thing with Bossy? Nalan Yanran's eyes brightened at the revelation. Teacher, how might one obtain this VIP card? She inquired, astutely recognizing the core of the matter, understanding that such a privilege would not be easily acquired. Quite simply, one must spend 500,000 gold coins at Bossy's establishment to acquire a level 1 VIP card, Yun-Yun explained nonchalantly, also elucidating the privileges associated with the card. 500,000 gold coins. Does that mean I would need to purchase 5 cans just to obtain a level 1 VIP card? Nalan Yanran's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. Yun-Yun nodded lightly, affirming, indeed. Nalan Yanran fell silent for a moment. Then, with a hint of despondency, said, Master, if you come across any valuable items in the future, could you possibly bestow some upon your disciple if they are not needed? And if you manage to procure instant noodles and cola from Bossy, might you share a portion with me? Upon hearing the request for a VIP card, Nalan Yanran's spirits sank. She had only spent 200,000 gold coins at Bossy's establishment and needed to open 3 more jars to meet the requirement. It was impossible for her to receive 3 jars from the 5 available tomorrow. Thus, she realized that she could not possibly spend 500,000 gold coins there. Nalan Yanran even feared the worst, that her single jar might be taken away and opened by her master, allowing him to complete his 5 jars. With this thought, a shadow of melancholy crossed her face. My jar, my instant noodles, my cola. Farewell. Nalan Yanran felt a deep sorrow in her heart. Now, her only hope lay in her master being generous enough to share some good fortune with her in the future. However, upon hearing her words, Yun-Yun shook her head slightly and flatly rejected her request, saying, No, why should I share with you? Nalan Yanran, upon hearing this, became somewhat anxious. Master, you cannot indulge in solitary enjoyment. Look, today I shared 6 buckets of instant noodles with you, leaving myself with only 4. Good things must be shared and savored. At worst, I can present you with another bucket of instant noodles. As Nalan Yanran concluded her plea, she noticed that Yun-Yun remained unmoved. Determined, she bit her lip and retrieved another bucket of instant noodles from her storage ring, offering it to Yun-Yun. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yun-Yun's eyes as she readily accepted the instant noodles from Nalan Yanran's hands. Very well, seeing your filial piety, I shall generously grant you a VIP card. Having obtained sufficient benefits, Yun-Yun ceased teasing her disciple and spoke plainly. Isn't just one a bit meager? Wait, what did you just say? Nalan Yanran instinctively wanted to negotiate, but suddenly realized, wide-eyed, in disbelief. Master, are you truly giving me a VIP card? Chapter 37, the 3rd day of opening. When Yun-Yun conveyed the decision made by Yun-Shan in the Grand Hall to Nalan Yanran, she fell into silence. Master, your disciple will certainly not let you or the Grandmaster down. After a long pause, Nalan Yanran slowly spoke, her tone resolute. She felt deeply moved. Having initially believed that the Grandmaster would take away her jar, only to discover that he had relinquished 2 of his own jars to her. This realization filled her with both gratitude and a tinge of shame, as she recognized the folly of underestimating her master's generosity. Observing the resolute expression on Nalan Yanran's face, Yun Yun felt a sense of comfort within her heart. Although this girl could be somewhat mischievous at times, she still exhibited a commendable sense of responsibility during critical moments. Your master's aspiration is to transcend the Dou Zone realm. Henceforth, united in our endeavors, we must unearth a treasure that enhances cultivation, fulfilling your master's ambition. Yun Yun stated solemnly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Nalan Yanran. Indeed, Nalan Yanran nodded emphatically, her small fist clenched as she vowed, Teacher, I shall not disappoint you or master. Nalan Yanran remained confident in her fortunes. So far, she had opened only 2 jars. One containing a Devouring Ancestral Talisman and the other a rare round shield, both exceptional treasures. She firmly believed that tomorrow she would unveil even greater artifacts. Rest assured, master, I will ensure your wish to break through to the Dou Zone realm is realized. The thought of her master entrusting her with his 2 jars bolstered Nalan Yanran's resolve. Suddenly, a pivotal question crossed Nalan Yanran's mind. Her delicate brows knitted slightly as she turned her gaze towards Yun Yun, her demeanor becoming somewhat shy as she whispered, Teacher, could you assist me with a small favor? Yun Yun was taken aback, yet she nodded and replied, What favor? Speak freely, and I shall grant it if it lies within my capability. Teacher, I knew you were the best. I promise I will never anger you again, Nalan Yanran said, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Yun Yun felt a surge of pride, realizing that this silly girl had finally matured. With an affectionate pat on Nalan Yanran's head, she gently encouraged, Speak your mind. I shall certainly assist you. Nalan Yanran nodded and said, Teacher, I currently possess only 100,000 gold coins. Would you be able to lend me an additional 200,000? Although she was the eldest daughter of the Nalan family, being a mere young lady meant that having several 100,000 in pocket money was quite extravagant. However, the 3 jars she intended to open the next day required 300,000 gold coins, which posed a considerable challenge for her. Yet, before Nalan Yanran could finish her plea, she noticed that Yun Yun had already vanished from her sight. Nalan Yanran was taken aback. Teacher, you agreed so readily just a moment ago. Why have you fled before I could complete my request? In a state of urgency, she hurried after her. Teacher, please lend me 200,000 gold coins. I will repay you shortly. The following day, as dawn broke, Yun Shan arrived at the shop's entrance with Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran. Despite knowing that Yi Yun would not open the shop so early, Yun Shan insisted on arriving promptly, believing it to be a mark of respect towards the esteemed shopkeeper. A person as mysterious and powerful as Yi Yun deserved the utmost reverence. Disregarding the objections of Nalan Yanran and Yun Yun, he insisted on having the 2 women accompany him to queue up early. Although Nalan Yanran and Yun Yun harbored considerable grievances, they ultimately remained silent. Intimidated by the authority of Yun Shan, Dou Qi arrived a tad later, well aware from the previous day's experience that the shop would not likely open so early. However, fearing that he might arrive too late and find his designated jar taken by Yun Shan and the others, he hurried over. Upon seeing that Yun Shan and the others were still in line, Dou Qi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, he had not arrived too late. Why have you all come so early? Boss, you won't open the shop at this hour, Dou Qi remarked to the trio of Yun Shan. Yun Shan replied solemnly. Boss Yi is a person of great stature from the upper realm. His actions surely carry significance. Our early arrival here demonstrates our respect for him. Perhaps, should he be pleased, he may bestow some favor upon us. Favor? Surely, that's an exaggeration, Elder Master, Dou Qi responded, somewhat skeptical of Yun Shan's outlook. To him, it seemed unlikely that Yi Yun would sell more than a single jar, given that the shop only opened for half an hour each day. This appeared to him as mere laziness, devoid of any deeper meaning. Seeing Dou Qi's disbelief, Yun Shan shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. The 4 then quietly awaited outside the shop. As noon approached, Nalan Yanran began to struggle. Having skipped breakfast and lacking the cultivation to endure hunger like the others, she decided to retrieve a cup of instant noodles from her storage ring. After pouring in the hot water she had prepared, she sat down to indulge in her meal. Noticing this, Yun Yun felt a stir of interest and also sat down beside her. Yanran, would you mind sharing some hot water with your master? She asked, producing her own cup of instant noodles from her storage ring. No? Nalan Yanran huffed in refusal. What? I lent you 200,000 gold coins just last night, and you can't even spare a bit of hot water for me now? At Yun Yun's words, Nalan Yanran's eyes narrowed slightly, her mood darkening as she threatened, Very well. Then return the 200,000 gold coins to me. Nalan Yanran grew anxious, retorting, That was borrowed with the interest of a cup of instant noodles. You can't just take it back at will. Fine, I'll share a bit of hot water with you. Under Yun Yun's imposing demeanor, Nalan Yanran had no choice but to yield. She opened the packaging of her instant noodles, a pang of regret coursing through her. Last night, due to the borrowing incident, she had already succumbed to her teacher's demands for another cup of noodles. Now, Only 2 cups remained in her possession. After consuming one, she would be left with just one. Nalan Yanran silently resolved to cherish the remaining cup, planning to savor it only when she could no longer resist the temptation. At that moment, Yinshan noticed the actions of the 2 individuals. Upon seeing the instant noodles in their hands, he was instantly reminded of the feelings he experienced while consuming noodles yesterday, a sensation he had never encountered before. Therefore, he turned to Yun and inquired, "Is there any more? Kindly bring me a bowl." Unbeknownst to him, Nalan Yanran had also visited the store the previous night, and he naturally assumed that the noodles were brought forth by Yun. Yun was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at Nalan Yanran with a smile and remarked, "Yanran, your master has graciously relinquished today's portion to you. Will you not invite him to share a bowl of noodles?" Hearing this, Nalan Yanran froze, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a mix of sorrow and frustration. In the 38th chapter, Life Elixir, Nalan Yanran, feeling dejected, reluctantly presented her last cherished bowl of instant noodles to Yinshan. The thought of losing the 10 bowls she had shamelessly acquired filled her with indignation. "Yanran, how did you come by these noodles?" Yinshan inquired with curiosity. Nalan Yanran hesitated, her words stumbling as she struggled to formulate a response. "Master, they were given to me by my disciple," she finally managed to say. At that moment, Yun smiled gently and explained, "Yesterday, Boss Yi gifted me some noodles, and knowing that Yanran enjoys them, I shared some with her." Upon hearing this, Yinshan nodded slightly. Good things are meant to be shared. Nalan Yanran shot a glance at Yun, feeling a sense of helplessness. She could hardly admit that the noodles were her own, which would undoubtedly reveal her secret. Contemplating this, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. At that instant, Dou Qi was drawn by the enticing aroma of the noodles, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "How did you come by these noodles?" he asked. Yun replied, "They were given to me by Boss Yi." Dou Qi, surprised, questioned, "When did Boss Yi start giving away noodles? How come I was unaware?" "Yin Zongzhu, is there any extra noodles left? May I have a bowl?" Observing Yun and the others savoring their noodles, Dou Qi swallowed hard, unable to suppress his desire. Yun resolutely shook her head, a hint of regret on her face as she replied, "I'm sorry, Elder Dou Qi, but Boss Yi only provided me with 3 bowls, and there are none left." In her mind, she thought, these noodles were hard-earned from Yanran. She intended to keep them for herself. How could she possibly share them with others? Upon hearing this, Dou Qi displayed a look of disappointment, helplessly watching the trio enjoy their tempting noodles while he could only swallow repeatedly. Creak. Just then, the store's door slowly opened, and Yun appeared at the entrance, holding a bowl of noodles. "Good morning, everyone," he greeted with a smile, looking at Yinshan and the others. Yinshan quickly finished his noodles, approached Yun, and cheerfully said, "Good morning, Boss Yi." Yun nodded, subsequently inviting everyone to enter the shop. Upon their entrance, Yun wasted no time, producing 100,000 gold coins and placing them on the counter. Addressing Yun, she said, "Boss Yi, I would like to request a jar." Although Yun felt that their bond had progressed to a friendship after their shared meal the previous day, she hesitated to address him informally due to the presence of others, and thus opted to continue calling him Boss Yi as usual. "Very well." Yun, without lifting his gaze from the dough he was kneading, summoned a jar with a mere thought, which promptly soared from the wooden shelf and landed on the counter before them. Gazing at the jar, Yun took a deep breath and silently prayed to the ancestors of the Yunlan sect for protection. Without a hint of hesitation, she confidently placed her palm atop the jar. In an instant, a familiar radiance enveloped the space, and a crystal vial materialized upon the counter. "What is this?" Inquisitively, Yun picked up the crystal vial, discovering it contained a crimson liquid, reminiscent of blood. Yun's eyes swept over the vial, instantly acquiring all pertinent information. Healing potion, a substance derived from the world of League of Legends, with every drop imbued with immense life force. To think it is a low-cost potion from League of Legends. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yun's eyes as he turned to the eagerly awaiting Yun, stating, "This is a vial that can heal injuries, known as the life potion." "A healing potion?" Yun was taken aback, then inquired, "Can it heal any injury?" Yun pondered before responding. In theory, with sufficient life potion, it should be able to heal any wound. He understood that items from the game world defied conventional logic. Even seemingly trivial objects could possess unparalleled efficacy. Take this life potion for example. If one had enough of it, even with a mere drop of blood remaining, one could gradually return to optimal health, irrespective of level. It would have the same effect on both beginners and seasoned players. This stood in stark contrast to the constraints often found in the realm of fantasy, where medicines frequently had numerous limitations. For instance, some potions would only take effect upon initial consumption, rendering any subsequent doses ineffective. The life potion, however, was not bound by such restrictions. Its effects would manifest with each use. Moreover, certain potions were designed solely for the weak, proving ineffective for the strong. Yet the life potion offered identical results for both the powerful and the meek. Thus, this potion from the gaming realm shattered the established norms of the fantasy world and, in some respects, could be deemed a miraculous remedy. Indeed, it could heal any injury. Yun momentarily disregarded the latter half of Yi Yun's statement, her eyes gleaming with delight as she gazed at the crystal vial in her hands. She had not anticipated that her first attempt would yield such a miraculous potion. Indeed, a miraculous elixir. In Yun's understanding, a potion capable of healing any injury could only be described as divine. Beside her, Yunshan exhibited even greater excitement upon hearing Yi Yun's words, swiftly extending his hand and imploring, "Yun'er, please hand me that vial of life-giving potion." Without hesitation, Yun passed the vial of life essence to him. As Yunshan accepted the crystal bottle, a flicker of exhilaration crossed his aged visage, and he promptly unscrewed the cap. In an instant, a potent aura of vitality emanated from the vial. Yunshan inhaled deeply, feeling an immediate lightness in his body, as though he had been rejuvenated in an instant. What a rich essence of life. Witnessing this scene, Dou Qi was taken aback. As a sixth-grade alchemist with a formidable soul force, he distinctly sensed the life energy radiating from the crystal vial. Holding the jade bottle, Yunshan wasted no time and consumed the entirety of the crimson liquid in one gulp. As the life potion coursed through him, a warm sensation enveloped his entire being. He could distinctly feel countless warm currents flowing through his limbs and bones, akin to luxuriating in a hot spring, bringing him immense comfort. Delving into his inner self to observe the changes occurring within, Yunshan's face lit up with exhilaration. For years, he had been unable to break through his limitations, largely due to the accumulated latent injuries within him. These injuries were remnants of battles fought in his youth, notoriously difficult to heal. Yet, at that moment, after consuming the life potion, he was astonished to discover that the latent injuries within him were gradually being resolved. Chapter 39. The Peacock Feather from Douluo Continent. Shortly after taking the life potion, Yunshan was astonished to find that the latent injuries he had harbored for so many years had completely dissipated. As his spirit roamed within, he meticulously examined himself, and an exuberant smile spread across his aged face. With the absence of these latent injuries, Yunshan felt confident that, even without the aid of a divine pill, he could successfully ascend to the Dozone realm within 3 years. What an extraordinary surprise. For Yunshan, this was nothing short of a monumental revelation. "Master, are you all right?" Observing that Yunshan remained silent after consuming the life potion, Yun couldn't help but express her concern. "I'm perfectly fine. How could I possibly be unwell? I feel splendid," Yunshan replied, his heart brimming with joy as he spoke. He then recounted to her the remarkable events that had transpired within him. "Teacher, are you saying that this bottle of life elixir has completely healed all the hidden injuries you accumulated within?" Yun exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Yunshan. Dou Qi also displayed a look of shock, accompanied by a tinge of regret in his heart. Had he known that this vial possessed such miraculous efficacy, he would have come to study it thoroughly. If he could manage to replicate this elixir, he would undoubtedly ascend to great heights. Dou Qi was well aware of the hidden injuries afflicting Yunshan. Before entering seclusion, Yunshan had sought his treatment multiple times. Yet Dou Qi had exhausted all his efforts to no avail. He never imagined that such a small vial could remedy the stubborn ailments that had left him powerless. Truly, it was an astonishing potion. No wonder this boss dared to proclaim that he could heal any injury. "Teacher, congratulations." Once she regained her composure, Yun felt elated for Yunshan. She understood all too well the implications of his hidden injuries. Now, freed from them, her teacher was likely to break through to the Dozone realm. "Hee, Yun'er, this is all thanks to you," Yunshan replied with a benevolent smile. Nalan Yanran, standing nearby, sincerely rejoiced for her master. "Master, just wait. I will concoct a divine pill for you, enabling you to directly break through to the Dozone realm." As she spoke, she approached the counter, boldly producing 300,000 gold coins. Addressing Yi Yun, "Yi boss, please prepare 3 jars for me." Upon hearing the request for 3 jars, Yi Yun's eyes flickered with surprise, quickly realizing that Yunshan intended to relinquish his jar to Nalan Yanran, thus securing an additional first-class VIP card. He had no objections to this arrangement. With a mere thought, the 3 jars flew directly to the counter. "This old sect master, are you not going to open your jar?" Dou Qi, observing the scene, worried that Yunshan might claim the jar meant for him, promptly interjected, "Not at all. Yanran's luck surpasses mine. Let her have the honor of opening it," Yunshan explained with a chuckle, fully aware of Dou Qi's thoughts. Upon hearing Yunshan's words, Dou Qi felt somewhat reassured, though he cast a surprised glance at Nalan Yanran. He hadn't anticipated that the old sect master would show such favoritism towards Yanran. It seemed he was preparing her to be the next sect leader. At that moment, Nalan Yanran, gazing at the 3 jars on the counter, silently prayed, much like Yun, before decisively smashing one of the jars with a palm strike. As a burst of radiant light surged forth, the jar vanished, revealing an object upon the counter. It appeared to be a cylindrical artifact, seemingly crafted from pure gold, approximately a foot in length, and rather unremarkable in appearance. "You boss, what is this item?" Nalan Yanran inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on the golden cylinder that had materialized before her. Yun cast a sweeping glance and immediately discerned the information regarding the pure gold cylinder. The peacock feather, originating from the Douluo continent, it ranks 3rd in the Tang sect's arsenal of hidden weapons, containing a total of 356 concealed weapons across 12 distinct categories, each serving varied functions such as piercing, explosive, and lethal poison. Is this truly the peacock feather? Upon reading the details of the pure gold cylinder, Yun's face was instantly marked by astonishment. During his elementary school years, he had perused Douluo continent and had some recollection of the peacock feather. This concealed weapon, when launched, resembles the resplendent display of a peacock fanning its tail, dazzling the beholder, yet within that mesmerizing beauty lies a lethal danger. Thus, it is aptly named the peacock feather. While it sounds formidable, Yun found it challenging to gauge the true potency of the peacock feather. After all, it hails from the Douluo continent, a realm steeped in fantasy. The only measure of its might can be derived from the original text of Douluo continent, which states that the peacock feather possesses the capability to pierce the true form of a soul saint's martial spirit, capable of slaying a soul saint. Yet, how powerful is a soul saint in the Douluo continent? Yun was uncertain. Consequently, facing the inquisitive gaze of Nalan Yanran, he could only respond. "This is called the peacock feather, a concealed weapon. As for its power, you shall discover it for yourself." Discover it? Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran was momentarily taken aback. "How?" Yun pointed to a button atop the peacock feather and said, "Simply press this button to activate it." "So simple?" Nalan Yanran, holding the peacock feather, revealed an expression of anticipation. She glanced around at the others, observing Yun and Yun Shan, before finally fixing her gaze upon Elder Guha. "Elder Guha, could you assist me in testing the power of this peacock feather?" Nalan Yanran carefully aimed the peacock feather at Elder Guha, hesitantly inquiring, unfamiliar with the weapon's capabilities. She dared not recklessly use her teacher and master as test subjects. Seeing Nalan Yanran's actions, Elder Guha's heart skipped a beat. What is this girl doing? Can this weapon be casually aimed at someone? What if it results in a fatality? Upon hearing Nalan Yanran's request, Elder Guha's expression twitched. This reckless girl. Can this truly be tested so casually? What if it leads to a death? You would be responsible. Absolutely not. Elder Guha promptly interjected, vehemently refusing. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran felt a twinge of disappointment. Then, her eyes darted around before settling back on Yun, persistently asking, "Boss Yi, tell me, what would happen if I aimed the peacock feather at Elder Guha? What would happen?" Yun was taken aback for a moment before responding nonchalantly, "No one will die." "Elder Guha, you heard that, right? Boss Yi said no one will die. You shouldn't be afraid, should you?" Upon receiving Yun's reply, Nalan Yanran promptly aimed the peacock feather in her hand at Dou Qi, her enthusiasm palpable. This reckless girl. Just because it won't kill someone doesn't mean they won't get hurt. What if he becomes disabled? Watching Nalan Yanran reorient the peacock feather towards him, Dou Qi was momentarily tempted to give her a good thrashing. However, glancing at Yun and Yun Shan beside him, both displaying a glimmer of anticipation, he sighed inwardly and solemnly activated his battle aura shield. Chapter 40, Dragon Essence. Elder Dou Qi, are you ready? I'm about to begin. Inside the shop, Nalan Yanran, clutching the peacock feather, pointed it at Dou Qi, her face radiating excitement. Dou Qi nodded indifferently, pushing his battle aura shield to its utmost, remaining vigilant. Although Yun had said no one would die, Dou Qi dared not be careless. Just because it wouldn't result in death didn't mean he wouldn't sustain injuries. What if this weapon, the peacock feather, severely wounded him? He cast a discontented glance at Yun and Yun Shan, who were eagerly watching the spectacle alongside the reckless Yanran. How foolish of these two to join in on her antics without understanding the gravity of the situation. Seeing Dou Qi nod, Nalan Yanran hesitated no longer, gripping the peacock feather tightly, her thumb pressing the button. With a mechanical whir, the tip of the peacock feather suddenly opened, and a flurry of concealed weapons shot towards Dou Qi, forming a semicircular pattern reminiscent of a peacock fanning its tail. Strikingly beautiful. In an instant, countless projectiles collided with Dou Qi's battle aura shield. Clang, clang, clang. A cacophony of sounds akin to metal clashing resonated throughout the shop. Some projectiles ricocheted off and flew towards Yun and Yun Shan, who effortlessly batted them away. After the initial barrage, the shop quickly returned to a serene state. Elder Dou Qi, how do you feel? What is your assessment of the peacock feather's power? Nalan Yanran looked at Dou Qi, who remained unscathed, feeling a twinge of disappointment regarding the weapon's effectiveness, yet still pressed for a response. Upon hearing her, Dou Qi was momentarily taken aback, casting a peculiar glance at the peacock feather in Nalan Yanran's hand. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Its power is comparable to that of a Grand Battle Master's attack. Just moments ago, when the peacock feather unleashed its barrage against his battle aura shield, Dou Qi had distinctly felt the weapon's force. He surmised that this contraption might even struggle to penetrate a Grand Battle Master's battle armor. Is that all?" Upon hearing this, disappointment etched itself onto Nalan Yanran's face. According to Elder Dou Qi, this was clearly nothing extraordinary. Yi Yun stood aside, fully immersed in the realm of invincibility, and thus he was far more attuned to the magnitude of power emanating from the peacock feather than Dou Qi. He estimated that the feathers could at most penetrate the battle armor of a great battle master. In the Douluo continent, this peacock feather could shatter the true martial forms unleashed by a soul saint. However, in the Dou Qi continent, it could merely breach the armor of a great battle master. What does this imply? It suggests that the soul saint of Douluo continent is equivalent to the great battle master realm in Dou Qi continent. This seems quite reasonable, does it not? Upon realizing the power of the peacock feather in her hand, Nalan Yanran promptly stored it away in her spatial ring, losing all interest in further examination. She felt quite disheartened, not expecting that her first attempt today would yield such a trivial item. Approaching the counter, Nalan Yanran steeled herself, silently vowing to uncover a truly astonishing treasure. With a sharp snap, she shattered a jar. As a dazzling light erupted, the broken jar vanished without a trace. Nalan Yanran focused her gaze, her eyes widening in astonishment. What was this? There, on the counter, lay a golden sphere as large as a bowl, within which a golden liquid seemed to flow, exuding an astonishing energy. As she reached out to grasp it, she recoiled as if struck by lightning, exclaiming, "So hot!" The moment she touched the golden sphere, a searing sensation enveloped her, prompting her to withdraw her hand immediately. Yi Yun's gaze swept over the golden sphere, instantly acquiring its information. Dragon essence. Derived from the body of the divine dragon, one of the 4 legendary beasts in Fengyun, it harbors terrifying energy. Consuming it can enhance one's cultivation, grant immortality, immunity to all poisons, and the ability of an indestructible dragon body. After perusing the details of the golden sphere, a flicker of astonishment passed through Yi Yun's eyes. Nalan Yanran had actually manifested the dragon essence. This was truly remarkable. The golden sphere was indeed the dragon essence. In the world of Fengyun, there exist 4 divine beasts: the divine dragon, the phoenix, the fire qilin, and the dragon tortoise. The dragon essence, a supreme treasure from within the divine dragon, possesses capabilities that are extraordinary even in a fantastical realm. No one can resist the allure of immortality. In comparison to eternal life, wealth, women, emotions, and power pale into insignificance. The dragon essence grants the ability to live forever, which is the primary reason it is revered as an ultimate treasure. There are 2 reasons why the dragon essence can confer immortality. First, it contains an immense reservoir of energy. As long as this energy is not depleted, the consumer shall never perish, even if their head is severed from their body. Secondly, the dragon essence transforms the physical form of its user, allowing them to achieve immortality even when their energy is depleted. Moreover, through the augmentation of the dragon essence, users are endowed with extraordinary abilities. Duanlong, having consumed the double dragon essence, acquired an indomitable demonic hand, more fearsome than divine weaponry, while Juexin, through the dragon essence, attained an unquenchable body of hellfire, capable of continual healing as long as flames persist. Yi Yun, having witnessed the wonders of the world, recognized that the healing capabilities following the ingestion of dragon essence reach an extraordinarily monstrous level. Of course, in addition to dragon essence, phoenix blood possesses a similar effect. It can be asserted that once an individual consumes dragon essence, their strength undergoes a profound transformation, granting them capabilities such as immortality and an indestructible physique. Truly terrifying. Bossy, what is this exactly? Why are you silent? Observing Yi Yun lost in contemplation, Nalan Yanran could not help but urge him. A flicker of concern crossed her mind. Could it be that the item she had procured was of inferior quality? Had Boss Yi lost his enthusiasm to explain? Upon hearing Nalan Yanran's voice, Yi Yun snapped back to reality, glanced at the dragon essence on the counter, and slowly spoke. "Congratulations, you have unveiled an extraordinary treasure." An extraordinary treasure. At Yi Yun's assessment, Nalan Yanran's heart jolted. This was the first time in 3 days she had heard such praise from him. Could it be that she had indeed discovered a remarkable treasure? With this thought, Excitement surged within her. The three bystanders, Yun and her companions, also displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing Yi Yun's appraisal, subsequently directing their gazes towards the large dragon essence on the counter. To receive such commendation from Boss Yi undoubtedly signified that this was a treasure of unparalleled significance. Boss Yi, could you please elaborate on it? Nalan Yanran looked at Yi Yun with eager anticipation. Yi Yun nodded slightly, stating, "This is a dragon essence." Chapter 41, Immortality? Such a treasure exists in the world. Dragon essence? What is that? Upon hearing this, Yun Shan's eyes filled with confusion. Could it be related to dragons? The continent of Dou Qi is known to have dragons as well. Furthermore, anything associated with dragons is certainly not mundane. The dragon essence is the inner core of a divine dragon, one of the four sacred beasts from a world of legends. The inner core of the divine dragon, much like the magic core within the beasts of the Dou Qi continent, is a crystallization of the dragon's immense power. Yi Yun explained in a calm manner. A divine dragon, a sacred beast. The mention of these terms from Yi Yun's lips caused Yun Shan's expression to change dramatically. In his view, anything associated with the divine or the dragon must be an extraordinary treasure. The combination of the words divine and dragon clearly emphasized the terrifying origins of this divine dragon. Yet another treasure from the world of legends. Upon hearing the words wind and cloud, Yun felt a stirring in her heart. The 10,000 swords returning to one and the unparalleled sword in her possession both originated from this world. It was astonishing to discover that such treasures existed in this realm, truly not to be underestimated. Boss Yi, this dragon essence is the magic core of a divine dragon. What powers does it possess? Nalan Yanran's face also displayed a look of astonishment, followed by an eager inquiry directed at Yi Yun. She pondered that since the dragon essence came from within a divine dragon, it must undoubtedly possess extraordinary capabilities. Yi Yun, without any preamble, replied, "The dragon essence has numerous effects. Upon consumption, it can significantly enhance one's strength, and it can also alter a person's constitution. Those who ingest the dragon essence may attain longevity, immortality, and immunity to all poisons." Yi Yun elaborated on the effects following its consumption. What? A significant enhancement in cultivation, longevity, immortality, immunity to all poisons. After hearing Yi Yun's introduction, everyone widened their eyes, gazing at the dragon essence on the counter with incredulity. Once they regained their composure, their eyes revealed an intense fervor. Setting aside the other abilities, the mere promise of longevity was enough to drive anyone into a frenzy. What is the purpose of cultivation if not for the pursuit of eternal life and formidable strength? The existence of this dragon essence seemed to directly fulfill their deepest desires. Longevity, immortality. Yun Shan gazed at the dragon essence with a look of fervor and obsession, and could not help but reach out to grasp it. However, upon contact, an intense burning sensation surged through him, instinctively causing him to withdraw his hand. "It's so hot." Yun Shan stared in shock at the dragon essence, hesitating to act rashly. "Excuse me, Boss Yi, how should one consume this dragon essence?" Yun Shan subsequently inquired. Yi Yun replied nonchalantly, "Simply swallow it whole." Swallow it whole. Upon hearing this, Yun Shan glanced at the dragon essence, which was as large as a bowl, and his mouth twitched slightly. How can one possibly swallow something so large? "Boss Yi, is it possible to cut it into smaller pieces for consumption?" At that moment, Nalan Yanran innocently posed a question. She hoped that if the dragon essence could be divided, it would be more favorable. Observing her master's fervent gaze toward the dragon essence, Nalan Yanran realized that this treasure likely wouldn't belong to her. After all, there was only one dragon essence, and it was improbable that it would fall into her hands. However, if it could be partitioned into several portions, then perhaps there was a chance. After all, she was the one who unearthed it. Claiming a share wouldn't be unreasonable, right? Yun Shan found Nalan Yanran's question somewhat amusing. This foolish girl. How could such a precious artifact as the dragon essence possibly be divided? To his astonishment, Yi Yun nodded in response to Nalan Yanran's words and said, "Sure." He recalled that in the midst of chaos, an entire dragon essence had been divided into 7 parts. Yun Shan stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. It was truly possible to separate it. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran became quite excited and said, "Boss Yi, could you kindly assist me in dividing it?" She felt elated at the prospect, for if it could be separated, she might also savor the essence of the dragon. "Of course," Yi Yun replied, nodding in acquiescence. He then reached out and gently tapped the dragon essence. In a dazzling flash of golden light, the originally palm-sized essence shattered into 7 equal-sized golden spheres, each resembling the size of an egg. Wow, it has indeed transformed into 7 pieces. Gazing at the divided dragon essence on the counter, Nalan Yanran's face lit up with joy. Surely, she would manage to claim 2 of them. 3 for my master, 2 for my teacher, and 2 for myself. Yes, that settles it. Subsequently, she reached out to touch one of the dragon essences. Ah, it's no longer as hot as before. She then attempted to lift a small dragon essence using her fighting spirit and was successful without feeling any heat. After a brief moment of hesitation, she picked up 3 small essences and handed them to Yunshan, saying, "Master, these are for you." Yunshan was momentarily taken aback before accepting the 3 small essences, a smile blossoming on his face. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction, realizing that his decision from the previous day had been wise. Yanran was indeed luckier than himself. With these 3 dragon essences, he was certain he could break through to the Dozong realm. Moreover, Bossy had mentioned that consuming dragon essence could grant 1 longevity and immortality. Although it had been divided into 7 parts, obtaining 3 should allow him to live for an extra 1,000 years, which seemed reasonable enough. Excitement surged within Yunshan as he contemplated this. His time was limited. He had only a few years left to live. Yet now, not only did he see hope for breaking through to Dozong, but he could also achieve immortality. This was nothing short of a monumental surprise. Nalan Yanran then picked up 2 more dragon essences and handed them to Yun, smiling as she said, "Teacher, these are for you." Yun had been eagerly watching Nalan Yanran and quickly accepted the 2 small essences, feeling a wave of gratification. Such a good girl, I must not bully her anymore as a teacher, she thought. I'll treat her to a bucket of instant noodles later as compensation. Meanwhile, Dou Qi watched enviously as Nalan Yanran stored the remaining 2 small dragon essences into her spatial ring. Throughout the entire exchange, Nalan Yanran had not cast a single glance in his direction. As Dou Qi twitched the corner of his mouth, he contemplated speaking. But realizing that this dragon essence was produced by the young girl herself, he felt it inappropriate to intrude upon her distribution decision. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to shamelessly solicit. However, the envy and jealousy gleaming in his eyes were impossible to conceal. After all, consuming such a treasure could grant 1 immortality. Who wouldn't desire such a precious gem? Chapter 42. The Nanyu Sparrow? A spiritual beast from the upper realm? After Nalan Yanran had allocated the small dragon essences, she redirected her gaze back to the counter, where the final jar remained unopened. I must achieve a spectacular result with this last jar. Ideally, it should contain something even more extraordinary than the dragon essence. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Nalan Yanran's eyes. In merely 3 short days, she had become utterly enamored with the thrill of opening jars, akin to a gambler lost in the throes of chance. With a decisive motion, Nalan Yanran clenched her fist and struck the jar with considerable force. Accompanied by a crisp shattering sound, the jar shattered into countless fragments. In an instant, radiant hues flickered, and the broken jar vanished without a trace. What is this? A large egg? As the light dissipated, Nalan Yanran's eyes widened in astonishment. Before her lay a massive black egg, the size of a barrel, adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns. "Bossy, what sort of egg is this? It appears quite extraordinary," she inquired, reaching out to explore the surface of the black egg, yet discerning nothing substantial. Meanwhile, Yunshan and Yun approached, pondering the enigmatic egg. After a moment of contemplation, both were left bewildered. Beside them, Yun cast a casual glance at the black egg. 9U Sparrow Spiritual Beast Egg, a fresh egg from the 9U Sparrow clan within the world of the Great Ruler, containing nourishing essence for health and vitality. Upon reading the information regarding the black egg, a flicker of surprise crossed Yun's eyes. It was indeed a first to encounter something from the Great Ruler. Moreover, it was an egg newly laid by the 9U Sparrow clan. However, what on earth did this system's description mean? Nourishing for health? A prestigious spiritual beast egg? Meant for consumption? That was utterly absurd. Yun recalled that in The Great Ruler, the protagonist Mu Chen's early success in overcoming challenges was significantly attributed to the essence of the 9U Sparrow within him. The 9U Sparrow was ranked 11th in the beast record of that world, a truly formidable spiritual beast. It is worth noting that while they are referred to as magical beasts in the continent of Fighting Qi, they are known as spiritual beasts in The Great Ruler, undoubtedly. The lineage of spiritual beasts far surpasses that of demonic beasts, particularly for the esteemed 9 Hades Sparrow, which ranks prominently among spiritual creatures. "Do you recognize the origin of this black giant egg, Bossy?" Yun inquired after an exhaustive study yielded no results. Her gaze inevitably shifting towards Yun for answers. Yun replied nonchalantly, "This egg belongs to the 9 Hades Sparrow." "The 9 Hades Sparrow?" Upon hearing this, the crowd furrowed their brows, contemplation flashing in their eyes. After a moment, they collectively shook their heads in resignation, confirming their unfamiliarity with such a demonic beast. "May I ask, Bossy, what level of demonic beast is the 9 Hades Sparrow, for we have never encountered it?" Yunshan, racking his brain, directly posed the question to Yun. The nine-Hades sparrow is not a demonic beast. It hails from the grand world above the Dou Qi continent. And it is an exceptionally formidable spiritual beast, Yi Yun elucidated. The grand world above the Dou Qi continent? A spiritual beast? The assembly was once again taken aback by Yi Yun's words. Yi Yun had previously enlightened them about the grand world, explaining that their Dou Qi continent was merely a small world among many, with no fewer than 3,000 such realms contained within the grand world. This revelation underscored the vastness of the grand world, teeming with formidable beings of unimaginable power. The fact that the nine-Hades sparrow originated from such a superior realm was enough to leave Yunshan and his companions utterly astounded. This is indeed an object from the higher realm? They gazed in astonishment at the black giant egg on the counter, collectively lamenting Nalan Yanran's extraordinary fortune. Having just unearthed a dragon essence of unimaginable potential, she now possessed an egg from the higher realm. Such luck was truly enviable. At this moment, the most elated of all was, of course, Nalan Yanran herself. After absorbing Yi Yun's explanation, she cradled the black giant egg and chanted, "My egg, my treasure." Yi Yun, observing from the side, couldn't help but twitch his lips. "What do you mean, your egg? Pray tell, do you have an egg?" It would be prudent for a young lady to choose her words with care. After a moment of excitement, Nalan Yanran suddenly recalled something and continued her inquiry. "Boss Yi, do spiritual beasts from the higher realm possess strength superior to the ninth-tier demonic beasts of the Dou Qi continent?" One cannot assert such a notion with absolute certainty. Yi Yun replied, shaking his head. The power of a spiritual beast primarily hinges on its bloodline tier. Some spiritual beasts of lower bloodline quality may even be inferior to ninth-tier demonic beasts of the Dou Qi continent. Yi Yun's words were delivered with calmness, yet they resonated deeply within the hearts of Yunshan and Yun, leaving them profoundly shaken. At the pinnacle of the continent of fighting Qi, the ninth-tier magical beast, upon ascending to the upper realm, astonishingly finds itself comparable only to the most inferior of spirit beasts. Truly, the 3,000 worlds live up to their reputation. Even a mere breath released by the denizens above would likely be extraordinary. Holding the obsidian egg in her hands, Nalan Yanran continued to inquire, "So, where does my nine-nether sparrow rank among the spirit beast bloodlines in the upper realm?" In this realm, there exists a ranking of spirit beast bloodlines known as the Record of 10,000 Beasts. Much like the ranking of on the fighting Qi continent, the Record of 10,000 Beasts chronicles the bloodline rankings of numerous spirit beasts. This record is divided into the celestial and terrestrial rankings, with the nine-nether sparrow securing the 11th position on the terrestrial list. Yi Yun spoke eloquently, divulging all the pertinent information regarding the nine-nether sparrow, the 11th rank on the terrestrial list. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated that the nine-nether sparrow would hold such a high position even in the upper realm. They had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. If they were to hatch and properly nurture this nine-nether sparrow, it could potentially transcend the void and successfully ascend to the upper realm. With this thought, both Yunshan and Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement. With the nine-nether sparrow spirit beast egg in their possession, the day of Yunlan's sect's rise to prominence was surely near. Meanwhile, Dou Qi gazed enviously at the spirit beast egg, his eyes betraying a mixture of admiration and jealousy. This spirit beast from the upper realm possessed a bloodline even more formidable than that of the ninth-tier magical beasts from the continent of fighting Qi. "Boss Yi, do enlighten me about the abilities of this spirit beast," Nalan Yanran said, lifting her delicate head, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yun replied, "Spirit beasts possess a unique ability that magical beasts cannot replicate, known as bloodline linking. This allows spirit beasts to forge a bloodline connection with humans, thereby amalgamating their strengths." Chapter 43, Bloodline Linking. Fourth on the celestial ranking, the Dragon Soul Cauldron. Bloodline linking? Nalan Yanran momentarily paused, her mind echoing the term, before casting a bewildered glance at Yi Yun. What exactly does bloodline linking entail? It is a technique possessed solely by those with the bloodline of ancient divine beasts. Simply put, it is a remarkably special method that intertwines your bloodline with that of the spirit beast. If I were to establish a bloodline connection with the spirit beast, what benefits would it bestow upon me? Nalan Yanran inquired with curiosity. Once the bloodline connection is established, you shall gain access to all the abilities inherent to the spirit beast, Yi Yun explained nonchalantly. For instance, with your nine-nether sparrow, should you forge a bloodline connection, you would receive its power enhancement, and simultaneously, you would be able to wield the innate racial skill of the nine-nether sparrow, the nine-nether dark fire. The nine-nether sparrow hails from the northern underworld, its wings capable of obscuring mountains, and its ethereal light capable of devouring the sun and moon. The racial skill, the nine-nether flame, possesses an extraordinarily formidable power, rivaling the so-called of this Dou Qi continent. How marvelous! Upon hearing the benefits of establishing a bloodline link, Nalan Yanran's eyes widened in astonishment. This spirit beast surprisingly possesses such a wondrous ability. How, then, shall I forge a bloodline link with the 9 Nether Sparrow? Nalan Yanran inquired, affectionately caressing the immense black egg in her hands. That will depend entirely on you, Yiyun explained with a smile. Spirit beasts, by their very nature, are proud and rarely establish bloodline links with humans, especially high-ranked spirit beasts like the 9 Nether Sparrow, which harbors the essence of an ancient divine beast. It is only through gaining its trust that the 9 Nether Sparrow will willingly form a bloodline connection with you. I see. Then it seems I must treat it kindly once it hatches, Nalan Yanran mused inwardly. While forming a bloodline link with a spirit beast certainly offers numerous advantages, I must caution you that it is not without its drawbacks. Yiyun suddenly recalled something and advised. Once the bloodline link is established, your life will be directly intertwined with that of the spirit beast. Should either party perish, the other shall follow suit. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran was momentarily taken aback. Is that not a bit harsh? No, not at all. Yiyun shook his head. Though humans can extend their lifespans through cultivation, the 9 Nether Sparrow, being a spirit beast infused with the bloodline of the immortal phoenix from ancient times, possesses an exceptionally long lifespan. In terms of longevity, the 9 Nether Sparrow is at a disadvantage. At this point, Yiyun suddenly recalled the dragon essence that Nalan Yanran had obtained and quickly amended his statement. Of course, if you consume the dragon essence and gain the power of longevity, that could change things. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran seemed to grasp the concept and nodded slightly. I see. Well, I have shared all that I needed to convey. Take your egg and let the remaining jar be opened by anyone who desires it. I must close shop now. Watching Nalan Yanran consistently unveil remarkable treasures, Yiyun felt a surge of impatience, yearning to close the door and return to open his own exclusive jar. I shall do it. Hearing Yiyun's words, Dou Qi became anxious and immediately rushed to the counter, readily producing 100,000 gold coins. Yiyun accepted the coins and then took the last jar from the shelf, placing it on the counter. Dou Qi gazed at the jar before him, a flicker of anticipation crossing his eyes. He was envious of the extraordinary treasures Nalan Yanran had unveiled earlier. Now, it was finally his turn to open a jar. I must certainly unveil a treasure stronger and more potent than that of Yanran. Dou Qi resolved fiercely. Then, with unwavering determination, he struck the jar with a resounding slap. With a crisp shattering sound, the jar broke apart. As the dazzling rays of dawn flickered, the shattered jar vanished into thin air. Subsequently, a diminutive golden cauldron materialized upon the counter. Is this a medicinal cauldron? Yet why is it so small? Observing the golden cauldron, Dou Qi revealed a hint of confusion. And as he reached out to grasp it, his expression shifted dramatically. To his astonishment, this tiny golden cauldron weighed as if it were 1,000 pounds. Even with his prowess as a Douluo, lifting it proved to be an immense struggle. Soon, excitement replaced his bewilderment. This cauldron exhibited such extraordinary qualities. It must surely be an exceptional treasure. Contemplating this, Dou Qi turned his gaze toward Yiyun with anticipation and inquired, May I ask, Boss Yi, what kind of treasure is this medicinal cauldron? Why is it so diminutive? Upon hearing this, Yiyun briefly shifted his gaze from the golden cauldron, instantly acquiring all pertinent information regarding it. Dragon Soul Cauldron, originating from Dou Qi, ranked 4th on the Heavenly Cauldron list, it greatly assists in alchemical processes. The fact that it derives from Dou Qi astonished Yiyun. It was the first instance of encountering a native item from the Dou Qi continent. How intriguing! To find something from Dou Qi within the Dou Qi continent was indeed unexpected for Yiyun. However, that was merely the beginning. Subsequently, fragments of information regarding the Dragon Soul Cauldron began to surface in Yiyun's mind. In the realm of the Dou Qi continent, it is said that aside from the exotic flame ranking, there exists the Heavenly Cauldron list. As the name suggests, the list records those cauldrons that are remarkably perfect and outstanding. There are 13 cauldrons on the Heavenly Cauldron list, each possessing an allure that countless alchemists are drawn to. Yiyun recalled that Yao Chun possessed a cauldron from this list, known as the Black Demon Cauldron, which held the 8th position. Now, the Dragon Soul Cauldron that Dou Qi had summoned ranked 4th on the Heavenly Cauldron list. This small cauldron is the Dragon Soul Cauldron. Ranked 4th on the Heavenly Cauldron list, Yiyun stated calmly. With a flick of his right hand, the Dragon Soul Cauldron transformed into a streak of golden light and fell to the ground. In the next instant, a golden medicinal cauldron, large enough to occupy the space of a tabletop, appeared within the shop. This was a pure golden cauldron, robust in stature, exuding a profound and steady aura. The surface of the golden cauldron was adorned with intricately crafted images of dragon-like magical beasts. Upon closer inspection, these dragon-like beasts appeared almost lifelike. In a moment of quietude, it seemed as though everyone could hear the faint sound of a dragon's roar emanating from the golden, alchemical cauldron. What a magnificent cauldron! As the colossal golden vessel, now the size of a table, descended to the ground, Dou Qi could not help but express his admiration. Chapter 44. Apologies, the VIP card is given, not sold. Gazing at the extraordinary golden cauldron before him, Dou Qi felt compelled to marvel at its grandeur. A quality cauldron is of utmost significance to an alchemist. It is, without a doubt, one of the most vital instruments in an alchemist's arsenal. A fine cauldron can substantially enhance the success rate of concocting elixirs. Bossy, did you just say that this cauldron is the Dragon Soul Cauldron, ranked 4th on the Celestial Cauldron list? At that moment, Dou Qi recalled Yi Yun's earlier words, and a look of astonishment flickered across his face. As a 6th-tier alchemist, Dou Qi had certainly heard of the legendary Celestial Cauldron list, albeit only in passing. However, he was utterly ignorant of the specific cauldrons that graced this esteemed list. Within the realm of alchemy, the cauldrons listed on the Celestial Cauldron list hold a status akin to that of the extraordinary flames featured on the flame list. They are regarded as mythical artifacts. Yi Yun nodded affirmatively and said, "Indeed, this is the Dragon Soul Cauldron, ranked 4th on the Celestial Cauldron list." The knowledge that this cauldron truly belonged to the revered list and was ranked 4th ignited a wave of exhilaration within Dou Qi. In the hearts of every alchemist, the cauldrons on the legendary Celestial Cauldron list are regarded as supreme treasures. And now, this sacred artifact had unexpectedly fallen into his possession, leaving Dou Qi overwhelmed with excitement. "Bossy, might I trouble you to provide an introduction to the Dragon Soul Cauldron?" After gazing at the cauldron for a moment, Dou Qi awkwardly inquired of Yi Yun. As an alchemist, it was indeed somewhat embarrassing for him to seek an introduction to a cauldron from someone else. Yet, having never seen this Dragon Soul Cauldron, nor even heard of it, he was entirely unaware of its specific functions. Yi Yun, however, would not decline. As the proprietor, he felt it was his duty to enlighten his customers about the products. Thus, after taking a glance at the Dragon Soul Cauldron, Yi Yun began to elucidate. The Dragon Soul Cauldron was crafted in ancient times by the Emperor of the Dragon Clan, utilizing rare primordial metals, fused with the essence of a powerful dragon warrior. Its functions are manifold, but allow me to briefly outline 3 of its most significant abilities. Firstly, it enhances the success rate of an alchemist's elixir concoction. Secondly, as a creation of the Dragon Clan's Emperor, it is imbued with a potent dragon aura. When infused with battle energy, it can unleash a dragon's might, subduing all magical beasts. Thirdly, the cauldron contains the essence of the Dragon Clan, and by introducing the bloodline of a dragon, one can awaken this essence for their own use. Yi Yunchang succinctly recounted the origins and functions of the Dragon Soul Cauldron to Dou Qi in just a few brief sentences. Upon hearing Yi Yun's introduction, the astonishment on Dou Qi's face deepened. The Dragon Soul Cauldron possessed such an array of extraordinary abilities, truly deserving its prestigious ranking as the 4th on the Heavenly Cauldron list. After the initial wave of shock, a surge of elation flooded Dou Qi's heart. Such a treasure would soon belong to him. What could be more joyous than that? Confidently, Dou Qi believed that with the aid of the Dragon Soul Cauldron, his alchemical skills would ascend to new heights, perhaps even enabling him to swiftly break through to the realm of a 7th-tier alchemist. A 7th-tier alchemist would indeed be a notable figure across the entire continent. Contemplating this, Dou Qi felt a diminished sense of envy and resentment towards Nalan Yanran. Although her fortune was indeed remarkable, it appeared that he was not without merit. With the Dragon Soul Cauldron in his possession, Dou Qi felt a sense of contentment. All right, the jars for today have all been sold. Everyone, please take your leave. As the shop is about to close, Yi Yun announced, eager to return and open his exclusive jars. Hearing this, Dou Qi promptly regained his composure and gently caressed the Dragon Soul Cauldron before storing it within his spatial ring. "Bossy, it seems you have forgotten something," Yin Yun reminded him, recalling her VIP card. Nalan Yanran also reacted quickly, nodding in agreement. "Yes, Bossy. What about our VIP cards?" Yi Yun smiled gently, reassuring them. "Do not worry, you will not be overlooked." As he spoke, 2 golden cards materialized in his hand, which he flicked toward Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran. With excitement, they received the golden cards and examined them closely. The cards appeared unremarkable at first glance, seemingly crafted from pure gold, with their names inscribed upon them. Holding the first-tier VIP card, Nalan Yanran and Yun Yun were filled with exhilaration. With this card, even if Yi Yun were to depart, they would still have the opportunity to access the jars once a month. VIP cards? May I inquire, Bossy, what exactly are these VIP cards? Dou Qi asked, as intuition suggested to him that these cards held significant value. Yi Yun glanced at him and replied, "Those who possess a VIP card can, regardless of their location, activate the card to instantly appear in my shop, provided, of course, that I am open. Furthermore, those who possess a VIP card enjoy the privilege of priority purchasing. The higher the level of the VIP card, the greater the rights conferred. Yi Yun explained the function of the VIP card with a calm demeanor. Priority purchasing? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, both Nalan Yanran and Yun Yun exchanged glances of surprise. For this privilege had not been mentioned by Yi Yun the previous night. Dou Qi, too, was taken aback, realizing the extraordinary benefits of the VIP card. He was already aware that Yi Yun would only be at Yunlan sect for 3 days, and had been pondering where to find Yi Yun to open jars in the future. He had not anticipated the existence of such a marvelous object as the VIP card. Boss Yi, could you perhaps grant me a VIP card as well? Dou Qi inquired eagerly. Apologies, but you do not yet qualify for a VIP card, Yi Yun replied, shaking his head and firmly denying Dou Qi's request. Why not? How come they have one? Dou Qi asked, momentarily taken aback and then questioning with curiosity. Yi Yun clarified. One must spend 500,000 gold coins in this establishment to qualify for a level 1 VIP card. What? 500,000 gold coins just to obtain a level 1 VIP card? Dou Qi was momentarily stunned, his face falling with disappointment. Thus far, he had only purchased 2 jars here, totaling 200,000 gold coins, leaving him far from the required sum. Boss Yi, could you make an exception? I am willing to pay extra for a VIP card, Dou Qi ventured, harboring a glimmer of hope. Regrettably, Yi Yun decisively shook his head, stating, I'm sorry. But VIP cards are given, not sold. Chapter 45. The Inheritance of the Great Protection Technique. Given, not sold? Dou Qi felt a wave of despondency wash over him at Yi Yun's firm refusal. Without a VIP card, it seemed he would never have the opportunity to open jars again. This realization left him feeling lost. He glanced at the jubilant Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran, and suddenly recalled how Yun Shan had entrusted his jar to Nalan Yanran for opening. Previously, he had merely considered this an indication of Yun Shan's affection for Nalan Yanran. Now, observing the VIP card in Nalan Yanran's possession, he understood everything. It appeared they had known about the VIP card all along. However, Dou Qi was acutely aware that even if he had been privy to this information earlier, he would still have no opportunity to acquire one, as he was not Nalan Yanran, and Yun Shan would never entrust his jar to him for opening. In their eyes, he remained merely an outsider. Upon observing Dou Qi's despondent demeanor, Yun Shan couldn't help but let a flicker of amusement dance in his eyes. He approached Dou Qi, gently patting his shoulder and speaking in a soothing tone. Dou Qi, it is merely a VIP card. There is no need to be so disheartened. In the future, should Yun Er and Yanran uncover any treasures, feel free to voice your needs. You are not an outsider. In Yun Shan's heart, this outcome was undoubtedly the most exquisite. He had no desire to witness Dou Qi receiving a VIP card himself. His greatest concern was that once Dou Qi ascended to the rank of a 7th-tier alchemist, he might disregard the Yunlan sect and choose to depart entirely. Such a scenario would result in significant losses for the sect. Presently, with both VIP cards firmly in the hands of the Yunlan sect, Dou Qi's future acquisition of treasures would naturally depend on his performance. Upon hearing these words, Dou Qi felt a flicker of understanding, soon grasping the underlying message in Yun Shan's remarks. A bittersweet smile tugged at his lips. It seemed that even if he were to break through to the 7th-tier alchemist level, detachment from the Yunlan sect would likely remain an impossibility, unless he could resist all temptations that the VIP card presented. However, having tasted the sweetness of such privileges, how could Dou Qi bear to relinquish them? Furthermore, with these 2 VIP cards, the future of the Yunlan sect was destined for prosperity. Dou Qi felt reassured that even after attaining the status of a 7th-tier alchemist, he would still have a place within the Yunlan sect. With this in mind, Dou Qi composed himself and turned to Yun Shan, stating earnestly, with the reassurance from the esteemed sect master, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the service of the Yunlan sect. At this, Yun Shan nodded in satisfaction. As long as you are willing to remain with the Yunlan sect, we shall not treat you poorly. Presently, Yun Shan brimmed with confidence regarding the future of the Yunlan sect. Over the past 3 days, the numerous treasures acquired had significantly bolstered the sect's foundation. Yun Yun had discovered a divine pill, achieving a breakthrough to the Dou realm. Nalan Yanran had integrated the Devouring Ancestral Talisman and was on the verge of contracting a celestial beast, her future achievements destined to be boundless. Furthermore, there was the extraordinary dragon essence, which promised longevity upon consumption. With his internal injuries mended by the restorative potion, Yun Shan felt assured that, with the aid of the dragon essence, he could swiftly ascend to the Dou realm himself. In that eventuality, the Yunlan sect would possess 2 Dou level figures. Such strength would be sufficient to reign supreme across the entire northwestern region. Not to mention, with both VIP cards in their possession and an unceasing influx of extraordinary treasures on the horizon, no force could thwart the rise of the Yunlan sect. After expelling Yun Shan and the others, Yi Yun promptly closed the shop door. Subsequently, he, as he had done in the previous days, directly made his way to the pavilion within his estate, summoning forth his 5 exclusive jars. As he beheld the 5 ordinary jars that materialized upon the stone table, anticipation filled Yi Yun's eyes. What treasures might he unveil this time? He then selected one jar with precision and, with a decisive motion, struck it with his palm. In an explosion of radiant light, a fragmentary golden page emerged upon the stone surface. The golden page of inheritance. Having previously unveiled several golden pages, Yi Yun was certainly no stranger to this phenomenon. Whenever a golden page appeared, it was invariably a valuable item. Alas, it was unfortunate that this one was incomplete. Though a tinge of regret lingered in Yi Yun's heart, he found it acceptable, for he still had the opportunity to obtain a critical hit that could rectify the situation. His gaze swept over the golden page, and he promptly discerned its information. The golden page of inheritance for the Great Protective Technique, incomplete, originating from the realm of eternal life. It is one of the 3,000 great Dou. Once again, it was a treasure from the eternal life realm, and specifically a technique among the 3,000 great Dou. After perusing the information on the incomplete golden page, Yi Yun felt a surge of astonishment. Over the past 3 days, this marked the 3rd instance of him uncovering an item from the eternal life realm. The previous techniques, the Great Teleportation Technique and the Great Concealment Technique, were also part of the 3,000 great Dou. Could it be that he shared an affinity with the eternal life realm? The prospect of visiting eternal life seemed rather intriguing. Truth be told, Yi Yun found himself unexpectedly looking forward to the system's upgrade. If he were indeed able to traverse to other realms, it would certainly be a delightful occurrence. Regrettably, he was uncertain what transformations the system upgrade might entail. Regaining his focus, Yi Yun continued to examine the incomplete golden page in his hands. The Great Protective Technique, renowned as the foremost in protective arts among the 3,000 great Dou, was reputed to be impervious to a myriad of threats, unyielding even in the face of the destruction of an entire world. Even within the 3,000 great Dou, it held a prestigious rank, specifically designed to counteract techniques of mass destruction, such as the Great Slaughter, Great Severance, and Great Annihilation. To acquire such a profound technique of the Dou was undeniably a significant boon for Yi Yun. At that moment, a notification chime resonated within Yi Yun's mind. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have acquired an incomplete golden page of inheritance for the Great Protective Technique, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. The options for the critical hit are as follows. Option 1. 10,000 rolls of the incomplete version of the Great Protective Technique golden page. Option 2. 1 complete version of the Great Protective Technique golden page. Before Yi Yun, 2 options materialized. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively chose the second option. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a page of the Great Protective Arts inheritance. As Yi Yun made his choice, the system's notification echoed in response. Ding! Would the host like to extract the Great Protective Art inheritance page? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun promptly replied, extract. In the next moment, the fragmented golden page upon the stone platform radiated a dazzling brilliance. When the light faded, a complete, resplendent golden page lay upon the stone table. Chapter 46. The Colorful Watermelon Tree. Gazing at the intact inheritance page of the Great Protective Art, Yi Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Great Protective Art is renowned as the most formidable defensive technique among the myriad pathways, acclaimed for its invulnerability and ability to vanquish malevolence. Should he master this profound art, combined with his immortal body, he would indeed be indestructible. With this thought, Yi Yun eagerly commanded the system, read the Great Protective Art. As soon as his words fell, the golden page in his hand emitted a brilliant light, and a stream of golden radiance swiftly entered Yi Yun's brow. In an instant, he was engulfed by a torrent of vast and overwhelming information that left him no time to react, forcefully penetrating his mind and flowing rapidly. With focused determination, Yi Yun immersed himself in this flood of information. Waves of profound, thunderous sounds resonated within his consciousness, akin to the mighty tolling of ancient bells. Causing his head to spin, time slipped away, and eventually, the cacophony in his mind subsided. Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes, which now shimmered with enigmatic runes, his entire being aglow with an extraordinary radiance. At this moment, Yi Yun had completely absorbed all the knowledge and insights contained within the Great Protective Art. He revisited the information of the inheritance page within his mind, then closed his eyes once more. Moments later, a series of runes suddenly manifested upon his body, flickering intermittently. As time passed, a luminous sphere resembling a tortoise shell enveloped Yi Yun entirely. Upon this shell emerged numerous arcane runes, some reminiscent of ancient tortoises, coalescing into a protective shell that floated outside the glowing sphere. With the system's assistance, Yiyun swiftly cultivated this most proficient and resilient great protective art. In the realm of eternal life, this technique, among the 3,000 pathways, is exceedingly challenging to master and has long been lost to time. During the ancient battles of gods and demons, certain figures achieved mastery over this divine art, shining brilliantly, to the extent that even the divine emperors of the god race were rendered powerless against it. Legend has it that during the primordial era, the Taoist of chaos employed the great protective art to withstand a united assault from 3,000 divine emperors, subsequently unleashing the primordial heavenly Tao to obliterate them all. When cultivated to its zenith, the great protective art grants unparalleled safety, allowing one to traverse through the storms of time and space without a hint of peril. Certainly, at this moment, Yiyun has merely just crossed the threshold of the grand protective technique, and thus is far from attaining such a formidable realm. Nonetheless, given the immense defensive power of the grand protective technique, even as a novice, Yiyun's defensive capabilities have undergone a remarkable transformation. He is confident that when invoking the grand protective technique, even a full frontal assault from a 9-star Dou Emperor would not harm him in the slightest. Even when faced with the onslaught of a Dou Zong expert, he believes he could withstand it for a considerable duration. Such is the extraordinary strength and terrifying nature of the grand protective technique. After a considerable time, Yiyun willed his thoughts and finally ceased his practice of the grand protective technique. He then rose and directed his gaze toward the 4 remaining jars on the stone table. The initial success had been a manifestation of a 3,000 Dao technique, which filled him with heightened anticipation for the subsequent jars. With a crisp sound, one of the jars shattered. In an instant, radiant light flickered, and the last green item, as large as a watermelon, appeared on the stone table. Gazing at the watermelon that had materialized, Yiyun was momentarily taken aback. What is this? It has yielded merely a fruit? Undeterred, Yiyun scrutinized the watermelon. King of watermelons, from the world of Earth, a genetically modified watermelon cultivated in Huagua. Renowned as the king of watermelons, boasts abundant juice and a delectable sweetness, guaranteed to remain fresh, and consuming it contributes to physical fortitude. This truly is something from my homeland. A Huagua brand watermelon. The king of watermelons, guaranteed to be fresh. However, what is this genetically modified watermelon? The notion that it could enhance physical vitality pleasantly surprised Yiyun. Although the item produced this time was not particularly remarkable, he was nonetheless delighted to see something from Earth manifest once again. At that moment, the system's prompt resonated softly in Yiyun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a king of watermelons, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. The options for the 10,000-fold critical hit were as follows. Option 1, 10,000 kings of watermelons. Option 2, a 7-colored watermelon tree. Immediately, the 2 options appeared before Yiyun's eyes. He quickly glanced over them, utterly astonished. A watermelon tree? Aren't watermelons vine-grown? Where could a tree possibly come from? Could it be another aberrant product? I must see how watermelons grow on trees. Driven by curiosity, Yiyun addressed the system directly. System, I choose option 2. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a 7-colored watermelon tree. As Yiyun made his choice, the system's notification followed suit. Ding! Would the host like to extract the great 7-colored watermelon tree? Upon hearing the words, Yiyun immediately responded, extract. In the next moment, the green-skinned watermelon upon the stone platform erupted in a dazzling array of colors. Moments later, a small sapling radiating with multicolored light appeared before Yiyun's eyes. A glance was all it took for the information about this sapling to materialize. Rainbow watermelon tree, capable of bearing 7 distinct colors of watermelon, each hue imbued with extraordinary powers. Extraordinary powers? Let's cultivate it and see. Yiyun, somewhat perplexed, promptly lifted the multicolored sapling from the stone table and made his way to a grassy area within the estate, where he planted it directly into the soil. As the sapling was nestled into the earth, Yiyun keenly sensed it drawing upon the elemental energies present in the surrounding space. Could it be that this sapling requires the absorption of various elemental forces to thrive? This thought crossed Yiyun's mind, and with a mere flicker of intent, he activated the power of his invincible domain, channeling the elemental energies from the void towards the sapling in torrents. What unfolded next astonished Yiyun. The sapling welcomed the influx of elemental energies with open arms, absorbing them all without hesitation. As it did, the sapling began to grow at a visibly accelerated pace. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a small sapling into a sizable young tree. An hour later, Yiyun gazed at the rainbow watermelon tree, now towering a meter above him, and felt a sense of numbness wash over him. This is simply surreal. No, wait, I am in a fantastical world. Given that I have already traversed realms, the emergence of a watermelon tree is hardly surprising. Thus, it is not unreasonable for a sapling to mature into a sizable tree within an hour, right? Chapter 47. The Binding Immortal Rope. The Interdimensional Portal. Never mind. Let me open the other jars first. Observing the rapidly growing rainbow watermelon tree, Yiyan estimated that it would take only a few more hours to fully mature and bear fruit. He was too impatient to wait and returned to the pavilion, preparing to continue opening jars. Gazing at the remaining 3 jars on the stone table, Yiyan struck one with a swift slap, shattering it into fragments. Soon, a radiant glow erupted, and the broken shards vanished into light, revealing a golden rope upon the table. A rope indeed? Yiyan gazed in astonishment at the golden cord that had appeared. What peculiar item have I unearthed this time? He grasped the golden rope and tugged at it with force. Its quality is rather impressive. Yiyan was taken aback. His physical strength was formidable, yet he could not break this rope. Clearly, this was no ordinary cord. Upon contemplating this, Yiyan, filled with a sense of curiosity, directed his gaze towards the golden rope, instantly acquiring all the information regarding this exquisite artifact. The Binding Immortal Rope, replica, a formidable magical tool from the realm of Perfect World. Could it truly be the Binding Immortal Rope? Upon discovering the details of this golden cord, Yiyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This item is indeed splendid. It would be exceedingly convenient for binding purposes. Remarkably, it originates from the treasured artifacts of Perfect World. Alas, it is merely a replica. Yiyan recalled that the young Emperor of the Desolate had also acquired a similar Binding Immortal Rope replica in his youth. Though a replica, its power remains astonishing. At that moment, a sudden alert resonated within Yiyan's mind, announcing the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Binding Immortal Rope replica, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike. The options for the critical strike are as follows. Option 1. 10,000 Binding Immortal Ropes replicas. Option 2. 1 Binding Immortal Rope, genuine. Subsequently, 2 choices materialized before Yiyan's eyes. He scanned them swiftly and arrived at a conclusion. Genuine or replica. This decision was hardly a dilemma. Without hesitation, Yiyan declared to the system, I choose option 2. As soon as Yiyan's words fell, a blinding golden light erupted from the replica Binding Immortal Rope on the stone table, and then a genuine Binding Immortal Rope appeared in Yiyan's field of vision. Although it appeared quite similar to the previous replica, Yiyan sensed an aura of profound mystical laws emanating from it. Clearly, this genuine Binding Immortal Rope possessed significantly greater power than its predecessor. Yiyan's gaze then focused on scanning the information. Binding Immortal Rope, genuine, originating from the investiture of the god's world. It is a postnatal spiritual treasure. Yiyan's eyes glimmered. It was indeed the genuine Binding Immortal Rope. This artifact is immensely powerful. Having read the investiture of the gods, Yiyan was well aware of the formidable nature of this rope. It is the treasured artifact of the sage Qi Lushun, the master of the Earthwalker's son, capable of autonomously binding enemies. The more the adversary struggles, the tighter the binding becomes. In the investiture of the gods, the Earthwalker's son has defeated numerous formidable opponents using this treasure. However, the efficacy of the Binding Immortal Rope also varies according to the user's capabilities. In the story, when the Earthwalker's son attempted to bind Yang Jian, he effortlessly escaped, while Qi Lushun was able to secure the One Shi Daoist without any chance of struggle. Qi Lushun could bind celestial beings below the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, while the Earthwalker's son could at most bind a half-immortal body. Thus, this treasure's potency is contingent upon the user's strength. Nevertheless, being a spiritual treasure, the Binding Immortal Rope possesses tremendous power. Yiyan estimated that with his current strength, he could at least bind a formidable opponent at the Dozun level, or even a half-saint with the Binding Immortal Rope, rendering them utterly motionless. Once Yiyan's power ascended to the Do Huang or Dozong realms, it was likely that a mere strand of the Binding Immortal Rope would allow him to traverse the entire Dou Qi continent with ease. The mere thought of this filled Yiyan with excitement. At that time, he could roam freely without fear of being defeated. But wait, possessing an immortal body, what was there to fear? He could not be vanquished. In that moment, Yiyan felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. He picked up the Binding Immortal Rope from the table and toyed with it for a moment before tying it around his waist as a belt, its golden sheen exuding an air of opulence. After a brief period of exhilaration, Yiyan gradually calmed himself and turned his gaze towards the remaining 2 jars. With a crisp sound, one of the jars shattered upon impact. As a radiant light flickered, the items upon the stone table were unveiled. What could this be? Yiyan picked up a silver talisman from the stone surface, a look of puzzlement crossing his features. As he scanned it, the information inscribed on the silver talisman became apparent. Interdimensional Travel Talisman. a special item provided by the system for traversing dimensions. Upon use, one can freely travel to another dimension and remain there for 3 days before returning. Only a single usage opportunity is available. The host is advised to use it judiciously. An interdimensional travel talisman? The ability to traverse to other realms? As Yi Yun read the information revealed by the silver talisman, his eyes sparkled with excitement. To think such an item could be obtained, and provided by the system no less. Indeed, his assumptions were correct. The system's later developments would likely involve venturing into other dimensions. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Yi Yun's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired an interdimensional travel talisman and triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit. The options for the critical hit are as follows. Option 1. 10,000 interdimensional travel talismans. Option 2. An interdimensional portal. The familiar choices appeared before Yi Yun. An interdimensional portal? He quickly glanced at the options and felt a surge of anticipation. Could this portal be a permanent item? With this thought, Yi Yun hesitated no longer and decisively stated to the system, I choose option 2. As soon as Yi Yun's words fell, the silver talisman in his hand began to vibrate intensely, radiating a brilliant light. Moments later, the talisman vanished, and a compact silver portal materialized in Yi Yun's grasp. The density of spatial power was overwhelming. Yi Yun gazed at the silver portal in his hand, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. His mastery of the great teleportation technique inherently grants him an acute sensitivity to the forces of space, as it is a profound manifestation of spatial power. At this moment, he distinctly perceives that the silver portal in his grasp harbors a terrifying potency of spatial energy. Subsequently, his gaze sweeps across the silver portal, immediately acquiring pertinent information about it. 2 realms teleportation portal, capable of establishing a permanent gateway to other dimensions at random. Chapter 48. The Golden Purple Gourd. Indeed, it is of a permanent nature. Observing the information of the compact portal in his hand, he muses that it is indeed not a disposable item, but rather a portal that allows for effortless travel and return at will. With the teleportation portal in hand, a flicker of excitement dances across Yi Yun's face as he yearns to activate it immediately and explore another realm. Suddenly, a system notification resonates in his mind, cautioning, attention, host, the shop will not accompany you through the teleportation. Taken aback by this revelation, Yi Yun pauses momentarily. The randomness of the portal's destination raises a tinge of hesitation within him. What if it led to an exceedingly formidable world, devoid of the invincible domain of his shop? That would be quite troubling. However, he reassures himself, for he possesses an immortal body. Nevertheless, as the proprietor of the jar shop, he must continue selling jars. What if he becomes trapped in another world and is unable to return? Yi Yun cannot forsake his jar shop, for it is his golden key to growth. Rest assured, host, the system's voice echoes once more in his mind. No matter where you find yourself, as long as the shop's location resets, you will be forcibly transported back inside. It seems the system is aware of Yi Yun's concerns. The prospect of being forcibly returned upon the shop's location refreshing brightens his eyes. With this provision in place, the risk of being trapped dissipates. Even if he were to be sealed by someone powerful, it would only confine him for a maximum of 3 days. After that, the system would ensure his return to the shop. He had not anticipated such a flawless feature of the system. It is indeed intriguing. Yi Yun's eyes suddenly gleam with renewed vitality. With his immortal form, he fears no demise. Yet the thought of being ensnared by some mighty entity wielding an extraordinary treasure or formation, subjecting him to relentless torment, is daunting. However, with the system's provision of a compulsory 3-day return, his worries are alleviated. Even if captured by a formidable adversary, the worst fate would only entail 3 days of torment. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun resolved to activate the portal. However, he decided it prudent to open the final jar first. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze toward the last jar resting on the stone table. Should it contain a treasure, being transported to another world would be significantly safer. Yi Yun felt a surge of anticipation as he struck the last jar with a decisive palm. Crack! The jar shattered, releasing a cascade of radiant light, revealing a purple gourd upon the stone surface. A gourd? The sight of the purple gourd ignited a spark of excitement in Yi Yun's eyes. A gourd is indeed a remarkable item. In numerous tales, the appearance of a gourd is invariably a sign of something extraordinary. This purple gourd did not appear to be an ordinary artifact. It was undoubtedly a treasure. With eager anticipation, Yi Yun scanned the purple gourd before him. Purple gourd, a companion treasure of the 7th child from the world of Calabash Brothers, possessing extraordinary power. A purple gourd? An artifact from the realm of Calabash Brothers? Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback upon reading the description. Once again, he had drawn something from the realm of animation. Memories of his childhood flooded back. Recalling the narrative of Calabash Brothers, where the seventh child's purple gourd could seemingly capture individuals directly. Its power appeared formidable enough. It could be considered a worthy treasure. However, the combat system within Calabash Brothers did not seem particularly robust. He wondered what level of treasure this would equate to in the continent of Dou Qi. As Yiyun pondered, a sudden notification resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a purple gourd, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit. The options for the 10,000-fold critical hit are as follows. Option 1, 10,000 purple gourds. Option 2, 1 purple gold gourd. Instantly, the two options materialized before Yiyun. He quickly glanced at them. A purple gold gourd? What kind of treasure is this? Having perused numerous novels, many featuring gourds as treasures, he found himself momentarily unable to recall any formidable purple gold gourd. No matter. He decided to choose first. A treasure arising from a 10,000-fold critical hit would surely be remarkable. With this resolution, Yiyun addressed the system. System, I choose option 2. As soon as his words echoed, the purple gourd on the stone table suddenly radiated both purple and golden light. Moments later, the purple gourd vanished, replaced by a gourd of purple and gold hues. Yiyun hastily scanned the information of the purple gold gourd. The purple gold gourd, originating from the world of Journey to the West, is a vessel utilized by the Supreme Lord Laozi to contain elixirs. Merely uttering its name summons a response, allowing one to be directly absorbed into it, whereupon they would be refined within a mere instant. Astonishingly, Yiyun's eyes widened in disbelief upon discovering the information about the purple gold gourd. Was this not the treasure pilfered by the golden-horned king and the silver-horned king from the Supreme Lord? To his surprise, he had unearthed such a remarkable artifact. Contemplating the gourd's formidable power, a broad smile spread across Yiyun's face. This truly was a wondrous treasure. In combat, calling upon an adversary's name would result in their immediate confinement within the gourd, and within moments, they could be transformed into essence of blood. Undoubtedly, this was an intriguing and entertaining artifact. However, the gourd was not without its drawbacks. Should an enemy discover its secrets, it could easily be countered. Yiyun regarded the purple gold gourd as a precious possession. Despite its numerous flaws, if used sparingly as a trump card, it could yield exceptional results. After all, who would ever suspect that such a simple gourd could possess such immense power? At least on this continent of martial arts. The mere deployment of the purple gold gourd would render Yiyun virtually invincible. He mused that even if the Soul Emperor were to descend at this moment, calling out to him might lead to his own demise should he dare respond. After securing the purple gold gourd, Yiyun initially intended to activate the portal in his hand, but was suddenly captivated by a radiant array of colors. His curious gaze fell upon the vibrant watermelon sapling he had previously planted, which had now burgeoned into a towering tree, adorned with numerous watermelons. The hues of these watermelons were peculiar: golden, yellow, purple, and blue. Chapter 49. The Marvelous Uses of the Colorful Watermelon. A Breakthrough to the Martial Emperor. 7 colors of watermelon. Yiyun counted and discovered that the lofty watermelon tree bore fruits of 7 distinct colors, aptly reflecting its name. He wondered what extraordinary powers these watermelons might possess. A glimmer of curiosity sparked in his eyes as he beckoned with his hand, causing a golden watermelon to plummet from the tree and soar towards him. Glimpsing the golden watermelon, Yiyun immediately accessed its information. Diamond watermelon. Consuming this enhances physical strength. Consuming more can transform one into a diamond physique. A watermelon that bolsters defensive capabilities? Yiyun was taken aback upon reading the details of the golden watermelon. He had never imagined that consuming watermelon could lead to such fortification. This was indeed his first encounter with such an extraordinary phenomenon. Subsequently, Yiyun cast his gaze once more upon the variously colored watermelons adorning the watermelon tree. This golden watermelon, upon consumption, purportedly enhances one's defensive capabilities. Intrigued, Yiyun extended his hand, transforming it into a blade-like gesture, and deftly sliced the entire golden watermelon into 8 pieces. Once severed, the watermelon revealed its vibrant red flesh, which appeared no different from that of an ordinary watermelon. As he beheld the luscious red pulp, a surge of appetite overcame Yiyun, prompting him to grab a slice and devour it eagerly. Within moments, he had consumed an entire piece. Upon swallowing the watermelon, Yiyun distinctly sensed a peculiar change within his body. A mysterious warmth coursed through his limbs, enveloping him in an invigorating embrace. However, he did not perceive any significant enhancement to his physical defenses. Could it be that he had not eaten enough? This thought flashed through his mind, and without further hesitation, Yiyun seized the remaining watermelon and continued to feast. In a ravenous frenzy, he devoured the watermelon, leaving nothing but the rind behind. Upon finishing the entire golden watermelon, he felt a palpable transformation occurring within his physique. It seemed as though some extraordinary force was reshaping his very being. Moments later, as the transformation waned, Yi Yun clenched his fists, acutely aware that his physical strength had indeed augmented slightly. Yet, a hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. The effects of the golden watermelon had fallen short of his expectations. Nevertheless, he quickly discerned the reason. His physical form was already sufficiently robust, rendering the watermelon's benefits somewhat limited. After cultivating the divine elephant suppression technique, Yi Yun had awakened 4 colossal elephant seeds within him, endowing him with the might of 4 mighty elephants. With a single punch, without employing any mystical techniques, he could effortlessly cause even a formidable emperor-level opponent to bleed profusely. It was precisely due to his inherent strength that the golden watermelon's effects were negligible. Having come to this realization, Yi Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he turned his attention to the other colored watermelons on the tree. If the golden watermelon enhanced physical strength, he pondered, what attributes might the other colors bestow? With a resolute thought, Yi Yun plucked one of each of the remaining 6 colors. Soon, the stone table was adorned with 6 watermelons, each a different hue. After a brief inspection, he picked up a purple watermelon, his gaze sweeping across its surface. Beauty watermelon. Consumption elevates one's attractiveness, making men more handsome and women more beautiful. Remarkably, a watermelon that enhances beauty. Intriguingly, I find it delightful. Upon encountering the information about the purple watermelon, a smile graced Yi Yun's lips. Although he believed his own attractiveness was commendable, he felt he still paled in comparison to the esteemed readers. Naturally, he would not object to an enhancement in his allure. After executing a similar maneuver, the purple watermelon was swiftly divided into 8 segments. Before long, yet another watermelon found its way into Yi Yun's stomach. At this moment, Yi Yun squinted his eyes in sheer enjoyment. After consuming the beauty-enhancing watermelon, he sensed a mysterious power enveloping him. Simultaneously, he felt his body undergoing subtle transformations in mere seconds. A luminous sheen appeared upon his skin, rendering it exquisitely fair, akin to jade. Furthermore, under the influence of this enigmatic force, his features and physique underwent delicate refinements. Already possessing an extraordinary appearance, Yi Yun's facial features became even more exquisite, and his body proportions grew increasingly perfect. After a brief interval, the peculiar changes subsided, and then with a flick of his hand, a shimmering ice mirror, formed from elemental ice, materialized before him. Curiously, Yi Yun approached the mirror, directing his gaze at his reflection. In that instant, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. There he beheld himself in the mirror, tall and graceful, impeccably handsome, with not a trace of excess flesh to be found. Moreover, he exuded an ethereal elegance, combined with his striking visage, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Exhilarating. How strikingly handsome. Gazing at his reflection, Yi Yun couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-admiration. With his current allure, he finally felt he could rival even a fraction of the esteemed readers. After appreciating his appearance for a moment, Yi Yun's gaze shifted back to the other 5 watermelons. Subsequently, he selected a blue watermelon, his eyes scanning its surface. Energy watermelon. Consuming it can enhance one's strength. A watermelon that can augment power? Yi Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Matters of appearance seemed trivial. The enhancement of strength was the true path to greatness. Following the same procedure, the energy watermelon soon found its way into Yi Yun's belly. Burp. Yi Yun let out a satisfied belch. With 3 watermelons consumed, even his robust physique felt somewhat overwhelmed. Suddenly, Yi Yun's expression shifted. An immense surge of energy erupted within him. This energy appeared abruptly, as if it had long been lying dormant within him, suddenly bursting forth. Fortunately, this power was remarkably gentle, causing Yi Yun no discomfort whatsoever. Yi Yun promptly settled into a meditative posture, channeling the formidable power of the divine elephant suppression technique within him. As he engaged this technique, the energies coursing through his being surged towards the colossal embryo of the elephant within. A resounding roar, reminiscent of an ancient giant elephant, erupted from Yi Yun moments later. In the next heartbeat, a profound, timeless aura emanated from his body. With a thunderous bellow, the 5th colossal seed within Yi Yun fully awakened, releasing an immense force throughout his being. Subsequently, the 6th colossal seed emerged, unleashing an aura that transcended even the rank of a Dou Qi. Thus, Yi Yun successfully ascended to the realm of Dou Qi. Chapter 50. A World of Terrifying Power. Ha! I have finally transcended to the Dou Qi realm. In the pavilion, Yi Yun radiated an overwhelming presence, his body echoing the roars of an ancient giant elephant, as if a true primordial behemoth had manifested in the world. Relishing the vast energy coursing through him, excitement gleamed in Yi Yun's eyes. In merely 3 days, he had transformed from an ordinary mortal into a formidable Dou Qi. An experience truly astonishing in its magnitude. No matter how gifted a genius might be, they would inevitably feel a profound sense of humility in the face of Yi Yun's remarkable cultivation. Clenching his fists, Yi Yun could sense the terrifying power now residing within his physical form. After awakening the sixth colossal seed, he distinctly felt that his physical strength had at least tripled. The might of the divine elephant suppression technique was irrefutable. After a moment of exhilaration, Yi Yun's gaze shifted to the remaining 4 watermelons, each adorned in a different hue. Alas, I can no longer indulge. I am too full. Observing his distended belly, he abandoned the idea of continuing to eat watermelons. However, driven by curiosity, he scanned the attributes of the remaining fruit. The blue watermelon was named soul-nourishing watermelon, which, when consumed, significantly enhanced one's soul strength. The orange watermelon was known as detoxifying watermelon, capable of purging myriad toxins from within. The green watermelon was called agility watermelon, granting lightness to one's legs and agility in movement. The silver watermelon was identified as healing watermelon, capable of mending injuries upon consumption. Before long, Yi Yun had gleaned the information from the 4 remaining varieties of watermelon. These 7 vividly colored watermelons indeed contained a remarkable power, with each hue serving a distinct purpose. The prospect of gaining strength through consuming these fruits was enticing. It seemed that indulging in more watermelons was a necessity for his future endeavors. After studying these kaleidoscopic watermelons, Yi Yun once again turned his attention to the silver portal in his hand. Having feasted on the watermelons, it was now time to open the portal to the unknown. As Yi Yun grasped the silver pocket-sized portal in his hand, he addressed the system, commanding, "System, activate the interdimensional portal." Upon the utterance of his words, the silver portal in his grasp erupted in a dazzling luminescence, swiftly detaching from his hand and expanding into a massive gateway, standing majestically in the void. Yi Yun gazed at the colossal portal, distinctly sensing the terrifying power of space emanating from within. He pondered the mysteries of the world to which this portal might lead. With a fleeting glance at the portal, he took hold of the purple gold gourd and the dragon-slaying sword. And after ensuring that the binding immortal rope was securely fastened at his waist, he exhaled in relief. In one swift motion, he vanished into the portal. In the vast and desolate wilderness, towering peaks and deep ravines surrounded him, the mountains standing in majestic grandeur. Amidst the craggy terrain roamed ancient beasts and primordial creatures, a cacophony of terrifying sounds reverberating through the darkness, as if threatening to rend the very fabric of existence. A fierce wind swept through, and a colossal dark cloud loomed overhead, shrouding the night sky and obscuring the scant starlight, plunging the mountains into deeper darkness. A menacing cry echoed from the heavens, shattering the silence, originating from the very cloud itself. Upon closer inspection, it revealed an inconceivably gigantic bird, eclipsing the sky and moon, its length unmeasurable. It descended with a gaze that resembled 2 blood moons, exuding an aura of ferocity, gliding slowly towards the depths of the mountains. After a prolonged period of stillness, the earth began to tremble in the latter half of the night, as a vague silhouette approached from afar, reaching the heights of the surrounding mountains. An inexplicable aura radiated from it, casting a deathly silence over the ravines. Fierce birds and beasts alike lay in hiding, too fearful to make a sound. As it drew near, the figure revealed itself, an entity of humanoid form, standing upright, astonishingly immense, towering over the mountains. Its body was devoid of hair, covered entirely in gleaming golden scales that shimmered like precious metal. Its face was flat, featuring a singular vertical eye that flickered like a golden lightning bolt, sharp and intimidating. The being emanated a vitality as vast as the ocean, resembling a god or a demon. Seemingly in haste, this divine-like figure sped away, its footsteps reverberating like thunder, causing the mountains to tremble violently. Moments later, a semblance of calm returned to the wild forest. It was then that faint ripples appeared in the void, radiating a silver glow, swiftly forming a massive silver portal above the wilderness. The emergence of the silver portal immediately captivated the attention of numerous ferocious birds and beasts, who regarded it with curiosity and a hint of trepidation. Soon, a figure emerged from the portal, none other than Yi Yun, who had traversed from the continent of Fighting Qi. What realm is this? Positioned above the silver portal, Yi Yun peered down at the sprawling jungle below, an unsettling sensation prickling at his scalp. The moment he appeared, he felt himself instantly targeted by a multitude of piercing gazes, each imbued with a fierce killing intent that enveloped him. Yi Yun could sense that the owners of these stares possessed considerable strength, some of them even exuding an aura of terror. He was undoubtedly no match for them. Furthermore, as he attempted to activate the divine elephant suppression technique, he was astonished to discover that a thread of the world's energy clashed violently with the fighting spirit within him, nearly forcing it out of his body. It became evident that the energy in this realm was of a much higher caliber than his fighting spirit. Realizing this, Yi Yun hastily ceased his efforts with the divine elephant suppression technique. If he persisted, he might genuinely find his fighting spirit expelled. In this world, devoid of any means to replenish it, he would surely be rendered powerless. Good heavens, where have I been transported to? The energy here is astonishingly domineering. The combat prowess must be nothing short of formidable. Sensing the murderous intent surrounding him, an inexplicable chill coursed through Yi Yun, rendering him hesitant to descend. Suddenly, amidst his uncertainty, a piercing cry, akin to the sound of metal rending stone, erupted in the air. He turned his gaze to witness a colossal creature hurtling towards him with alarming speed. High above, fierce winds howled as a gigantic bird cast a vast shadow over the forest, diving rapidly towards him, its body shimmering with a golden, chilling light, exuding a terrifying ferocity. What a magnificent bird! It must be at least 50 zhang in size. Gazing at the approaching behemoth, Yi Yun felt a surge of astonishment. Quickly glancing back at the void gate behind him, his expression turning grave. This gigantic bird was likely drawn to the void gate, for such a significant disturbance would surely lead these creatures to believe a treasure of immense value had emerged. Desperation took hold. As the enormous bird drew nearer, a glint of determination flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. He retrieved the binding immortal rope from his waist, channeling his fighting spirit into it. In an instant, the rope erupted with resplendent golden light. Chanting an incantation, he watched as the binding immortal rope elongated rapidly, transforming into a radiant golden chain that surged towards the colossal bird. In the void, the binding immortal rope radiated brilliant golden light, soon clashing with the gigantic bird. The bird's massive golden eyes flickered with a hint of trepidation as it sensed the extraordinary nature of the rope. In the next moment, arcane runes emerged on the bird's wings, glowing with an ethereal blue light, coalescing into an enormous azure blade aimed at the binding immortal rope. The binding immortal rope moved with astonishing speed. Just as the azure blade was about to strike, the rope seemed to possess a will of its own, executing an uncanny twist to evade the incoming attack, then racing towards the gigantic bird with even greater velocity. Boom! The azure blade, akin to a celestial star, cleaved the void and descended forcefully upon a hill, severing it in half. At that moment, a colossal bird in the sky emitted a shrill cry, tinged with a hint of panic. The binding rope, known as the immortal binding rope, had made contact with the bird's massive form, swiftly entwining itself around its enormous body. Before the giant bird could react, the rope extended rapidly, resembling a golden serpent, and tightly ensnared the creature in mere moments. In the expanse above, the once mighty bird could no longer heed Yi Yun. It thrashed violently, its enormous wings flailing in an attempt to free itself from the binding. However, with every struggle, the rope tightened even further, swiftly coiling around its vast wings, rendering it incapable of flight. With its wings restricted, the bird's cries grew more frantic, and it plummeted uncontrollably toward the desolate forest below. Your demise is inevitable. Yi Yun observed the bird's descent with a glint of determination in his eyes. With a mere thought, he closed the portal behind him and summoned the energy within, spreading his wings of combat aura to soar swiftly toward the bird's impending crash site. With a thunderous impact, the giant bird struck the ground, creating a tremendous crater in the forest. Despite its formidable physique, the bird merely emitted a pained cry, still lively yet struggling fiercely against the tightening bindings. No matter how it fought, it could not rise, let alone ascend into the sky once more. Yi Yun swiftly positioned himself above the giant bird and descended directly onto its neck, wrapping his arms around it tightly. Channeling the strength of 6 colossal elephant seeds within him, he delivered a powerful blow to the bird's head. Each seed symbolized the might of an ancient elephant, each possessing nearly 100,000 pounds of force. Thus, Yi Yun's strike unleashed a staggering 600,000 pounds of power upon the bird's skull. In an instant, blood splattered forth as the bird let out a heart-wrenching scream from the devastating blow. Its immense body began to thrash violently in the forest, ancient trees snapping beneath its weight, dust swirling and debris flying. Seizing the moment, Yi Yun pressed on, one hand gripping the bird's sturdy feathers while the other relentlessly pummeled its head. As the 6 elephant seeds roared to life within him, the air resonated with the ancient cries of titanic creatures. In that moment, he truly embodied the essence of an ancient giant. Bang, bang, bang. A profoundly oppressive sound reverberated through the forest, causing the ground to tremble violently. A flurry of chaotic strikes descended upon the colossal bird, swiftly reducing its head to a gruesome mass of flesh, blood gushing freely. After a considerable time, as the giant bird's body finally succumbed and lay motionless, devoid of all vitality, Yi Yun exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the corpse and gasping for breath. In this realm, where there was no replenishment of fighting spirit, he had refrained from using the scant remnants of his internal power, relying solely on the immense strength of the elephant's might within him to crush the giant bird to death. Fortunately, after cultivating the divine elephant suppression technique, Yi Yun's physical form was extraordinarily formidable, further enhanced by the awakening of 6 elephant seeds, bestowing him with the might of 6 elephants. Otherwise, in this unfamiliar aristocratic world, with the energy of heaven and earth clashing with his internal fighting spirit, he would have found himself utterly powerless. After taking a deep breath, Yi Yun ceased his rest. He sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching. It was likely that the commotion caused by the giant bird's violent struggle had drawn the attention of other fierce beasts in this desolate forest. Given his current state, depleted from exertion, he knew he was incapable of continuing the fight. Gazing at the enormous carcass of the giant bird beneath him, which measured several dozen yards, he felt a surge of determination and directly stored it within his system space. In an instant, the once vast body of the giant bird vanished from the forest floor. The formidable flesh of the giant bird, infused with potent vitality and rich in pure essence, would serve him greatly, whether consumed or used to refine his own body with its precious blood. Naturally, Yi Yun would not let such a valuable trophy slip away. Having completed this task, Yi Yun retracted the binding immortal rope and sensed the encroaching murderous intent surrounding him. With a sudden expansion of his wings, he soared swiftly towards the location where the void gate had previously appeared. Unable to utilize his fighting spirit, he found it exceedingly difficult to employ his full range of abilities, thus extinguishing any desire to engage in further combat. Although he possessed an immortal body, and even death here would pose little consequence, Yi Yun was nevertheless filled with trepidation. He feared pain. Surrounded by ferocious beasts, should he fall into their clutches, the outcome would be dire. He would likely be devoured alive. While he was unafraid of death, the thought of being consumed piece by a savage creature sent shivers down his spine. Consequently, Yi Yun resolved to head directly for the Void Gate. With the aid of the great teleportation technique, he swiftly arrived at the Void Gate's location. With a mere thought, the once tightly shut gate suddenly swung open. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Yun quickened his pace and darted into the void. As he entered the gate, it began to close slowly behind him. At the very moment the Void Gate closed, a colossal claw suddenly emerged from the heavens, descending towards the point of closure. Instantly, the void twisted, and the overwhelming pressure compelled the ferocious beasts approaching this direction to flee in terror. How peculiar! With a claw grasping at emptiness, its owner seemed somewhat astonished, followed by a voice filled with incredulity reverberating from above. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 52. Yun Yun tours the manor. In the midst of the void, a portal abruptly opened, and then Yi Yun's figure swiftly emerged from within. Panting heavily, Yi Yun settled onto a pavilion, his heart racing with trepidation. Just as the void gate was closing, he glanced back and caught a glimpse of that sky-covering claw. Although he was unaware of the nature of its owner, the sheer terror it exuded left Yi Yun profoundly shaken. How frightening! The malevolent aura radiating from that claw extinguished any desire for combat within Yi Yun. If such a claw was so formidable, how terrifying must its master be? Should he confront that claw, he might be obliterated in an instant. It remains uncertain whether this dread entity was merely passing by or drawn to the void gate. He sincerely hoped that next time he traversed, he would avoid such a creature. Yi Yun resolved that when he next entered the portal, he must be thoroughly prepared. After all, he wished to linger in that world a bit longer, unlike this instance where he returned in panic before deciphering anything about it, not even grasping what sort of world it was. Reflecting on this, Yi Yun felt a tinge of embarrassment. Despite possessing an immortal body, he found himself in such a disheveled state. Truly a disgrace. He silently vowed that should he encounter a similar situation again, he would rather self-destruct than allow the enemy to consume him alive. Subsequently, Yi Yun gazed at the few watermelons he had previously plucked and began to devour them ravenously. His internal energy and stamina had been nearly exhausted. This was a perfect opportunity for replenishment. In no time, the 4 remaining watermelons on the table were consumed entirely by Yi Yun. Burp. He contentedly rubbed his swollen belly, satisfaction etched across his face. Simultaneously, a transformation began within him. A wondrous force commenced its work in his body, leaving Yi Yun feeling languid yet invigorated. Moments later, he regained his vitality, his body free of any discomfort. Moreover, he felt that his spiritual strength had significantly increased, and his entire being had become more agile than ever before. This rainbow-hued watermelon indeed proved to be quite beneficial. Yi Yun understood that this was the effect of the watermelon he had just consumed. He cast his gaze toward the rainbow watermelon tree, noticing that despite having plucked several of its fruits, It had swiftly borne a multitude of new watermelons. They were growing at an impressive pace, alleviating any concerns about sustenance. Yi Yun smiled softly and then directed his consciousness into his system space. Within that space lay the colossal carcass of an immense bird, emanating an extraordinarily rich aura of blood. With such an abundance of meat, he would no longer have to worry about lacking provisions in the future. As Yi Yun gazed at the giant bird's remains, a smile crept across his face. The flesh of this bird was incredibly robust, with its essence promising substantial nourishment. After all, it had been refined by a higher tier of heavenly energy, far surpassing the vitality found in the beasts of the Dou Qi continent. Tonight would be an opportune moment for a barbecue as a midnight feast. He set his eyes upon the bird's stout thigh, contemplating how delectable it would surely be when roasted. "Bossy, are you asleep?" At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the shop. Taken aback, Yi Yun recognized it as Yun Yun's voice. What could she possibly want at this hour? Could it be that she was here to deliver chicken soup once more? A hint of curiosity stirred within him as he swiftly made his way out of the manor. Flinging open the door, outside the shop, Yun Yun appeared much like she had the previous night, seemingly just having bathed, radiating an alluring fragrance. Behind her, Nalan Yanran held a food container, playfully addressing Yi Yun. "Bossy, we have come to bring you chicken soup again. It is truly delightful. You mentioned that you would be leaving here by dawn. I personally prepared this chicken soup to bid you farewell," Yun Yun said with a gentle smile. Her voice soft as she spoke to Yi Yun. Upon hearing her words, Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback, followed by a warm sensation in his heart. He had merely spoken in passing the previous day, yet Yun Yun had remembered and gone out of her way to prepare delicious chicken soup for him. This was the first time since his arrival that he had experienced such genuine care from another person. "You are very thoughtful. Please, come in and have a seat." Yi Yun smiled, inviting the two women into the shop. "Bossy, you aren't planning to sleep here tonight, are you?" Nalan Yanran inquired curiously as she entered and surveyed the somewhat cramped shop. This question had lingered in her mind for quite some time, given Yi Yun's status. She felt he should not have to reside in such simplicity. Had she not shared a midnight meal with him the previous night, she would not have dared to voice such a question. "Of course not. This is merely my workplace," Yi Yun replied with a light chuckle, offering a casual explanation. "Aside from this place, where else can you find solace?" Nalan Yanran's gaze swept across the shop, revealing a look of bewilderment. She could hardly fathom that the interior of this establishment held such hidden depths. Similarly, Yun Yun, standing beside her, exhibited a similar expression of curiosity, evidently harboring the same question, yet refraining from voicing it due to a sense of awkwardness. "Since you were so intrigued, allow me to take you on a tour of my residence." Yi Yun chuckled lightly, observing the curiosity etched on their faces. Like Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran, the two women had come to regard Yi Yun as a friend, and he reciprocated these sentiments wholeheartedly. They were, after all, the two individuals he felt most familiar with in this world. Having spent 3 days sharing late-night snacks, enjoying instant noodles, and sipping cola together, they had already engaged in the quintessential activities of friendship, albeit their acquaintance was still relatively brief. Yi Yun was unperturbed by the prospect of his estate being exposed. Within the confines of this invincible domain, any intruder would be swiftly subdued. "Really, can we visit?" Nalan Yanran inquired, her face lighting up with anticipation. Yun Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as well. "Why not? Follow me, and I shall show you my estate," Yi Yun replied, his thoughts guiding him as a portal materialized behind the shop. Nodding at Nalan Yanran and Yun Yun, he stepped through the portal. "Is there truly a door here?" Both Nalan Yanran and Yun Yun were utterly astonished at the sudden appearance of the portal. Outside the shop, they had been acutely aware of the modest dimensions of the establishment, leading them to believe there could be no additional rooms. Could it be that this place harbors unimagined wonders? Holding on to this thought, Nalan Yanran and Yun Yun exchanged glances before stepping through the portal themselves. The moment they crossed the threshold, they found their surroundings transformed in an instant. "What is this place?" As Nalan Yanran and Yun Yun entered the portal, their vision sharpened once more, and they were met with a breathtaking scene. Before them lay a sprawling estate, encircled by pink walls, with lush willows cascading down. 3 ornate flower-adorned pavilions stood proudly, complemented by a labyrinthine corridor surrounding the courtyard, adorned with rocky embellishments. The entire garden was a riot of colors, exquisite and delicate, with a rear courtyard replete with climbing roses and a serene pond. The two women stood in disbelief, marveling at the spectacle before them. Who could have anticipated that such a beautiful estate lay hidden behind a seemingly ordinary and cramped shop? What remarkable sorcery is at play here? Moreover, although the night had already descended outside, the manor was as bright as day. A portal seemed to separate two worlds. For a moment, both women were even more astonished by Yi Yun's prowess. "So what do you think? Is my residence acceptable?" At this moment, Yiyun had seated himself in the pavilion, quietly observing the two women, and spoke with a smile. Hearing his voice, the two regained their composure and turned their gazes towards him. Yiyun, I truly did not expect that behind your shop lies such a hidden paradise, Yun remarked, her tone tinged with a hint of admiration. Wow, Boss Yi, your home is simply enormous. After regaining her senses, Nalan Yanran looked at Yiyun in disbelief, her face adorned with a trace of excitement. In her eyes, she had uncovered a significant secret about Boss Yi, one that was unknown to others. The thought of this made her heart flutter with anticipation. If you like, feel free to come and play anytime. Treat this place as your own home, Yiyun said with a smile. With such a vast estate, he could indeed fulfill the wish of providing a home for all the beautiful women in the world. This was likely a shared desire among many who had traversed worlds. Indeed, Boss Yi, you are truly wonderful, Nalan Yanran exclaimed with delight. In her view, Yiyun's willingness to allow her into his home signified that he regarded her as a close friend. Naturally, Nalan Yanran was overjoyed at the prospect of befriending such a mysterious and powerful figure. Yun, standing nearby, also felt a surge of happiness upon hearing this. Her nightly delivery of chicken soup was aimed at fostering a bond with Yiyun, and now, his invitation into his private manor undoubtedly represented a deepening of their relationship. It seemed her efforts with the chicken soup had indeed borne fruit. Since Yiyun enjoyed chicken soup, she resolved to have her disciples prepare more for him in the future. Subsequently, Yun and Nalan Yanran entered the pavilion, with Nalan Yanran placing the food box upon the stone table at the center. Yun opened the box and took out the chicken soup, filling the air with an enticing aroma. She poured a bowl of soup and gently offered it to Yiyun, saying, Here, Yiyun, enjoy the chicken soup. Yiyun nodded, took a sip, and sampled a piece of chicken, praising, The soup is perfectly seasoned. The chicken is delightful as well, tender yet with a pleasing texture. The broth is rich and savory, though slightly fishy. Quite good, your skills have indeed improved, he added. Upon hearing this, Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment but mustered a faint smile, replying, You flatter me. Yiyun interpreted her modesty as humility and remarked, You are a capable woman destined for greatness. Whoever marries you will truly be fortunate. Beside him, Nalan Yanran curled her lips but chose to remain silent. In the spirit of reciprocity, since the other party had presented chicken soup, Yiyun was not stingy either. With a mere thought, he retrieved a large bottle of Pepsi and 3 cartons of instant noodles from the system space. Upon seeing the noodles, Nalan Yanran's eyes sparkled with delight, and she swiftly rose to skillfully unwrap the packaging. Moments later, she was savoring the noodles and sipping the cola with great pleasure. At that moment, the colorful watermelon tree suddenly radiated a vibrant glow, capturing the attention of both women. Hey, Boss Yi, what kind of tree is that? Why does it emit light? Nalan Yanran exclaimed, her eyes alight with curiosity as she gazed at the colorful watermelon tree not far away. Yun also exhibited a glimmer of wonder in her beautiful eyes. This was the first time she had encountered a luminescent tree, and the 7-colored glow left her utterly astonished. Oh, that is the colorful watermelon tree, a type of fruit, and one of the specialties of my hometown, Yun explained. Fruit? I have never seen a luminous fruit before, Nalan Yanran replied, her face alight with curiosity as she turned her gaze toward Yun, anticipation gleaming in her eyes. Having known each other for a few days, Yun was well aware that Nalan Yanran was a true foodie. He could tell what she was thinking merely by the expression on her face. Would you like to try some? I can pick one for you, Yun said with a smile. Yes. Before Yun could speak, Nalan Yanran eagerly interjected. Although Yun remained silent, her curious gaze revealed everything. It must be said that both the master and disciple shared a penchant for culinary delights. What color of watermelon would you like to eat? Yun inquired. Is there any difference among the watermelons of different colors? Nalan Yanran asked curiously. Yun smiled slightly and proceeded to explain the various properties of the colorful watermelon. My heavens, a single fruit can possess so many attributes? This is not merely a fruit. It is a treasure of heaven and earth. After hearing Yun's introduction, both Nalan Yanran and Yun could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The two looked at the watermelon tree in disbelief, their eyes reflecting utter incredulity. The capabilities of the colorful watermelon tree shattered their previous worldview. A single fruit not only bore 7 different colors, but also possessed 7 distinct properties. It was simply miraculous. Both women were filled with awe. Have you decided which color of watermelon you wish to eat? Yun asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yun and Nalan Yanran fell into contemplation. Moments later, they simultaneously declared, purple watermelon. Their choices mirrored each other perfectly. Upon hearing their selection, Yun felt no surprise whatsoever. This purple watermelon possesses the enchanting ability of beauty enhancement. It is a universal desire to seek beauty, and for women, Physical allure is often held in the highest regard. Although both individuals are already breathtakingly beautiful, who among them would refuse the opportunity to become even more alluring? Thus, let us embrace the purple watermelon. Yi Yun nodded, and with a mere thought, a purple watermelon naturally detached from the multicolored watermelon tree, soaring gracefully towards the pavilion. Such a marvelous display. Observing this scene, Yun Yun was momentarily taken aback. She noticed no trace of any battle energy emanating from Yi Yun. To execute such a feat without the use of battle energy, could it truly be possible? Please, do indulge. After slicing the purple watermelon into 8 pieces upon the stone table, Yi Yun addressed both Nalan Yanran and her disciple, Yun Yun. Some may have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 54, Departing from the Yunlan Sect. Wow, how exquisite. As she beheld the vibrant red flesh, Nalan Yanran's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Such a visually appealing fruit awakened one's appetite, promising a delightful taste. Yun Yun too expressed a hint of astonishment. This watermelon was not only stunning in appearance, but also irresistibly tempting within. Boss Yi, I shall not hold back. Nalan Yanran eagerly grasped a piece of watermelon and began to indulge. With a single bite, the sweet juice burst forth, instantly captivating her senses. Delicious. Teacher, this is truly delectable. Nalan Yanran, savoring the watermelon, gestured enthusiastically to Yun Yun. Seeing Nalan Yanran relish the fruit so joyfully, Yun Yun could no longer resist. She picked up a piece and took a bite, her beautiful eyes lighting up as she succumbed to the sweetness of the watermelon. Meanwhile, Yi Yun quietly enjoyed his chicken soup, observing as the two swiftly devoured the entire watermelon. Once the two had consumed the entire beauty-enhancing watermelon, an extraordinary force began to take effect upon them. This force, of which both Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran were acutely aware, initiated subtle transformations within their bodies. Certain areas became fuller and firmer, while any excess flesh began to flatten. Encased in a luminous aura, their skin transformed into a more enticingly fair complexion. A faint, alluring fragrance emanated from their beings. Upon catching a whiff of this delicate scent, Yi Yun's expression softened with admiration, and he could not help but regard the two with newfound respect. Already strikingly beautiful, the master and disciple duo emerged even more exquisite after consuming the beauty watermelon, with their features becoming more refined and their proportions more perfect. Yun Yun's ample bosom, already impressive, flourished further under the influence of the beauty watermelon. In the present day, the situation can only be described as tumultuous. Surprisingly, the presence of Nalan Yanran has taken on a certain grandeur. Observing the rejuvenated duo, Yi Yun's eyes sparkled with admiration. The pair of Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran, known for their ethereal beauty, had their allure significantly enhanced after indulging in the exquisite beauty watermelon, transforming them into two extraordinary beauties. Yi Yun could not help but express his respect once more. Both Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran sensed their subtle transformation, excitement flickering in their eyes. Nalan, gazing at her remarkably fair skin, wore an unceasing smile. Boss Yi, do we look more beautiful? She asked, daringly circling around him, her gaze filled with anticipation. Yun Yun, a tad more bashful than Nalan Yanran, cast her eyes towards Yi Yun, seemingly seeking his affirmation as well. Beautiful. Simply breathtaking. You are both ravishing, like the most exquisite treasures of the world, capable of captivating hearts and dimming the stars, Yi Yun proclaimed without a hint of hesitation, showering them with compliments. Upon hearing his praise, Nalan Yanran's smile blossomed like a flower in full bloom, enchanting in its beauty. Yun Yun mirrored her delight, her joy evident despite her more reserved demeanor. Thank you, Yi Yun, Yun Yun expressed gratefully. Yi Yun shook his head, raising the bowl of chicken soup in a gentle gesture, and replied with a warm smile. You gifted me soup, and I offered you watermelon. This is a matter of reciprocity. Among friends, no thanks are necessary. Yun Yun paused, momentarily taken aback. Then a delicate smile graced her lips, making her radiantly beautiful. Though they had only known each other for 3 days, she found herself enchanted by the comfort of their interactions. To her, Yi Yun was powerful and mysterious, yet devoid of any arrogance, treating others with kindness and generosity, which brought her great comfort. In her eyes, he resembled a clear stream, while she was a peach tree by its banks, finding solace in their connection. Alas, such moments of camaraderie would not last long. The thought of Yi Yun departing after midnight filled her heart with an undercurrent of melancholy. Yi Yun, if the opportunity arises, will you visit the Yunlan sect? She inquired. Yi Yun nodded affirmatively. Of course, as long as you welcome me, I shall certainly come. Now, possessing an immortal body, he felt less burdened by previous concerns, contemplating visiting the Yunlan sect whenever he found himself without pressing matters. Upon receiving Yi Yun's response, a radiant smile illuminated Yun Yun's face. If you come, I will surely welcome you with open arms. That is wonderful. Yi Yun nodded, a flicker of joy stirring within him. You are always welcome to visit my residence. He said, Yin Yin, it is time for us to depart. Yin Yun understood that once midnight passed, Yi Yun would be leaving, and the moment had come for them to take their leave. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran immediately grasped the situation. She cast a lingering glance at Yi Yun, her heart heavy with reluctance. Yi Yun, perceiving her sentiment, swiftly conjured 10 buckets of instant noodles and 10 bottles of cola from his system space, presenting them to Nalan Yanran. It is rare that we share the same tastes. Please take these noodles and cola back with you. Nalan Yanran was overjoyed, thinking to herself that Yi, the proprietor, truly understood her. She deftly gathered the colas and noodles, beaming as she addressed Yi Yun. You are exceedingly generous, Yi. It is truly a delight to befriend you. Yun Yun observed, her lips moving slightly, yet her shyness held her tongue. It matters not. Yin Yin is so filial. Surely she will share with me. Yi Yun, we shall take our leave now. Until we meet again, Yun Yun bid farewell. Yi Yun nodded in response. Until we meet again, allow me to escort you out. No sooner had Yi Yun's words left his lips than Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran felt the scenery around them shift dramatically. Once they regained their senses, they found that Yi Yun had vanished, and they stood outside the shop. Yi Yun's abilities are indeed extraordinary, Yun Yun couldn't help but exclaim. They stood quietly outside the shop, awaiting the arrival of midnight. Moments later, Yun Yun's gaze sharpened as the shop before them began to shimmer and fade, twisting out of existence. Is it gone? She wondered, reflecting on the joyful times spent opening cans in the past few days, a sense of loss washing over her. Beside her, Nalan Yanran appeared similarly disheartened. Teacher, Yi Yun has already departed. Yes, we should return, Yun Yun replied, collecting her thoughts and turning toward the Yunlan sect. She nearly forgot that her mentor awaited her report on the situation here. Nalan Yanran trailed behind, her thoughts drifting to the noodles and cola she had just received. A smile breaking across her delicate features. Some have died, yet not entirely. Chapter 55, Descending the Mountain to Annul the Engagement. The Cloud Mountain Seclusion. By the way, Yin Yin, tomorrow you shall accompany Elder Dou Qi to Wutan City. Yun Yun suddenly halted, directing her gaze at Nalan Yanran. On that day, Nalan Yanran had intended to descend the mountain to annul her engagement with the Xiao family, but Yi Yun's arrival had delayed her by 3 days. Now that Yi Yun had departed, Yun Yun finally remembered the matter of the annulment. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran fell into a momentary silence, before resolutely nodding her head. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to annul this engagement, even if her family opposed her. Go on without worry. I shall support you from behind. So do not be afraid. Yun Yun understood that Nalan Yanran harbored some concerns in her heart. However, for the sake of her disciples' future happiness, this engagement must be terminated. She had always regarded Nalan Yanran as the next leader of the Yunlan sect. And now that Nalan Yanran had merged with the Devouring Ancestral Talisman, her future achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary. After all, it was a treasure even praised by Yi Yun. And Yun Yun naturally held Nalan Yanran in even higher esteem. Furthermore, given Nalan Yanran's VIP card, Yun Yun was unwilling to see her wed into the Xiao family. With Yun Yun's support, Nalan Yanran nodded appreciatively, feeling a surge of emotion. It was reassuring to have her teacher's backing, especially when her own family failed to understand her. Would marrying a waste whom she had never met truly bring her happiness? This engagement was something she could never agree to. Looking at Yun Yun, Nalan Yanran expressed her gratitude. Thank you, teacher. I am so relieved to have your support. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss. You are my disciple. Who else but me should care for you? Yun Yun replied, a tender smile gracing her face. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned her gaze toward Nalan Yanran, asking, by the way, Yanran, could you return the instant noodles and cola you just helped me put away? Nalan Yanran was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening. What do you mean return? Those were given to me by Boss Yi. Nonsense. Yun Yun's expression turned stern, her displeasure evident. Those instant noodles and cola in your hands are naturally half of mine, according to the principle of shared rewards. Half, Nalan Yanran exclaimed, her cheeks puffing up in indignation. Teacher, you are being rather greedy. I can at most give you 1 bowl of noodles and 1 bottle of cola. 1 bowl of noodles and 1 bottle of cola? Yun Yun shot her a disdainful glance. Is that how you treat a beggar? The portion belonging to your teacher must not be lessened. Nalan Yanran felt a pang of grievance. Teacher, if you want to eat, why not just ask? Why always think of taking from your disciple? Remembering that she had only had 1 bowl out of the 10 bowls of noodles last time, Nalan Yanran felt a swell of resentment. Taking? The word displeased Yun Yun. How can you speak like that? How could it be considered taking when the teacher is simply claiming her own? This is clearly a matter of filial respect. You just said you would treat me well, yet now that I ask for a bit of noodles and cola, you are unhappy? Yin Yun's face grew stern, her displeasure palpable. Iran, you surely do not wish to marry a man of little merit, do you? Yin Yun directly wielded her trump card. Teacher, how can you say such a thing? Upon hearing this, Nalan Yanran's eyes widened in disbelief as she reluctantly handed over half of her instant noodles and a soda to Yin Yun. Observing the noodles and soda in her possession, a faint smile finally graced Yin Yun's face. Now, this is what a good disciple should be. Rest assured, even if the entire world opposes your decision to annul the engagement, I shall silently support you from behind, Yin Yun vowed earnestly. Nalan Yanran, however, appeared despondent. Wearing a mask of anguish, her heart troubled. Come now, your master awaits us in the grand hall. Cheer up, do not let your master know about the noodles, or you shall owe him even more respect, Yin Yun gently reminded her. At these words, Nalan Yanran immediately perked up, eagerly trailing behind Yin Yun. Moments later, within the grand hall of the Yunlan sect, Teacher, Boss Yi has already departed. The entire shop has vanished, Yin Yun reported to Yun Shan, recounting all she had observed. Upon hearing this, Yun Shan nodded, somewhat marveling. Boss Yi is indeed extraordinary. A hint of relief crossed his face, thankful that the Yunlan sect had secured 2 VIP cards, ensuring future contact with this mysterious and powerful Boss Yi. With this, the Yunlan sect is bound to rise in prominence. Yuner, Iran, in a month's time. Do not forget to activate the VIP cards. Missing this opportunity would be a grave error, Yun Shan reminded them, recalling the VIP cards in their possession. Nodding in agreement, Yun Yun and Nalan Yanran resolved not to overlook such a fortuitous occasion. Since you mentioned that Boss Yi enjoys chicken soup, Yuner, you should dedicate some time to perfecting your recipe. When he activates the VIP card next time, do not forget to bring him your homemade chicken soup, Yun Shan advised earnestly, well aware of the age-old adage that to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Taking his words to heart, Yin Yun nodded, acknowledging her understanding. She had observed Yi Yun's kindness towards her and felt a twinge of guilt for having deceived him with soup made by another. She silently resolved that next time, she would ensure Yi Yun experienced the delight of her own cooking. It seemed that in the days to come, she ought to seek counsel from that disciple skilled in making chicken soup. Yuner, after this matter, I too shall retreat into seclusion. The affairs of the Yunlan sect shall rest upon your capable shoulders as the current sect master, Yun Shan suddenly interjected. Hearing this, a smile flickered across Yun Yun's face. Teacher, are you preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the Douzong realm? Indeed, he replied. Yun Shan nodded, confidence radiating from him. With the dragon essence in hand, he was certain he would break through to the Douzong realm. Yin Yun, well aware of this, smiled and said, then I shall extend my early congratulations to you, Master. Nalan Yanran also chimed in with a smile. Master certainly will break through to the Douzong realm. She felt elated. If Master were to achieve this breakthrough, the Yunlan sect would boast 2 Douzong powerhouses, allowing her to stride confidently through the Gamma Empire. Yin Shan, nodding, turned his gaze towards Nalan Yanran, advising her earnestly, Yanran, the dragon essence harbors immense energy. Given your current cultivation, do not take the risk of consuming it. At the very least, wait until you have reached the Douhuang realm before attempting. Nalan Yanran, not lacking in wisdom, understood this well and nodded obediently, saying, yes, please rest assured, Master. Some may have perished, yet they have not truly departed. Chapter 56, Blood of the Ancients. The Grand Princess Xiao, who knows where tomorrow will find her, in some forsaken corner of the world. As Ian opened the shop's door, he realized he had left the gates of the Yunlan sect, finding himself amidst a chaotic void. He could not help but express his sentiments. He only hoped that upon opening the door the next day, he would not find himself in a desolate graveyard or a vast desert, where not a soul could be seen. After all, if no one could be found, how could he open the door to conduct business? Subsequently, Ian closed the door and returned to his estate. With time to spare, he decided to indulge in a bath, refining his physical form. With a thought, he entered the system space, resting upon the corpse of the colossal bird. He then proceeded to dismember the giant avian carcass, slicing away the most tender and exquisite portions of meat. These fine cuts shall be reserved for my future feasts, he mused. After preserving the choice meat, he focused his thoughts, levitating the entire bird's corpse above his estate. One might easily mistake it for a giant bird suspended in the void. Next, with a mere thought, he gathered the powers of ice, condensing them into a spacious and robust crystal bath. This crystalline pool measured 5 cubic meters in size, with walls a full meter thick. Upon completing this task, Yi Yin once again concentrated, channeling a mysterious force onto the giant bird's corpse. In the next moment, the carcass erupted with numerous sanguine holes, crimson blood gushing forth, which Yi Yin deftly collected, pooling it within the expansive crystal bath. As the blood was siphoned away, the giant bird's body gradually shriveled. Meanwhile, the crystal bath brimmed with a copious amount of scarlet blood, a pungent aroma filling the air, as a potent wave of energy emanated from within the crystalline depths. The colossal avian creature possesses a formidable physique, its lifeblood coursing with unparalleled vitality, containing an immense reservoir of essence. In this moment, Yi Yun intends to harness the sanguine vitality within the giant bird's blood to refine his own corporeal form. The realm from which this magnificent bird hails boasts an energy density far superior to that of the Dou Qi continent, with a combat system significantly more advanced. As Yi Yun ventures into this world, he finds himself unable to replenish the consumed Dou Qi within his body. Thus, he must forge an alternative path, focusing on the enhancement of his physical form. Ultimately, he contemplates becoming akin to the fearsome beasts, wielding his powerful physique to vanquish all. The giant bird's body has evidently undergone refinement through high-level celestial energies, its vitality unmatched. Utilizing the essence of this creature's blood to temper his own body would undoubtedly elevate Yi Yun's physical strength to new heights. As time gradually elapsed, half an hour later, the once magnificent corpse of the giant bird had withered into a mere husk, its blood completely siphoned by Yi Yun. At this juncture, the crystalline bath before him had transformed into a veritable pool of blood, brimming to the brim. Approaching the sanguine reservoir, Yi Yun sensed an extraordinarily terrifying energy emanating from within, causing the blood pool to radiate an oppressive heat that distorted the surrounding void. Were it not for the substantial thickness of the ice crystal bath, measuring a full meter, the entire structure would likely have melted away by now. Noticing this, Yi Yun was stirred into action, gathering a vast amount of ice elemental power to reinforce the outer layer of the bath with an additional meter of thickness. Subsequently, he gazed at the thoroughly drained carcass of the giant bird, and with a mere thought, he displaced the body outside the shop, casting it into the chaotic void beyond. To his astonishment, the blood of the giant bird coalesced, emanating an energy of such ferocity. As Yi Yun approached the blood pool, a wave of searing heat enveloped him, inducing an overwhelming sense of pressure. Nevertheless, he shrugged off the apprehension, dismissing it as merely a bath. Possessing an indomitable body, Yi Yun cast aside any reservations. He swiftly shed his garments and leapt into the sanguine depths before him. As the blood pool surged and roiled, the moment Yi Yun immersed himself, he felt as though he had plunged into a furnace. His expression grew solemn as he became acutely aware of the blood seeping through his pores, invading his very being, igniting his limbs and bones with excruciating agony. The searing pain engulfed him, contorting his handsome features, yet it was this very torment that kept his mind remarkably lucid. He understood that should his body endure the refinement of this blood pool, it would undergo astonishing transformation. Thus, braving the excruciating pain, Yi Yun began to circulate the divine elephant suppression technique. At every moment, Yi Yun is acutely aware of the transformations occurring within his body, albeit these changes come at the cost of immense agony. As the divine elephant's prison-suppressing energy circulates within him, his physical form gradually radiates a multitude of resplendent lights. Dazzling to behold, his long hair dances, perhaps a consequence of cultivating the divine elephant's energy, exuding an aura of dominion over the heavens and the earth. Concurrently, the 840 million particles within him emanate beams of divine light. Each seed is nurtured to grow. Thus, some colossal elephant seeds begin to emit brilliant luminescence, stirring to awakening. With a thunderous roar akin to that of an ancient giant elephant resonating within Yi Yun, one colossal seed successfully awakens. Subsequently, Yi Yun feels an instantaneous influx of 100,000 pounds of immense strength surging through him. This marks the awakening of the seventh colossal seed within his being. Each colossal seed signifies 100,000 pounds of might. Therefore, the 7 colossal seeds signify that Yi Yun's corporeal form is now capable of unleashing a terrifying force of 700,000 pounds. However, the refining process persists, as the divine elephant's energy continues its operation within him. Half an hour later, another roar of an ancient giant elephant reverberates within Yi Yun, heralding the successful awakening of the 8th colossal seed. In the Gamma Empire, at the heart of the imperial capital, less than a mile from the Gamma Palace, stands a magnificent and expansive residence, sprawling over 5,000 square meters. The entrance of the estate bears the 3 prominent characters, Yi Fu. In the capital, the only individuals who could possess such a grand and vast abode, aside from the 3 prominent families, are none other than the empire's eldest princess, Yao Yi. It is said that Princess Yao Yi shares a profound sisterly bond with the empire's youngest princess, Yao Yu. After the elder princess was conferred her residence, the younger princess followed her out of the palace to reside in the elder princess's estate. This is also the origin of the name Yi Fu. At dawn, a faint light breaks upon the horizon. In that instant, the space within the back garden of Yi Fu suddenly distorts. Subsequently, an unassuming structure, occupying merely 10 square meters, silently materializes in the garden. On its facade, the words Heavenly Jar Shop are prominently inscribed. Some have perished, yet not entirely. As the morning sun beams through the exquisitely crafted loft, it casts a golden glow throughout Yi Fu. The atmosphere within the estate appears enigmatic and serene. The interior resembles a series of palatial structures, with golden glazed tiles shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. At this moment, in the training ground of Yi Fu, a young maiden wields a long spear, perspiring profusely as she trains. She possesses stunning beauty, her tall figure clad in fitted attire, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous silhouette. The young maiden wielded a long spear with remarkable finesse, the air around her sharp with the intent to kill. Each movement was executed with precision, exuding an aura of spirited elegance. After a prolonged practice, she finally ceased her training, taking a deep breath as her chest rose and fell, revealing a flawless silhouette. Upon her cessation, several palace maidens hastily approached, taking the silver spear from her grasp and offering prepared damp towels to wipe the sweat from her brow. At that moment, a man clad in black attire swiftly entered the training grounds, bowing respectfully before the maiden. "Your Highness, the Crown Princess, I bear significant intelligence to report." This spirited young woman was none other than the illustrious owner of the vast Night Moon Manor, the Crown Princess of the Gamma Empire, Yao Yi. Upon hearing the man's words, a trace of seriousness crossed Yao Ye's face. She dismissed the maidens, emanating an air of authority, and addressed the man in a measured tone. "What crucial news do you bring?" "This is a confidential missive from our shadow operatives embedded within the Yunlan sect." The man replied, producing a sealed envelope from his attire and respectfully presenting it to Yao Yi. The mention of the Yunlan sect caused Yao Yi's delicate brows to furrow slightly. Without hesitation, she tore open the envelope and began to peruse its contents. "What? Yun has broken through to the Douluo realm." Yao Yi was soon taken aback by the revelations within the letter, disbelief flickering across her previously composed visage. "Impossible. This is sheer nonsense." Her initial reaction was one of skepticism. Before she could finish reading, she rebuked the man before her. "You dare present such absurd information? Ing Feng, it appears you have no desire to retain your position as the captain of the Shadows." Her voice carried an unmistakable ire. The Shadows were a clandestine organization under her command, tasked with gathering intelligence from various factions. The man standing before her was the captain of this organization, appointed by Yao Yi herself. Under her direction, the Shadows had successfully infiltrated numerous powerful entities, with the Yunlan sect, a colossal force in the Gamma Empire, receiving her particular attention. Several operatives had already been placed within its ranks. "Your Highness, please calm your anger," the man in black hastily explained upon sensing her fury. "The contents of this letter have been personally verified by me, and there is not a shred of falsehood within it. I implore you to consider it carefully." "Impossible. Is the Douluo realm so easily attainable?" Yao Yi paused momentarily, then spoke with authority. "As far as I know, Yun is merely an elementary Douhuang. How could she possibly have suddenly advanced to the Douluo realm? This is utterly preposterous. Ing Feng, you dare report such an outrageous claim? It seems I have overestimated your capabilities." Yao Yi gazed coldly at Ing Feng. "Your Highness, the Crown Princess, I am willing to pledge my life on this military order. If there is even a hint of falsehood in this letter, I implore for death." Seeing that Yao Yi remained skeptical of his words, the man in black grew anxious, kneeling before her and even resorting to a solemn vow. Witnessing Ing Feng's unwavering determination and his willingness to stake his life as a guarantee, a flicker of intrigue sparked in Yao Yi's beautiful eyes. Could it be that his claims held truth? Yet, how could Yun have achieved a breakthrough to the Douluo realm? In that moment, the typically composed and tranquil Yao Yi found herself momentarily perplexed. "Humph, I shall tentatively place my trust in you. Should your words prove false, do not blame me for being unmerciful." After a brief hesitation, Yao Yi snorted coldly and continued perusing the letter. As she read further, the astonishment on her delicate face deepened. A mysterious jar shop, a youthful proprietor. Yun had opened a miraculous pill from the jar, and upon consuming it, she had directly ascended to the Douluo realm. Even Yunshan had emerged from seclusion. As Yao Yi absorbed the content of the letter, her expression shifted dramatically, shedding her previous air of authority. The information contained within struck her as sheer nonsense, an impossibility. Opening a jar? To produce a pill capable of transcending to the Douluo realm? What manner of fantasy could conjure such a dream? Yao Yi questioned her own ability to entertain such a notion. The claims were more ludicrous than the tales of mere travelers. She would sooner believe that Yun had accidentally fallen into a chasm and obtained the legacy of a formidable being to achieve her breakthrough than accept the absurdity inscribed in the letter. Yet, gazing at Ing Feng, who knelt before her, ready to guarantee his life. Yao Yi found her resolve wavering. The Ying Feng before her was someone she had personally elevated. She understood his character well, knowing he would not jest about such matters. Given his nature, he would not dare to jest with her, let alone concoct such an outrageous tale, for it would be a capital offense, unless he were courting death. Thus, there could only be one conclusion. The contents of the letter were indeed true. With this realization, Yao Yi could no longer maintain her previous composure. Yin Yun had broken through to the Douluo realm. This was undoubtedly grave news for the royal family of the Jama Empire. The Yunlan sect stood as the foremost power within the empire, holding an exalted status and revered as a sanctuary for countless practitioners. As the rulers of the empire, the royal family naturally harbored trepidation towards the ascendant Yunlan sect. Though the royal family yearned to eradicate the Yunlan sect, its formidable strength instilled a sense of caution, preventing any hasty actions. Similarly, the Yunlan sect harbored trepidation regarding the power of the Gama royal family, and for many years, they exhibited no signs of dissent. Though the two colossal entities engaged in incessant covert friction, they maintained an outward semblance of tranquility. It appeared that both parties tacitly accepted a division of their dominion. However, with Yun Yun's recent breakthrough to the Douluo realm, the stalemate was undoubtedly shattered. Yao Yi, holding the letter in her hand, was utterly astonished, her mind in a state of tumult. Suddenly, she recalled the jar shop mentioned in the letter, along with its youthful proprietor. She gazed at the man before her and inquired, "Ying Feng, how much do you know about this jar shop?" Chapter 58. The Little Lolita Yao Yu. Upon hearing Yao Ye's words, Ying Feng replied, "I do not possess extensive knowledge. That mysterious jar shop appeared just 3 days ago at the gates of the Yunlan sect, exclusively selling jars, each priced at 100,000 gold coins, from which various treasures can be procured. The divine elixir that Yun Yun consumed during her breakthrough to the Douluo realm was derived from one of those jars. Yet, just last night, the jar shop departed silently." Ying Feng conveyed the information he had gathered without omission. Could such a marvelous shop truly exist? A shop capable of yielding all manner of treasures? After listening to Ying Feng's report, Yao Yi furrowed her brows, her face still bearing an expression of disbelief. Although she found herself partially convinced by Ying Feng's words, the absurdity of the situation left her feeling somewhat ambivalent. After a moment of silence, Yao Yi seemed to reach a resolution. She turned her gaze towards Ying Feng and spoke with authority. "Ying Feng, relay this command. All shadow members must exert their utmost efforts to locate the whereabouts of this jar shop." Hesitating briefly, Yao Yi ultimately chose to place her trust in Ying Feng. It was better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. If such a jar shop truly existed, and if she could successfully find it, the Gama royal family could still reclaim a victory. In response, Ying Feng respectfully acknowledged, "As you command." Yao Yi waved her hand. "Go, find the jar shop, and I shall reward you greatly." Ying Feng nodded slightly before swiftly vanishing from sight. A jar shop, a youthful proprietor. Such an entity could not have appeared in the Gama Empire without some connection to the Yunlan sect, could it? After Ying Feng departed, Yao Yi furrowed her brow and slowly made her way back to her chamber. The jar shop of the heavens. Within the internal courtyard, Yi Yun remained seated in the blood pool. An overwhelming, vast aura emanated from his being, as if it could suppress the heavens and the earth. Under this force, the blood pool churned violently, the blood energy soaring skyward. Roar. The terrifying roar of an ancient colossal elephant echoed within Yi Yun. Blood energy surged like a dragon. Blood energy refined the body. Yi Yun channeled the divine force of the elephant suppression technique, fervently absorbing the essence of blood from the pool. At this moment, within Yi Yun's body, an astonishing 9 colossal elephant seeds had already awakened. With the might of the giant elephant, his strength could be unparalleled. An overwhelming pressure emanated from Yi Yun, capable of inducing spatial tremors merely through his physical prowess. At this juncture, Yi Yun's corporeal form had undoubtedly reached an exceedingly formidable state. The refinement of his body continued, as an abundance of vitality surged into him, nourishing countless microscopic particles within, radiating an infinite brilliance. After an indeterminate passage of time, a primordial roar of an ancient elephant reverberated within Yi Yun once more. With a sudden explosion, a terrifying aura surged from his being. The 10th colossal elephant seed had coalesced. 10 elephant seeds. Each seed contained an immense strength of 100,000 pounds. Thus, at this moment, Yi Yun's physical form possessed a staggering force of 1,000,000 pounds. In that instant, Yi Yun abruptly opened his eyes, his pitch-black irises igniting with a flash of golden light. The next moment, he leapt with vigor, springing forth from the blood pool. Clenching his fists, Yi Yun distinctly felt an inexhaustible power surging within him. He was confident that if he were to face the giant bird again, he could defeat it with mere physical strength, without the aid of the binding immortal rope. He pondered the current location of the shop, calculating the time spent in his training, and then glanced at the blood-soaked grime on himself. Never mind. First a bath, then breakfast. This seemingly ordinary shop was nestled in the back garden of the Night Moon Manor, its doors closed, silent, unnoticed by anyone. At that moment, a petite voice merrily echoed as a small figure entered the garden. Clad in a purple robe adorned with silver patterns, her exquisite features subtly exuded an innate nobility. A purple sash accentuated her slender waist, showcasing her delicate form. She appeared to be quite young, perhaps around 11 or 12 years old, a true little loli. Humph. All my sister does is practice cultivation. She never plays with me. The little loli frolicked among the flowers, her face displaying a hint of disappointment. This adorable girl was none other than Princess Yao Yu, the younger sister of the illustrious Princess Yao Yi. On her slightly protruding chest, she wore an alchemist's badge, indicating that this young girl was a first-tier alchemist. Achieving such a status at the tender age of 11 or 12 was indeed astonishing. The little girl, clearly bored, was frolicking in the garden, plucking flowers and trampling on the grass, entertaining herself with great delight. Suddenly, she paused, her large eyes fixated on an ordinary building not far away, her delicate face etched with confusion. When did such a small cottage appear in this backyard? Just yesterday. When she was playing here, it hadn't been there. The little girl was filled with curiosity and approached to examine it closely. Then, she noticed the 6 bold characters inscribed above, Universal Jar Shop. A shop? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she pondered how a store could possibly exist here. This was the residence of the Night Moon Manor, the abode of the esteemed imperial princess. Who would dare to establish a shop in such a place? Was this a matter of life and death? Confused, she suddenly brightened at the thought. Could this be a shop commissioned by her sister? Did she know how much I enjoy playing in the backyard, and specially open a store for my amusement? At this realization, excitement flickered in her large eyes. I knew it. My sister loves me the most. A joyful expression spread across her face as she bounced over, her little hands knocking enthusiastically on the shop's door. Open up. What are you waiting for? She exclaimed, brimming with anticipation for what delightful items might lie within. However, despite her persistent knocking until her hands grew sore, the door remained stubbornly closed. How outrageous. My sister allowed you to open this shop for my enjoyment, and yet you dare to sleep in? I shall inform my sister and have her punish you, stripping you of your position. The little girl huffed, shaking her slightly sore hands, then placed her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she shouted at the shop. Just then, with a creak, the shop door swung open. Some may have died, but not entirely. Chapter 59, The Opening of the Jar by Yao Yue. After finishing his bath, Yi Yun was preparing to enjoy some instant noodles when he was suddenly startled by the sounds of someone shouting and incessantly knocking at the door. Reluctantly, he made his way to open it. After all, in business, the customer must be prioritized. As he swung the door open, he was instantly dazzled by the sight before him. A delicate little girl, exquisitely cute. What an adorable little girl. Yi Yun couldn't help but silently praise her. However, she appeared somewhat fierce, standing with her hands on her hips and a puffed-up expression directed at him. He cast a glance at the surroundings outside, and was immediately delighted to see a plethora of flowers and greenery. The opulence of the environment clearly indicated that it belonged to the affluent, a residence of distinguished families. Such individuals must be quite wealthy, ensuring that his wares would find eager buyers. Yi Yun then turned his gaze towards the petite girl, preparing to welcome his very first customer of the day. However, the little girl spoke first. Humph, you finally decided to open the door. I shall inform my sister that you have been neglecting your duties and lazing about in here. Yao Yu, observing the unexpectedly handsome young man before her, felt a flicker of surprise in her heart. This sleepyhead was indeed quite attractive. Yet, the realization that someone of his lowly status could afford to sleep in even later than herself filled her with annoyance. She longed to indulge in such laziness as well. But her sister always dragged her out of bed. What does this little girl mean? Does she know me? Yi Yun was taken aback by Yao Yu's words. She appeared rather familiar with him. Miss, do you wish to enter and make a purchase? A faint smile graced Yi Yun's face as he paid little heed to her remarks, preoccupied with the prospect of selling his jars. This little girl seemed somewhat daft. She should be easy to persuade. Yao Yu regarded the smile on Yi Yun's face with astonishment. Was her threat ineffective? Did this fellow not fear her sister? How could he still smile at such a moment? He should be displaying a visage of trepidation instead. In the past, she had intimidated servants in a similar manner, and they would immediately kneel and plead for mercy, filled with anxiety. Yao Yu's large eyes fixed on Yi Yun, her delicate face a canvas of confusion. Who are you? As she scrutinized Yi Yun, a sudden realization struck her. She had never encountered this person before. After all, someone as strikingly handsome as him would be unforgettable. Indeed, this exchange felt more appropriate. Observing that the little girl seemed to finally grasp the situation, Yi Yun hastily introduced himself. I am the proprietor of this shop. Yao Yu's eyes darted as she suddenly interrogated him. Did my sister instruct you to do this? In her mind, she firmly believed that if it were not for her sister, the esteemed princess, no one would dare to open a shop in the backyard of the Night Moon Mansion. This young man must have received orders from her sister to establish a shop here for her amusement. Her sister must have sensed her boredom, and, feeling guilty for not being able to spend time with her, concocted this scheme. Yes, that must be it. The petite figure of Yao Yu spun rapidly, her delicate face revealing a hint of pride as she fancied herself to have unraveled the mystery. However, Yi Yun felt a twinge of helplessness upon hearing her words. Why did this little girl keep mentioning her sister? Could it be that her sister was her master, possessing formidable power? Yi Yun was not particularly concerned about such matters. After all, could anyone surpass her own capabilities? Should her sister dare to confront her, she would be ready to intimidate her. Observing Yi Yun's expression of resignation, Yao Yu became even more convinced of her deductions, a self-satisfied smile gracing her lips. Did she truly believe she could deceive this princess? Yao Yu had been praised for her extraordinary intelligence and innate talent since childhood by her esteemed grandfather. She regarded Yi Yun with a hint of disdain. Yi Yun, at a loss for words, found herself pondering the girl's peculiar gaze. Although she was undeniably adorable, it was unfortunate that she seemed to lack a semblance of intellect. Disappointed, Yi Yun turned to leave, concluding that this transaction was unlikely to materialize. Just then, Yao Yu spoke again, inquiring about the wares available in the store. She felt compelled to engage, considering it was a gesture from her sister, lest her sibling become displeased and resort to a reprimand. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's spirits lifted. Sensing that perhaps this business venture still held promise, she eagerly replied, I sell jars in my shop. Jars? Yao Yu's face transformed with a hint of perplexity. What is so remarkable about jars? Is it possible that these jars conceal treasures? Indeed, you are remarkably astute. Yi Yun silently applauded the clever little girl and nodded vigorously. Yes, within my jars, one might discover anything, be it elixirs, combat skills, techniques, pets, or divine weapons. The possibilities are endless. Yao Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It sounded rather captivating. Clearly, her sister had put considerable thought into ensuring her entertainment. Thus, for her sister's sake, she resolved to procure a handful of jars, perhaps 10 or 8, just to see what treasures they held. With this thought, Yao Yu strode confidently into the shop. Addressing Yi Yun, I would like 10 jars, please. I am eager to see what treasures your jars can unveil. 10 jars. Yi Yun's expression shifted, her eyes suddenly alight with excitement. A significant client indeed. She glanced at the commanding little girl, realizing she had not misjudged her. To her surprise, this child possessed considerable wealth. However, it was somewhat regrettable that she could only sell 5 jars in a single day. I'm afraid I can only sell 5 jars per day, Yi Yun replied, somewhat awkwardly. Yao Yu's discontent was palpable. Why only 5? Your demeanor is utterly dismissive, showcasing a blatant disregard for duty, a cunning evasion of responsibility. I shall relay all of this to my sister, ensuring she imparts a proper lesson upon you. Yao Yu declared, visibly irked. Why must you bring up your sister again? Yi Yun responded with a hint of exasperation, silently pondering the prospect of summoning her sister to witness who truly deserves reprimanding. Very well, if 5 is the number, then 5 it shall be. Hand them all over to me, Yao Yu urged, her enthusiasm waning. A faint smile graced Yi Yun's lips as he replied, Miss. The rules in my establishment dictate that payment must precede the acquisition of goods. Yao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. You expect me to pay? Yi Yun nodded affirmatively. Of course. What business would I conduct without remuneration? You think you can procure my wares for free? Not a chance. Anger flared within Yao Yu as she glared at Yi Yun. Do not presume to wield authority over me. Do you not recognize my status? How dare you demand payment? Yi Yun regarded her with a knowing glance, pondering whether this little girl held a significant background. Some may have perished, yet their influence lingers. In Chapter 60, Lollipops and Barbie Dolls. I am eager to see what tricks you intend to employ. As Yi Yun hesitated, contemplating whether to expel this child, she interjected once more, asserting, State your price. How much for 1 jar? I shall take all 5. A surge of delight surged through Yi Yun as he responded. Not much. Each jar is priced at 100,000 gold coins. What? The staggering price left Yao Yu astounded. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at Yi Yun, exclaiming, 100,000 gold coins for a single jar? You must be robbing me. Yi Yun bristled at the accusation, asserting that he had clearly marked the price. How could it be considered robbery? This little girl certainly had a sharp tongue. Miss, if you cannot afford it, kindly take your leave and refrain from disrupting my business, Yi Yun replied coolly, his demeanor growing indifferent. There was no need for those without means to meddle in his affairs. With that, He prepared to usher her out, eager to return to his instant noodles. After all, he had yet to eat breakfast that morning. Although, given his current prowess, it mattered little whether he had a meal. Yet, Yiyan had grown accustomed to partaking in breakfast daily. What? You think I cannot afford it? Yao Yu's defenses crumbled at his disdainful remark. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she furiously retrieved 200,000 gold coins from her spatial ring and slammed them onto the counter. Here are 200,000 gold coins. Now, give me 2 jars. Yao Yu glared at Yi Yun with simmering rage, her thoughts seething with vengeance. How dare this insolent servant look down upon a princess such as herself? You shall pay for this slight. I, Yao Yu, will ensure that retribution is served. Upon seeing the gleaming gold coins, Yi Yun's expression transformed instantly, a smile swiftly gracing his features as he deftly pocketed 200,000 gold coins. Observing Yi Yun's demeanor, Yao Yu couldn't help but curl her lip. Humph, does this fellow truly believe that this money belongs to him? Whatever he has now, this princess shall demand it back later, and he shall face a fitting punishment for his audacity. Yao Yu regarded Yi Yun, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes as a wicked smile danced upon her lips. In that moment, a myriad of prank ideas flashed through her mind. After securing the coins, Yi Yun promptly placed 2 jars upon the counter. Miss, your 2 jars, he announced. Yao Yu snapped back to reality and turned her gaze to the jars on the counter. This princess is curious to see what treasures lie within, especially since you dare to charge me 100,000 gold coins for each. With this thought in mind, she asked Yi Yun, how does one open this jar? Yi Yun replied, simply give it a gentle tap. Upon hearing this, Yao Yu shot him a doubtful glance, then approached the counter. She focused on one jar and extended her small hand, tapping it lightly. Crack! With a crisp sound of shattering, the jar instantly splintered into pieces, transforming into radiant beams of light that vanished into thin air. Witnessing this spectacle, Yao Yu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed incredulously at the wondrous scene. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned Yi Yun. How did you do that? Yi Yun, unable to provide an explanation, merely smiled softly and replied, that is a secret of this establishment. In response, Yao Yu pouted in displeasure, her expression one of haughty defiance. Playing tricks. Just wait and see how I deal with you. She then turned her attention to the items that had emerged from the jar. What is this? Yao Yu asked, perplexed as she picked up the object and looked at Yi Yun for clarification. Yi Yun stared at the large lollipop in the little girl's hand, momentarily taken aback before a smirk began to form. The sight of the oversized lollipop, held aloft by her curious gaze, was simply too amusing. 100,000 gold coins for a mere lollipop. How delightful. Hey, why are you silent? What is this thing in my hand? Yao Yu inquired, raising the lollipop in the air, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone as she awaited his answer. After a brief pause, Yi Yun explained, this is a lollipop. It is edible. With that, he unwrapped the lollipop and handed it to the little girl. This is edible? Yao Yu queried, eyeing the lollipop skeptically before glancing at Yi Yun, who was struggling to contain his laughter. With a hint of hesitation, she extended her delicate tongue and gave the lollipop a tentative lick. It's so sweet. A delicate strand of sugar clung to the rosy tongue of the little girl. After savoring a lick of the lollipop, her large eyes sparkled with delight, and her fair, cherubic face radiated surprise. Soon after, the little girl extended her soft pink tongue to fervently lick the lollipop in her hand, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yun's lips twitched increasingly. The more he observed, the more he felt an unsettling sense of mischief. No, it was the wickedness of this cursed system that was to blame. Hey, do you have more of that lollipop? Please, give me a few more, she implored, her appetite for sweetness insatiable. After indulging for a while, the little girl reluctantly paused and turned to Yi Yun with a curious inquiry. Coming back to his senses, Yi Yun shook his head and replied, there's none left. The odds of obtaining a lollipop for 100,000 gold coins were exceedingly low, and Yi Yun hoped to avoid such an occurrence again. If it happened too frequently, the reputation of his little shop would be tarnished. Should anyone mistake it for a shady establishment, it would spell trouble. The little girl rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical of Yi Yun's words. Secretly, she plotted to ensure that he surrendered every lollipop he possessed before confronting him. As an imperial princess, she had never tasted such exquisite sweets before. Subsequently, while licking her lollipop, she gradually approached the counter and, with a resounding crack, shattered another jar. In the astonished gaze of the little girl, dazzling rays of light re-emerged. As the radiance faded, the contents of the jar were unveiled. Wow, what a beautiful doll! Upon seeing the items displayed on the counter, her eyes sparkled with joy as she eagerly picked one up. Yi Yun, intrigued, cast a glance and found himself momentarily speechless, only to feel his lips twitch again. The little girl's luck seemed exceedingly dubious. In her hands was a Barbie doll, imbued with the essence of modern craftsmanship. It resembled Snow White, adorned in a lovely white gown, her feet clad in sparkling crystal shoes, and her demeanor strikingly similar to that of the little girl before him. The joy on the little girl's face was unmistakable as she cherished the doll. Suddenly, she noticed a small button on the back of the Barbie and, driven by curiosity, pressed it. Instantly, a melodious tune filled the air. Two tigers, running fast. Some have died, but not completely. Chapter 61. The Little Princess Complains. The Night of Anger. Two tigers, running fast. One without ears, one without a tail. How strange, how strange. A delightful children's song resonated within the shop. Listening to the familiar voice, Yi-Yun found himself momentarily frozen. While it was one thing to have opened a Barbie doll for a staggering 100,000 gold coins, it was quite another to be accompanied by a nursery rhyme. A flicker of sympathy blossomed within him. This little girl appeared so tender and adorable. How could her hands be so tainted? He wished to utter a few comforting words to soothe her wounded spirit. However, as he observed the little girl gazing blankly at the Barbie doll, entranced by the melody of the nursery rhyme, he fell silent. It seemed that she was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. How astonishing. Hey, how did you manage that? After the song concluded, the little girl was completely enchanted and curiously turned her gaze toward Yi-Yun. How could he explain? I'm afraid this is a shop secret, and I cannot disclose it. Yi-Yun firmly refused. Since reasoning was futile, there was no need to elaborate further. Humph. The little girl, Yao Yu, puffed her cheeks in irritation and huffed. You'll eventually reveal it yourself. Yi-Yun cast a sidelong glance at her, but remained silent. This little girl often spouted nonsensical remarks, and he could not be bothered to engage. Yao Yu raised the Barbie doll in her hand, eagerly inquiring, Hey, do you have more of these dolls? None. Yi-Yun decisively shook his head. Preposterous. Having produced such an item once was already embarrassing enough. If he were to do so again, where would he find the face to show for it? He might as well switch to selling children's goods. I don't believe you. I still want to open jars. Yao Yu resolutely dismissed Yi-Yun's denial. Open jars? Sure, but first, you need to pay, Yi-Yun replied, extending his hand toward the little girl. If she desired to continue opening jars, he certainly wouldn't refuse. I have no money. Yao Yu pouted. As a princess of the empire, she naturally had no notion of such trivial amounts. However, Yao Yi had confiscated her spending money to prevent her from squandering it, leaving her with only 200,000 gold coins, all of which she had just handed over to Yi-Yun. No money? Then hurry along and don't waste my time, Yi-Yun remarked with a wave of his hand, losing interest at her revelation. No way. I still want to open jars. I want lollipops and Barbie dolls. Yao Yu's gaze fell upon the 3 remaining jars on the shelf, and without hesitation, she dashed over, intent on taking them by force. How audacious of you, little girl, to act so brazenly in my shop. Yi-Yun's eyebrows arched in surprise at her boldness. Since arriving in this world, no one had dared to be so impudent before him, regardless of their status. Anyone who enters my invincible domain, whether a dragon or a tiger, must submit. It seems that today, if I do not impart a lesson upon you, you will never learn. With a mere thought, Yi-Yun conjured a force that bound the little girl in place. In an instant, he appeared behind her. With a resounding slap, he struck her on the backside. The sudden pain made Yao Yu freeze in shock. It was the first time in her life she had experienced such a punishment. Even her strict sister had never laid a hand on her. Today, however, she had been struck. A wave of immense grievance washed over her, and she burst into tears. You hit me. How dare you? You are finished. I will call my sister to have you torn to shreds, to dismantle your household, and to annihilate your entire clan. The little girl's eyes were red, her large orbs fixed on Yi-Yun, as she sobbed uncontrollably. Go ahead, summon your sister. I am eager to see what she can do, he replied. Observing the little girl's tear-streaked face, Yi-Yun felt a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. If anyone were to witness him bullying a young girl, it would surely lead to misunderstandings. Shaking his head, he swiftly expelled her from the shop and closed the door behind him. After a while, Yao Yu realized she had somehow ended up outside, with the shop's entrance firmly shut. Stunned, she resumed her weeping. Although the young girl was astonished by Yi-Yun's methods, she did not comprehend the true terror of his displayed power. Bang! Remembering that she had indeed been struck, and on her backside no less, Yao Yu could not restrain herself and kicked the shop door with all her might, before hastily fleeing the garden. In the central courtyard of the Night Moon Manor, within the princess's chamber, Yao Yi had a habit of bathing after her morning exercises to cleanse herself of sweat. At that moment, having just finished her bath, she emerged from the pool draped in a delicate moon-white robe that accentuated her graceful figure. Her slender legs, as white as jade, glistened with droplets of water from her long, dark hair. In contrast to her petite and adorable younger sister, Yao Yu, This elder princess exuded a mature and alluring elegance, her enchanting gaze captivating all who beheld her. Noticing her, a maid hurriedly approached to assist Yao Yi in dressing, respectfully wiping the remaining water from her hair. "Where's Xiao? Why is she not here so early in the morning?" At this moment, Yao Yi cast a glance around the inner palace and suddenly inquired. A maid respectfully responded, "Your Highness, the little princess has gone to the back garden." A hint of helplessness appeared on Yao Yi's charming face. This girl only knows how to indulge in play. When will she grow up? Just as Yao Yi's words fell, a petite figure rushed into the palace. Upon seeing Yao Yi, the little figure immediately leaped into her embrace. Her voice tinged with a slight sob, expressing her grievances. "Sister, you must stand up for me, Wu." Seeing her sister, Yao Yu, crying so sorrowfully in her arms, Yao Yi was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Little Yu, did you fall somewhere? Let me take a look." In response, Yao Yu lifted her head, her eyes red, and said, "Sister, I was bullied." Noticing the tears at the corners of Yao Yu's eyes, Yao Yi's gaze sharpened, and a cold expression crossed her face. "Who is it? Who dares to bully you? Tell me, and I shall ensure justice is served." Anger surged within Yao Yi as she looked at her sister's tear-streaked face. How could anyone dare to bully the princess's sister? Wu, sister, that person is in the back garden right now. He not only snatched my 200,000 gold coins, but also, Wu, hit my bottom. Yao Yu buried her little head in Yao Yi's chest, crying heartily, breaking Yao Yi's heart. How could her sister be treated so unjustly? However, Yao Yu's words ignited an inferno of fury within Yao Yi, her expression turning extremely frigid, bold and audacious. How dare he commit such an act against you? This is a capital offense. I shall see who dares to be so audacious today. Come, little Yu, I will help you seek retribution. Yao Yi grasped Yao Yu's hand and strode with an air of authority towards the back garden. Moments later, Yao Yi, accompanied by a dozen armored guards, arrived at the back garden. By this time, Yao Yi had donned a luxurious brocade robe, her tall figure exuding an aura of icy elegance. Yet beneath this cold demeanor lay the weighty presence cultivated by royal upbringing. "Sister, it's over there." Yao Yu, her eyes red, pointed towards the location of the pot shop, fuming. When did a building appear here? As Yao Yi's gaze fell upon the pot shop, her brows knitted slightly. In her recollection, there had been no such establishment in the back garden. "Sister, was this not your command for construction?" Upon hearing this, Yao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. "I have never issued such an order." Yao Yu shook his head, his gaze growing colder. "How dare someone construct freely in this garden without my command? Who could possess such audacity?" Soon, the group arrived directly at the front of the store. "Sister, the one who bullied me is inside. Quickly, call for people to demolish this wretched establishment. I wish to dismember that person." Yao Yu pointed at the shop before her, recalling the incident where Yi Yun had struck her, and her anger surged. Yao Yi nodded, poised to issue a command, when suddenly, he glanced up and saw the 6 characters above the store, the Heavenly Jar Shop. His heart jolted, and he froze in place. The Heavenly Jar Shop? Is this not the name of the mysterious jar shop that appeared outside the Yunlan sect? The divine pill that allowed Yun Yun to break through to the Dozong realm was procured from this very shop, was it not? Could it be that this jar shop before us is the same one that vanished from the Yunlan sect? The thought flashed through his mind, and Yao Yi felt a surge of excitement. If this were true, the royal family could soon regain its footing without fearing the power of the Yunlan sect. "Sister, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and have this shop torn down." Yao Yu, seeing her sister's prolonged silence, could not help but express her frustration. "It cannot be demolished." Yao Yu was startled by her words. This shop could alter the fate of the entire royal family. How could it possibly be torn down? Why not? "Sister, did you not promise to avenge me? Your inaction is making me angry." Upon hearing Yao Yi's words, Yao Yu's expression turned sour. "Xiao, could you please explain to me what is happening here?" Yao Yi leaned down, her gaze serious as she looked at Yao Yu. Since this shop is the mysterious jar shop, the matter is far from simple. She was eager to know what had transpired between Yao Yu and the shopkeeper just moments ago. The young man Yao Yu mentioned must be the shop's youthful proprietor. But why would this young proprietor strike Xiao Yu? Could he be a lecherous individual? Yet, Xiao Yu is so young, that seems unlikely. Moreover, she had encountered the sect leader of the Yunlan sect, Yun Yun, several times, and she was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty. If the proprietor were truly a libertine, would he willingly leave the Yunlan sect? "Sister, send someone inside to apprehend that scoundrel and interrogate him thoroughly. The truth will soon be revealed, no?" Yao Yu expressed her grievances. "Xiao Yu, I am not jesting with you. You must recount everything that transpired with this proprietor today, without a single lie." Yao Yi's expression was grave. Concerning the matter of this jar shop, she would not tolerate any frivolity. Observing her sister's apparent anger, Yao Yu felt a twinge of grievance. Yet she gradually recounted the events that had transpired. The revelation that each jar cost 100,000 gold coins suggested that this jar shop was indeed the same one that had appeared at Yamon's sect. Upon hearing Yao Yu's narrative, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Yao Ye's beautiful eyes. Little Yu, you mentioned that you have opened 2 jars. May I see what you have obtained? Her curiosity piqued. Yao Yi could not resist inquiring further. Yao Yu promptly produced the lollipop and Barbie doll she had acquired. Here. Sister, this is what I purchased from the shop. This lollipop is absolutely delicious, and this doll is quite lovely. She even sings. Yao Yu proudly displayed her treasures. She sings? Yao Yi mused, contemplating the 2 items in Yao Yu's hands. To think that 200,000 gold coins yielded these trinkets. However, her surprise deepened as she gazed at the Barbie doll. Yao Yu pressed a button located at the back of the doll, and instantly, a melodious children's song filled the air. 2 tigers, running fast, running fast. One has no ears, one has no tail. How strange, how strange. As she listened to the enchanting melody emanating from the doll, a spark of curiosity ignited in Yao Ye's eyes. How was this possible? A mere toy capable of singing on its own. Truly remarkable. It seemed that this mysterious jar merchant possessed some exceptional skills. What do you think, sister? Isn't it delightful? I'm certain the shop has more treasures. Sister, if you help me catch him, I will share some with you, Yao Yu exclaimed. Excitement radiating from her as she licked the lollipop. Nonsense. Yao Yi admonished lightly. This jar shop is pivotal to the future of the royal family. We cannot afford to offend it lightly. If only I could procure some miraculous elixir here, would our grandfather not be able to break through to the Douzong realm? She warned Yao Yu to behave herself and not to antagonize the shop's owner. Then, taking a few steps forward, she approached the store and gently knocked on the door with her delicate hand. Some may have perished, but not entirely. Chapter 63. The Grandiose Yao Yi. Knock, knock, knock. After Yao Ye's series of knocks, the shop's doors suddenly swung open. Yi Yun, holding a bucket of freshly prepared instant noodles, appeared at the threshold. He initially expected it to be the previous little girl returning for trouble, but upon seeing the stunning beauty before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Though surprised within, Yi Yun maintained a polite demeanor, allowing a smile to grace his face as he courteously welcomed, "Welcome to our establishment." Although he was already aware of the youthful age of the jar shop's proprietor, witnessing Yi Yun's mere teenage appearance left Yao Yi momentarily astounded. The enigmatic owner of this mysterious jar shop turned out to be merely a young lad? Humph, sister. It is this villain who struck me and stole 20,000 gold coins. Before Yao Yi could utter a word, Yao Yu eagerly approached, puffing her cheeks and glaring at Yi Yun with indignation. Ah, it is you, little girl. Upon seeing the petite figure of the girl from earlier, Yi Yun's expression shifted. He glanced at Yao Yi and coldly remarked, "So this is the all-powerful sister you speak of. I am eager to see how you intend to reprimand me." With that, Yi Yun cast a dismissive glance at Yao Yi, his earlier warmth evaporating as he returned to the counter to indulge in instant noodles. "Xiao, if you dare utter another word, do not blame me for being impolite." Observing Yi Yun's apparent irritation, Yao Yi felt a tightening in her chest. She turned to Yao Yu, who was brimming with bravado, and spoke sternly. Yao Yu, holding a lollipop, looked somewhat aggrieved. "Sister Yu, silence." In that moment, Yao Yi ceased to indulge her sister. The matters concerning the jar shop were pivotal to the fate of the entire royal family, and she could not permit Yao Yu to behave recklessly. "If you continue this nonsense, you shall be removed from the Night Moon Manor immediately," Yao Yi admonished with a grave expression. Yao Yu, harboring a sense of reverence for her sister, felt the weight of Yao Ye's wrath. Although she felt wronged, she obediently fell silent, her pouting lips betraying her discontent. Seeing Yao Yu subdued, Yao Yi breathed a sigh of relief and turned her gaze toward Yi Yun, who was engrossed in his noodles. After a moment's hesitation, Yao Yi slowly stepped into the shop, her red lips parting to speak. "Esteemed proprietor, my sister was thoughtless earlier, and I apologize for any offense caused. I hope for your understanding." In the presence of this mysterious young owner, the typically proud Yao Yi exhibited a rare humility. Behind her, Yao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. Her sister was apologizing? Yao Yu knew her sister's character all too well, even before their grandfather. She would not display such subservience. Yet now, she was apologizing to the very person who had bullied her? Yao Yu was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend her sister's motivations. Upon hearing Yao Ye's words, Yi Yun also looked up in surprise. The tone of this imposing young lady seemed not to suggest that she was here merely to defend her sister. The other party adopted a rather condescending stance, and Yi Yun, naturally, would not let the matter rest. He spoke, "Is it a mischievous child? A little bit of mischief is quite normal. Proper guidance in the future will suffice." At the entrance, Yao Yu, upon hearing Yi Yun's words, was instantly engulfed in fury, her large eyes glaring at him. How dare he insult her highness as a mischievous child? This was utterly outrageous. Just as she was about to erupt in anger, she caught sight of Yao Ye's threatening gaze directed her way. Observing the intensity of Yao Ye's furious eyes, Yao Yu bit her lip, ultimately suppressing her ire and lowering her head in dejection. After preventing Yao Yu from causing a scene, Yao Yi finally turned his attention back to Yi Yun, his eyes shimmering with a hint of nobility. This is the back garden of my Yiyue mansion. I wonder what brings the esteemed proprietor here. Yiyue mansion? Back garden? Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback. This peculiar system indeed refreshes in the most extraordinary locations. It was one thing to have last refreshed outside the gates of Yunlan's sect, but now he found himself in someone else's back garden. Subsequently, a faint smile graced Yi Yun's face as he earnestly introduced himself. I am Yi Yun, the proprietor of the multiverse store. Rest assured, I shall remain in your back garden for just 3 days. After that, I will take my store and depart. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi pondered the name Yi Yun, yet found no information pertaining to it. Staying 3 days at the gates of Yunlan's sect was merely a coincidence. Could this be a rule of the shop? A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind as she turned her gaze back to Yi Yun and then glanced at the jars on the wooden shelf behind the counter. Inquiring, might I ask what wares your shop offers? Yi Yun smiled slightly and gestured towards the last 3 jars on the shelf. These are what I intend to sell, the multiverse jars. The multiverse jars? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yao Ye's eyes as she looked at the 3 jars with fervor. The divine elixir that allowed Yun Yun to break through the Dou Zone realm was extracted from these jars. What exactly do these jars contain? Everything imaginable. Yi Yun explained with a smile. Techniques, combat skills, divine weapons, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. Anything you can conceive of. There is nothing these jars cannot produce. So miraculous? Yao Ye's eyes widened in astonishment as she asked Yi Yun, and how much do you sell these jars for? Not expensive at all. Yi Yun crossed his 2 index fingers and replied nonchalantly. Each jar is merely 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins, not expensive? Although she had already been informed of the price, hearing it aloud still left Yao Yi somewhat taken aback. However, if it truly could yield the divine elixir for breaking through the Dou Zone realm, the jars, priced at 100,000 gold coins each, appeared remarkably inexpensive to Yao Yi. In her eyes, such divine elixirs were treasures beyond measure. She would willingly purchase them even for 1 million or even 2 million gold coins. Subsequently, without further inquiries, Yao Yi decisively placed 300,000 gold coins upon the counter. Boss, I shall acquire the remaining 3 jars. Taken aback by the extraordinary presence of this affluent lady, Yi Yun swiftly accepted the 300,000 gold coins. It seemed this noblewoman was indeed quite wealthy, which explained the lavishness of her abode, complete with a private garden. Without unnecessary delay, Yi Yun retrieved the 3 remaining jars from the wooden rack, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the efficiency of the day's transactions. Remarkably, he had completed his sales task even before finishing breakfast. Chapter 64, Primary Experience Pill. Boss, how should I open these jars? Yao Yi inquired, her heart elated as she gazed upon the 3 jars on the counter. I know how to do it. Simply strike them with your palm. Came the response from Yao Yu, who had appeared beside Yao Yi, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she observed the jars. Though still young, her temper flared quickly and subsided just as fast. She recalled the lollipops and Barbie dolls she had previously opened and, despite the steep price of 100,000 gold coins, found the items quite delightful. Sister, let me assist you in opening them. I possess experience, Yao Yu offered, a playful smile gracing her cherubic face. No, I shall manage on my own, Yao Yi replied, glancing at the lollipop and Barbie doll in Yao Yu's possession, instinctively declining her sister's kind offer. Then, Yao Yi selected a jar with precision and extended her delicate hand, striking it forcefully. With a crisp sound of shattering, the jar splintered into countless pieces. In an instant, dazzling rays of light erupted, captivating Yao Yi's gaze. Witnessing this miraculous spectacle left her somewhat astounded. She glanced at Yi Yun, who remained unfazed, engrossed in his instant noodles, further solidifying her belief that this enigmatic young proprietor possessed unfathomable strength. Such a feat made her ponder how he had accomplished it. As the radiant light faded, Yao Yi finally discerned what she had unveiled. Upon the counter lay a solitary azure pill, emanating a faint aura. Curiously, there was no trace of medicinal fragrance wafting from it. Gently grasping the pill, Yao Yi brought it closer to her nose, and then inquired of Yi Yun, Boss, might you enlighten me as to the nature of this pill and its effects? Upon hearing this, Yi Yun set aside the instant noodles in his hands, casting a fleeting glance at the elixir in her grasp, his eyes momentarily widening in surprise. The Junior Experience Pill, a wondrous concoction from a fantastical game world, promised to augment one's cultivation by 3 years upon consumption. The elixir held by Yao Yi was indeed the very same type that Yun Yun had previously unveiled, a golden senior experience pill from the same realm, boasting remarkably similar effects. The sole regret lay in the fact that Yun Yun's advanced pill could enhance cultivation by 30 years, while the junior version in Yao Ye's possession could only grant a mere 3. Nevertheless, to unearth such a remarkable item on her first attempt hinted at this elegant lady's fortunate fate. Though astonished internally, Yi Yun maintained an inscrutable demeanor. With a subtle smile, he remarked, "You are quite fortunate. This is a pill that enhances cultivation, capable of increasing one's prowess by 3 years. 3 years of cultivation?" Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Yao Ye's eyes narrowed in surprise as she gazed at the azure elixir in her hand. Could this very pill elevate her cultivation by 3 years? Suddenly, she recalled the miraculous pill that Yun Yun had revealed, which could elevate one's rank from a 3-star Dou Huang to the Dou Zone realm. Could it be that the effects of the pill in her possession were akin to that of Yun Yun's, albeit of a higher grade with greater enhancements? After a brief moment of hesitation, Yao Yi grasped the pill and slowly brought it to her lips. At that moment, the azure elixir transformed into a beam of azure light, swiftly entering her mouth. Witnessing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Yao Ye's eyes. However, before she could fully comprehend the situation, her expression suddenly shifted dramatically. A tremendous surge of energy erupted within her, swirling throughout her body. Sensing the overwhelming energy surging within her, Yao Ye's countenance changed drastically. She could feel the vast and gentle force within her. Yet she was perplexed as to why she could not absorb this energy. It seemed as though some force was suppressing the energy within her, preventing her from breaking through. "Sister, what is happening to you?" Observing Yao Ye's drastic change in expression, Yao Yu assumed there was an issue with the pill and glared at Yi Yun, her voice rising in anger. "What kind of pill did you give my sister?" In response, Yi Yun glanced at Yao Yi, cautioning, "In my establishment, you cannot achieve a breakthrough. It would be best to step outside." The presence of the invincible realm meant that anyone entering the store without permission would be unable to harness the energy within them. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Yao Yi was momentarily taken aback. After casting a glance at Yi Yun, she turned and strode out of the shop. Yao Yi shot Yi Yun a fierce glare before eagerly following suit. Just as Yao Yi stepped 3 meters outside the shop, her delicate face suddenly changed, and a flicker of astonishment appeared in her beautiful eyes. She distinctly felt that the energy within her body, which had previously been unassimilable, began to surge actively through her limbs and bones. Bang! At that moment, a muffled sound resonated from within Yao Yi. Subsequently, her aura surged dramatically. She was momentarily stunned, her eyes reflecting incredulity. She had actually broken through, from a 1-star great fighter to a 2-star great fighter. It was noteworthy that she had only recently ascended to the great fighter realm, and her foundation had yet to stabilize. Yet now, she had directly advanced to the 2-star great fighter level. As she felt the formidable aura radiating from her, Yao Ye's heart swelled with joy. However, before she could revel in her triumph, her expression shifted again. Yao Yi sensed that the reservoir of energy within her remained vast and potent. Her cultivation was escalating at a visibly rapid pace. Bang! Before long, another muffled sound emanated from her body. At this moment, Yao Ye's gaze had turned somewhat dazed. She had astonishingly broken through once more, now a 3-star great fighter. This was utterly unbelievable. Regaining her composure, she delved within herself, only to discover in astonishment that a considerable amount of energy still lingered. Her recent breakthroughs had consumed less than a fifth of it. This was truly terrifying. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the momentum within her surged again. Meanwhile, Yao Yu, overwhelmed by the aura emanating from Yao Yi, stood dumbfounded. Had her sister truly broken through? How was she continuously advancing? Could it be that the villain's claims were indeed true? Did this miraculous elixir genuinely enhance one's cultivation? With this thought, Yao Yu glanced at the lollipop in her hand and the Barbie doll nestled in her arms, instantly finding them rather unappealing. Chapter 65. Yao Yi's Contemplation. Ice Soul Cold Whip. Outside the shop, amidst Yao Yu's astonished gaze, Yao Yi's power continued to surge. 4-star Great Fighter. 5-star Great Fighter. 6-star Great Fighter. In a mere moment, Yao Yi had breached 3 realms, directly ascending beyond the 6-star Great Fighter threshold. At this juncture, Yao Yi's heart had grown numb. She allowed the energy within her to surge wildly towards her fighting crystal, silently experiencing her continuous enhancement in strength. One cannot deny that this exhilarating sensation of rapid advancement is utterly delightful. It caused Yao Yi's delicate form to tremble involuntarily, her face suffused with a rosy hue. Beside her, the little lowly Yao Yi forgot to lick the lollipop in her hand, staring blankly at Yao Yi, her large eyes slightly glazed. Yet, Yao Yi's cultivation breakthrough was far from over. Her power continued to soar. Bang! Before long, a muffled sound echoed once again within Yi Yun. 7-star Great Fighter. Yao Ye's cultivation had astonishingly reached the level of 7-star Great Fighter. Bang, bang. Over the next half hour, 2 more muffled sounds resonated within Yao Ye. At this moment, her cultivation had terrifyingly ascended to the peak realm of 9-star Great Fighter. Only at this juncture did the immense energy within her finally become depleted. Feeling the commotion within her body finally settle, Yao Ye paused for a moment, then focused her mind inward to examine. Upon discovering that her cultivation had skyrocketed from a recently broken through 1-star Great Fighter to the pinnacle of 9-star Great Fighter in such a short span, she couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes sparkling with astonishment and excitement. 3 years of cultivation had allowed her to leap across an entire realm. Yao Ye recalled the azure elixir she had just consumed, her thoughts wavering slightly. No wonder the sect leader of Yunlan sect could directly break through from the 3-star Fighting Emperor realm to the Fighting Sovereign realm. She had merely obtained a divine pill capable of enhancing her cultivation by 3 years. As for Yun, she likely had the extraordinary fortune to procure a high-grade divine pill that could enhance decades of cultivation. With this thought, a flicker of envy crossed Yao Ye's eyes. 3 years of cultivation had transformed her from a 1-star Great Fighter to the pinnacle of 9-star Great Fighter. If one were to obtain a divine pill that could enhance decades of cultivation, to what terrifying heights would her power ascend? Such divine pills, capable of directly boosting cultivation, are indeed rare in the world. Moreover, what astonished Ye even more was that the enhancement from this divine pill bore no semblance of superficiality. It felt as if the surging power within her was a hard-earned reward from her diligent training, solid and manageable. This was the aspect that concerned Yao Ye the most. After all, relying on a pill to enhance one's strength would inevitably result in a hollow foundation for future prowess. Yet, this divine pill's effects were astonishingly exceptional, devoid of the drawbacks associated with other medicinal concoctions. "Dear sister, are you alright?" Not far away, Yao Ye observed as her sister's aura finally stabilized, a wave of relief washing over her as she approached with genuine concern. Yao Ye, snapping back to reality, gazed at her adorable sister, her mood instantly lifted, and a breathtaking smile graced her lips. "Of course, I am perfectly fine," she replied. Yao Ye's wide eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Yao Ye. "Sister, I feel you have become incredibly strong." Yao Ye sensed an infinite power within herself, confidence radiating from her delicate features. "Indeed, with me around, no one will dare to bully you." As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the jar shop ahead, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. "Moreover, I can become even stronger. If I can concoct higher-grade divine pills, my strength will ascend once more. Perhaps, I could even break through to the Douzong realm, just like the leader of the Yunlan sect, or even surpass that." "Really?" Yao Ye blinked, her admiration deepening, before she tentatively added, "Sister, could you help me teach that guy a lesson? He just spanked me." Upon hearing this, Yao Ye's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a serious expression as she looked at her sister. "Xiao, I must warn you to cease those dangerous thoughts." Yao Ye gently pinched the soft, delicate face of her little sister. "The matter of Yi Boss spanking you ends here. You must not pursue it further. In the future, if Yi Boss wishes to spank you again, you should obediently cooperate and allow him to do so comfortably." At this, Yao Ye's face fell, her expression one of pitiful dismay. "Sister, you're lying. Just now, you said no one could bully me. Now you want me to let that bad person bully me instead?" Yao Ye regarded her sister gravely, her tone earnest. "Xiao, you are still young. One day you will understand. This Yi Boss is no ordinary person. Such methods are nothing short of divine." Casting a glance at the jar shop before her, Yao Ye silently affirmed this notion. She chose not to comfort Yao Ye further and stepped back into the shop's interior. At that moment, Yi Yun had already finished his instant noodles and poured himself a glass of iced cola, quietly awaiting Yao Ye to continue opening jars. As Yao Ye entered, Yi Yun slightly lifted his head and remarked nonchalantly, "Are you done with your breakthrough? Then let us continue with the remaining 2 jars." His mind was preoccupied with the desire to close up and return to open his exclusive jars, making him somewhat impatient. Upon hearing this, Yao Ye nodded, her gaze briefly flitting to the glass of iced cola on Yi Yun's counter, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. "What is this? Could it be some kind of alcohol? Perhaps this Yi Boss enjoys drinking?" A multitude of thoughts flickered through her mind as Yao Ye discreetly etched them into her memory. As the imperial princess, her prowess in garnering alliances was unparalleled. Her greatest talent lay in discerning the passions of others and catering to their whims. This skill enabled her to effortlessly win the support of numerous nobles within the empire, granting her considerable influence. With a decisive gesture, Yao Ye approached the counter, her gaze fixed on the remaining 2 jars. Without a moment's hesitation, she shattered one of them. In an instant, a radiant light erupted, revealing the contents within. Upon the counter lay an ice crystal object resembling a sword hilt, emanating an intensely frigid aura. sensing the chilling energy radiating from the artifact. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yao Ye's eyes as she grasped the hilt. At that moment, a brilliant luminescence burst forth from it, and a serpentine shadow extended from the hilt, reaching an impressive length of over 2 meters. Some may have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 66. The Curtain Blade. Yao Ye's ambition. Is this a whip? Yao Ye furrowed her brows slightly, momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, as the shadow from the hilt spread, it unmistakably took the form of a whip, its ethereal essence revealing a jade-like quality, exquisite and translucent, appearing exceedingly beautiful. As Yao Ye wielded the ice crystal whip, Yi Yun felt a sudden rush of excitement. The commanding presence of this regal figure, now enhanced by the long whip, exuded an even more potent aura. She embodied the essence of a queen. The striking beauty before him likely possessed the qualities befitting royalty. Yet, as Yi Yun gazed at the ice crystal whip in Yao Ye's hands, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had encountered it somewhere before. Unable to resist, he scanned the information regarding the whip. 33. Ice Soul Cold Whip. Originating from the chronicles of Mount Shu, it is crafted from the finest cold jade, also known as the Cold Jade Whip, imbued with an extraordinarily rich icy power. So it is this artifact? Upon reviewing the details of the cold whip in Yao Ye's possession, Yi Yun's understanding crystallized. This ice crystal whip was none other than the weapon of the protagonist, Yu Wuxin, in the chronicles of Mount Shu. The ice soul cold whip was forged by Yu Wuxin's father, the green-robed master, from the highest quality cold jade, harboring a formidable icy potency. Furthermore, this whip could transform at will, capable of varying in length, catching foes off guard with its exceptional might. With a crack, Yao Ye wielded the cold whip, the air resonating with sharp snaps. An impressive whip. A satisfied smile graced her lips as she beheld the ice soul cold whip, clearly pleased with her acquisition. At that moment, Yao Ye rushed in and, upon seeing the icy whip in Yao Ye's hand, instinctively recoiled, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Sister, why do you have a whip?" A sense of trepidation gripped her heart. Could it be that her sister intended to strike her? In response, Yao Ye cast a mischievous glance at Yao Yu, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. "Little Yu, if you misbehave in the future, I shall utilize this whip to discipline you thoroughly." Upon hearing this, Yao Yu took several fearful steps back, her delicate face revealing a hint of grievance as her small head shook vigorously like a rattle drum. No, sister, I promise I will behave from now on. Please, do not hit me." As Yao Yu appeared on the verge of tears, Yao Ye's heart softened, and she promptly stored away the icy whip. "All right, as long as you are good henceforth, I shall not strike you," she assured. Yao Yu nodded fervently. "Sister, I promise I will always listen to you." Yao Ye nodded in acknowledgement before turning her gaze to the last jar on the counter. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck it with her palm. Crack! With a sharp sound of shattering, the jar splintered into pieces, transforming into radiant wisps of light that vanished into thin air. Thereupon, a blood-red blade revealed itself atop the counter. This blade bore several grooves and was exceptionally sharp, emanating a chilling glow. Enveloped in a faint mist of blood, it exuded an aura of extreme ferocity. A mere glance invoked a sense of foreboding, suggesting that this was a weapon of unparalleled lethality. Yao Ye scrutinized the blood-red blade closely. The moment she grasped it, a wave of icy coldness surged forth. Furrowing her brow, she discerned that the source of this chill was not the blade's material, but rather the intense murderous intent imbued within the icy crimson weapon. The palpable aura of death sent a shiver down her spine, affirming that this formidable blood blade had undoubtedly claimed countless lives. After examining it for a while without uncovering its origins, she turned to Yi Yun, inquiring with curiosity, "May I ask, Boss Yi, what is the origin of this blood blade, and what abilities does it possess?" Yi Yun glanced at the blood-red blade in Yao Ye's hand and swiftly accessed its information. Drakthar's Shadow Carver, a mythical item from the world of League of Legends. Ability, Nightstalker. When attacking an enemy champion, it inflicts additional damage. If the wielder is a melee champion, this attack will also slow the target by 99 for 0.25 seconds. If an enemy you have harmed is slain, the cooldown resets, granting the wielder a 3-second period of invisibility. After perusing the information on the blood blade, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Yi Yun's eyes. It is indeed the Shadow Carver. The blood-red blade in Yao Ye's hand originated from a game she cherished in her past life, titled League of Legends. The blade, known as Mu Run, is a shorthand for Drax's Twilight Blade. Within the realm of the game, Mu Run is considered an essential artifact for assassin heroes. It possesses the ability to penetrate armor, enhance damage, and even grants a fleeting invisibility after a kill, powers that every assassin yearns for. With a Mu Rin in hand, an assassin can strike from the shadows and retreat unscathed, making it a truly formidable weapon. Upon hearing Yao Ye's inquiry, Yi Yun cast a profound glance at her. This refined lady was indeed fortunate to have obtained such a lethal instrument. It was a weapon of death, replete with myriad capabilities. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Yun began to elucidate the attributes of Mu Rin to Yao Yi: armor penetration, increased attack power, and the ability to gain temporary invisibility after slaying an opponent. Upon concluding Yi Yun's explanation, Yao Ye's pupils dilated, her delicate face betraying a look of astonishment. She gazed incredulously at the blood-red blade in her grasp. Though she sensed its extraordinary nature the moment she seized it, she had not anticipated its powers to be so overwhelmingly formidable. Such a divine weapon, in the hands of an assassin, could indeed alter the very fabric of fate. As she contemplated the blade, an audacious idea took root in Yao Ye's mind. Perhaps, with this blood-red blade, she could cultivate a top-tier assassin that would instill fear throughout the entire Gamma Empire. Should she ascend to the imperial throne one day, this assassin would serve as her lethal instrument. "Sister, could you please put it away? I feel rather frightened," Yao Yi remarked, sensing an inexplicable chill wash over her as she looked at the blood-red blade in Yao Ye's hand. At her words, Yao Yi snapped back to reality, noticing her sister's fearful gaze upon the blade, and promptly stowed it away in her spatial ring. She then turned her attention to Yi Yun, hesitating briefly before cautiously saying, "Boss Yi, I wish to open another canister. Could you please provide me with 5 more? Yi Yun sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of helplessness as he replied, "I'm afraid there are none left. Today's supply has been entirely sold out. If you wish to continue, you may return tomorrow." Chapter 67, Yao Yi's Invitation, the Seed of Mighty Divine Power. Indeed, although she had anticipated this outcome, hearing Yi Yun's words still left Yao Yi with a sense of regret. The information relayed by Ying Feng indicated that the canister shop would only sell 5 canisters each day. Her reason for feigning ignorance stemmed from a flicker of hope that perhaps Ying Feng's intelligence was mistaken. However, it now seemed that she had harbored too many expectations. Nevertheless, this also served to confirm that the information provided by Ying Feng was, in fact, remarkably accurate. The esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect, Yun Yun, has indeed ascended to the Dozong realm. Upon realizing this, the joy that had previously surged within Yao Yi at the opening of the jar abruptly dissipated. The fact that Yun Yun has achieved this breakthrough poses a grave threat to the position of the Gamma royal family. Once the Yunlan sect comprehends the implications, the future of the Gamma Empire is destined to have but one sovereign, Yunlan sect itself. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Yao Ye's eyes. She would not permit such a scenario to unfold. At present, the only hope for rescuing the royal family lies with the mysterious and formidable Yi boss before her. Contemplating this, Yao Yi turned her gaze toward Yi Yun, hesitating for a moment before parting her crimson lips to speak. "Yi boss, as a guest, you are most welcome. As the host here, it is my duty to extend an invitation to a banquet. This evening, I shall prepare a feast at my residence. And I wonder if you would honor us with your presence?" Her tone was imbued with sincerity. As the Grand Princess of the Empire, her status was unparalleled. This was the first time she had humbly invited another in such a manner. Yao Yi, upon hearing the self-reference of the regal figure before him, Yi Yun was taken aback. It was no surprise that her demeanor radiated an air of nobility and authority. She was, after all, the Grand Princess of the Gamma Empire. Having perused Battle Through the Heavens, he was well aware that this Grand Princess would eventually ascend to become the Empress of the Gamma Empire. For a woman to claim the throne speaks volumes of her exceptional capabilities. Suddenly, Yi Yun's gaze shifted to the petite girl behind Yao Yi. The little girl, referring to Yao Yi as sister, must be the young Princess Yao Yu of the Gamma Empire. In the original narrative, this young princess was portrayed as whimsical, and her mischievousness in childhood was entirely normal. It was unexpected for the system to refresh in such a manner, leading him to the garden of the Grand Princess's residence. Moreover, the distance of this system refresh was not far, as the Yunlan sect was merely a few kilometers from the imperial capital. Observing Yi Yun's silence and the peculiar expression upon his face, Yao Yi initially presumed he was in a state of indecision. Casting her eyes upon the bottle of Pepsi displayed on Yi Yun's counter, a sudden inspiration struck her. She spoke slowly. "Yi boss, for tonight's banquet, I shall present exquisite wines that I have treasured for many years, along with a plethora of delectable dishes. I am certain you will find them to your liking." Yao Yi mistook the Pepsi on Yi Yun's counter for a fine wine, leading her to believe that he was a connoisseur of spirits, thus tempting him with promises of gourmet delights. The prospect of fine food and drink stirred something within Yi Yun. Having traversed into this realm, he had never anticipated remaining ensconced within the confines of the shop day in and day out. He yearned to venture out and experience the splendor of this world. In the early days at the Yunlan sect, Yun Yun had extended a cordial invitation to Yi Yun to attend a banquet within the sect. However, at that time, Yi Yun had yet to attain immortality and was rather weak in strength. To avoid revealing his extraordinary identity, he graciously declined the invitation. Now, however, Yi Yun, relying solely on his physical prowess, could unleash a force of 1,000,000 pounds. Even a Dozong expert would likely find it impossible to withstand the might of his fist. Furthermore, he had ascended to the Dou Huang realm, armed with numerous divine abilities and secret techniques. In the face of a mere empire like the Gamma Empire, no one could pose a threat to him. Additionally, his unparalleled immortality served as the greatest asset, allowing Yi Yun to roam freely. Contemplating this, Yi Yun hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly and saying, "Since you are so earnest, I shall attend the banquet tonight. However, I have one request. I prefer not to draw too much attention." He looked at Yao Yi as he spoke. "Very well," replied Yao Yi. "I will send someone to escort you, Boss Yi." Upon hearing Yi Yun agree to attend the banquet, Yao Yi felt a surge of joy and readily accepted his modest request. After conveying her instructions, she noticed Yi Yun seemed somewhat impatient and promptly departed the shop with Yao Yu. Upon returning to her palace, Yao Yi summoned several subordinates. "Take this royal token and fetch the finest imperial chef from within the palace. Also, bring me that treasured bottle of Yunwu wine." Yao Yi issued her commands with utmost seriousness. "Sister, that Yunwu wine was bestowed upon you by our grandfather. Do you truly intend to use it to host that robe? Does he warrant such reverence?" Yao Yu interjected, visibly displeased upon hearing about the Yunwu wine. Yao Yi fixed her with a stern gaze and replied gravely, "Little Yu, I warn you one last time. You must show no disrespect towards Boss Yi in the future. If a single bottle of exquisite wine can win his favor, it would be an immense blessing for our royal family." After Yao Yi and her entourage departed, Yi Yun immediately closed the door and hurried back to his estate. At that moment, Yi Yun gazed at the 5 jars on the stone table, a look of excitement illuminating his face. With each jar he opened, his strength surged significantly. Thus, he eagerly anticipated each opening, hoping this time would yield an abundance of treasures to enhance his power. Such an increase would surely bolster his arsenal for future ventures into that otherworldly realm. Curiosity gnawed at him, as he yearned to understand what kind of world lay beyond the void transmission gate. Recalling how he had been frightened into retreat during his last visit, Yi Yun silently vowed to uncover the true nature of that world this time. With a decisive clap, he prepared for the task ahead. Subsequently, Yi Yun struck a jar with a decisive palm. Accompanied by a crisp sound, the jar shattered into countless fragments, dissipating like dazzling rays of light. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, a solitary golden stone remained upon the stone table. What could this be? Yi Yun picked up the stone, feeling its remarkable hardness, impervious even to his immense strength. A sense of astonishment washed over him as his gaze swept across its surface, revealing the complete information about the golden stone. Giant Force Divine Seed. Originating from the world of Calabash Brothers, this divine seed encapsulates the essence of the first brother, granting the consumer immense strength and the ability to grow in size. Some may have perished, yet they are not entirely lost. Chapter 68. The Physical Divine Ability. The Law of Heaven and Earth. Could it truly be a treasure from the Calabash Brothers' realm? This golden seed, a distillation of the first brother's essence? Upon reading the information about the golden stone, a look of surprise graced Yi Yun's face. Naturally, he had watched the animated series during his childhood. The first brother possessed extraordinary strength, capable of lifting mountains and transforming in size. Such ferocity was truly formidable. This golden seed encapsulated the essence of the first brother, and consuming it would bestow upon him the divine abilities of that character. Just as Yi Yun finished reviewing the information about the golden seed, a prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Giant Force Divine Seed. You have triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, receiving a 10,000-fold reward. Reward options: 1. 100 Giant Force Divine Seeds. 2. An original treasure bone inscribed with the law of heaven and earth. Before him appeared 2 options. Yi Yun swiftly glanced over them, his gaze drawn to the second choice with astonishment. The law of heaven and earth. Could it possibly originate from the perfect world? In Yi Yun's recollection, only the perfect world possessed such unique treasures. With this realization, Yi Yun made his choice without hesitation. System: I select option 2. Compared to the animated series of Calabash Brothers, the combat system of the perfect world was undoubtedly exponentially superior. As soon as Yi Yun's voice fell, the golden seed on the stone table erupted in radiant golden light, vanishing and transforming into a golden bone. This was the original treasure bone inscribed with the law of divine forms. Observing the bone on the stone table, Yi Yun furrowed his brow and examined it closely. The golden bone was adorned with a multitude of intricate runes, shimmering with a mysterious golden glow, exuding an extraordinary aura. Yi Yun directed his gaze to scan the information of the golden bone. The original treasure of Zhu Yan, originating from perfect world. The fearsome beast Zhu Yan is recorded to possess the art of celestial manipulation. This treasure, astonishingly, is the primordial bone of Zhu Yan itself. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Yun's eyes. In the realm of perfect world, although Zhu Yan does not rival the 10 ancient fiends, it is nonetheless an exceptionally formidable beast. The treasure arts possessed by Zhu Yan can be considered second only to those of the 10 fiends. Gazing at the golden treasure bone in his hand, a surge of excitement illuminated Yi Yun's gaze. The art of celestial manipulation had indeed been mentioned in the original text. It is a remarkably powerful physical treasure art, reserved for those with formidable bodies. When cultivated to its zenith, it enables one to transform into a colossal being, capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a single step, a testament to its immense strength. Yi Yun, practicing the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique, which is among the most elite of body-tempering methods, had awakened merely 10 giant elephant seeds, yet he already possessed a force equivalent to 100,000 pounds. Should he further acquire the enhancement of this celestial manipulation art, his physical form would undergo a tremendous augmentation. Contemplating this, a look of exhilaration spread across Yi Yun's face. With the celestial manipulation art in his possession, the next time he ventured into that terrifying world of combat, even if he could not harness his fighting spirit, he was confident that he could carve a bloody path solely with his physical prowess, even if he could not escape the endless wilderness there. Yi Yun intended to slay a few colossal birds and beasts to refine his body with their essence. System, access the celestial manipulation divine ability. Yi Yun commanded the system, gazing at the primordial treasure bone in his hand. As soon as his words echoed, a golden light suddenly erupted from the treasure bone, piercing into Yi Yun's brow. Instantly, a dazzling golden radiance enveloped Yi Yun. Subsequently, intricate and ever-changing runes materialized on his body, rendering it translucent and resplendent. Immersed in the cascade of golden runes manifesting in his mind, Yi Yun focused intently on his comprehension. After approximately an hour, the golden runes dissipated into his body, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, Yi Yun slowly opened his eyes, and within his dark orbs, profound golden runes flickered, giving him an air of solemnity. Rising gradually, he recalled the inheritance of the celestial manipulation he had just received, a glimmer of joy gracing his lips. In a swift motion, he darted outside the pavilion and arrived at an open space. Then, with a surge of intention, golden runes reappeared on him, enveloping his entire being. Celestial manipulation. Yi Yun exclaimed in a low voice, and immediately, the golden runes on his body began to vibrate violently, radiating an unparalleled brilliance of golden light. As the golden light emerged, Yi Yun's body suddenly surged, transforming in an instant into a colossal golden giant, standing 10 zhang tall. The giant was enveloped in a radiant golden glow, resembling a deity descending upon the earth. Yi Yun pushed the seed of the giant elephant within him to its limits, his stature continuing to swell. Moments later, he had become 100 zhang tall golden giant. Were it not for the fact that the manor beneath him was situated within an invincible domain, one step from this 100 zhang giant could have obliterated the entire estate. There was something reminiscent of a transformation into a superhero. Observing the now diminutive manor below, a faint smile crept upon Yi Yun's lips. With a mere thought, he contentedly retracted his magical technique. As the golden runes flickered, he quickly returned to his original form. However, upon gazing at his now bare self, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The magical technique, while undeniably powerful, left him rather exposed. Moreover, in a public setting, engaging in combat under such circumstances would be utterly impractical. One might mistakenly think him a pervert. It seemed imperative to acquire a magical garment capable of adapting to his size. Otherwise, bursting out of his clothes mid-battle would be far too humiliating. After changing attire, Yi Yun hastily returned to the pavilion. With a sharp crack, the second jar shattered. As familiar rays of light surged forth, the fragments of the jar vanished. Subsequently, an object materialized upon the stone table. Upon glancing at it, Yi Yun's brow furrowed in confusion. How could it be a broom? The object on the stone table was indeed a broom. Some may have perished, yet not completely. Chapter 69, The Invincible Fire Wheel. Yi Yun scrutinized the broom on the stone table, realizing that it was unlike an ordinary broom. This broom appeared to be crafted from white wax wood, elegantly streamlined, with each bristle meticulously selected to achieve perfection in its design. Yi Yun quickly accessed the information regarding the broom. Flying broom, originating from the world of Harry Potter. This is a common means of transportation for wizards, possessing flight capabilities. A flying broom from the Harry Potter universe? After perusing the information about this broom, a flicker of understanding sparkled in Yi Yun's eyes. He felt a sense of relief that he had not summoned an ordinary broom. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable embarrassment. Although this flying broom held little utility for Yi Yun, who had already transcended the Emperor of War Realm, it remained a magical artifact nonetheless. Yi Yun could only place his hopes in the system's critical hits, uncertain of what wondrous treasure the flying broom would transform into after a critical strike. Yi Yun mused that it should possess the ability to soar through the skies. As he pondered, a soft chime resonated in his mind, heralding the system's announcement. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the flying broom, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike and receiving a 10,000-fold reward. The options for the reward appeared before him. Option 1, 10,000 flying brooms. Option 2, a pair of wind fire wheels. Upon the system's notification, the two choices vividly manifested in Yi Yun's vision, and his gaze was immediately drawn to the second option, wind fire wheels. His heart raced at the sight of the second item. He was quite familiar with it. Could it be that the wind fire wheels were the same as those from his memories? With a flicker of anticipation, Yi Yun resolutely declared, System, I choose option 2. The moment he made his choice, the flying broom on the stone table began to undergo a remarkable transformation. It ignited spontaneously, engulfed in a roaring blaze. Moments later, the flames split into two distinct entities. Simultaneously, a whirlwind erupted from the inferno. Yi Yun focused intently, and there, amidst the two flames, appeared two golden wheels. The golden wheels spun rapidly, exuding an intense force of wind and fire, sending gusts swirling through the pavilion, causing Yi Yun's garments to flutter wildly. Indeed, it was the wind fire wheels. As he gazed at the two fiery golden wheels before him, Yi Yun's eyes widened, brimming with exhilaration. He could hardly believe that he had actually summoned this legendary artifact. The wind fire wheels were not unfamiliar to him. Who did not know that they were one of Neza's iconic weapons? The wind fire wheels, circular in form, existed as a pair, capable of unleashing flames from their centers and producing the sounds of wind and thunder during movement, thus earning their name. To wield them, one would stand upon them and recite a spell, causing the wheels to spin, enabling Neza to soar through the air with remarkable speed, traversing vast distances in an instant. Unable to contain his excitement, Yi Yun eagerly accessed the information regarding the wind fire wheels. Wind fire wheels, originating from the world of Journey to the West, these are one of the weapons of the great deity Neza. The dual wheels harbor the force of wind and fire, serving as a means of transportation when placed beneath one's feet. They allow for swift travel both above and below the earth, transforming into the essence of the azure phoenix and the vermilion bird, propelling 19,000 miles with a single leap and covering 18,000 miles with both feet. Upon reading the information, Yi Yun could not help but mentally exclaim his admiration. Truly, as a legendary treasure, its might was extraordinary. A single leap spanning 9,000 miles and 18,000 miles with both feet. This was nearly on par with the great sage's cloud somersault. As he gazed upon the mystical wind fire wheel, excitement gleamed in Yi Yun's eyes. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted from the wheel, piercing directly into his mind. Startled, Yi Yun quickly realized that an unusual incantation had taken root in his consciousness. Was this the invocation for activating the wind fire wheel? An illuminating spark ignited within him, prompting him to commit the incantation to memory. Moments later, Yi Yun's lips quivered slightly as he recited the strange incantation. With the utterance of the spell, he felt an inexplicable connection form between himself and the wind fire wheel. Come forth, he commanded, extending his palm, and in an instant, the two wind fire wheels on the stone table transformed into fiery shadows, materializing within his grasp. After reciting the incantation, the searing heat emanating from the wind fire wheels ceased to affect him. Even as he held the wheels in his hands, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Eagerly eyeing the wind fire wheels resting in his palm, Yi Yun felt a surge of anticipation. In the next moment, with a mere thought, he summoned his battle aura to sprout wings, ascending into the void. Go, he intoned, activating the wind fire wheel, which promptly morphed into two blazing shadows beneath his feet. Standing upon the wind fire wheels, he retracted his battle wings, floating effortlessly in the air. Onward, he continued to chant, and the rotation of the wind fire wheels accelerated dramatically, unleashing a tremendous force of wind and fire. Under this powerful impetus, the wheels propelled Yi Yun through the void. The speed of the wind fire wheels was astonishing. Within the expanse, one could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a fiery silhouette darting through the air. While Neza could traverse vast distances with his wind fire wheels, Yi Yun lacked such formidable strength. The velocity achievable by the wind fire wheels was intricately linked to the wielder's prowess. Given Yi Yun's current abilities, he could only manage a leap of several dozen miles, his utmost limit. Nevertheless, this velocity was already quite remarkable. Yi Yun was confident that as long as he stood upon the wind fire wheels, Even a battle sage adept in spatial powers in the Dou Qi continent would struggle to catch up with him. Yi Yun's heart brimmed with satisfaction regarding the speed of the wind-fire wheels. With their enhancement, his velocity would ascend to an extraordinarily terrifying level. More importantly, activating the wind-fire wheels required no expenditure of his internal battle aura. This signified that even in the face of the formidable powers of another world, Yi Yun could still wield the wind-fire wheels with ease. Yi Yun had already resolved that when he next ventured into that otherworldly realm, should he encounter a ferocious beast beyond his capacity to combat, he would promptly take to his wind-fire wheel and flee from the terrifying primal wilderness. He was confident that upon reaching the human world, he would undoubtedly acquire information regarding that mysterious domain. After a brief moment of indulgence, Yi Yun activated the wind-fire wheel and appeared within the pavilion. As he recited an incantation, the wind-fire wheel materialized in his palm and was swiftly stored within his system's spatial realm. Some individuals may perish, yet not entirely. Chapter 70. The Golden Holy Armor. The Flying Dragon's Cloud-Searching Hand. Within the pavilion, Yi Yun's gaze fell upon the 3 remaining jars, a glimmer of anticipation dancing in his eyes. The previous conjuring of the law of heaven and earth alongside the wind-fire wheel had undeniably yielded exceptional treasures, significantly augmenting his power. If he could procure a few more such extraordinary artifacts, he would possess sufficient means for self-preservation in that formidable otherworld. Without further hesitation, Yi Yun decisively shattered one of the jars with a swift strike of his palm. As a burst of radiant light flickered, the shattered jar vanished from the countertop. Peering closer, Yi Yun beheld a seemingly ordinary pair of green underpants resting upon the stone table. What is this? Yi Yun frowned. Was this the sole result of his efforts? Indeed, the object before him appeared to be merely a common pair of underpants. However, as he grasped them and gave them a vigorous tug, his eyes widened in surprise. Remarkably, the underpants extended to over a meter in length. With his strength, he could not tear them apart. Evidently, this pair of underpants was far from ordinary. Contemplating this revelation, Yi Yun promptly scanned the underpants for information. High-elasticity underpants, originating from the Marvel Universe. These are the underpants worn by the Hulk, remarkably elastic and resilient, impervious to tearing. Upon reading the information, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. This was indeed the very pair of underpants worn by the Hulk in the Marvel Universe. He recalled a lingering question from watching the Avengers. Why did the Hulk's clothing always shred upon transformation, yet his underpants remained intact? It turned out these underpants were exceptional, boasting high elasticity. Yi Yun immediately connected this to the law of heaven and earth he had previously acquired. A smile gracing his features. After invoking the law of heaven and earth, his own garments would similarly be torn asunder. He had been troubled by the prospect of fighting in the nude, but it seemed the system had been considerate enough to provide him with high elasticity underpants, effectively resolving this dilemma. Yet, Yi Yun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Battling while clad only in underpants seemed rather undignified, did it not? In a moment of desperation, Yi Yun could only pin his hopes on the forthcoming system's critical reward. What kind of treasure would he acquire through the system's critical hit? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the anticipated sound of the system's notification suddenly resonated within him. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained high elasticity underwear. You have triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, receiving a 10,000-fold reward. The options for the 10,000-fold reward were as follows. Option 1. 10,000 pieces of high-elasticity underwear. Option 2. 1 piece of golden holy armor. As the system's notification echoed, 2 choices appeared before Yi Yun's vision. He cast a swift glance at them. Golden holy armor? The name seemed vaguely familiar, as though he had encountered it somewhere before. Although he couldn't recall the specifics at that moment. The golden holy armor undoubtedly sounded far superior to the high-elasticity underwear. Therefore, Yi Yun hesitated not, and made his choice without delay. System, I choose option 2. As soon as Yi Yun's words fell, the green high-elasticity underwear in his hand burst forth with a dazzling golden light. Moments later, the green high-elasticity underwear vanished, replaced by a miniature model of a golden bull. Could this be the Taurus golden holy armor? As he gazed at the golden bull in his hand, memories surged back to him. He recalled watching an anime titled Saint Seiya in his childhood, which featured the existence of golden holy armors. The appearance of the golden bull before him was strikingly identical to the Taurus golden holy armor from the anime. Subsequently, Yi Yun scanned the information of the golden bull with his gaze. Taurus golden holy armor, originating from the world of Saint Seiya. It is one of the 12 golden holy armors. Indeed, it was from the golden holy armors of Saint Seiya. After perusing the information, Yi Yun couldn't help but acknowledge the truth. The golden bull in his hand truly represented the Taurus golden holy armor. With a thought, Yi Yun summoned a surge of fighting spirit that flowed into the golden bull. In an instant, golden light erupted, and the golden bull transformed into several streams of golden light, swiftly enveloping various parts of Yi Yun's body. When the golden light faded, a golden-hued battle attire adorned Yi Yun. Most striking was the helmet upon his head, adorned with a set of golden horns that exuded an air of dominance. Immediately, Yi Yun conjured an ice mirror before him. As he gazed at the formidable and imposing figure reflected in the mirror, a satisfied smile spread across his face. In that very moment of donning the golden holy armor, Yi Yun also understood its capabilities. The functions of the golden holy armor were primarily threefold. First, an enhancement of power. The golden holy armor significantly augmented Yi Yun's strength. Firstly, the formidable defensive capabilities of the golden cloth are unparalleled, offering an impressive level of protection. Secondly, the ethereal nature of the golden cloth allows it to alter its size at the behest of its wearer. In truth, given Yi Yun's current prowess, the augmentation provided by the golden cloth is rather unremarkable. After all, within the anime Saint Seiya, the combat system is not particularly robust. With Yi Yun's current strength, capable of delivering a punch with the force of 1,000,000 pounds, he could easily vanquish any adversary within that realm. Thus, the enhancement from the golden cloth is quite limited for him. What Yi Yun values most, however, is the third attribute of the golden cloth, its ability to transform in size according to the wearer's will, effectively alleviating Yi Yun's embarrassment when utilizing his abilities. Therefore, despite the golden cloth not significantly amplifying his strength, Yi Yun feels a profound sense of satisfaction. Adorned in the golden cloth, he exudes far more charisma than when fighting bare-skinned. Although the golden cloth may lack utility, it is undeniably visually striking. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Yi Yun finally removed the golden cloth and turned his gaze toward the two remaining jars on the stone table. With a sharp crack, one jar shattered upon impact. As familiar radiant hues emerged, a paper manual was revealed upon the stone table. Could it be a physical manual? Observing the paper manual, Yi Yun felt a tinge of disappointment. Based on his experience with opening jars, physical manuals usually lacked substance. He then picked it up and glanced over its contents. Sky-soaring Dragon's Grasp, originating from the legend of Sword and Fairy 3, created by the thief Li Hong Kong. The techniques flow like clouds and water, swift as the wind, enabling the user to surreptitiously acquire possessions from others. It was once lost to the world due to its profound complexity, and those fortunate enough to possess it have dominated the martial realm, becoming legends in their own right. Upon reading the information about the manual, Yi Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. This technique originates from a realm of mythical swordsmen. The sky-soaring Dragon's Grasp is indeed a divine skill. Some may have perished, yet not completely. Chapter 71, The Stealthy Glove. Thorn Armor. Yi Yun gazed at the paper manual with delight. The sky-soaring Dragon's Grasp is undoubtedly an exceptional skill for any aspiring thief. After all, the title of Master of Stealth is not awarded lightly. In the original narrative, Jing Tian utilized this technique to achieve remarkable feats. One could say it is a divine skill for stealthily pilfering treasures from adversaries. As he held the manual, anticipation danced across Yi Yun's face. The sky-soaring Dragon's Grasp is already regarded as a divine technique. He wondered what kind of extraordinary skill he would acquire after a system enhancement. As Yi Yun harbored his anticipation, a sudden system notification resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the sky-soaring Dragon's Claw manual, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike, and receiving a 10,000-fold reward. Choices available. Option 1. 10,000 copies of the Sky-Soaring Dragon's Claw manual. Option 2. A pair of thief's gloves. Upon the announcement of the system prompt, two options materialized in Yi Yun's vision. His gaze skimmed across them before settling on the latter. Thief's gloves? Do such gloves truly exist? Their name is quite straightforward, seemingly tailored for thieves. Contemplating for a moment, Yi Yun found no information regarding these thief's gloves. However, given that this treasure stemmed from a 10,000-fold critical reward, it must surely surpass the sky-soaring Dragon's Claw. Thus, without further deliberation, Yi Yun made his choice. System, I choose option 2, he declared. Immediately upon his words, the paper manual in his hand spontaneously ignited, turning to ash in an instant. In its place, a pair of crimson gloves appeared in Yi Yun's grasp. Observing the vibrant red gloves, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Is this the thief's gloves? They appear rather ordinary. As his gaze roamed over the gloves, he quickly grasped their information. Thief's gloves, originating from the teamfight tactics game world. They guarantee 100% success in stealing one item from the target, with a limitation of once per day on the same target. Wow. Upon reading the information about the thief's gloves, Yi Yun's eyes widened, brimming with astonishment. These so-called thief's gloves are indeed the very ones from teamfight tactics? Yi Yun felt somewhat embarrassed. He had played teamfight tactics for quite some time and was well aware of the function of these gloves. Yet, he had always referred to them as sneaky gloves and had completely forgotten their true name. No wonder he had momentarily failed to recall the origin of the thief's gloves. With a surge of excitement, Yi Yun contemplated the capabilities of the thief's gloves. 100% success rate in stealing an item from the target? This is simply astounding. However, he couldn't help but admire the gloves in his hands, a grin of exhilaration spreading across his face. With these thief's gloves, would he ever lack treasures in the future? This was utterly delightful. With the thief's gloves in his possession, he could rightfully claim the title of the supreme thief. Yi Yun held the thief's gloves in his hands, his face alight with eagerness. Yet, as he scanned his surroundings, he found no suitable targets to employ the gloves upon. A tinge of regret crossed his countenance. Possessing such a remarkable treasure, yet unable to wield it, left him somewhat disheartened. It seemed that only upon entering that otherworldly realm would the true potential of his thief's gloves be realized. After gathering his spirits, Yi Yun's gaze settled upon the last jar upon the stone table. With a swift motion, he struck the jar, shattering it with a resounding crack. As an explosion of radiant light erupted, the remnants of the jar vanished, revealing an object atop the stone table. Yi Yun's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a piece of soft armor. This armor was adorned with a multitude of sharp, protruding spikes, reminiscent of a hedgehog. How peculiar! Curiosity piqued. He grasped the armor and discovered that the spikes were surprisingly pliable. Indeed, it was less a piece of armor and more akin to a vest. Swiftly, Yi Yun scanned the information of this soft armor. Soft hedgehog armor, originating from the legend of the Condor heroes, impervious to blades and bullets. When coated with potent poison, it can serve as a lethal weapon. So it is the soft hedgehog armor. Upon reading the details, understanding dawned upon Yi Yun. This armor was a token of affection bestowed by Huang Yaoshi to his wife, Feng, and later passed down to Huang Rong. The soft hedgehog armor is impervious to weapons and can defend against internal martial arts strikes, while its barbed spikes can inflict harm upon those who strike it. In the realm of martial arts, this armor is indeed a rare treasure. Moreover, it is capable of being poisoned, achieving an element of surprise. In the original tale, Huang Rong's armor inadvertently came into contact with Ouyang Feng's deadly poison, leading to Yang Kang's failed ambush and his own demise. However formidable, the soft hedgehog armor is best suited for the martial arts world. In a fantasy realm, it would lose much of its significance. After all, the power systems of the two worlds are incomparable. Thus, Yi Yun could only place his hopes upon the system's critical strike. He wondered what kind of treasure he might receive following the system's enhancement. As Yi Yun finished reviewing the armor's information, the familiar sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the soft hedgehog armor, triggering a 10,000-fold critical strike, resulting in a 10,000-fold reward. The options for the reward appeared before Yi Yun's eyes. Option 1. 10,000 pieces of soft hedgehog armor. Option 2. 1 piece of thorned armor. Yi Yun swiftly cast a glance, then his gaze settled upon the second option. The thorned armor? Upon reading the details of this selection, Yi Yun's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that the soft hedge armor, after a 10,000-fold critical strike, transforms into a retaliatory armor? It makes sense, as both possess a capability for counter damage, their abilities not conflicting in the slightest. With this thought, a hint of anticipation graced Yi Yun's face as he made his decision. System, I choose option 2. As soon as the words left his lips, the soft hedge armor in his grasp emanated a dark, shadowy glow. Moments later, it vanished, replaced by a compact, crimson version of the soft armor. Yi Yun gazed at the newly materialized scarlet armor, observing that, like the soft hedge armor, it was adorned with sharp, menacing spikes, exuding an aura of formidable threat. This is the thorned armor? In the next instant, Yi Yun scanned the armor for all relevant information. Thorned armor, a defensive equipment originating from the esteemed realm of League of Legends, capable of significantly enhancing defensive prowess while inflicting counter damage upon attackers. Some may perish, yet not entirely. Chapter 72, The Banquet. Beholding the diminutive thorned armor in his hands, Yi Yun's face illuminated with joy. In terms of defensive strength, this retaliatory armor far surpassed the Golden Saint armor. Moreover, the thorned armor's counter damage ability rendered it nearly invincible. Should anyone dare to assault him, they would equally suffer harm. Truly, this was a divine piece of armor. Subsequently, Yi Yun attempted to channel his energy into the thorned armor. In the next moment, a blood-red light blossomed from the armor, enveloping Yi Yun in a radiant glow. When he regained his senses, he discovered he was clad in a blood-red suit of armor, its surface bristling with a multitude of spikes, presenting a most fearsome sight. Gazing at the retaliatory armor adorning him, a smile crept onto Yi Yun's face. The thorned armor indeed shared the same transformative properties as the Golden Saint armor, capable of adjusting its size at the wearer's will. This meant that even after he invoked the power of the heavens and earth, he could still don the thorned armor. With this realization, Yi Yun regarded the thorned armor as a priceless treasure. Should he venture into that terrifying otherworld once more, wearing this thorned armor while battling those formidable beasts? Would it not bring him immense satisfaction? With this thought, Yi Yun could hardly contain his excitement, yearning to immediately open a portal to confront those beasts. However, he soon recalled his promise to attend the banquet with Yao Yi that evening, which extinguished this impulse. There was no rush. He could await the morrow to procure more valuable items before teaching those beasts a lesson. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden and urgent knocking echoed from outside, penetrating the manor's tranquility. Yi Yun, hurry and open the door, a youthful voice called out. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Yun was jolted back to reality. A flicker of golden light gleaming in his eyes as he turned to glance outside the shop. There, at the entrance, a delicate little girl, resembling a finely carved jade figure, was fiercely pounding on the shop's door. Not this little girl again. Yi Yun furrowed his brow, shedding his thorny armor. In the blink of an eye, he vanished and reappeared within the shop. Creak. Just as Yao Yu was about to continue her assault on the door, it swung open unexpectedly, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Ouch! She winced, clutching her knee, her rosy face contorted with pain. What brings you here? Yi Yun inquired, appearing before the fallen Yao Yu with a teasing expression. It's you. You are behind this mischief, Yao Yu exclaimed. Realizing that the sudden opening of the door must have been a trick played by Yi Yun, she felt a surge of anger. But her sister's warning echoed in her mind. Restraining her fury, she shot Yi Yun an indignant glare and declared, My sister sent me to invite you to a banquet. Hearing this, Yi Yun glanced at the darkening sky outside, surprised that merely opening 5 jars had caused the evening to fall so swiftly. He regarded the little girl with a detached expression, choosing not to engage in further conflict. Lead the way, he instructed. Yao Yu's face flushed with displeasure at his words. How dare he speak to her in such a manner? Did he expect her, a princess, to guide him? Stifling her irritation and recalling her sister's warning, she huffed softly before obediently leading the way. Night enveloped the world, the moonlight cool and serene. Within the Night Moon Mansion, towering structures loomed like majestic peaks, their vibrant lights flickering elegantly. A blood-red carpet sprawled across the grand hall, illuminating the entire mansion as brightly as day. The elevated notes of the guzheng intertwined with the deep tones of the pipa and the melodious sounds of various instruments, resonating in the night breeze. Graceful maidens donned in splendid dance attire twirled elegantly within the hall. Amidst this vibrant scene, Yao Yi, adorned in a luxurious brocade robe, sat gracefully upon the throne. At that moment, Yi Yun entered the grand hall, following closely behind Yao Yu. Upon seeing him, Yao Yi's eyes sparkled with delight, and she quickly rose to welcome him. Boss Yi, please take a seat, she said warmly, inviting Yi Yun to sit beside her. Yi Yun nodded, not declining the invitation, and slowly took a seat. He cast a glance at the lavishly decorated hall, feeling somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that the esteemed princess would create such a grand affair in his honor. Fortunately, she had not invited anyone else. Otherwise, Yi Yun would have had to contemplate whether to attend the banquet. Yao Yi turned to Yao Yu and instructed, Little Yu, notify the kitchen to begin serving the dishes. Oh, Yao Yu shot a glance at Yi Yun, acknowledged with a nod, and then exited the hall. Before long, an array of imperial delicacies was presented, filling the grand hall with an enticing aroma. Boss Yi, these dishes are the renowned specialties of the Gamma Empire, prepared especially for you. I hope they suit your palate, Yao Yi remarked, gesturing toward the exquisite fare before Yi Yun. Very well, in that case, I shall not hold back, Yi Yun replied, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the abundant spread. This was undoubtedly the most sumptuous meal he had enjoyed since his arrival in this realm. Although the culinary variety in the Fighting Spirit continent was limited, the dishes, crafted by the royal chefs, possessed a unique flavor that Yi Yun relished. Being a true gourmand, he felt it would be a travesty to traverse this world without savoring its culinary delights. Noticing Yi Yun's hearty appetite, Yao Yi felt a surge of joy. She then uncorked a jug of fine wine, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Boss Yi, this is my cherished cloud mist brew, aged over many years. Please, have a taste. With that, Yao Yi rose to pour a glass for Yi Yun. Upon taking a sip, Yi Yun was immediately enveloped by the rich aroma of the wine. His eyes lit up, and he praised, What an exquisite wine. Yao Yi maintained an elegant smile as she filled his glass once more, saying, Since you enjoy it, do indulge a little more. With a hint of audacity, Yao Yi inquired, May I ask, where do you hail from, Boss Yi? And what brings you to the garden of my Night Moon residence? After a few rounds of drinks, Yao Yi sensed the atmosphere was just right and decided to probe further into Yi Yun's background. Taken aback by her question, Yi Yun hesitated briefly before reciting a fabricated tale he had concocted previously to deceive Yun and the others. In truth, I am not originally from this world. This revelation caused Yao Ye's brow to furrow in confusion. Not from this world. What does that mean? Some may have perished, yet not entirely, he continued, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. What does Bossy mean by that? Yao Ye's eyes reflected her puzzlement as she gazed at Yi Yun, struggling to comprehend the implications of his words. Yao Yu, beside her, listened intently, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. If he is not from this world, then where else could he possibly be from? With limited experience, Yao Yu's understanding could not possibly rival that of Yin Shan. Lifting his wine cup, Yi Yun downed its contents in one go. Noticing the puzzled expressions on Yao Yi and Yao Yu's faces, he promptly clarified. What I mean is that I hail from a realm beyond the Dou Qi continent, and I am not one of its inhabitants. From beyond the Dou Qi continent? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Yao Ye's beautiful eyes widened in confusion, but suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in her mind as she recalled an ancient tome she had once perused in the royal palace's library. The text detailed that during the primordial era, whenever a Dou emperor emerged, they would choose to shatter the void and journey to the upper realm. The upper realm. At this thought, Yao Ye's heart raced. Could it be that this esteemed Yi Yun was from the upper realm? Yi boss, could you possibly be a Dou emperor? She asked incredulously, gazing at him. To her, only legendary Dou emperors possessed the power to traverse the void. If Yi Yun truly came from the upper realm, then he must indeed wield the strength of a Dou emperor. She stared at him in disbelief. For it had been millennia since a Dou emperor had appeared on the Dou Qi continent. If this young boss were a Dou emperor, it would be utterly astonishing. Yi Yun, taken aback by her sudden leap to conclusions about Dou emperors, shook his head and smiled. I am not a Dou emperor. Hearing this, Yao Yi felt a wave of relief wash over her. A Dou emperor so young would indeed be terrifying. Then what did you mean, you boss? Since you do not belong to the Dou Qi continent, you must be from the upper realm. Then, she pressed on. Yi Yun shook his head once more. I am not from the upper realm of the Dou Qi continent. Observing Yao Ye's puzzled expression, he decided to be forthright. Do you know how many worlds exist akin to the Dou Qi continent? Yao Yi shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Countless, Yi Yun declared. Worlds like the Dou Qi continent are as numerous as the stars in the sky, beyond enumeration. How is that possible? Yao Ye's face was etched with disbelief. In her eyes, the Dou Qi continent was so vast that she doubted she could traverse its entirety in a lifetime. Yet Yi Yun claimed it was merely a small world, with countless others like it. This notion was entirely foreign to her, and she found it hard to accept. Yi Yun continued. Surely you understand that when a Dou emperor shatters the void, they ascend to what you refer to as the upper realm. This upper realm is also known as the Great Thousand Worlds. To be precise, the Dou Qi continent is but a fragment of the Great Thousand Worlds. Each Great Thousand World encompasses 3,000 smaller worlds, and the Dou Qi continent is merely a small world beneath one of those Great Thousand Worlds. In the vast expanse of the universe, the Dou Qi continent proves to be merely a small world. After hearing Yi Yun's revelations, both Yao Yi and Yao Yu found their worldviews utterly shattered, their expressions reflecting a profound bewilderment. The concepts articulated by Yi Yun were so alien to them that they fundamentally overturned their previous understanding, leaving them momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, Yao Yi regained her composure and turned her gaze toward Yao Yu, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity as she inquired, So, are you from the great world, bossy? To Yao Yi, Yi Yun's mysterious origins led her to believe that such an extraordinary individual could not possibly emerge from a mere small world. No, Yi Yun replied, shaking his head, continuing his earnest yet fanciful discourse. In truth, beyond the great worlds lies an expansive and boundless universe, within which we all reside. Above this universe exist innumerable great worlds, and I hail from one of those realms. The universe, within it are countless great worlds. Beneath each great world lie 3,000 small worlds, and the Dou Qi continent is but one of those small worlds. Upon absorbing Yi Yun's words, Yao Yi and Yao Yu were once again taken aback. They realized for the first time that what they had perceived as an expansive Dou Qi continent was, in fact, insignificantly small. You must have traveled through many great worlds, then? Yao Yu asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. She assumed that someone so knowledgeable must have experienced other great worlds. Yi Yun nodded slightly. Indeed, I am a merchant traversing the cosmos, seldom lingering in one world for too long. The jars I sell contain treasures sourced from various great and small worlds. Perhaps before long, I shall depart from the Dou Qi continent to explore other small worlds, he stated with earnest conviction. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the Yao sisters were filled with even greater astonishment. They surmised that his ability to traverse the worlds with such ease indicated a power that far surpassed their imagination. It was likely that Yi Yun's strength had eclipsed even the legendary Dou Di. At that moment, Yao Yi regarded Yi Yun with a gaze full of reverence. In this world, where martial prowess reigns supreme, the strong are revered wherever they go. Even the young Yao Yu looked at Yi Yun with eyes brimming with admiration, devoid of any previous discontent. Well, I am satiated, Yi Yun declared as he set down his wine cup, addressing the two of them. Thank you for your generous hospitality this evening. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I would be delighted to welcome you to my home, where you may also savor the specialties I have brought from my homeland. In the spirit of reciprocity, Yi Yun felt compelled to express his gratitude for the sumptuous dinner they had provided. Upon hearing the words, Yao Yu's large eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. Boss Yi, do you have an abundance of delicious food at home? Yi Yun smiled and nodded, then promptly rose from the grand hall and departed. Sister, do you think Boss Yi truly hails from another world? Yao Yu could not help but inquire of Yao Yi once Yi Yun had left. What? Do you doubt Boss Yi's words? Yao Yi looked at Yao Yu in surprise. Yao Yu shook her head. It's not that. I simply find everything he said rather hard to believe. Yao Yi cautioned. Little Yu, regardless of whether Boss Yi is genuine or not, you must not act disrespectfully towards him in the future. Understood, sister. This time, Yao Yu readily agreed. Although Yi Yun's words left her somewhat incredulous, her attitude towards him had undergone a profound transformation. Some may pass away, yet not entirely depart. Chapter 74. Yao Yi opens the jar again. The water of life. Boss Yi, it's time to rise. The next morning, while Yi Yun was still lost in a delightful dream, the cheerful voice of the little girl Yao Yu echoed from outside. Hearing the commotion, Yi Yun reluctantly opened his eyes. This little girl truly lacked proper upbringing. He recalled how, back at the Yunlan sect, everyone patiently waited outside until he awoke to open the door. However, here, with Yao Yu's unrefined demeanor, it seemed that a good night's sleep was a distant dream. After a brief wash, Yi Yun grabbed a bucket of instant noodles and appeared inside the shop. With a thought, the shop's door creaked open. This time, the little girl seemed to have taken precautions and did not tumble to the ground. As the door opened, Yao Yi and Yao Yu stood waiting at the entrance. Good morning. Yi Yun greeted them casually, then proceeded to open the packaging and prepare his noodles. Yao Yi, leading Yao Yu into the shop, expressed a hint of apology. I'm sorry, Boss Yi, for interrupting you so early. With that, Yao Yi shot a disapproving glance at Yao Yu. Initially, Yao Yi had intended to come later, but upon learning that Yao Yu had rushed to the back garden at dawn, fearing she might do something foolish to offend Boss Yi, Yao Yi hastily made her way over, only to find Yao Yu knocking vigorously on the shop's door. In a moment of frustration, Yao Yu was about to intervene when the shop door suddenly swung open on its own. Not to worry, since you're here, let's begin opening the jars. Yi Yun felt no significant displeasure, finishing up early mint and early into the day, which posed no loss to him. With that thought, he conjured boiling water out of thin air and poured it into the noodles, commencing the preparation. Yao Yu gazed at Yi Yun's actions, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Upon hearing her, Yao Yu promptly produced 500,000 gold coins and placed them upon the counter, stating nonchalantly, Boss Yi, I would like to purchase all 5 jars. Yi Yun nodded in acknowledgement, swiftly collecting the entire sum of gold, internally marveling at the imperial princess's wealth, as she effortlessly offered such a substantial amount without a flicker of hesitation. Subsequently, with another wave of his hand, Yi Yun summoned the 5 newly refreshed jars from the wooden shelf to the counter. As Yao Yi beheld the jars, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in her beautiful eyes. She wondered what treasure she might unveil today. After a silent prayer, she selected a jar with precision and struck it with her palm. With a crisp sound of shattering, the jar splintered into countless pieces, dissolving into a radiant mist. In its place appeared a transparent jade vial, containing a vibrant green liquid. What could this be? Yao Yi mused, lifting the vial to examine the verdant contents. She speculated, could this be some sort of potion? Yi Yun raised his gaze and immediately scanned the information of the green liquid within the jade vial. Water of life, originating from the magical world. This water is derived from the life spring of the elven race, imbued with an exceptionally rich life force, possessing the miraculous ability to revive the dead and restore flesh to bone. To think it is a product from the magical world, Yi Yun was taken aback by this revelation. It was indeed the first instance of someone unearthing a treasure from the realm of magic, and what more? It was the water of life from the elven lineage. In his previous life, Yi Yun had encountered numerous Western fantasy tales, almost all of which referenced the elven life spring. The life spring is regarded as a sacred artifact of the elves, and the water of life is its byproduct. Rich in life energy, capable of not only extending one's lifespan, but also facilitating a transformation, granting rebirth. Observing the water of life in Yao Ye's hand, Yi Yun was reminded of the healing potion that Yun Yun had once unveiled. The healing potion, too, emerged from the League of Legends game world, containing a similarly potent life force. The effects of the two were strikingly similar, However, Yi Yun perceived the water of life as considerably more potent. In response to Yao Ye's inquisitive gaze, Yi Yun chose not to keep her in suspense and promptly elucidated the properties of the water of life. The water of life is imbued with an extraordinarily rich life force. It can extend one's lifespan, revive the deceased, and grant new life. After listening to Yi Yun's introduction, Yao Ye's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the green liquid in her hand. Could such a small vial possess such remarkable potency? Surely, the effects of this elixir surpass those of an ordinary 6th-grade medicinal pill. Could it be that this diminutive vial is even more precious than a 6th-grade pill? As she contemplated the life water in her grasp, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated Yao Yi's mind, and her beautiful eyes glimmered with excitement. In an instant, she envisioned the potential uses of this life water. If it truly granted a rebirth of sorts, it would undoubtedly be a boon to the royal family. For years, the Yunlan sect and the royal family of the Gamma Empire had been engaged in a covert rivalry, refraining from direct conflict out of mutual caution. The royal family feared the reclusive Yun Mountain, while the Yunlan sect, aside from being wary of the royal family's formidable 9-star Dou Huang, had another concern: the royal guardian. The 6th-tier magical beast, the Yuhai Jiaoshu. The Yuhai Jiaoshu was immensely powerful, capable of contending with human 9-star Dou Huang experts. Yet, as the imperial princess, Yao Yi was privy to certain royal secrets. The current Yuhai Jiaoshu, after years of battle, bore numerous hidden injuries and likely could not unleash even half of its peak strength. If a confrontation were to arise, it might only be able to contend with a Dou Wang-level opponent. Should some rare treasure be found to heal the Yuhai Jiaoshu's internal wounds, the royal family's foundation would surely strengthen significantly. Contemplating this, Yao Yi gazed at the life water in her hand, her beautiful eyes brimming with joy. If this life water truly possessed the miraculous effects that Yi Yun claimed, then the Yuhai Jiaoshu would be saved. Should the Yuhai Jiaoshu regain its full strength, the royal family would gain another formidable ally. Ever since learning of Yun Yun's breakthrough to the Dozong realm, Yao Yi had been unable to sleep, fearing that the Yunlan sect might suddenly strike against the royal family. Now, with this vial of life water, she could temporarily alleviate the royal family's pressing predicament. After all, the Gamma Empire was guarded by the 9-star Dou Huang, Jiaxing Tian, and with the addition of the 6th-tier magical beast, the Yuhai Jiaoshu, even a Dozong expert would have cause for concern. Some may have perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 75, The Book of Death. In the shop, Yao Yi stared at the life water in her hand, and after a moment, she emerged from her excitement, turning her gaze to the other 4 jars on the counter. To begin her first venture with such a precious treasure as the life water filled her with confidence. She was certain that the next 4 jars would yield equally remarkable treasures. Meanwhile, Yi Yun had become engrossed, happily devouring instant noodles, the rich aroma wafting throughout the shop. In the dim light of early morning, a petite figure lay sprawled across the counter, her large eyes fixed intently on the instant noodles in Yi Yun's hands. Unable to suppress a swallow of desire, with just 4 bites, Yi Yun had completely devoured a bowl of noodles. Wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth, he finally lifted his gaze, only to be met with the curious stare of the little girl perched on the counter. "Bossy, what are you eating? It smells so delicious." Upon catching Yi Yun's attention, the girl, Yao Yu, could no longer contain her curiosity. Her eyes darted back and forth, glancing at the noodles in Yi Yun's grasp, revealing a hint of longing. "Oh, this is a specialty from my hometown, known as instant noodles." With a flick of his wrist, the remnants of his noodles vanished into thin air. He recognized that Yao Yu, much like Nalan Yanran, was an undeniable foodie, her expression clearly betraying her envy of his meal. Recalling the sumptuous dinner they had treated him to the previous night, Yi Yun decided to be generous. With a thought, he summoned 2 bowls of instant noodles from his system space and placed them on the counter. "You all arrived so early. You must not have had breakfast yet. Come, since you treated me to dinner last night, let me treat you to breakfast today." Yi Yun smiled warmly, preparing a portion for Yao Yi as well. "Wow, bossy, you are truly too kind." Yao Yi wasted no time, eagerly grabbing a bowl of noodles. Having observed how Yi Yun prepared his meal moments ago, she swiftly began to tear open the packaging. Watching Yao Yu indulge in her food, Yao Yi shot her a disapproving glare, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at her friend's lack of decorum. Then, she turned to Yi Yun, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. "Bossy, this is too generous of you." Yi Yun chuckled lightly, dismissing her concerns. "Not at all. It's merely a gesture of reciprocity. I hope you enjoy it." With his encouragement, Yao Yi also relinquished her reservations, retrieving her own bowl of noodles to join Yao Yu in the preparation, adding the various seasoning packets with great interest. Once the two had added their seasonings, Yi Yun waved his hand, causing 2 streams of boiling water to materialize out of thin air, pouring directly into their bowls. The spectacle of his magical prowess left both girls in awe. As the noodles simmered, Yi Yun conjured a can of cola from his system space, chilling it briefly before creating 3 crystalline cups, each filled to the brim. "This is also a beverage from my hometown. You should give it a try," he said, gesturing toward the cola on the counter. "Beverage? What is a beverage?" Upon hearing this, Yao Ye's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of perplexity. The term beverage was utterly foreign to her. In the realm of the Dou Qi continent, such a concept did not exist. It was her first encounter with a substance known as a drink. A beverage, akin to fine wine, is a consumable liquid from my homeland, manifesting in myriad forms. The drink in my hand is called Pepsi, which Yi Yun cheerfully introduced. Yao Yu had already noticed the cola in Yi Yun's grasp, and before he could finish his sentence, she eagerly seized the icy crystal cup and took a sip. In the next moment, a tangy sweetness with a delightful zest surged through her, reaching her very core, bringing her a wave of refreshing exhilaration. "Delicious," smacking her lips. Yao Yu's face lit up with surprise, and she promptly drained the remaining cola in her cup. Suddenly, a loud belch erupted from her mouth, and she instinctively covered it with her hand, her cheeks flushing as she glanced at Yi Yun. Though her personality was quite carefree, as a princess, she recognized the rudeness of her previous behavior and felt a twinge of embarrassment as she looked at Yi Yun. To her surprise, Yi Yun seemed utterly unconcerned and even followed suit with a hearty belch. To him, if one drank cola without belching, it could only mean the cola was counterfeit. Observing Yi Yun's equally unrefined reaction eased Yao Yu's embarrassment somewhat. She extended her icy crystal cup toward him with hopeful eyes. "Boss Yi, could I possibly have another cup? This cola is simply exquisite." Of course, Yi Yun readily obliged, refilling the cup for the little girl. Yao Yi, witnessing Yi Yun's unpretentious demeanor, gradually relaxed her own attitude and joined Yao Yu in enjoying the cola. Moments later, once the instant noodles were ready, the two sisters dived into their meal with gusto. Before long, a bottle of cola and a bowl of noodles had been consumed by Yao Yu and Yao Yi, leaving Yi Yun in mild amusement. "I hope you find it amusing, Boss Yi," Yao Yi remarked, pulling out a napkin to daintily wipe the grease from her lips, feeling a tad sheepish. Yi Yun merely shook his head, unbothered by their indulgence. Once their hunger and thirst had been satiated, Yao Yi's attention returned to the 4 jars atop the counter. With a decisive clap, she targeted one jar and, without hesitation, brought her delicate hand down forcefully. As familiar rays of light flickered, a black book materialized upon the counter. What could this be? Yao Yi picked up the ebony tome, confusion evident in her lovely eyes. In the Dou Qi continent, information was primarily recorded on scrolls. Thus, she had never encountered a book like this before, leaving her quite baffled. Flipping through the pages, she discovered them to be blank, devoid of any content. Yi Yun, too, turned his gaze toward the mysterious black tome, quickly gathering information about it. The Book of Death, originating from the realm of Warcraft. It possesses the ability to summon 8 skeletal warriors, who can be commanded by the summoner. Some souls have departed, yet remain not entirely gone. Chapter 76, The Skeletal Warrior. A complimentary Level 1 VIP card. The Book of Death? Upon perusing the information inscribed in the dark tome held by Yao Ye, Yi Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the item Yao Ye had unearthed would be an artifact from the world of Warcraft. This game had garnered immense popularity in Yi Yun's previous life, rivaling even that of League of Legends. As a seasoned aficionado of the Warcraft universe, Yi Yun was quite familiar with the Book of Death. This tome could simultaneously summon 8 skeletal warriors for the summoner's command. In the early stages, this equipment was undoubtedly akin to a divine artifact. However, it seemed that these summoned skeletal warriors did not persist for an extended duration. Yi Yun's gaze shifted to the dark book in Yao Ye's grasp, pondering whether her version of the Book of Death had similar limitations. He was aware that treasures obtained from jars often bore subtle distinctions. At that moment, after pondering for quite some time, Yao Ye found herself unable to discern the purpose of the dark tome in her possession and sought Yi Yun's assistance. "Boss Yi, do you happen to know the origins of this dark book? What is its purpose?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yun snapped back to reality, contemplated briefly, and began to elucidate. "The book you hold is known as the Book of Death." "The Book of Death?" Upon hearing this name, Yao Ye instinctively furrowed her brows, for it seemed to evoke an aura of ominousness. Noticing the expression on her face, Yi Yun quickly understood her apprehension and continued. "Rest assured, the Book of Death holds no malevolent intent towards you. By channeling its power, you can summon 8 undead beings to command." At this, Yao Ye felt a sense of relief wash over her, though her beautiful eyes soon revealed a renewed curiosity. "May I inquire, Boss Yi, what precisely are undead beings?" Yi Yun refrained from providing an extensive explanation, instead suggesting, "You might try channeling your energy into the Book of Death and see what transpires." Upon hearing this, Yao Ye instinctively prepared to follow Yi Yun's instruction and infused the Book of Death with her energy. Just then, Yi Yun interjected, "It's best to step outside for this. The confines of the shop are too limited to accommodate 8 skeletal warriors." Acknowledging this, Yao Ye nodded, clutching the Book of Death as she made her way toward the shop's entrance. Observing this, Xiao Yue's curiosity was piqued, and she eagerly trailed behind. Once outside, Yao Ye hesitated no longer and directly infused her energy into the Book of Death. The moment her energy coursed into the tome, a dazzling array of black light erupted forth from its pages. As the black radiance intensified, a dark vortex materialized above the Book of Death. Witnessing the sudden emergence of this ominous whirlpool, Yao Ye's face displayed a look of astonishment. Her intuition warned her that a profound terror resided within this shadowy abyss. In the next moment, 8 dark figures emerged from the vortex, landing outside the shop and transforming into 8 towering skeletal warriors. These skeletal beings, composed of pure black bones, had hollow eye sockets where green flames flickered ominously, creating a rather fearsome appearance. Yao Yu, upon seeing the abrupt appearance of the 8 skeletal warriors, turned pale with fright and instinctively hid behind Yao Yi. In contrast to Yao Yu's terror, Yao Yi remained remarkably composed. The instant the skeletal warriors were summoned, a surge of unfamiliar information flooded her mind. Although the knowledge was somewhat foreign, she managed to grasp the means to command these skeletal warriors. "Little Moon, do not be afraid. These skeletal warriors are allies," Yao Yi reassured, gently patting Yao Yu's shoulder before directing her gaze towards the 8 skeletal warriors standing beside her, her beautiful eyes gleaming with excitement. From the information she had just received, it became apparent that, aside from their inability to fly, the strength of these 8 skeletal warriors could rival that of a Dou Wang level expert. Each skeletal warrior represented a Dou Wang powerhouse, thus collectively signifying the presence of 8 such formidable beings. Heavens! The thought surged through Yao Yi, causing her to tremble with exhilaration. Even within the vast realm of the Jaimar Empire, 8 Dou Wang level experts constituted an immensely powerful force, capable of shaking the very foundations of the empire. One could hardly overlook the fact that even the illustrious figures of the 3 great families in the Jaimar Empire, such as Nalan Jie of the Nalan family and Mu Chun, the head of the Mu family, were merely at the Dou Wang realm, both being listed among the top 10 experts of the empire. This meant that with the acquisition of these 8 skeletal warriors, Yao Yi effectively wielded the power equivalent to that of 8 individuals ranked among the top 10 experts of the Jaimar Empire. Moreover, these skeletal warriors would obey her commands without any resistance. The only regret Yao Yi felt was that each summoning of these skeletal warriors could only be sustained for a single hour before their energy was depleted, causing them to dissipate. Furthermore, to summon them again, a waiting period of at least 10 days was required, allowing the Book of Death to absorb sufficient energy. In essence, this meant that the Book of Death could summon the skeletal warriors only once every 10 days. Despite this limitation, Yao Yi felt immensely satisfied. These 8 skeletal warriors could serve as a trump card, poised to unleash extraordinary effects in critical moments. After experimenting with the formidable powers of the Book of Death, Yao Yi contentedly stored the 8 skeletal warriors back within its pages. With a radiant smile gracing her face, she returned to the shop. Upon her entrance, Yi Yun, sensing the moment, conjured a golden card which appeared in his hand and promptly presented it to Yao Yi. Curious, Yao Yi received the golden card and inquired, "Boss Yi, what is this?" Yi Yun explained, "This is a first-class VIP card, which one can only acquire after spending 500,000 gold coins in this establishment." "A first-class VIP card?" Yao Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Does this VIP card bestow any privileges? May I ask, Boss Yi, what are the uses of this first-class VIP card?" Yi Yun proceeded to elucidate the card's benefits. A holder of the first-class VIP card is granted 1 opportunity each month to activate the card. Upon activation, a void passage will manifest, allowing the cardholder to traverse directly to the shop. Upon hearing this, Yao Ye's delicate features illuminated with delight. Realizing that Yi Yun would only remain in this garden for 3 days before departing, a sense of urgency gripped her heart. What was her painstaking effort to befriend Yi Yun for? Was it not to deepen their relationship, allowing her to continue opening jars in Yi Yun's shop? Little did she expect that this VIP card would perfectly alleviate her concerns. Some may have died, but not entirely. Chapter 77, The Return of the Magical Broom. Gazing at the first-class VIP card in her hand, excitement gleamed in Yao Ye's eyes. With this card, even in Yi Yun's absence, she would still have the chance to visit the shop and open jars. However, a thought suddenly crossed her mind, causing her brows to furrow slightly. If she could obtain a VIP card, surely the Yunlan sect would also possess one. This meant that the Yunlan sect could continue opening jars within the shop, consistently acquiring treasures. The realization filled Yao Yi with urgency. One VIP card would not suffice. She needed to procure several more. As this thought crossed her mind, she glanced at the side, where Yao Yi was intently staring at the jars on the counter, and a spark of inspiration ignited in her eyes. Little Yu had already spent 200,000 gold coins at Boss Ye's shop. If she allowed her to open the remaining 3 jars, they could acquire yet another VIP card. With renewed determination, Yao Yi turned her gaze to Yi Yun and, with a hint of anticipation, asked, "May I inquire, Boss Yi, if my sister opens these remaining 3 jars, whose account will the consumption of 300,000 gold coins be attributed to? Dear sister, shall I open them?" Upon hearing Yao Yi's words, Yao Yi was momentarily taken aback, her delicate features soon illuminating with excitement. Yi Yun, understanding Yao Yi's implication, candidly remarked, "Whoever opens the jar, the expenditure naturally falls upon them." "Thank you, Boss Yi." With Yi Yun's affirmative response, Yao Yi's face instantly blossomed with joy. She then turned her gaze toward the eager Yao Yi. "Little Moon, these 3 jars are entrusted to you. You must strive for excellence and avoid producing any lollipops or Barbie dolls." Recalling the items Yao Yi had unveiled the previous day, Yao Yi felt a twinge of concern. Hearing this, Yao Yi's rosy cheeks flushed slightly. After witnessing the multitude of treasures her sister had revealed, she finally comprehended the extent of her own misfortune from yesterday. Thump! The little girl confidently struck her own chest, declaring, "Sister, rest assured, I have a premonition that today I shall surely unveil a treasure and not disappoint you." In response, Yao Yi nodded. "Let us hope for the best." Yao Yi approached the counter, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she regarded the remaining 3 jars. "Oh heavens, I beseech you, grant me a precious item." After a fervent internal prayer, she selected a jar with precision and struck it with her small hand. With a crisp shattering sound, the jar fragmented into a myriad of dazzling shards, dissipating into the void. Ultimately, a beautifully crafted, sleek broom materialized upon the counter. "Is this a broom?" Gazing at the object that had appeared, Yao Yi was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting to one of embarrassment. "What is this? I have opened a broom." She rubbed her wide eyes, convinced she must have been imagining things. Yet, upon looking again, the broom remained resolutely in place. In disbelief, Yao Yi stared at the broom on the counter, her heart weighed down with frustration. How could this be? Her sister had uncovered so many splendid items. And what had she achieved? A lollipop, a Barbie doll, and now, even a useless broom. Meanwhile, Yao Yi stared at the broom in astonishment. Her younger sister had actually revealed a broom from the jar? As realization dawned, she glanced over at the flustered little girl, her innocent expression eliciting a twitch at the corner of her mouth. "Little Moon, why are your hands so unfortunate? What peculiar items do you manage to reveal?" Feeling the weight of her sister's gaze, Yao Yi immediately lowered her head, her face burning with embarrassment, as she whispered, "Sister, I'm sorry." Observing the pitiable visage of Yao Yi's heart softened, dispelling any thoughts of reproach. She comforted, "It's all right, little Yu. We will have plenty of opportunities." Seeing her sister's encouraging words, Yao Yi instantly regained her confidence, nodding vigorously as she chirped, "Yes, sister, next time I will surely uncover treasures and not disappoint you." Yao Yi smiled in response, silently hoping for the best. In truth, she held little expectation regarding the treasures Yao Yi might unveil. She merely wished that her foolish sister would refrain from revealing anything peculiar. Just as Yao Yi, brimming with determination, prepared to open another jar, Yi Yun interjected, "Actually, this is not an ordinary broom." Yi Yun glanced at the broom on the counter, and information was scanned. "Flying broom, originating from the world of Harry Potter. It is a common mode of transportation for wizards, possessing the ability to fly." Clearly, the broom Yao Yi opened this time was identical to the one Yi Yun had previously unveiled. It was indeed a magical broom. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Yao Yi was momentarily taken aback, her lovely eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired, "Boss Yi, could there be some hidden secrets to this broom?" Yao Yi's delicate face also reflected anticipation, as she naturally hoped that her find was not merely an ordinary broom. Yi Yun replied, "This broom comes from a magical realm, imbued with a unique enchantment. It serves as a flying apparatus. By channeling your battle energy, one can soar through the skies." "What? A flying apparatus?" "This broom can carry a person into the air." Repeating the unfamiliar term, Yao Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Such treasures exist in this world? In the continent of battle energy, only those of the spirit realm and above could hope to achieve short flights. Upon reaching the rank of Battle King or Battle Emperor, one could materialize energy wings from their emitted battle energy, liberating themselves from the Earth's constraints to soar among the clouds." As the Imperial Princess, Yao Yi had heard of flight techniques that allowed those below the Battle King rank to gain the ability to fly. Yet, she had never encountered a flying apparatus before. Once Yao Yi grasped the situation, Her face lit up with excitement as she eagerly looked at Yiyun. Bossy, does this magical broom truly allow one to fly simply by channeling battle energy? Her playful spirit found it impossible to resist the allure of such a flying device. The revelation that this magical broom could enable flight was too thrilling for her to contain. Yiyun nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, you may take it outside to try." Upon hearing this, Yaoyu could hardly contain herself. She eagerly seized the broom from the counter, treating it as a prized possession, and scampered out of the shop. "Xiaoya, please be careful." Upon noticing this, Yaoyu hurriedly followed. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 78, a matcha-flavored ice cream. Thunderfruit. Oh, I'm flying. I can soar now. Soon, in the back garden of the Night Moon Mansion, a petite figure rode a broomstick, flitting joyfully through the air. Her cheerful laughter echoing throughout the garden. In front of the shop, Yaoyu gazed at the truly airborne Xiaoya, her face alight with excitement. This magical broomstick indeed allowed for human flight. The proprietor was right. The items emerging from the jar were nothing short of extraordinary. A broom capable of carrying someone aloft was truly unprecedented, unheard of. "Xiaoya, be careful," Yaoyu reminded as she watched Xiaoya reveling in her flight. "Sister, I know," came the little girl's voice from the air. After a moment, under Yao Yi's urging, the little girl reluctantly descended. Subsequently, Yao Yi mounted the magical broom, indulging in her own flying experience. After both had their fill of delight, they finally stowed the broom away and strolled back into the shop. "Sister, I told you I wouldn't let you down. The broom I conjured can indeed fly." At this moment, Xiaoya wore a proud expression, brimming with self-satisfaction. Clearly, upon discovering her broom's flying capability, the little girl felt quite accomplished. "Who says this princess has bad luck? Look, I've conjured such a marvelous treasure. Who else possesses such a talent?" Humph. With a triumphant hum, the little girl strutted to the counter, confidently selecting a jar and slamming it down. As familiar radiant hues emanated from the jar, its contents soon revealed themselves. Yaoyan cast a glance and was instantly taken aback. Why were the items conjured by this little girl always so peculiar? On the counter lay an ice cream, quietly resting, and it was matcha-flavored. Indeed, what Xiaoya had conjured from the jar was precisely a matcha-flavored ice cream. Yao Yun's lips twitched. This little girl truly possessed an uncanny knack. If she continued this way, the reputation of his jar shop would surely be at stake. "Hey, what is this?" Holding the matcha-flavored ice cream curiously, Xiaoya immediately felt its icy chill. "Wow, it's so cold." Thinking it might be a treasure, she proudly presented the ice cream to Yao Yun for his admiration. "Bossy, what treasure do you think I have opened this time?" The little girl, Yao Yu, gazed at Yi Yun with eager anticipation. Upon hearing her, Yi Yun cast her a peculiar glance and replied nonchalantly, "This is ice cream. It is edible." "Edible? Could it possibly be some celestial treasure?" Yao Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she speculated on the potential benefits that this ice cream might bestow upon her. She silently hoped that it would enhance her cultivation. With such thoughts in mind, the little girl swiftly removed the lid of the ice cream and took a lick of the green treat. "Wow, it's so sweet and cold. This ice cream is delicious." After tasting a spoonful of matcha ice cream, Yao Yu's eyes lit up and she eagerly extended her delicate tongue, indulging in the treat with unabashed delight. Yao Yi observed her from the side, filled with anticipation, yet as the little girl neared the end of the ice cream, she could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Yi Yun, "Bossy, what exactly is the purpose of this ice cream?" Yi Yun, somewhat exasperated, replied, "This ice cream is merely a delicacy. It serves no other purpose." Yao Yu was taken aback. This ice cream is simply a delicacy? This meant that what Yao Yu had opened was not a treasure at all. Yao Yu, upon hearing this, was equally stunned, her expression shifting to one of disappointment. She licked the remnants of ice cream from her lips and, noticing her sister's displeased demeanor, hesitantly offered the remaining portion to Yao Yi, saying softly, "Sister, this ice cream is really delicious. Would you like to try some? Keep it for yourself." Yao Yi responded, her frustration boiling over, wishing she could swat the little girl playfully. "Oh, then I shall eat it myself." Yao Yu's heart leaped with joy as she continued to extend her tongue, savoring the last bits of ice cream. Yao Yi shot her a fierce glare, eyeing the one remaining jar on the counter, determined to prevent Yao Yu from opening it further. However, recalling that Yao Yu needed just one more jar to qualify for a VIP card, she reluctantly held her tongue. After finishing the ice cream, Yao Yu licked her lips, seemingly craving more. "Hurry up and open the last jar," Yao Yi urged. "Oh," prompted by Yao Yi. The little girl approached the counter, extending her small hand to shatter the final jar. As the radiant light burst forth, a peculiar silver fruit gradually revealed itself atop the counter. "What is this?" Yao Yu stared at the silver fruit in astonishment before picking it up. This seems to be some kind of fruit, but could it also be yet another delicacy? Yao Yu looked at the silver fruit in her hand with a hint of dismay. If this silver fruit turns out to be worthless, I fear I shall truly face my sister's wrath. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's gaze swept over the silver fruit in Yao Yu's hand, instantly grasping its significance. Thunder fruit, originating from the world of One Piece, consuming it grants the ability to wield thunder and lightning with unparalleled power. After absorbing the information about the silver fruit, Yi Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, a flicker of surprise gracing his features. It is indeed the thunder fruit. How fortunate this little girl is to have drawn such a prize. Indeed, the fruit she has unveiled is none other than the renowned thunder fruit from the world of One Piece. Yi Yun, being a fan of the anime, is well aware that the most captivating aspect of it is the concept of devil fruits. Among the myriad of devil fruits in One Piece, the thunder fruit is universally acknowledged as one of the most potent. Upon consuming the thunder fruit, an individual's physique transforms to embody electricity, rendering them immune to physical attacks, most energy-based assaults, and non-hockey strikes. Furthermore, they can unleash surges of blue high-voltage electricity as a means of offense, enhance their observation hockey's range through electric waves, and even teleport using the fruit's power, showcasing terrifying destructive capabilities. Additionally, it possesses the ability for electrotherapy, allowing one to massage their heart with electrical currents to revive a weakened heartbeat. One can move with the speed and form of lightning through conductors and air, and unleash direct electric attacks, with voltages soaring up to 200 million volts. In the realm of One Piece, a person who has consumed the thunder fruit is practically invincible. However, since One Piece pertains to pirates, the actual potency of the thunder fruit in this mystical world remains uncertain to Yi Yun. Yet, he believes it should still be formidable. Some may perish, yet not entirely. Chapter 79, The Marvel of the Thunder Fruit. Boss Yi, is this silver fruit truly a treasure? After thorough examination, the sisters Yao Yi and Yao Yu found themselves at an impasse and, in their desperation, sought assistance from Yi Yun. Upon hearing their inquiry, Yi Yun returned to the moment, his gaze resting on the thunder fruit in Yao Yu's grasp, and with a smile, he replied, "This fruit is known as the thunder fruit, a remarkable treasure indeed." The thunder fruit? Yao Yi and Yao Yu exchanged perplexed glances, having never encountered such an unusual name. Consuming the thunder fruit endows one with the ability to command thunder and lightning, significantly amplifying their power. Yi Yun elaborated. Command thunder and lightning. At his words, Yao Yu's pupils constricted. In the continent of fighting Qi, thunder and lightning have always represented an immensely formidable force, a manifestation of celestial might. Such divine power cannot be resisted by mere mortals. Yet now, Yi Yun claims that consuming a single fruit could grant mastery over this terrifying force. This revelation left Yao Yi both astonished and incredulous. Beside them, Yao Yu did not overthink the matter. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, her face instantly lit up with excitement. "Oh yes, indeed my luck is the best, as I have unearthed a powerful treasure. Boss Yi, is this fruit truly so extraordinary?" Yao Yi gazed doubtfully at the silver fruit in Yao Yu's hand, struggling to believe it. Yi Yun replied nonchalantly, "Whether it is truly extraordinary, you will know upon trying." Seeing the unwavering confidence on Yi Yun's face, Yao Yu began to trust his words. After all, Yi Yun had never spoken falsely. Could it be that this fruit indeed harbored such miraculous power? Yao Yu's gaze shifted to the thunder fruit in Yao Yu's hand, and her expression revealed a flicker of intrigue. If I could wield the power of lightning, would I not become a true powerhouse? After a moment's hesitation, Yao Yi addressed Yao Yu. "Little Yu, would you consider giving this thunder fruit to your sister?" At this point, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. For the thunder fruit was Yao Yu's creation and rightfully belonged to her. Yet, the thought of controlling the power of lightning compelled Yao Yi to muster the courage to voice her desire. If it were anything else, she would not have been so bold. According to Boss Yi, if this thunder fruit possessed such formidable might, Yao Yi was determined to acquire it. After all, with the power of lightning at her command, the throne of the Gamma Empire would undoubtedly be hers. Contemplating this, Yao Yi gazed at the thunder fruit in Yao Yu's hand with fervent eyes. "Ah, sister, you want it?" Upon hearing Yao Yu's words, Yao Yu hesitated for a moment and replied, "If you truly desire it, I might consider it, but you must agree to one condition." A smile graced Yao Yu's charming face as she responded, "Speak, and I shall certainly comply if it is within my power." Yao Yu tilted her small head, pondering before saying, "In the future, if I discover any treasures that I fancy, you must ensure to gift them to me." With that, Yao Yu directly handed the thunder fruit to Yao Yi. Being young and having always been under Yao Yi's protection, she did not yearn for power as fiercely as Yao Yi or possess the same ambition. Thus, she did not place great importance on the thunder fruit. In her innocent little mind, she believed that if her sister's strength increased, she would be able to protect her better. Being of tender age, she was preoccupied with play and did not prioritize the enhancement of her own strength. As Yao Yi accepted the thunder fruit from Yao Yu, a look of exhilaration spread across her face. She gently ruffled Yao Yu's little head, feeling a wave of emotion. Only her sister would so naively offer such a treasure to her. Do not worry, my dear sister. Once I ascend to the throne, no one in the Gamma Empire shall dare to harm you. As she gazed upon her innocent and endearing sister, Yao Yi silently vowed. A seed of ambition rapidly taking root and flourishing within her heart, spurred on by the thunder fruit. Boss Yi, is it sufficient to consume this thunder fruit directly? Coming to her senses, Yao Yi inquired of Yi Yun while holding the thunder fruit in her hand. Yi Yun nodded affirmatively, stating, indeed. Well then, today's 5 jars have been sold out. You may take your leave now, Yi Yun urged, his thoughts occupied with his 5 exclusive jars. Upon hearing this, Yao Yi hesitated for a moment before smiling and saying, Boss Yi, I did not enjoy last night's festivities to the fullest. I have arranged a banquet for tonight. May I inquire if you have time to join us? Yao Yi had put considerable thought into building rapport with Yi Yun. Knowing his fondness for the fine wine from Yunwu, she had sent someone to acquire several jars at a high price from the Maytel auction house, hoping to ensure he could indulge. However, Yi Yun shook his head in refusal. I have no time tonight, and please do not arrive too early tomorrow. It would be best to come in the afternoon. He had already made plans to return to the other world after this jar opening, and thus declined Yao Ye's invitation. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Yao Yi managed a forced smile. Then we shall not disturb you any longer. With that, she took Yao Yu's hand and slowly exited the shop. Moments later, Yao Yi returned to her chambers with Yao Yu. Once they had dismissed any outsiders, Yao Yi picked up the thunder fruit, hesitated briefly, and then took a gentle bite, consuming it in just a few mouthfuls. As she finished the entire fruit, a mysterious force began to act upon her body, rapidly transforming her physique. Ah, sister, what is happening to you? Yao Yu suddenly shrieked. Her gaze filled with fear as she looked at Yao Yi. At that moment, Yao Yi was enveloped in a formidable aura of lightning, appearing somewhat fearsome. To Yao Yu's increasing terror, Yao Yi then vanished into thin air before her eyes. Sister, where are you? Yao Yu cried out helplessly, panic consuming her. Xiao Yu, I am here. Just then, a familiar voice resonated behind Yao Yu. She turned in surprise upon hearing it. Sister, how have you changed so? As Yao Yu turned, her eyes locked onto the swirling mass of lightning before her, and she instinctively swallowed hard, her rosy cheeks filled with disbelief. Such a wondrous ability. The voice of Yao Yi resonated once more, as the lightning suspended in the air transformed into a humanoid figure. Once the lightning dissipated, Yao Yi remained unchanged, showing no signs of having been affected by the storm. Some had perished, yet not entirely. Chapter 80. The Hammer of Haotian? The Hammer of the Thunder God. Sister, are you all right? Yao Yu exclaimed, rushing into Yao Ye's embrace, traces of tears adorning her cheeks. The bizarre scene from moments ago had genuinely frightened her. I'm perfectly fine. Dear sister, Yao Yi reassured her, gently stroking Yao Yu's small head with a soothing tone. Yao Yu pouted, you truly scared me just now. What on earth happened? After consuming that thunder fruit, how did you transform like that? She looked up, her large eyes filled with confusion. Little Yu, what Boss Yi said was indeed true. Consuming the thunder fruit allows one to wield the power of lightning, Yao Yi declared, a gleeful smile illuminating her face. As she spoke, Yao Yi extended her delicate hand, and with a mere thought, a massive sphere of lightning suddenly coalesced within her palm. Wow, what an extraordinary ability, Yao Yu exclaimed, her face radiating admiration as she gazed at the lightning sphere in Yao Ye's hand. Curiously, Yao Yu inquired, Sister, does this mean you are incredibly powerful now? Quite powerful. Indeed, Yao Yu replied confidently, nodding. After consuming the thunder fruit, her strength had surged directly to the 5-star Douluo realm. Although this level of power could be deemed merely respectable within the Gamma Empire, it was far from sufficient to be labeled a true powerhouse. Yet, gazing at the lightning sphere in her palm, Yao Yi wore a self-assured smile. With her current mastery of lightning, she felt assured that even a Dou Wang would have to retreat before her. The might of thunder and lightning was not something a mere Dou Wang could withstand, were it not for her insufficient strength at this moment, preventing her from conjuring a more formidable lightning. She would have had the confidence to contend even against a Dou Huang. After a moment of exhilaration, Yao Yi gradually regained her composure. Her thoughts shifted to the jar shop, a contemplative look crossing her features. Tomorrow, Boss Yi would depart, vanishing as if from the gates of the Yunlan sect. Before his departure, it was imperative to secure more VIP cards. Furrowing her brows, Yao Yi resolved to keep the jar shop's matters confidential. In fact, until now, she had not even reported this to her esteemed grandfather, the Emperor. It appeared to be time to inform her grandfather of this development. After a moment's hesitation, Yao Yi found her resolve. Her grandfather was the cornerstone of the entire Gamma Empire. The Yunlan sect has produced a formidable Dou Zong. which poses a significant disadvantage to the royal family of the Gamma Empire. The only viable solution now is to enhance the royal power. Grandfather Jia Xingtian undoubtedly stands out as the most suitable candidate, although Yao Yi harbors personal motives for the sake of the future of the Gamma royal family. She resolves to inform her grandfather of this matter. Xiao, I am heading to the palace. After conveying her intentions to Yao Yi proceeded directly toward the imperial palace of the Gamma Empire. In the jar store, after Yao Yi and her companion departed, Yi Yun swiftly closed the door and entered his estate. At this moment, within the pavilion, 5 exclusive jars were meticulously arranged on the stone table by Yi Yun. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. If he could unearth a remarkable treasure this time, it would bolster his confidence for the forthcoming journey into that other world. Without further hesitation, Yi Yun selected a jar with precision and struck it with his palm. Crack! The jar shattered, transforming into radiant hues that vanished into the ether. Subsequently, Yi Yun's gaze fell upon a purple hammer that materialized upon the stone table. Adorned with intricate patterns, the hammer appeared quite extraordinary. A hammer? And a purple one at that? What treasure could this be? As Yi Yun examined the purple hammer, a wave of curiosity washed over him. Soon, information began to materialize before his eyes. Haotian hammer, originating from Douluo continent. It is a manifestation of an exceedingly powerful martial soul. What a surprise. This is indeed the Haotian hammer. Upon reading the details of the purple hammer, Yi Yun found himself momentarily speechless. It is widely acknowledged that Douluo continent is a realm of fantastical absurdities. Even the finest treasures from this world may not amount to much. However, Yi Yun felt a sense of solace knowing he had obtained the renowned Haotian hammer. This is the secondary martial soul of the protagonist Tang San, boasting formidable offensive capabilities. Had he drawn the blue-silver grass instead, Yi Yun would have been utterly despondent. Yi Yun reached out and grasped the Haotian hammer, although it was quite heavy. With his physique capable of lifting 1,000,000 pounds, wielding this mere hammer was a trivial task. He lifted the Haotian hammer, swung it briefly, and then set it down. A trace of disappointment evident in his eyes. Indeed, this hammer, hailing from a fantastical realm, felt somewhat unwieldy in his hands. It was too light, thus, when it came to striking, it lacked the gratifying heft he desired. In a moment of desperation, Yi Yun found himself placing his hopes on the critical rewards provided by the system. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Haotian hammer and triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, earning a 10,000-fold reward. The options for the reward were as follows. Option 1, 10,000 Haotian hammers. Option 2, 1 Mjolnir. As the system notification resonated, 2 choices materialized before Yi Yun's eyes. He glanced briefly at the options before his gaze settled firmly on the second choice. Mjolnir? Upon seeing this name, Yi Yun's heart was instantly filled with certainty. Could it be the legendary Mjolnir? Without a moment's hesitation, he made his choice. System, I choose option 2. As Yi Yun's voice fell, the purple Haotian hammer in his hand suddenly erupted with dazzling lightning. Moments later, a magnificent, silver-hued hammer of immense power appeared in his grasp. Some souls may perish, yet they do not entirely fade away.